Chapter 1. My father's position as Prime Minister. In the Crimson Capital, the Li residence. Wretched son, how can you spend your days engrossed in these vulgar books? I have been a paragon of wisdom throughout my life. Yet I have birthed such a coward as you. Li Qian, his face flushed with anger, pointed at the young man seated regally in a grand chair, engrossed in his reading. Faced with the imposing figure of his father, a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority even in his fury, Li Hanjing felt a sense of helplessness. Li Hanjing had traversed time and space, previously a mere junior bureaucrat in his past life. However, it was peculiar that, thus far, he had not received any extraordinary abilities. Yet, it could not be said that he was entirely devoid of advantages after all. Standing before him was none other than Li Qian, the esteemed Prime Minister of the Crimson Flame Empire, who had inadvertently become his father through this strange twist of fate. In the capital, he could indeed claim, Father, Li Qian. Seeing that his father showed no signs of cessation, he lazily set aside the book in his hands. Father, what do you mean by vulgar? I am engaged in serious matters here. Come, allow me to teach you how to pronounce these characters. Thus, Li Hanjing pointed at the words in the book and recited the 36 techniques of the bedchamber authored by the Ministry of Music. Father, as a servant of the Ministry of Music, reviewing its text is part of my official duties. Do you understand? Watching his son speak so defiantly, Li Qian placed a hand over his heart in exasperation. Wretched son, but he soon sighed, recognizing that he must indulge his son as much as possible, for he had lost his wife at an early age. Even when his son expressed a desire to join such a disreputable institution as the Ministry of Music, he had acquiesced. However, the emperor's martial prowess seemed to have peaked and was gradually declining, heralding the onset of turmoil, and with such a carefree son, he doubted his own ability to protect himself, let alone his child. Alas, do as you wish, but you will face the consequences in time, Li Qian remarked, shaking his head as he departed from the Li residence. Watching his father retreat into the distance, Li Hanjing also shook his head in resignation. As the son of the prime minister, how he longed to be more ambitious. He had attempted to practice martial arts, but this body appeared to be devoid of any affinity for the martial path no matter the esteemed internal techniques he tried. He could not muster even a hint of inner strength. As for literature. In this realm, all civil officials seemed to possess martial prowess, which was utterly absurd. What did he do then? He could only continue to indulge in music and dance. Spending his days at the Ministry of Music, admiring the beautiful dancers was rather pleasing. There is an adage that states, when life attempts to overpower you and you cannot resist, try to cease your resistance and instead embrace it. You may find it surprisingly delightful. On this day, while Li Hanjing was reviewing a new production from the Ministry of Music, a sharp voice interrupted his leisurely existence. Imperial decree. Li Hanjing immediately rose and bowed deeply at the sight of the eunuch before him. The Ministry of Music's Li Hanjing has managed affairs commendably and is deserving of promotion. Thus, it is decreed that Li Hanjing shall be reassigned from the Ministry of Music to serve as a junior officer in the Jinyiwei of Qing County, with his rank elevated from 9th to 7th grade. Li Hanjing stood in stunned silence for a moment before responding. I accept the decree. The eunuch, from within his sleeve, produced a document along with a small seal. This is your appointment letter and official seal. Master Chi, you must hasten to take up your post. We shall take our leave now. After placing the items into Li Hanjing's hands, the eunuch swiftly departed from the Li residence. Holding the appointment document, Li Hanjing immediately sought out a map of the Qian Empire from his study. After an extensive search, he finally unearthed the location known as Qing County, accompanied by a brief description, a desolate land where even birds refrained from leaving their droppings to avoid giving the locals any undue advantage. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hanjing grasped the reality of the situation. He had been exiled. How could this be? His father was Li Qian, the prime minister, a man of great influence. Yet here he was facing banishment. It was not merely exile, it was to serve in the now diminished Jinyiwei. Presently, the eastern factory could barely manage to urinate, while the western factory was even worse off. Not even the nominal subordinate department, the 6 doors, could muster a spit. Had his father failed in rebellion? Or was there another reason? When night fell, and Li Qian returned safely to the estate, Li Hanjing finally exhaled in relief. His father's survival indicated that matters had not spiraled beyond redemption. Upon entering the Li residence, Li Qian found his son waiting at the door. Seemingly aware of the unfolding events, with a measured tone, he suggested, "Let us converse in the study." Li Hanjing nodded in assent. Inside the study, noticing his father's rare seriousness, Li Hanjing shed his usual nonchalance. "Father, what is the meaning of this appointment document?" Li Qian glanced at the paper in his son's hand, explaining, "It is merely a political maneuver. You may interpret it as a transaction of interests or a political compromise." Li Hanjing, being somewhat distant from the political center, lacked understanding of certain matters, but chose not to press further, trusting his father would not lead him. Astrayed, he inquired, "What should I do next?" Li Qian pondered for a moment before responding, "Go and assume your position. I cannot shield you this time. Remain low-key, become a shadow of sorts. In a few years, I may be able to have you recalled. If not, you shall exist there as a mere phantom. At that moment, Li Hanjing recognized the gravity of the situation. He began to piece together the reasons for his assignment to such a remote location. A shift in power was imminent, and as a high-ranking official, Li Qian was ensnared in turbulent waters. If they weathered this storm, the Li household would endure. If not, this arrangement would merely serve to preserve Li Qian's legacy. Li Hanjing felt a surge of emotion even in this critical juncture. His father sought to protect him. Yet he also grappled with a sense of helplessness in such high-stakes conflicts. He could offer no assistance to his esteemed father, resigned to fate. 3 days later, clad in a flying fish robe and armed with a beautifully embroidered spring blade, Li Hanjing stood before his father and the servants of the Li household, who had gathered to bid him farewell. That a pang of sadness gripped him to claim he felt no attachment to the Li residence would be disingenuous, for he had spent 2.5 years here. Li Qian stepped forward, his expression earnest. "My son, I am aware of your clandestine training in martial arts and your diligent efforts. However, your physical form. Alas, you possess no martial prowess. Once you arrive there, remember to maintain a low profile. Otherwise, with your resemblance to your father, you might find yourself sold off as a son-in-law to some affluent household. Li Hanjing. Is there such a way to flatter someone? Yet, it is indeed true that my appearance is rather perilous, with features as striking as a painting, a commanding presence, skin as fair as jade, eyes bright as stars, and an elegant demeanor. I stand out. My long hair flows with the wind, especially now that I am adorned in the flying fish attire, which adds a hint of subtle mischief. This narrative does not strictly adhere to the structures of the Ming Dynasty adjustments, and the exercise of authority will differ, aiming for a reasonable administrative framework. Readers should refrain from comparing the systems of this tale to those of the Ming Dynasty. Chapter 2. This is all I can assist you with. After a brief farewell, Li Hanjing mounted a white horse, preparing to set forth. Giddy up. The steed began to trot leisurely. Li Qian, seemingly quite anxious about his son, reiterated his instructions. Once you arrive there, be sure to conduct yourself with integrity and humility. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, invoke your father's name. Although the current situation is precarious, my influence in these regions remains considerable. Li Hanjing, exasperated, replied, "I understand. Father, you have repeated this ad nauseam. Conduct myself with integrity and humility." Fearing further admonitions, he hastened his departure from the capital. This marked the first time Li Hanjing had ventured beyond the city since his arrival in this world. The environment here surpassed that of modernity by unfathomable degrees. The incessant chirping of birds brought a sense of tranquility to his heart. Unconsciously, he slowed his horse, taking in the scenery. Before long, nightfall descended. Li Hanjing frowned at the now darkened sky. Alas, in my reverie, I lost track of time and failed to reach the official inn. Traveling by night is fraught with peril, as the saying goes. The daytime belongs to the authorities, while nightfall is ruled by bandits. Soon, Li Hanjing halted before a dilapidated temple, glancing at the road ahead, now shrouded in obscurity, before deciding to spend the night there. Although it is said one should prefer traveling at night to sleeping in ruins, there exists another adage. Descendants of Yin and Huang, heirs of the dragon, should one dare to offend, let them come forth. To bolster his courage, Li Hanjing led his horse inside, his right hand resting on the hilt of his embroidered spring blade. Upon entering, Li Hanjing exhaled in relief. Aside from a decapitated Buddha statue and occasional gusts of cold wind, nothing seemed amiss. He sat on the ground, leaning against the wall, intending to take a brief slumber, ready to depart at dawn. After a day of travel, Li Hanjing soon drifted into sleep. In the dead of night, a voice echoed, "Big Hammer, this girl is fair and beautiful, clearly a lady from some prominent family in the capital. Do you think we can truly get away with this? It is not what you fear. That gentleman has bestowed upon us a generous sum of 100 taels of silver. With such wealth in our possession, where can we not revel? Moreover, we have such a beautiful lady to enjoy." Wait, be mindful of the limits. Although the gentleman said we could do as we please, we must not kill. Of course, of course. Creak. The decrepit temple's door was abruptly thrust open. Li Hanjin's attempt to abandon his horse and flee through the rear window was abruptly halted. In truth, Li Hanjin had long heard the commotion outside and had swiftly prepared to escape, but he could not afford to make sound. He could only cautiously open the window, yet ultimately, he was one step too late. The two men who had been conversing moments ago stared at Li Hanjin, momentarily taken aback. One of them began to tremble slightly and whispered to his companion, What do we do? It's the Jinyiwei." Humph, humph, humph. Simultaneously, the woman slung over the shoulders of the man, named Che, caught sight of Li Hanjin and gazed at him with hopeful eyes, emitting soft sounds. Li Hanjin was not surprised by their reaction, although the Jinyiwei had recently fallen from grace. Their fearsome reputation still lingered. Intimidating such lowly thugs, who were often wielded like weapons by others, was undoubtedly effective. The critical point now was that if he were a legitimate Jinyiwei with martial prowess exceeding the 5th stage, he would have no fear of these two ruffians. Yet alas, he was merely a counterfeit. The three remained in a stalemate for a moment as Li Hanjin endeavored to project a fierce demeanor. Gradually, he grasped the reins of his horse, preparing to depart. The two men dared not react, allowing Li Hanjin to approach the door. Suddenly, Chui whispered, "Let's take a gamble. If word of today's events gets out, we are surely doomed. Besides, the opponent is merely a small flag bearer with this dagger. It's either death or—" Swish. 2 crimson streaks of blood splattered onto the decapitated Buddhist statue. Clang! The embroidered spring blade in Li Hanjin's hand tumbled to the ground, his hands trembling uncontrollably, gazing at the two lifeless bodies on the floor. Li Hanjin gasped for breath, cold sweat pouring down his face. It was evident that from the very beginning he realized he could not simply walk away to escape. He had to take this risk. Sitting on the ground, he remained in a daze for some time, gradually recovering from the terror of his first kill. This dilapidated temple was no longer a safe haven. He grasped the horse and intended to leave. Humph, humph, humph. Li Hanjin then noticed that he had forgotten about the kidnapped woman still present. He crouched down to examine her closely, only to discover that her mouth was unbound, yet she could merely emit soft sounds, likely a mute. After a thorough inspection, Li Hanjin noted that the woman's complexion was flushed, her gaze somewhat dazed. It seemed she had been drugged. After untying the ropes binding her, he planned to depart. Having freed her was already an act of meddling in affairs he wished to avoid. After all, his father had advised him to be honest and low-key, to avoid trouble whenever possible. Who would have thought this woman possessed such strength, clinging tightly to his leg and exhaling warm breaths? Evidently, the aphrodisiac had taken full effect. However, Li Hanjin was not one to hesitate. Once he had decided to disregard a matter, he would do so resolutely. He forcefully withdrew his foot and strode towards the exit. Yet, as he reached the threshold, a pang of compassion struck him at the sight of a beautiful woman languishing alone in the dilapidated temple. He retraced his steps and, without knowing from whence it came, procured a stick, placing it in the woman's hands. "Here, this is all I can offer to assist you," he declared before departing the forsaken sanctuary without a backward glance. Unbeknownst to him, the woman's eyes widened, fixated on his retreating figure. Li Hanjin galloped swiftly along the road, the incident at the temple having driven all thoughts of the night from his mind. As for the woman, she had already faded from his memory. After all, he was not the protagonist of a novel, where the heroine falls victim to an intoxicating poison and the hero, in a bid to save her, becomes ensnared himself, leading to a series of melodramatic misunderstandings, ultimately culminating in an unexpected romance. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. On achieving your first kill, the malevolent system is now officially activated. The galloping steed came to an abrupt halt. Li Hanjing grinned broadly. Ha 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 ha. Ho ho ho. In the desolate wilderness, a chorus of eerie howls echoed, sending chills down the spine. Dog, do you have any idea how I have endured these past 2.5 years without you? It has been a torment, he lamented. That I have always been here for the past 2.5 years. You have danced to the rhythm of your own making. Chapter 3. After 2.5 years, I finally entered the martial path. Cough, cough, cough. Let us not dwell on the past. Allow me to introduce myself, dog. Li Hanjing awkwardly cleared his throat. This system is named Despicable Deeds, free from any task-related pressure or penalties, emphasizing democracy. The primary currency for transactions is referred to as malefic value and slaughter value. Malefic value is acquired through illicit means, with 1 or 2 silver pieces equating to 1 point of malefic value. Slaughter value is obtained by committing acts of killing, yielding 1 point per act. The host has a first kill gift pack available for collection. Would you like to claim it? Upon hearing about the novice gift pack, Li Hanjing did not hesitate to click claim. Ding, congratulations, host, on your successful acquisition. The first kill gift pack is now being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 points of slaughter value. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Cyclone Technique, Ordinary Grade. Li Hanjing expressed his disdain. Dog, you are rather stingy. Presenting an ordinary grade technique like this? As is widely known, the martial arts techniques in the Azure Qing Continent are categorized as follows: ordinary, excellent, superb, rare, precious, and epic. Each tier of technique corresponds to a specific level of martial prowess, namely, body refinement, chi refinement, internal force, palm force, body technique, and weaponry, with each level comprising 9 stages. Further explanations on the unique meanings of each realm will be provided later. Please refrain from criticism. Thus, it stands to reason that the technique bestowed by the system would allow even the most gifted martial prodigy to attain merely the body refinement stage. Naturally, nothing is absolute. Exceptional talents may devise their own techniques or enhance existing ones to elevate the original technique's grade. However, Li Hanjing possessed a keen self-awareness regarding his martial aptitude. Ding, host. The techniques provided by this system can be cultivated and upgraded using malefic value or slaughter value. Upon reading this, Li Hanjing felt invigorated. What was he waiting for? He had 10 points of slaughter value. He would invest them all in cultivation. Ding, successful use. 10 points of slaughter value deducted. Your attributes are now being automatically displayed. Name, Li Hanjing. Gender, male. Identity, son of the Grand Tutor Li Qian, junior flag of the Jinyiwei in Qingfeng County. Technique, Cyclone Technique, Ordinary Grade. 0-20, Cultivation, Body Refinement Stage 6. 0-5 Advantages, Handsome Appearance. Talent, not quite a waste, merely a combat aircraft among the waste. Li Hanjing felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. Was this the legendary enlightenment? A force within him continuously tempered his physique. After 2.5 years, he had finally stepped into the realm of martial arts. After a while, the feeling of euphoria faded, and all Li Hanjing felt was an abundance of untapped strength. Reviewing the system's template granted him a clearer understanding of his current capabilities. He was indeed a genuine junior flag of the Jinyiwei. His courage for the night journey had swelled somewhat. 3 months later, Li Hanjing urged his steed onward and finally arrived at Qifeng County. Gazing upon the scene before him, his heart, already prepared, nearly faltered. This is hardly a county-level town. It is merely a small settlement masquerading under the guise of a county designation, and a rather impoverished one at that. The walls are constructed of earth, the houses are made of earth, and, in essence, everything is simply piled and built from dirt. Upon entering, it became apparent that a considerable number of locals were present. Given the town's modest size, the arrival of a stranger naturally drew the gaze of the townsfolk. Soon, 2 individuals approached Li Hanjing. One appeared robust and formidable, armed with a blade and clad in attire emblazoned with the character for government, while the other exuded an air of affluence. As one might surmise, they were indeed representatives of the local authority. Pray tell, are you the esteemed Li Xiaoqi from the capital? Inquired the wealthy gentleman with a smile. I am Wang Jinbao, the magistrate of this county. Li Hanjing, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, reciprocated the greeting. Greetings, Magistrate Wang. I am indeed Li Hanjing, and I appreciate your personal welcome. Curiosity piqued. Li Hanjing glanced behind Wang Jinbao, puzzled. By the way, where are the members of the Jinyiwei? Wang Ji now chuckled, revealing his double chin. Well, while we may refer to this as a county, it is more akin to a town. Even my title is registered as a 7th-rank official. Logically speaking, we are of equal rank. Thus, the Jinyiwei in our county naturally falls under your purview. The position of the head of the Jinyiwei has been vacant for some time, resulting in a lack of organization to receive you. After Wang Jinbao's explanation, Li Hanjing began to grasp the situation within the county. His favorable impression of Wang Jinbao grew, for it is well known that the Jinyiwei and government officials often stand in opposition to one another. The fact that Wang could share such insights indicated his open-mindedness. After a few more pleasantries, Wang Jinbao said, Li Xiaoqi, I shall escort you to the Jinyiwei. Arriving early will allow you to familiarize yourself with the duties at hand. Li Hanjing nodded. Very well, I appreciate your guidance, Magistrate Wang. After walking for a while, Wang Jinbao halted and pointed to a relatively decent courtyard amidst the surrounding earthen structures. Ahead lies the Jinyiwei. I shall take my leave here. Remember to visit the magistrate's office tomorrow. Let us convene and discuss matters as our two institutions should. This locale is not akin to a grand city, and there is no need for rivalry. We shall address any issues collaboratively. Li Hanjing did not hesitate. All right, Magistrate Wang. I shall enter now, and we will converse further tomorrow. He then proceeded towards the Jinyiwei station. As Li Hanjing stood before the entrance of the Jinyiwei, he adjusted his attire. After all, it was his inaugural posting, and maintaining a respectable image was essential. Upon entering, he was greeted by a raucous gathering of about a dozen individuals, animatedly shouting and gesticulating, half-clad in their flamboyant uniforms, their faces flushed with excitement. Before him lay a scene that evoked no surprise in Li Hanjing. Regardless of the location, the age-old virtue of idleness persisted, especially in the absence of leadership. Li Hanjing retrieved 10 taels of gold from his bosom and stepped forward. With a resounding clap, he placed his wager. The gathering was momentarily taken aback. Not due to Li Hanjing himself, but because gold had suddenly materialized on the table. Since everyone's salaries were dispensed in silver, the unexpected appearance of gold stirred a wave of bewilderment. Curious glances were exchanged, revealing a fresh face among them. One individual queried, Hey, old Liu, why does this young man's attire differ from ours, and why does his belt bear silk threads while ours do not? At last, someone grasped the situation. A minor officer of the Jinyiwei. The hierarchy within the Jinyiwei includes formal Jinyiwei, minor officer, chief officer, 100 households, 1,000 households, 10,000 households, commanding assistant, commanding deputy, and commanding officer. The belt worn signifies one's rank. Corresponding to formal Jinyiwei, none, minor officer, gray, chief officer, green, 100 households, blue, 1,000 households, purple, 10,000 households, gold. Further elaboration on this structure will be provided later, as some details may undergo revision. Chapter 4. Greed and impunity. Upon hearing these words, the crowd hastily set aside their silver coins and stood up in a flurry. They had long been aware that a new officer had been appointed to the vacant position of the small flag officer, yet they had not anticipated his arrival to be so swift. As a dozen individuals awkwardly formed a semblance of a line, they began to call out, Sir, small flag officer. Li Hanjing managed a slight nod, recognizing that despite the waning power of the Jinyiwei over the years, the rigid hierarchy remained firmly etched in everyone's minds. A new official often ignites a fervor, and this first spark was destined to ignite. As Li Hanjing paced back and forth, he scrutinized each individual. Look at yourselves, he admonished, bare-chested and disheveled. Where is the semblance of the esteemed Jinyiwei? It is no wonder that other departments regard us with disdain. In the past, I would have offered a retort, but now, witnessing your appearance, I concede that the criticisms are warranted. You are indeed the most lackluster cohort I have ever led. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the gambling table in front of him, startling the assembly with his formidable presence. After the outburst, his tone softened. What you did in the past is no longer my concern, but now that I am here, we shall adhere to my rules. Starting tomorrow, all of you must rise at the hour of the rooster, engage in an hour of physical training before breakfast, and subsequently patrol the streets. I make it abundantly clear that from the moment I arrived, your days of ease are over. If any of you cannot accept this, feel free to submit your resignation to me. You have all been relegated to this desolate place. Yet, you still have grievances? At that moment, a subtle voice of dissent emerged. Li Hanjing smirked slightly, having anticipated a scapegoat. Otherwise, he would have struggled to assert his authority. After all, Those present were seasoned veterans of the Jinyiwei, often relegated to such a location due to either lackluster martial prowess or having crossed influential figures without a protective background. Having lingered here for too long, they had lost their aspirations for advancement. The usual promises of promotions and raises no longer held sway, and only force would suffice. Who uttered that remark? Step forward. Li Hanjing commanded coldly. He expected to expend considerable effort to identify the culprit, but to his surprise, a burly man with an exposed torso promptly stood up. With an expression of defiance, he declared, "It was I who said it. What do you intend to do about it? Look at you, with your tender skin and unformed features. How dare you attempt to discipline us? When I served the Jinyiwei, you were still in your infancy. Indeed, on what grounds do you presume to reprimand us? While we may lack distinction, we have endured our share of toil, only to be exiled to this forsaken place, and now you wish to impose further demands upon us?" Seeing someone take the initiative to speak out, the others quickly rallied in agreement. In response to the man's taunts, Li Hanjing merely chuckled lightly. "And yet, it is I who occupies this position, not you." The imposing figure seemed to have been struck at a sensitive point, brimming with indignation. "Damn it! I have rendered meritorious service to the Jinyiwei. My martial prowess has reached the 5th stage of body training. Were it not for your dashing presence, I would have assumed this position myself. What do you bark about?" Li Hanjing countered sharply. "Is this my fault? Before my arrival, I was well informed that the position of the minor flag was vacant for over half a year, and I received my transfer notice only 3 months ago. It remains unclear whether it is a matter of incompetence or lack of connections above. Despite my 5th stage of training, I am still merely a foot soldier." The sarcasm was palpable, and the burly man could no longer contain himself. "Pretty boy, today I shall demonstrate the disparity between a practical martial artist and someone of your ilk." With that, the robust figure clenched his fist, veins prominent, and unleashed a full-force strike towards Li Hanjing. With remarkable composure, Li Hanjing met the blow, then swiftly retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at the man's lower body. Thud! The giant collapsed to the ground, and Li Hanjing promptly stepped onto his body, bellowing to the crowd, "Who else? Anyone else who dares to defy me, step forward. I shall deal with each of you in turn." The onlookers, witnessing the fallen figure beneath Li Hanjing, fell silent. Although this pretty boy had been demoted from the capital, he evidently possessed some skill. Li Hanjing was quite satisfied with this display. "Good. Since no one opposes, I shall await you here tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit. Should anyone fail to appear, humph." Suddenly, Li Hanjing's gaze fell upon the coins that had scattered on the ground. "Ahem. Gambling during my tenure is unacceptable. All of this silver shall be confiscated and submitted to higher authorities at an appropriate time." The crowd grimaced. For those coins represented their wages, yet Li Hanjing's earlier display of authority rendered them momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Li Hanjing did not bother to count the coins, hastily stuffing them into his clothing before turning to leave for the quarters designated for the minor flag within the Jinyiwei. Upon entering the room, the composed countenance of Li Hanjing transformed, revealing traces of pain as he shook his arm. "Goodness, that brute's punch left my hand numb." Despite being a stage higher in body training, he realized there existed a significant distinction between practical combat experience and the theoretical knowledge he had acquired. Had a newly promoted minor flag been present, he would have surely suffered great embarrassment. Once the strength in his arm returned, Li Hanjing retrieved the silver coins he had tucked away earlier. "Now, let us exchange this for malevolent value." Ding, detecting eligible silver. Process complete. Total of 50 taels exchanged for 50 points of malevolent value. Malevolent value balance, 50. Kill value, 0. Li Hanjing surveyed the 50 points of malevolent value with great satisfaction. In the Red Flame Empire, the Jinyiwei offered substantial salaries. A standard Jinyiwei officer earned 30 taels of silver per month. Thus, he was not at all surprised by the confiscated sum of 50 taels. Since the activation of the system, he has established a guiding principle for himself during his journey: to be insatiably greedy and to kill without judgment. It is imperative to rapidly enhance his strength within a short span of time, thus enabling him to assist his dear father sooner. Acquiring strength equates to wielding power in this world that reveres martial prowess. As for the guiding principle imparted to him by Li Qian upon his arrival, it is to remain low-key and honest. However, times are changing, and methods must be updated accordingly. He directs all his malevolent energy towards his martial cultivation. In use. Ding, 5 points of malevolent energy deducted. Congratulations to the host for advancing martial cultivation to the 7th stage of body refinement. Ding 5 points of malevolent energy deducted. Congratulations to the host for advancing martial cultivation to the 8th stage of body refinement. Ding 5 points of malevolent energy deducted. Congratulations to the host for advancing martial cultivation to the 9th stage of body refinement. Ding unable to break through. Please first deduce the primary cultivation technique. Chapter 5. You haven't fished yet, and you want me to pay? Analyzing the rank of martial arts technique. Deducting 20 points of malevolent value. The rank of cyclone technique rises to excellent. Do you wish to continue cultivation? Continue. Ding deducting 10 points of malevolent value. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 1st stage of Qi refinement. Ding deducting 5 points of malevolent value. Insufficient malevolent value to continue cultivation mode. Automatically opening attribute template. Name, Li Hanjing. Gender, male. Identity, Father Taifu Li Qian, Junior Flag of the Jinyiwei in Qifeng County. Technique, Cyclone Technique, excellent. 0-2000, cultivation, 1st stage of Qi refinement. 0-100, strengths, handsome. Talent, not exactly useless, but rather a combat machine among the useless. Li Hanjing frowned. It seemed that the value required to elevate each major martial arts realm had also increased significantly. However, this was to be expected, as the gap between major realms was indeed vast. Li Hanjing began to sense the immense enhancement that martial arts brought to his physique. Qi refinement. When a martial artist enters the Qi refinement stage, they begin to cultivate internal energy through the practice of specific breathing techniques and methods. The martial artist can augment their breath and internal strength. At this stage, the body possesses a certain level of defense against blades and blunt objects. During combat, one can also utilize some basic internal energy. Furthermore, this stage signifies the attainment of the strength akin to that of the chief of the Jinyiwei. It is well known that the strength representation of the Jinyiwei of the Crimson Flame Empire is as follows. Junior Flag, Body Refinement Stage 5-9. Chief Flag, Qi Refinement Stage 1-5. 100 House, Qi Refinement Stage 5-9. 1000 House, Internal Power Stage 1-9. 10,000 House, Palm Power Stage 1-9. The following morning, Li Hanjing rose early and awaited in the courtyard. Soon, the Jinyiwei began to assemble one after another. Before long, the Jinyiwei had gathered completely. To be honest, Li Hanjing felt somewhat disappointed. He had initially intended to test his strength that morning, but it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. Overall, however, he was not let down, compared to the disorganized mob of the previous day. Today they could barely be regarded as a regular army. Clad in proper attire, each appeared robust and powerful, far from the frail and weak individuals Li Hanjing had imagined before his arrival. Without further ado, let us commence with 1,000 push-ups to warm up. Begin. Body refinement is about pushing the body to its limits, enabling continuous self-breakthroughs. Of course, Li Hanjing was the exception, as he had an advantage. 1, 2, 999, 998. My lord, you miscounted. It should be 1,000, one person said, his face flushed, clearly nearing his limit. Li Hanjing paid no heed to him, striding directly towards the Jinyiwei, placing his foot on the back of that individual. 800. The crowd's expressions changed, casting resentful glances at the one who had just spoken. Only the burly man from yesterday remained silent, continuing his task without any additional movements. Qifeng County, County Office. County Magistrate Wang, I have arrived. Li Hanjing strode into the county office with great strides. Upon noticing this, Wang Jinbao immediately set aside his work to greet him. Ah, it is Li Xiaoqi. Please, have a seat. He then quickly became aware of the flushed-faced imperial guard standing behind Li Hanjing and inquired with curiosity, what has happened? Li Hanjing waved his hand dismissively. I simply overindulged at breakfast. I suspect it is merely indigestion. Wang Jinbao, seeing this, did not dwell on the matter. Well then, since everyone is present, let us begin. It must be said that Wang Jinbao is quite adept at managing social situations. The assembly had been arranged with 2 main seats, one for himself and the other for Li Hanjing. Behind Li Hanjing stood a full contingent of imperial guards, while a row of constables stood behind Wang Jinbao. The air was charged with the presence of 2 distinct factions. In all of Qifeng County, the only 2 powers were the imperial guards and the local government. In such a county-level town, only the now diminished imperial guards would have a garrison. The east and west factories were stationed in more lucrative locales. Who would waste resources in such a place? Wang Jinbao took the initiative to speak, as Li Xiaoqi is new here and may not be fully acquainted with our matters. I shall begin. This meeting should have taken place long ago, but the position of the garrison's flag had remained vacant. Now that Li Xiaoqi has arrived, we can discuss the funding for this year's city defense fee. This year's county finances were better than in previous years. For the 500 taels required for the defense, the county office would contribute a significant 500 taels, while the remaining 500 taels would be provided by 3 wealthy merchants, Zhang, Qi, and Lu, each contributing 500 taels. At this juncture, 3 merchants stepped forward from behind Wang Jibao, nodding to the assembly. Suddenly, Wang Jibao turned to Li Hanjing. The remaining 500 taels will be covered by the Imperial Guards. What do you think, Li Xiaoqi? Li Hanjing, still somewhat bewildered, had an Imperial Guard whisper in his ear. This defense fee is essentially a protection payment to a nearby band of mountain thieves, ensuring that our Qing County remains untroubled by their disturbances. As Li Hanjing listened, his expression darkened. What nonsense is this? The Imperial Authority paying protection money to thieves? I have yet to begin profiting, and you already expect me to part with funds? County Magistrate Wang, I fear the Imperial Guards cannot afford this 500 taels, nor can we afford to lose face, Li Hanjing replied coolly. Wang Jibao seemed to have anticipated this situation, exuding a sense of resignation. Li Xiaoqi, you may not realize, but this band of mountain thieves is quite formidable. In terms of numbers, we are at a disadvantage. My county office has over 50 personnel, and with your Imperial Guards, we total just over 70. While this band boasts around 100 members, Li Hanjing remained unmoved, asserting, if we lack the strength, we should report this to higher authorities. A band of 100 thieves warrants the deployment of troops. Wang Jibao smiled wryly. Therein lies the problem. We are merely a county-level town, lacking the authority to report to the station troops. I have already sent a report to the prefectural office, but it was of no avail. They do not regard our town with any seriousness. Understanding this, Li Hanjing conceded, very well, I shall report to the district's 1,000 household office. However, Wang Jibao shook his head again. That would be even more futile. I have heard that the leader of this band of thieves is the younger brother of an officer in the Imperial Guards. The previous leader met a similar fate. And now the grave rises a few centimeters high. You are still young. There is no need to sacrifice your life over this matter. This indeed presents a challenge. How formidable is the leader of the bandits? Li Hanjing inquired suddenly, evidently formulating his own plans. Wang Jibao promptly replied, he is at the 8th level of body refinement. While his followers are merely a disorganized rabble, relying solely on his personal strength and the backing he receives to create chaos. Wang Jibao seemed to recall something and cautioned. Li Xiaoqi, do not entertain the notion of single-handedly exterminating these brigands. I understand you have recently been demoted from the capital and are eager to achieve results to prove yourself, but once life is lost, nothing else matters. Chapter 6. Lu Yuan's pledge. Li Hanjing nodded in agreement. County Magistrate Wang, there is no need for concern. I possess the discretion to handle this matter. Let the 500 taels be covered by our Jinyiwei. Upon witnessing Li Hanjing's apparent concession, Wang Jibao finally exhaled in relief. He harbored no desire for upheaval. His sole wish was for the county magistrate to serve diligently until retirement. Once the significant matters were settled, only trivial pleasantries remained. Soon, Li Hanjing and his companions departed from the county office. Qing County, the garrison of Jinyiwei. Bang, bang, bang. Enter. Observing the newcomer, Li Hanjing felt a twinge of curiosity. What brings you here? The visitor was none other than the burly man who had made a scene upon Li Hanjing's appointment the previous day. In truth, Li Hanjing found himself intrigued. This man appeared to be in his early 30s, possessing commendable martial prowess for someone at the grassroots level. While he might not achieve the rank of Qianhu, the position of Baihu was certainly within reach. Yet, he had inexplicably been assigned to this remote locale. Essentially, his fate was sealed in Qing County, with little hope for advancement. The man hesitated, seemingly grappling with his words before finally speaking. My lord, are you planning to cover the city defense fees? Li Hanjing was taken aback by the inquiry, considering that, as a seasoned veteran, the man should have grown accustomed to such matters. After a moment of silence, Li Hanjing refrained from hastily responding to the man's question. Sensing the shift, the man appeared to infer the answer and declared, I shall not disturb your rest, my lord. Suddenly, Li Hanjing called out to him, provide me with your reasoning. The man realized that Li Hanjing harbored doubts regarding the integrity of the Jinyiwei. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, imbued with a hint of bloodlust. 5 years ago, I served as Baihu in Ziyuan County. I had a wife and a daughter. One day, the brother of a Baihu from the Jinyiwei, while dividing spoils in the city, took a liking to my wife. When I was away, this man brazenly invaded my home in broad daylight, violating my wife, and in the process, my daughter was tragically killed by him. Their influence was formidable, leaving me powerless. I sought justice at the Qianhu office, only to be met with a transfer order. Li Hanjing, interrupting, inquired, "So this Baihu's brother is the mountain bandit?" The man nodded. "Indeed, he is called Jiang Yan, the younger brother of Jiang Wan, the Baihu of Ziyuan County." Li Hanjing comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was clear why the man had been relegated to this desolate place, while a Baihu might refrain from killing a fellow member. It was a simple matter to suppress an ordinary Jinyiwei officer. Suddenly, the man knelt before Li Hanjing. "My lord, if you can aid me in avenging this wrong, I, Lu Yuan, shall serve you as a loyal servant for life." Li Hanjing queried, "I am but a lowly officer. Why do you believe I possess the means to aid you in vengeance?" Lu Yuan replied, "Yesterday, during our sparring, you effortlessly withstood my full-force strike, revealing that your strength far exceeds the mere training stage." Li Hanjing, upon hearing this, stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Indeed, you possess a certain perceptiveness." Lu Yuan suddenly bowed deeply. "My lord, I implore you to assist me." Faced with Lu Yuan's desperate pleas, and after hearing the tragic tale, others might have felt their blood boil. Yet, Li Hanjing merely remarked, "By tomorrow, I shall require a reason that convinces me you are willing to toil for me." Although he had not engaged in court affairs since his arrival, as the son of the Grand Tutor and the Prime Minister, he had witnessed much, particularly during his father's tumultuous era. While he could not provide assistance, he was also cautious about employing individuals indiscriminately, lest he become a liability. Upon hearing Li Hanjing's words, Lu Yuan resolved without hesitation and exited the room. That night, a torrential downpour struck Qing County, accompanied by thunderous roars. "My lord, may I enter?" A somewhat heavy voice penetrated Li Hanjing's chamber. "Come in," he replied. The door creaked open to reveal Lu Yuan, drenched to the skin, standing before him. Blood dripped from his hands, but the rain quickly washed the floor clean. Upon closer inspection, Li Hanjing was startled to find a severed head, its wide-open eyes fixed upon him. Lu Yuan quietly stated, "This is Yuan Ming from our Jinyiwei. This morning, he spoke ill of you." Though Li Hanjing had seen death before, encountering a severed head was a first. Suppressing his discomfort, he smiled and replied, "Very well. Tomorrow night we shall confront that bandit leader." Lu Yuan bowed deeply, thanking him, and then closed the door as he departed. As he watched Lu Yuan leave, Li Hanjing's expression grew complex. Such is the nature of people. Without leverage, trust remains elusive. This is the essence of both court and underworld. The notions of gentlemanly integrity, camaraderie, and the chivalrous act of aiding the wronged are but ideals. To gain another's assistance, one must offer an equivalent reward. For instance, Lu Yuan seeks vengeance through Li Hanjing, while Li Hanjing desires trusted allies. Thus, Lu Yuan must provide Li Hanjing with leverage. Moreover, Li Hanjing had no intention of paying a sum. This was pivotal in breaking free from the stagnation of Qing County, which offered no political achievements or rewards. Therefore, why not seize the opportunity? The following morning, Li Hanjing opened the door to find the Jinyiwei assembled in the courtyard, whispering amongst themselves. Upon his arrival, they seemed to find their resolve. Lu Yuan suddenly called out, "My lord, Yuan Ming from our Jinyiwei has vanished. We searched the entire Jinyi office, and since he is not a local, he could not have gone elsewhere." Li Hanjing appeared to have anticipated this. "Oh, I sent him on an errand. There is nothing to worry about." The others were relieved to hear this. Otherwise, the sudden disappearance of a court official could lead to significant repercussions, potentially undermining local authority or even affecting the court's influence over the realm. Regardless of one's official rank, one must confront the living and the dead alike. Under the veil of night, two figures clad in flying fish attire met. Li Hanjing spoke first. "Has Yuan Ming arrived?" Lu Yuan patted the pouch at his waist. "Indeed. I have brought it. I assure you, I will not cause any trouble for you, my lord." "Then let us proceed," Li Hanjing replied. "To the Daocang Mountain, Blackwind Stronghold." A burly man leered at the beauty before him. "Hee, Lingo, grant me a kiss. The chief is insistent. I have recently entered my nursing period. Would you care to taste?" "I must indulge," he replied. "By the way, Linger, coming to see me at such a late hour, won't your husband notice?" At this, the beauty's brow furrowed in annoyance. "You have no idea how infuriating it is. That useless man insisted on visiting me tonight." But barely a moment passed before he proved incapable. "Now, my body is utterly restless, which is why I have sought refuge with you, chief." The burly man laughed heartily. "So, you were saying that I am quite exceptional?" The woman blushed. "Indeed, exceptional. Chapter 7. The Slaughter on the Mountain. Just as the burly man was about to fire the cannon, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Panicking, he scrambled out of bed and grasped the large machete beside him. Who are you? How did you get in? Lu Yuan's face darkened to an extreme. Have you forgotten me, Jiang Yin? Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, so it's Lu Yuan. I must say, your wife is truly alluring. Provoked by this remark, Lu Yuan drew his ornate spring knife, intent on striking. Just as Lu Yuan was on the verge of losing control, Li Hanjing restrained him, calmly stating, "Allow me, you are not his match yet." As he spoke, Li Hanjing charged towards Jiang Yin. As a master of the 8th stage of body refinement, Jiang Yin's reflexes were naturally sharp, and he swiftly reacted. Chaos erupted instantly, and the woman present screamed in fright at the commotion. Observing this, Li Hanjing promptly hurled the spring knife with force. Thud! The knife pierced through the woman's abdomen as if it were mere parchment, pinning her firmly to the wall. After all, this was the enemy's stronghold. If the woman made too much noise, it could awaken the bandits outside, which would be perilous. Li Hanjing was not willing to take the risk of a 2-against-1 against 100 foes just yet. Regaining his focus, Jiang Yin swung his machete towards Li Hanjing. In response, Li Hanjing channeled his internal energy into his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch towards Jiang Yin. Clang! The machete emitted a dull sound upon impact. Jiang Yin immediately sensed something was amiss. Oh no, he's at the Qi refinement stage. Just as he attempted to call for help, Li Hanjing was already one step ahead. Another punch struck his throat. The neck, being a particularly vulnerable area of the human body, caved in significantly under Li Hanjing's blow, robbing Jiang Yin of his voice. Without delay, Li Hanjing seized Jiang Yin's arms and twisted them forcefully. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. Following this, Li Hanjing focused on Jiang Yin's legs. Having completed this, he brushed off the wrinkles from his flying fish suit and looked at the kneeling Jiang Yin, stating nonchalantly, "The next part is up to you." The entire exchange flowed seamlessly, and even Li Hanjing himself was astonished at his newfound combat proficiency. Upon hearing Li Hanjing's words, Lu Yuan charged forward like a famished mad dog. Hiss! A caterpillar fell to the ground. Li Hanjing, witnessing this, immediately turned away. It wasn't that he didn't want to watch, but rather that prolonged observation left him feeling quite uncomfortable. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yuan returned, drenched in blood. "Sir, I've taken care of it." Li Hanjing nodded and began to search for valuable items within the house. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately started to search. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first subordinate, Lu Yuan. Subordinate template officially activated. Do you wish to bind it? Li Hanjing, puzzled, inquired, "What does this mean?" Upon the moment that you exacted revenge on his behalf, Lu Yuan had already acknowledged you wholeheartedly, committing to unconditionally executing your commands. Following the system's evaluation, it was determined that this individual met the criteria for subordinates. Should you choose to bind him to the subordinate template, you would subsequently accrue killing points with each of his slaughters. Intriguingly, Li Hanjing had previously thought he would have to tread the path of malevolence, for he could not possibly engage in murder daily. However, it now appeared that both avenues were indeed viable. Upon grasping the mechanics, Li Hanjing wasted no time and promptly clicked to bind. Congratulations, host, on binding your first subordinate. You have received the reward. Inner Techniques of Slaughter, Exquisite. Inner Techniques of Slaughter, primarily focused on the essence of killing. The more one kills, the more swiftly one's power escalates. Remarkably, not only did he acquire a subordinate, but he was also bestowed with a dedicated technique. Thud! Lu Yuan placed 2 large chests before Li Hanjing. My lord, there are a total of 4,000 taels of silver here. Li Hanjing did not glance at the silver, but instead handed over the prepared Inner Techniques of Slaughter to Lu Yuan. From this day forth, you are one of us. Consider this your welcoming gift. Lu Yuan accepted the text without reservation and began to peruse it. After merely a single reading, he retained the entire content in his mind. This left Lu Yuan perplexed. Had his martial talents truly ascended to such heights that he could comprehend a technique after just one glance? Yet, this was merely a characteristic of the system's offerings. Li Yuan's estimation of Li Hanjing soared to new heights. To casually present an exquisite-level technique was indeed commendable, befitting someone of central authority. It was known that within the Jinyiwei, only the 2,000 households in the prefecture possessed such exquisite-level techniques. The reason for his slow progress in martial arts over the past 5 years was not due to a lack of talent, but rather because he had been relegated to Qingfeng County, devoid of opportunities to achieve merit and receive the rewards of techniques from above. Although he had entrusted his life and fortune to Li Hanjing, Lu Yuan felt as though he had finally encountered a true master. In this world, who does not yearn for strength? Who does not desire power? Yet how many have poured their hearts out only to gain nothing in return? Suddenly, Lu Yuan knelt on one knee. My lord, your grace is beyond words. From now on, whether it be ascending a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of flames, I shall heed your commands. Li Hanjing offered no reply, instructing him to carry the 2 chests of silver and, moreover, the head of Jiang Yin. Yes, my lord. Soon, the 2 arrived at the entrance of the mountain stronghold. Li Hanjing gestured towards several barrels of oil that had been prepared in advance. You know what to do? Lu Yuan nodded, taking the barrels of oil and pouring them in every corner of the stronghold. The entire stronghold now lay in a state of silence, as those on lookout had already been dealt with. Lu Yuan then cast a torch inside. Flames erupted throughout the stronghold. Fire! Everyone, wake up! Fire! It burns. Panic ensued within the stronghold. Some, witnessing the uncontrollable blaze, attempted to flee. However, Li Hanjing and Lu Yuan stood resolutely at the entrance, blades in hand. Li Hanjing coldly uttered, "Kill as many as you can." Soon, several individuals rushed out. Yet before they could even inquire about the 2 figures clad in the attire of the Jinyiwei, their heads and bodies were severed in half. The bandits, largely comprised of ordinary individuals possessing mere physical strength, were no match for anyone who had truly embraced the martial way. Who among them would choose the life of a bandit when any other occupation would serve them better? Furthermore, in the chaos of a raging fire, their combat effectiveness was virtually non-existent. Thus, the 2 dispatched those emerging through the main gate with the ease of slicing through watermelons. Ding, congratulations, host, on acquiring 1 point of kill value. Ding, congratulations, host, on receiving 1 point of kill value from your subordinates. As dawn gradually broke, the flames subsided, and after a thorough search of the ruins revealed no survivors, the 2 hastened towards the county. Upon entering the city, they attracted considerable discussion among the locals. Coincidentally, it was market day in the county, yet wherever they went, the path remained unobstructed. Chapter 8. Rest assured, the sky will not fall. Joking aside, who would dare approach a person drenched in blood, holding a severed head? Upon returning to the station, the others had just risen, still groggy from sleep. Suddenly, 2 blood-soaked individuals entered, causing immediate panic. Some were already drawing their weapons. However, as the 2 approached, astonished exclamations erupted. My lord, Lu Yuan, where have you been? With a grave expression, Lu Yuan responded, we have lost a comrade. Just yesterday, Yuan Ming, who was out on official duty, failed to return. My lord sensed something amiss. Upon investigation, we discovered that the last known sighting of him was at Daocang Mountain. My lord and I set out to check, only to find that the vile mountain bandits had decapitated Yuan Ming and hung his head at the village entrance. As he spoke, Lu Yuan's voice grew louder, filled with indignation. What is this? Is this not a blatant provocation against our Jinyiwei? My lord immediately resolved to avenge Yuan Ming. After a fierce struggle, my lord managed to behead that bandit leader, Jiang Yin, thus ridding the populace of a menace. Only then did the crowd notice that each of the 2 men held a severed head, one of Yuan Ming and the other of Jiang Yin, whom they had seen before. Through Lu Yuan's vivid and coherent recounting, the crowd swiftly believed his tale. The incident quickly stirred up a commotion throughout Qingfeng County. Li Hanjing promptly penned a letter, urging immediate delivery to the county's Qianhu office. Wang Jinbao soon received the news and hurried to the Jinyiwei station. Initially, he thought that even if Li Hanjing were displeased, he would refrain from any rash actions, especially considering Jiang Yan's formidable strength, being an 8th-tier martial artist. However, he underestimated Li Hanjing's own prowess. It seemed he had misjudged the capabilities of those sent down from the central government. Even a demoted official was not to be trifled with. Upon entering the Jinyiwei station, Wang Jinbao sighed upon seeing Li Hanjing. Li Shaoqi, why are you so impulsive? Did we not agree to discuss matters together? You have killed Jiang Yan. How can Jiang Baihu let this go unpunished? Li Hanjing retorted with righteous fervor. County Magistrate Wang, do you not know that my subordinate was murdered? If I do not act, what becomes of our dignity in Qifeng City? What of the Jinyiwei's authority? Wang Jinbao found himself at a loss for words. After a pause, he said, alas, it is my fault for not making this clear. Jiang Yan, despite appearing weaker compared to others, manages to extort protection fees in the other 8 counties. Do you know why this is? Li Hanjing dismissively replied, I do not know, nor do I care. He killed my subordinate. I would still slay him regardless. Seeing Li Hanjin's obstinate demeanor, Wang Jinbao felt exasperated. Jiang Yin has connections far beyond a mere baihu. The silver he pillages each year, I have heard, involves a Qianhu from the county who has a stake in it, as well as officials from the county government. Li Shaoqi, you have come from the central authority. If you have any connections, now is the time to use them. Otherwise, should the county hold you accountable, it will be a heavy burden to bear. In response to Wang Jinbao's concern, Li Hanjin's demeanor softened. Well, County Magistrate Wang, please return to rest. I have it under control. With this, Wang Jinbao refrained from further comments and departed from the brocade guard, finally comprehending why Li Hanjin had been relegated to this post. That night, Lu Yuan arrived at Li Hanjin's quarters, bringing with him 2 large chests of silver. My lord, all is here. I have heard the rumors. Should the upper authorities lay blame upon you, simply cast me aside. My future is already forfeit. As long as you ascend, everything will be resolved. Li Hanjin glanced at the silver within the chests. Rest assured, the sky will not fall. Lu Yuan nodded, fully trusting Li Hanjin's assurance. Suddenly, Lu Yuan added, by the way, my lord, I have successfully cultivated the killing techniques you provided, and following last night's events, I have broken through to the 7th stage of martial arts. Li Hanjin was slightly taken aback. To ascend 2 stages was no small feat, indicating Lu Yuan's considerable talent. Very well, continue your training. As for the grudge against the 100 households, pursue your own vengeance. Li Hanjin offered a few words of encouragement. Yes, Lu Yuan replied with a bow before exiting the room. After Lu Yuan's departure, Li Hanjin addressed the system. Dog, exchange for 1,000 taels of silver. Ding conditions for exchange met. Processing your transaction. Exchange successful. Evil value, 1,000. Kill value, 100. Detected an additional 3,000 taels eligible for exchange. Would you like to proceed? No. Allocate all evil values to my cultivation. Ding deducting 100 evil value. Congratulations, host. Your martial cultivation has reached the 2nd stage of Qi refinement. Ding deducting 100 evil value. Congratulations, host. Your martial cultivation has reached the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. Ding deducting 100 evil value. Congratulations, host. Your martial cultivation has reached the 9th stage of Qi refinement. Ding deducting 200 evil value. Insufficient evil value. Automatically opening system template. Name, Li Hanjin. Gender, male. Identity, Li Qian, Grand Tutor, small flag of the Brocade Guard in Qingfeng County. Cultivation method, Cyclone technique, excellent. 0-2000, cultivation level, 9th stage of Qi refinement, 200-500, strengths, handsome in appearance. Talent, not merely useless, but a combat machine among the useless. Evil value, 0, kill value, 100. Li Hanjin exhaled a breath of frustration, quickly familiarizing himself with the newfound power within. At this moment, he could indeed have exchanged the remaining silver, elevating his martial arts to the realm of internal strength. However, he refrained. His esteemed father could offer no assistance at present. If he consumed all the silver now, he would be left lingering in Qingfeng City until his father resolved his matters. What bounty could one hope to reap in Qingfeng City? Merely a few coins by alleviating the burdens of the elderly for a month? Thus, his vision must be long-term. One must not sacrifice future prospects for immediate gain. The following day, at noon, a pigeon flew into the Brocade Guard. Lu Yuan had spent time in the county and recognized the messenger pigeon as a symbol exclusive to the Jinyiwei. He approached and retrieved the scroll, then made his way to Li Hanjing's chamber. My lord, we have received news from the county. Li Hanjing accepted the scroll and began to read. The Qianhu office had notified that they were to report on the recent incident involving the bandit Jiang Yin within 3 days. Prepare yourself. We must hasten our journey to the county within 2 days. He then gestured towards the corner where 2 chests lay, instructing, take these with us as well. Very well. I shall make the necessary preparations. In truth, I find no desire to delve deeply into certain matters, yet such an approach may invite the ire of many readers, possibly leading to their disengagement from the narrative. Thus, clarity is preferable. Furthermore, I have contemplated extensively how to best convey the protagonist's strength, ultimately concluding that expressing it through a data-driven approach is the most straightforward method. I kindly ask the readers to refrain from criticism. Chapter 9 has Huang Chenhu occupied this position for over a decade now? In Yutai County, at the 2nd Division of the Jinyiwei. My lord Wang, you must advocate for my brother. lamented a man whose hair was tinged with gray, his face etched with sorrow. This individual was Jiang Wan, the Baihu of Ziyuan County. The middle-aged man seated in the main position wore a countenance filled with wrath. He never anticipated that a disgraced member of the central authority would exhibit such audacity. Scarcely had he taken office for a few days when he had already embroiled himself in a significant debacle. The local officials had also come to inquire, ostensibly for information, but more so to assign blame. The current Jinyiwei was no longer what it once was. Anyone could find themselves under scrutiny. Initially, a minor flag had committed an inappropriate act, and there were methods to address it. Yet, what troubled him was that this young man had been dispatched from the central authority. Although he had been demoted, there might still be connections at play, as he had received vague counsel from Li Wanhui in the province, who advised him to refrain from asking too many questions. When he inquired about how to handle the situation, Li merely suggested that he act as usual. Seeing that Wang Qianhu remained silent, Jiang Wen began to weep. "My lord, our family is in dire straits. Our lineage is at an end." After uttering this, Jiang produced 3 notes, each worth 1,000 taels of silver. "My lord, given that our lineage is severed and I have no heirs, these savings too will cease to be passed down. It would be more prudent to donate them to the Jinyiwei, so my brothers can live a better life. This would be my final contribution to the Jinyiwei." Wang Qianhu, taken aback, pondered Jiang Baihu's intentions. With a heavy heart, Jiang continued, "With our lineage extinguished, I find it difficult to serve the court any longer. Moreover, I am growing old, and it is time to make way for the younger generation." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianhu stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Wen's shoulder. "Jiang Baihu, you are the backbone of our Yuntai County Jinyiwei. You cannot abandon your post. I assure you, at tomorrow's assembly, I will deliver a satisfactory response, a response grounded in justice." He then discreetly tucked the 3 silver notes into his own robe. Jiang Wan, his voice choked with emotion, exclaimed, "My lord, you are truly a modern-day Bao Qingtian." He feigned a gesture to kneel before Wang Qianhu, who promptly intervened. "As a member of the Jinyiwei, we are sustained by the imperial treasury. It is our duty to uphold the dignity of the court, to never wrong an innocent person, nor let a villain escape justice. Acting with integrity is fundamental. There is no notion of being a hero or a sage. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord," Jiang replied. 2 days later, in Yuntai County, at the 1st Division of the Jinyiwei. "My lord, may I trouble you to announce my arrival? It is Li Hanjing from Qifeng County. I previously informed Lord Huang of my visit." Li Hanjing arrived at the entrance of the 1st Division of the Jinyiwei with Lu Yuan, the young Jinyiwei guard. Taken aback by being addressed as my lord by a mere flag, quickly regained his composure. "You are Lord Li, correct? I shall inform the higher-ups immediately. Please wait a moment." Upon finishing his words, the young Jinyiwei swiftly made his way inside. Li Hanjing smiled to himself, realizing that wherever one may be, a few well-chosen words can facilitate matters. Although the individual before him was merely a regular Jinyiwei, he hailed from the county, and addressing him as Sir would certainly not offend. Such is the nature of bureaucratic circles. Even if one's martial prowess surpasses that of others, one must bow when the occasion calls for it. Of course, once one's strength reaches a certain pinnacle, authority must yield its ground. Before long, the young Jinyiwei emerged with a broad smile. "Lord Li, please," he said, under the guidance of the young Jinyiwei. Li Hanjing and Lu Yuan quickly arrived at the location where the Qianhu conducted official business. Their eyes were met by an elderly gentleman, likely in his 50s, who appeared quite amiable. Having prepared himself beforehand, Li Hanjing approached and cheerfully remarked, "Lord Huang, I have come to report to you in advance regarding the Jiangyan incident." Huang Wenxuan set down his brush and glanced at Li Hanjing, nodding slightly. Quite impressive. Full of vigor," he said briefly before resuming his writing. Engrossed in his own affairs, Li Hanjing could not help but frown. This old fellow was completely ignoring his attempts at conversation. However, he quickly composed himself as Lu Yuan brought forth the confiscated illicit funds to present to Lord Huang. Upon seeing this, Huang Wenxuan's interest was piqued, and he jested. "It seems you are not entirely fearless after all." Li Hanjing replied, "Not at all, merely fulfilling my duties, hence my immediate report to you." Huang Wenxuan appeared unimpressed, stating that since it was a report, there was no rush. They could present it at the conference the following day, along with the 2 boxes of illicit funds. Li Hanjing's smile faded upon hearing this. It seemed the old man had lost some of his avarice with age. Yet, he found himself with no other choice but to seek out Huang Wenxuan. In Yuntai County, There were two Qianhis among the Jinyiwei, Huang Wenxuan and Wang Li. The reason he sought out the older Huang instead of the younger Wang was that Jiang Wen fell under Wang Li's jurisdiction, and approaching him would be nothing short of futile. Thus, Huang Wenxuan was the only option available to Li Hanjing. Understanding that this was a precarious gamble, he had no recourse but to proceed. Remaining in Qifeng County would lead to his demise. Even with a system at his disposal, it could not render him invincible in an instant, and he was not arrogant enough to dismiss others simply because he possessed a system. Unlike the protagonists from the novels of his previous life, who would brazenly flaunt their newfound powers in front of formidable figures without any backing or development, he recognized that in reality, such bravado would lead to swift obliteration. Only with a solid foundation could one fully harness the potential of a system. Since Huang Wenxuan was impervious to persuasion, Li Hanjing felt compelled to rely on his own secondary advantage. With a sigh, he retrieved a gleaming silver token from his pocket and placed it upon Huang Wenxuan's desk. He casually seated himself on a nearby chair and poured a cup of tea from Huang Wenxuan's teapot, sipping it with an air of indifference. I have heard that Huang Qianhu has held his position for nearly a decade. Has there been no intention from above to bestow upon you this esteemed technique, allowing you to advance further? Huang Wenxuan gazed vacantly at the token upon the table, pondering its significance. He then turned the token over to examine it more closely. The Grand Tutor. Suddenly, Huang Wenxuan's hand trembled instinctively as he grasped the token, causing it to clatter back onto the desk. His previously relaxed posture became notably tense. Huang Wenxuan cautiously inquired, "Ahem, who is Li Shaoqi?" Chapter 10. His desire for advancement. Li Hanjing had fully anticipated Huang Wenxuan's reaction. It is essential to acknowledge the vast expanse of the territory of the Crimson Flame Empire, comprising 9 counties and 1 prefecture, 6 prefectures, and 1 state. 3 states within a domain, and the empire itself spanning 4 complete domains. The rank of a captain within the Imperial Guard is merely of the 6th grade, while Li Hanjing holds the prestigious position of a 1st-grade Grand Tutor, a status that a mere captain could scarcely fathom. In fact, the very qualification to meet him is beyond their reach. To put it bluntly, a mere sneeze from his esteemed father could potentially eliminate countless captains. Thus, it is no wonder that Li Hanjing struggles to conceive the terrifying nature of the political strife in which his father is involved. A conflict so formidable that even someone of his father's stature finds it daunting, prompting him to preemptively safeguard his legacy from entanglement. Li Hanjing did not rush to respond to Huang Wenxuan's inquiry. Before revealing the truth, he could maintain the facade of a competent subordinate. Yet once the truth was laid bare, it would render his father, Li Qian, seemingly redundant. Noticing Li Hanjing's reluctance to speak, Huang Wenxuan chose to remain patient, waiting quietly. After leisurely finishing his tea, Li Hanjing finally spoke. "Me? I am merely the least distinguished student under the Grand Tutor, and I feel quite embarrassed to admit that I was sent here as a form of punishment for a minor transgression. Now, faced with this predicament, how could I possibly have the audacity to seek assistance from my esteemed seniors?" Li Hanjing had no intention of disclosing his identity as Li Qian's son, for such a revelation would undoubtedly create considerable commotion. He believed that his father would prefer to keep his son's affairs discreet. This was evident from the moment he departed, as his father had continuously urged him to maintain a low profile, which was, in fact, a means of safeguarding him. However, it seemed that he was destined to disappoint his father. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenxuan grasped much of the situation. Nevertheless, he would not genuinely believe that Li Hanjing's assignment to a remote locale signified abandonment by the influential faction led by the Grand Tutor. It was likely a test of character. After all, that heavy token of authority could not be easily dismissed. If he had indeed been forsaken, would he still possess such a token? Huang Wenxuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, it would be unwise to trouble those in higher positions with such trivial matters, as it could adversely affect our Imperial Guard in Yutai Prefecture. Li Shaoqi must be weary after traveling from Qifeng County to the prefecture. Allow me to arrange accommodations for you. Tomorrow at the assembly, Li Shaoqi need only report the facts accurately. After all, eliminating banditry is a commendable endeavor, and one deserves recognition for their contributions. Understanding the significance of this opportunity, Li Hanjing rose. "Thank you, my lord. I shall take my leave now." As he reached the door, he was suddenly called back. "Hold on, Li Shaoqi. Please take these 2 barrels of refuse from the captain's quarters and dispose of them as well." Li Hanjing paused momentarily. Even if he were to reveal his identity, He had no intention of reclaiming the 3,000 taels of silver. When assigning tasks, regardless of the disparity in status, it is essential to offer incentives. Upon reflection, it seemed that this old fellow was not merely interested in wealth, but rather in wielding power, seeking to align himself with Li Hanjing through this matter. Nonetheless, this situation has its merits. Having a strong backing in Yutai County is certainly advantageous. Since the other party has declined, Li Hanjing does not hesitate to accept the situation. Lu Yuan, please assist Lord Huang by disposing of these 2 barrels of refuse. Lu Yuan, who had been standing at the door, entered with a puzzled expression and lifted the 2 barrels. What does this mean? Has the negotiation fallen through? Once Li Hanjing departed, Huang Wenxuan sipped his tea, a faint smile gracing his lips. It appears fortune is finally turning in my favor. He had occupied his position for far too long, hindered by the absence of support above him, unable to ascend. Those who once stood alongside him have now become his superiors, and he is unwilling to accept this stagnation. He yearns for advancement. Upon reaching his residence, Li Hanjing found his spirits lifted. This trip was not in vain. Not only had he secured a patron, but he had also saved a considerable sum. Dog, convert all of it into evil points, he commanded. Ding exchange successful. Evil points, 3,000. Kill points, 100. All to be cultivated. Deducting 300 evil points. Qi refining 9th stage perfected. Deducting 2,000 evil points to deduce cyclone technique. Deduction successful. Cyclone technique has reached exquisite. Congratulations. Host has broken through to the first stage of internal power. Deducting 700 evil points, 100 kill points. Insufficient points. Automatically opening attribute template. Name, Li Hanjing. Gender, male. Identity, father, Grand Tutor Li Qian, junior officer of the Jinyiwei in Qifeng County. Technique, cyclone technique, exquisite. 20,000, cultivation. First stage of internal power, 800-2000. Advantages, handsome in appearance. Talent, not merely a waste, but a combat-ready waste among wastes. Evil points, 0. Kill points, 0. At this moment, Li Hanjing closed his eyes, feeling the subtle flow of energy around him. Internal power realm, Qi transformation. With the ability to manifest strength, ordinary blades and weapons can no longer inflict harm. With a deep breath, he expelled a wave of internal energy, regaining his composure. This body, merely 20 years of age, has already reached the first stage of internal power, capable of competing with the heirs of the top families in the capital. Host strength has reached the internal power realm. The Mall template has been activated. Li Hanjing opened the interface, revealing 3 main templates available in the current marketplace: techniques, weapons, and martial arts. This is precisely what he requires at present. Although the Jinyiwei's embroidered spring sword appears impressive, it becomes as fragile as rotten wood when faced with a Qi refinement realm warrior. Thus, those Jinyiwei of greater strength regard the embroidered spring sword merely as an ornament and a symbol of status. Moreover, regarding martial arts, it is said that those who have reached the internal power realm typically possess one or several unique martial techniques. Without martial techniques, an internal power practitioner faced with an equally skilled opponent might as well await their demise, for they could be worn down or meet an untimely end without understanding why. This is because internal energy is not inexhaustible. Once depleted, it requires time to replenish. The function of martial techniques is to optimize the internal energy's operation, conserving it, and even producing unexpected effects. Li Hanjing did not pay much attention to the system shop. At present, he possessed neither malevolent nor murderous points, rendering any scrutiny futile. Time, akin to certain men hastily adjusting their trousers, swiftly ushered in the following day. Li Hanjing and Lu Yuan made their way to the 2nd Division of the Jinyiwei. Since Qifeng County fell under the jurisdiction of this division, the assembly was naturally convened there. As Lu Yuan traversed the path, he felt an ominous sense of impending doom, while Li Hanjing ambled along with a leisurely demeanor. Before long, the two arrived at the 2nd Division of the Jinyiwei. Upon entering the conference room and spotting the seats assigned to himself and Lu Yuan, Li Hanjing was struck by the unsettling impression that this meeting resembled a public denunciation rally, which, in essence, it was. Once all the attendees were gathered, Wang Li commenced the introductions one by one. This is the county lieutenant of Yuntai County. This is Jiang Wan, the 100 household of Ziyuan County. And here is Huang Qianhu. Chapter 11. Decisions made before reporting, imperial authority granted. Huang Wenxuan's expression suddenly darkened. Wang Li truly seized every opportunity to suppress him. The fact that he, a mere Qianhu, was introduced after a lowly Baihu was absurd. In the past, he might have let it slide. After all, Wang Li had some connections. It hardly seemed worth the trouble to sever ties over such a trivial matter. However, times had changed, and it appeared everyone had their own backing. All right. Now that everyone is present, I would like to interrupt, Huang Wenxuan interjected, halting Wang Li. Wang Li, puzzled, replied, "Please proceed, Qianhu Huang." Huang pointedly gestured toward Zhang Yunfei, the county lieutenant of Yuntai County. "Qianhu, why is there a government official present at the internal meeting of the Jinyiwei?" Everyone in attendance was taken aback, not anticipating such a question from Huang Wenxuan. Yet, since he had posed it, Wang Li was compelled to respond. Lieutenant Zhang is merely here to observe. Observe? All meetings of the Jinyiwei are classified, with only superior authorities allowed to attend. When did government officials gain the privilege of attendance? When the Jinyiwei was established. His Majesty explicitly stated that the Jinyiwei reports directly to him, remaining independent of any other agency. It is strictly forbidden for local Jinyiwei to collaborate with any organizations without permission. So, does this mean that the decrees set forth by His Majesty are now rendered void in your hands, Qianhu Wang? Huang Wenxuan articulated calmly, yet delivered the sharpest of criticisms in the most serene tone. Following Huang's remarks, an uneasy silence enveloped the room, leaving Wang Li speechless. He dared not refute Huang's assertions, especially when invoking the authority of the emperor. To contradict him would lead to dire consequences. Yet, he felt trapped, as he had summoned Zhang Yunfei himself. Ahem, Qianhu Wang, I have matters to attend to at the office, so I will take my leave now. Zhang Yunfei, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, hastily sought an excuse to exit. Oh, very well, Lieutenant Zhang, safe travels. Wang Li regained his composure. Once Zhang Yunfei departed, Wang Li hesitantly asked, Qianhu Huang, can we commence now? His earlier bravado had dissipated. Huang Wenxuan nodded. Yes, let us begin. Wang Li, not dwelling on Huang's unusual demeanor today, recognized the urgency of addressing the matter at hand. Very well, Li Hanjing of the Jinyiwei in Qifeng County. Please honestly disclose your concerns, Wang Li asserted, delineating the nature of the issue. As Li Hanjing prepared to object, Huang Wenxuan interjected once more. Qianhu, choose your words carefully. Li Xiaoqi has contributed positively, addressing local banditry. How has he suddenly transformed into a criminal in your eyes? He offered Li Hanjing a reassuring glance. Li Hanjing felt an uncanny sense of camaraderie, reminiscent of encountering a formidable ally during a gaming session in a past life. Rest assured and take your seat. I shall guide us through. If Wang Li remains oblivious to the reason behind Huang Wenxuan's sudden and aggressive stance today, then he must surely be a fool. This is a clear attempt to protect Li Hanjing, though it remains a mystery what benefits Li Hanjing has promised this old man to provoke such an open challenge. Even disregarding the county government officials. In the realm of power, two tigers cannot coexist unless they are of opposite genders. Establishing 2,000 households within a single county serves to create a balance of power. Earlier, I conceded to the old rogue's words due to my lack of justification. But now Wang Li has no intention of enduring this any longer. Huang Qianhu, the Jinyiwei of Qifeng County falls under my jurisdiction. And I possess the most authority regarding whether Li Hanjing is a hero or a villain. Huang Wenxuan chuckled. Oh, then please enlighten me, Wang Qianhu. What crimes has Li Xiaoqi committed? As a fellow 1,000 household of the station Jinyiwei, I believe I possess some authority to inquire. Humph. Very well, I shall inform you. Acting independently and resorting to violence without reporting to the superior Jinyiwei demonstrates a complete lack of organizational discipline, rendering the efforts of the higher 1,000 households over the years utterly futile. To speak frankly, we had already documented the bandit activities of Jiang Yan's gang in our second household, yet we were investigating a larger fish behind the scenes, preparing to uproot the entire operation. Now, with the deaths incurred, our leads have vanished. Huang Wenxuan had underestimated Wang Li's audacity. A larger fish? Are you referring to yourself? In this shared territory, who is unaware of your affairs? Huang Wenxuan calmly sipped his tea. Wang Qianhu, let us set aside the veracity of your second household's plans and discuss the matter of Li Xiaoqi's independent actions. Wang Li scoffed, huh? Huang Qianhu, even if you were to shout it from the rooftops, my second household has certainly not received any prior action report from Li Hanjing. Suddenly, Huang Wenxuan slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone present. Wang Li, Have you lost your senses mingling with those bureaucrats? What are all these formal procedures? Do you not know the nature of our Jinyiwei? Allow me to impart 8 words to you. Act first, report later. A privilege granted by imperial power. Faced with Huang Wenxuan's sudden and fierce demeanor, Wang Li felt a pang of intimidation. Huang Wenxuan seized the moment, had it been during my youth. Even if we were of equal rank, if you dared consort with those from the county office, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. This declaration rendered even Wang Li silent. Indeed, in the past, the Jinyiwei never needed to seek approval from others. Officials could be taken away as easily as one would a dog. Yet, times have changed. The Jinyiwei now faces a talent shortage. And both political strength and military power are in a steep decline. Sensing the shift in dynamics, Jiang Wan, who had remained silent until now, hastily interjected, "My Lord Wang." This call snapped Wang Li back to reality, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief as he cautiously regarded Huang Wenxuan. After years of collaboration, Wang Li had long viewed Huang Wenxuan as merely an old man biding his time until retirement. Now he finally comprehended that experience is indeed a formidable weapon. Just moments ago, Huang Wenxuan unexpectedly employed a coercive interrogation technique against himself, and astonishingly, he failed to react. Such skills are commonplace among the venerable members of the Jinyiwei, as their immense power during that era relied heavily on instilling fear during investigations. Wang Li let out a bitter laugh. Since the commencement of the assembly, he had been led by the nose by the opposing party. It appears that today, resolving matters with Li Hanjing is beyond reach. Perhaps the theme of today's conference should be altered to discuss how to reward Li Shaoqi for his contributions. Huang Wenxuan retracted his earlier imposing demeanor, once again adopting a more amiable disposition. Even Li Hanjing had not anticipated such a shift in circumstances. It was surprising how Huang Wenxuan, with just a few words, could transform the nature of the discussion. He's undoubtedly a talent, albeit one skilled in negotiation, possessing clear and logical reasoning. If he had a substantial background, even if his martial prowess were lacking, his achievements would not have allowed him to remain in the position of 1,000 households for so long. Chapter 12. The Challenge of Rising from Humble Origins. Huang Qianhu, I believe we should heed your counsel and refrain from punishing Li Hanjing. However, he has indeed disrupted our plans at the second institution. Thus, let us weigh his merits against his faults and forego any rewards. Upon hearing that not only would Li Hanjing evade punishment, but potentially receive a reward instead, Wang Li swiftly objected. The individual he had intended to discipline was now being considered for commendation. How could he maintain his authority to command troops if such news spread? Moreover, he had gathered intelligence indicating that Jiang Wan had influence within the government. Otherwise, Zhang Yunfei would not have come to support even the most minor of bandits today. Listening to Wang Li's renewed opposition, Huang Wenxuan sighed softly. Alas, Wang Qianhu, it seems our discussion is leading us nowhere. Let us refer to the regulations of the Jinyiwei. If I recall correctly, Article 78953 states that if a county-level Jinyiwei Qianhu cannot reach a consensus on a matter, it may be escalated to the state-level Jinyiwei, which will dispatch envoys to investigate and make a determination. Wang Li's lip curled in frustration. You are quoting regulations as if this were a trivial matter. Must we report such a minor issue to the state-level Jinyiwei? What will they think of me, that I lack the capability to resolve even this? How can I expect a rise in rank? Huang Wenxuan, being of advanced age, likely had little concern for promotions, but Wang Li had only just turned 40. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Li reached a decision. Upon reflection, Huang Qianhu, I concede that you are correct. We cannot demote a meritorious individual due to indirect losses, as this would adversely affect the morale of those beneath us. Thus, I propose we promote Li Shaoqi to the position of chief standard bearer. What say you, Huang Qianhu? Seated nearby, Jiang Wan's complexion turned the color of liver. What did this mean? He had invested a substantial portion of his wealth into this endeavor, only to find that not only had the mission failed, but the opposing party was being rewarded. If it were within his power, he would have liked nothing more than to slap Wang Li across the face for such incompetence. Seemingly aware of Jiang Wan's displeasure, Wang Li added, according to the jurisdictional regulations, Li Shaoqi falls under my domain. Therefore, I hold the primary say in his placement. Let us assign him as chief standard bearer in Ziyuan County. Jiang Wan's expression immediately brightened. While Li Hanjing would not face immediate consequences, the assignment placed him firmly in Jiang Wan's control, making it all too easy to deal with him later. Huang Wenxuan furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Li Hanjing. Understanding the silent communication from Huang Wenxuan, Li Hanjing recognized that if he were unwilling, there were methods to counter him. Yet, This arrangement aligned perfectly with his own aspirations for advancement. Being placed under Huang Wenxuan's jurisdiction would mean a more stable path, although with Huang Wenxuan overseeing him, his ascent would be limited to the rank of Baihu. In contrast, under Wang Li's command, he would have greater latitude, even if matters escalated. The embarrassment would fall squarely on Wang Li. Throughout history, has any individual in a high position achieved stability and security in their youth? Were they not all embroiled in turmoil on their way up? Moreover, he had the assistance of a system to support his rise. In a previous life, I was overly cautious within the system, and only upon reflection did I realize that time had slipped away, leaving me too late to act. Li Hanjing then nodded towards Huang Wenxuan. Huang Wenxuan, comprehending the unspoken understanding, refrained from saying more. Very well, let us proceed according to Wang Qianhu's intentions. Wang Li finally exhaled in relief, genuinely fearing that Huang Wenxuan might produce some regulations or principles to criticize him. Not only had a constructive critique meeting transformed into a promotion discussion, but he had also faced harsh criticism from peers of equal rank. Who could endure such a fate? As for whether Li Hanjing's capabilities matched the standards of a general, no one seemed to care. In such minor positions, a little connection sufficed to bypass any scrutiny. Only when ascending from 100 households to 1,000 must one meet stringent criteria. Even with commendable achievements, a lack of inner strength would still leave one stagnant, awaiting the right moment for advancement. With matters settled, the meeting concluded swiftly. Throughout the proceedings, Li Hanjing had virtually secured victory with ease. After the meeting, Huang Wenxuan, Li Hanjing, and Lu Yuan strolled along the street, engaging in conversation. I must express my gratitude to you, Lord Huang, for your unwavering support today. Not only was I spared punishment, but my subordinate was also promoted, Li Hanjing remarked. Huang Wenxuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It is but a trivial matter. However, do exercise caution upon your arrival in Ziyuan County. I have heard that Jiangwen employs rather unscrupulous methods. Thank you for your concern, Lord Huang. I shall remain vigilant." Li Hanjing replied. After walking for a while, he suddenly noticed Lu Yuan's troubled demeanor and immediately grasped the situation. He spoke again, "Lord Huang, there is one more matter I would like to request your assistance with." Huang Wenxuan smiled. "Speak freely. I shall do my utmost within my capacity." Li Hanjing gestured towards Lu Yuan. "This is my deputy, who has also contributed to the recent bandit suppression. I wonder if you could facilitate his transfer to Ziyuan County, promotion or not. I would be grateful for any help. If it poses an inconvenience, I completely understand. I thought it might be something significant. This is a mere trifle. I shall discuss it with Wang Qianhu when the time comes," Huang Wenxuan agreed. Although they had just engaged in a heated debate, in the realm of politics, one must always be willing to concede a little for necessary matters to proceed. Li Hanjing understood that this request might place Huang Wenxuan in a difficult position, and he silently vowed to repay this kindness in the future. After all, no one can continually give without reciprocation. A mutual exchange is essential to forge reliable friendships. The day was still young, and after conversing a little longer, Li Hanjing and Huang Wenxuan accompanied Lu Yuan back to Qingfen County. It was not until Li Hanjing had exited the city that Huang Wenxuan mentioned nothing further regarding his requests. He understood that expecting political resources for such a trivial matter was utterly unrealistic. It would simply mean that he would be called upon more frequently in the future. Moreover, Huang Wenxuan's own capabilities remained a significant limitation, as he was stuck at the 9th stage of inner strength. Hailing from humble beginnings, he had painstakingly cultivated his skills on his own. The acquisition of rare techniques was exceedingly challenging, and he felt a profound sense of frustration. Having been hindered at this level for nearly 8 years due to the inadequacies of his training methods. Do not be deceived by Wang Li's current lack of experience. In a few years, others may find themselves under his command. Wang Li is favored by those above him. And when his martial prowess reaches the 9th level of internal strength, he shall receive advanced techniques from his superiors. After a few years of diligent cultivation, he will naturally ascend to greatness. Meanwhile, as I grow older, those in power are unlikely to invest their hopes in me, leaving me with no choice but to take a gamble. I perceive Li Hanjing as my opportunity, my benefactor, which explains my willingness to exert such considerable effort today. It is also a matter of necessity. Throughout history, countless individuals have faltered in their pursuit of martial arts. The path from humble origins to greatness is fraught with challenges. Chapter 13. How do you prove you are Li Hanjing? In Qingfen County, Li Hanjing returned to the Jinyiwei guard and swiftly tidied his belongings. preparing to embark on his new assignment in Ziyuan County. It wasn't long before he had packed his luggage, as he had only spent a few days there and therefore possessed little. Upon exiting, he discovered that Lu Yuan had been waiting for him at the door, which elevated his impression of Lu Yuan. There is a saying that one should never keep their superior waiting. The other members of the Jinyiwei Guard looked upon Lu Yuan with envy, lamenting how he had managed to be the first to earn the favor of the official, having only mingled for a few days and was now whisked away from this desolate place. Had they known, they would have endeavored to curry favor with the official as well. Yet, hindsight is always clearer. They had previously dismissed Lu Yuan as merely a demoted minor officer. Furthermore, Lu Yuan's abilities had already reached the level of a minor officer. Who else could he have taken with him? As Li Hanjing departed, he paid no heed to the other guards, as there was little to discuss, and some of them he could barely recall by name. Naturally, there was no poignant farewell scene of a superior being sent off by tearful subordinates. Before leaving, Li Hanjing felt it prudent to pay a visit to the county office to greet Wang Jinbao. After all, the latter had been gracious since his arrival, even during times of trouble, so it was only courteous to inform him of his departure. At the county office, Li Hanjing, accompanied by Lu Yuan, entered and found Wang Jinbao. Upon seeing both return safely, Wang Jinbao was somewhat incredulous. It was known that the previous minor officer had met an untimely demise due to youthful impulsiveness while handling a similar matter. Yet, Li Hanjing had emerged unscathed, indicating his connections above. No wonder he dared to take such risks. Indeed, Li Hanjing was a promising young talent capable of resolving such issues. Wang Jinbao smiled and prepared to serve tea to the two, but Li Hanjing interjected, "County Magistrate Wang, there is no need for tea. I am being transferred and must depart shortly. I merely wish to extend my greetings." Wang Jinbao paused in his actions, curious about Li Hanjing's new assignment. "Oh, to Ziyuan County, as the chief officer. A promotion, I presume?" Li Hanjing replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinbao's expression faltered. "My dear minor officer, your prospects there may be precarious. The head of the 100 households there, Jiang Wan, is none other than the brother of Jiang Yan. If it proves too daunting, perhaps you could speak to your superiors. Even if you do not receive a promotion, it would be better than facing such a situation." Li Hanjing nodded. One must confront obstacles as they arise, surely. They wouldn't dare to harm me openly, would they? He chuckled lightly. Noticing Li Hanjing's nonchalant demeanor, Wang Jinbao continued to press his concerns. "My dear minor officer, Jiang Wan has held his post in Ziyuan County for 20 years, and I suspect the entire 100 households are filled with his loyalists, a veritable local tyrant. I understand you have connections above, but there is a saying, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Even a strong dragon cannot intimidate a local snake." Observing Wang Jinbao's fervent discourse, Li Hanjing began to comprehend the reason for Qifeng County's tranquility despite its poverty. Such a person could forge amicable relations with anyone, yet was ill-suited for the intrigues of the officialdom. Once Wang Jinbao concluded his remarks, Li Hanjing finally spoke. "County Magistrate Wang, I am well aware of the situation. It is getting late. We must be on our way." Wang Jinbao realized he could not dissuade Li Hanjing and rose to his feet. "Very well. Allow me to see you off." 3 days later, in Ziyuan County, Li Hanjing took a cursory glance at the scale of the county, estimating it to be roughly equivalent to 30 Qifeng counties. Even on non-market days, the streets bustled with life, shops lined the thoroughfare, and the occasional constable patrolled the area. It was undoubtedly far more prosperous than Qifeng County, though it paled in comparison to the capital. "Let us proceed to the 100 household office to report in. When you meet Jiang Wan, remember to exercise restraint," Li Hanjing advised. Lu Yuan responded in a low voice, "Yes, my lord." Perhaps due to his cultivation of the kill and punish canon, Lu Yuan exuded a subtle yet palpable aura of menace, quite fitting for the imposing presence of the elite Jinyiwei. As they approached the entrance of the 100 household office, they were halted by 2 Jinyiwei guards. "Brothers, you appear unfamiliar. Present your identity tokens for inspection," one of the guards commanded. Li Hanjing paid little mind, recognizing this as standard procedure, and produced his transfer document. "I am the newly appointed flag officer, Li Hanjing, here to report." Lu Yuan likewise presented his transfer notice, Jinyiwei Lu Yuan, reporting for duty today. Though Lu Yuan had been reassigned, he remained an ordinary Jinyiwei, a lateral transfer being the best possible outcome, considering Ziyuan County was under Wang Li's jurisdiction. Upon hearing Li Hanjing's name, the 2 guards exchanged glances. One of them, with a hostile tone, asked, "Can you prove that you are indeed Li Hanjing and Lu Yuan?" At this, Li Hanjing's expression hardened. Prove that I am who I am. How quintessentially absurd. It was clear that Jiang Wen sought to assert his authority over him. Li Hanjing found the thought of dealing with such petty underlings tiresome. Lu Yuan. Show these gentlemen your credentials. Before Li Hanjing could finish his sentence, Lu Yuan unleashed a powerful kick that sent one of the Jinyiwei guards flying 2 meters away. The guard landed with a thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yuan then strode forward, drawing his embroidered spring blade and pressing it against the guard's throat. Remember this, my name is Lu Yuan, and this is Master Li Hanjing. Turning to the other guard, who trembled in fear, Lu Yuan stated, I know you recognize me as Lu Yuan, and this esteemed gentleman is Master Li Hanjing. Only then did Lu Yuan sheath his blade and take his place silently behind Li Hanjing. Li Hanjing reproached Lu Yuan, you, of all people. I instructed you to verify our identities, and this is how you went about it? Next time, speak properly. With such a ruckus, it was inevitable that everyone in the 100 household office noticed the commotion. Upon witnessing their comrade being accosted by unfamiliar Jinyiwei, they quickly gathered around. Brother, which gang are you with? How dare you come to our Ziyuan County and act so brazenly? Li Hanjing lifted the fallen Jinyiwei as if he were a lifeless dog. His internal energy gradually emanated, pressing down upon the Jinyiwei. With a sardonic smile, he pointed at Lu Yuan and inquired, Did he just strike you? At that moment, the Jinyiwei, nearly suffocating under the weight of the internal force, seemed to feel that a single misstep in his words would lead to his demise. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to stammer, and no, it wasn't them. I fell by myself. Chapter 14. Jiang Wen's desperate measures upon receiving the answer. Li Hanjing unceremoniously hurled it to the ground. See, he himself admitted it. We did not strike him, he fell by his own accord. I advise you not to cast false accusations. Witnessing the gathering of their comrades, grew increasingly enraged at the audacity of their adversary, while simultaneously feeling ashamed of the cowardice displayed by their fellow. As the situation seemed to reach an impasse, Jiang Wen, who had been biding his time to witness Li Hanjing's humiliation, finally stepped forward. What is all this commotion? Disperse at once. He suddenly feigned a realization of Li Hanjing's presence. Ah, it is our esteemed Captain Li. How fortuitous. Let us convene a meeting, all captains. Please gather for a discussion regarding this month's specific duties. Jiang Wen was utterly indifferent to the recent incident involving Lu Yuan's assault. His sole intention was to vex Li Hanjing. Having failed in that endeavor, he was unperturbed. He possessed numerous schemes to undermine Li Hanjing, albeit discreetly. Upon Jiang Wen's command, they begrudgingly withdrew, while Li Hanjing, seemingly unfazed, followed Jiang Wen into the meeting room. Shortly thereafter, several individuals entered the chamber. Li Hanjing counted. There were a total of 9 captains present. The standard complement for a captain in the Qian Empire was 50 men. Thus, with 9 individuals alongside himself, Jiang Wen commanded approximately 500 personnel. A seasoned bureaucrat, Jiang Wen maintained a genial demeanor even in the presence of his brother's killer. Warmly introducing Li Hanjing to the assembly, let us extend a warm welcome to our new captain, Li Hanjing, a veritable hero in the campaign against banditry. Jiang Wen emphasized the term campaign against banditry with deliberate weight. Following Jiang Wen's announcement, the other 9 captains remained silent. Who would dare to genuinely applaud in such a situation? Despite the lack of enthusiasm, Li Hanjing remained composed, rising to greet his colleagues. Greetings, esteemed colleagues. It is an honor to work alongside you. I must clarify that Lord Baihu has exaggerated my merits. I am no hero against banditry. Those ruffians led by Jiang Yin hardly qualify as such. They are merely common street thugs. I am confident that any one of you could effortlessly subdue them. With that, Li Hanjing offered an intentional nod and smiled towards Jiang Wen. He noticed that although Jiang Wen maintained his facade of joviality, the tension in his temples betrayed a murderous intent. Li Hanjing internally chuckled. The old fox still wished to exert his authority over him. Jiang Wen took considerable time to regain his composure before steering the conversation back on track. Very well. Let us proceed to the matter at hand and allocate the tasks for this month. The first captain will oversee the routine patrols for the month. The second captain will manage the case files at the Baihu office. The third captain will be responsible for the daily duties at the Baihu office. The 9th captain will handle the logistical operations at the Baihu office. The 10th general flag. At this juncture, Jiang Wen paused, asking, Hanjing, do you not suggest the organization lighten your burden? Li Hanjing had long anticipated this situation and felt no surprise. As the newly appointed general flag, It was indeed an honor for the esteemed Lord Baihu to entrust me with such significant responsibilities. You need only to impose your expectations upon me, my lord. Jiang Wen nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Recently, there have been reports from the populace about the emergence of the moon worship cult in our Ziyuan County. Please verify this matter. As members of the Jinyiwei, it is our duty to oversee the circumstances across the realm for His Majesty. Such a nefarious cult as the moon worship cult must be eradicated at its roots. Upon hearing the mention of the cult, the atmosphere grew tense. Fear etched on every face present. Even Li Hanjing could not shake the feeling that this old rascal was truly devious, assigning him a general flag to investigate the moon worship cult. He had contemplated various challenges, yet he never anticipated Jiang Wen would throw down such a formidable gauntlet right from the outset. Seemingly wishing for mutual destruction, Li Hanjing possessed a general understanding of the moon worship cult. During his time in the capital, while perusing the historical accounts of the Crimson Flame Empire, he encountered an entire chapter dedicated to the cult's description, which illustrated its terrifying nature. The moon worship cult had been classified as a heretical organization, once wielding significant influence throughout the Crimson Flame Empire, its insidious ideology affecting 2 entire realms. As the situation spiraled out of control, the Imperial Center, gritting its teeth, poured vast financial resources into the effort. While the once mighty Jinyiwei dedicated themselves solely to the eradication of the moon worship cult, the cult boasted numerous formidable practitioners, and even at the height of their prowess, the Jinyiwei found themselves struggling to contend with them. After years of intense conflict, they finally managed to dismantle the cult to a considerable extent. However, the cost was steep. Countless Jinyiwei lost their lives, and a significant portion of their elite perished, leading to a decline in overall strength by 60%. This decline was the fundamental reason for the Jinyiwei's gradual fall from grace. Now, they found themselves with subordinates incapable of action and superiors who could not voice their concerns. Observing the heavy expression on Li Hanjing's face, Jiang Wen felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He was acutely aware of the paramount importance of the moon worship cult to the empire. Yet, as the cult had been absent for so many years, with only whispers of their existence trickling from below, if Li Hanjing were to yield no progress after a month, he could report to the county regarding Li Hanjing's failure to apprehend the remnants of the cult. Wang Li's machinations could escalate this situation significantly. Although he was Li Hanjing's direct superior and would face repercussions, his age rendered him indifferent to advancement. Retreating would simply be a retreat. However, Li Hanjing could face a grim fate, potentially languishing in a dark prison. Moreover, even if the cult truly had resurfaced as a general flag, encountering those desperate renegades would spell certain doom. In that event, he could still report the intelligence on the cult, securing himself a significant achievement. By then, who would concern themselves with the life or death of a mere general flag? Seeing Li Hanjing remain silent for an extended period, Jiang Wen inquired, "What troubles you? Is there something you find difficult? I am aware of the sensitive nature of this matter. If you encounter any obstacles, do not hesitate to inform the office, and we shall do our utmost to assist you." He chuckled, recognizing that there was no escaping the situation he found himself in. Li Hanjing replied, "No, it is all for the sake of His Majesty. What difficulties could possibly arise? I shall shoulder this burden." Jiang Wen cautioned, "Before the facts are confirmed, none of you present are to utter a word to the outside world, lest we incite unnecessary panic. If the higher-ups hold us accountable, we may find ourselves branded as instigators of public unrest, and none of us will emerge unscathed." Jiang Wen seemed to employ this tactic to intimidate Li Hanjing into silence. Considering that the latter was still quite young and likely lacked experience in the political arena. Chapter 15. The revenue situation of the 10th General Flag after the conclusion of the meeting. Li Hanjing did not linger at the 100 House Station but proceeded with Lu Yuan towards the street designated for his 10th flag. Given the expansive nature of Ziyuan County, the 10 general flags of the Jinyiwei each have their own station streets, facilitating efficient administration. This arrangement allows for accountability in the event of any issues arising on those streets, and ensures a rapid response should emergencies occur. At the 10th General Flag of Ziyuan County, news arrived from the 100 House Station. Our newly appointed General Flag has arrived, and I suspect he is on his way to us now. I doubt he will remain here for long, as it is said he was involved in the death of Chief Zhang's younger brother. A somewhat portly Jinyiwei suddenly stepped forward and proclaimed, "Listen well, everyone. The esteemed Lord has instructed us to maintain a faade. We must not allow anyone to catch us at a disadvantage. As for our actual efforts, Let us work without exertion. Do you all understand? The crowd responded in unison. Yes, my lord. Very well, let us proceed to welcome him. Li Hanjing halted before the entrance of the general flag, where a group of Jinyiwei clad in elegant attire stood in unison. Their demeanor and spirit were indeed markedly different from those of the Jinyiwei in Qing County. Upon noticing Li Hanjing's arrival, the portly Jinyiwei hurriedly approached, bowing deeply. You must be lordly, am I correct? Since the other party had made a commendable effort to present themselves properly. Li Hanjing felt it prudent to reciprocate with a congenial demeanor, for in the realm of officialdom, appearances often dictate interactions. With a faint smile, he nodded, yes, that would be me. Seeing this, the portly Jinyiwei's smile broadened. Ah, my lord, we have eagerly awaited your arrival at the 10th General Flag of Ziyuan County. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Wang, the leader of the first small flag and currently serving as the acting General Flag. You cannot imagine the anxiety I have endured daily. Li Hanjing, puzzled, inquired, Oh, and why is that? Zhao Wang replied, I am acutely aware that my abilities are wholly inadequate for the role of General Flag. I constantly worry that some calamity will occur under my watch. However, with your arrival, my concerns have been alleviated. Li Hanjing could not help but admire Zhao Wang's skill and flattery. Yet, he remained cautious not to be swayed by such compliments. After all, this was Jianwen's domain, and one could never be too careful. Even when stepping outside for a brief moment. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Hanjing followed Zhao Wang and others into the administrative hall. Once everyone was seated, Li Hanjing cleared his throat and stated, As I am new here, I shall refrain from using formalities. I am not yet acquainted with certain matters regarding our flag. Zhao, please enlighten me. Zhao Wang nodded, Certainly, my lord. Our general flag comprises 52 Jinyiwei and 3 small flags. The street under the jurisdiction of our 10th General Flag is called Hojie, which hosts numerous shops. Noticing Zhao Wang's lengthy exposition, Li Hanjing promptly interrupted, Please, just tell me the additional monthly revenue of our 10th flag. Zhao Wang was momentarily taken aback by Li Hanjing's direct inquiry, as it was rather inappropriate to broach such a sensitive subject so bluntly. Observing Zhao Wang's hesitation, Li Hanjing reiterated, Zhao Xiaoqi, respond to my question. It would be prudent not to feign ignorance, for if I uncover the truth myself, it may not end well for you. Zhao Wang sighed, pondering the lack of decorum exhibited by this young official from the central authority, which perhaps explained the unfortunate fate of Jiang Baihu's brother. Initiating an investigation into such matters right away jeopardized the livelihoods of his subordinates, inevitably inciting widespread discontent. Moreover, the practice of the Jinyiwei collecting protection fees in various streets was tacitly accepted by the higher-ups. Zhao Wang recognized that should Li Hanjing pursue this investigation, it would be futile to conceal the truth, and thus he reluctantly stated, the total protection fees across the streets amount to over 1,500 taels each month. Li Hanjing, maintaining a stoic demeanor, declared, Very well, we shall conclude today's meeting here. Tomorrow, the 3 of you will accompany me to the streets to ascertain the specifics. Upon hearing this, the entire Jinyiwei cast resentful glances towards Li Hanjing, clearly displeased at the prospect of an inquiry into their additional income. Later that night at Baihu's office, Zhao Wang remarked, Sir, Li Hanjing has come straight to the point regarding our collection of protection fees. I suspect he intends to make an issue of it. Jiang scoffed in response, Do they think the central Jinyiwei are mere fools? To bring such a matter to light would offend the entire officialdom of Yuntai Prefecture. Even his patron, Huang Wenxuan, would not dare claim he has never taken a single tael of silver. He added, Let him investigate. You must cooperate with him. I had hoped to wait a while longer before dealing with him, but it seems he is leaping into the fire himself. Zhao Wang bowed respectfully, Yes, sir. Sir. Zhao Wang has entered Baihu's office, Lu Yuan coldly remarked. Li Hanjing sharpened his embroidered spring knife, contemplating the need to refresh the leadership of the Jinyiwei. Lu Yuan's ire surged at this notion, Then I shall eliminate them one by one. Li Hanjing regarded Lu Yuan with a peculiar expression, noting how the killing techniques had fundamentally altered his temperament. This transformation was not entirely unexpected, as the nature of such martial arts could profoundly influence an individual's character and approach to life. Techniques as aggressive as the killing techniques could lead to rapid advancement, but also risk one losing oneself to madness if not carefully managed. Calm yourself for now. It is not yet time for bloodshed, Li Hanjing instructed. Yes, sir. Lu Yuan prepared to withdraw. Li Hanjing cautioned further. Remember, the killing techniques are rife with lethal intent. Maintain clarity of mind, lest you be overtaken by your thirst for blood. Yes, sir. Lu Yuan departed. Once Lu Yuan had left, Li Hanjing took out paper and ink, beginning to draft correspondence regarding the Baiwei sect, intending to confer with Huang Wenquan. This way, even if Jiang Wen attempted to use the situation against him, he would not find himself in a position of vulnerability. The following morning, Li Hanjing set out with the 3 subordinate flags of the Jinyiwei and Lu Yuan along the streets of Hojia. Today, Zhao Wang appeared far less troubled by Li Hanjing's inquiry into their additional income. Instead, he was quite cooperative, pointing out a particular shop. My dear sir, behold. The proprietor of this Mandarin robe shop is a woman who, it is said, lost her parents at a tender age. She has endured a solitary existence, tirelessly managing this establishment. The garments here are crafted solely by her hands, day and night. Our imperial guards demand a monthly tribute of 5 taels of silver from her, which constitutes a substantial portion of her income. Zhao Wang divulged every detail regarding this shop, even recounting the tragic lineage of its owner, all in an effort to stoke the flames of indignation. Just consider that we extract such a hefty sum from a woman enduring such hardship. Surely, the youth must be brimming with a sense of justice. Investigate us, penalize us, elevate this matter to higher authorities. Chapter 16. You urge the young ladies to strive harder. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing displayed no outward reaction, merely stating with calm composure, "Shall we proceed inside to take a look?" Zhao Wang felt a surge of joy within. Could it be the tranquility preceding an explosion? After you, my lord. Upon entering the tailor shop, Li Hanjing observed that there were no extravagant garments, only clothes fashioned from simple fabrics. Creak, creak. He turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. It was a young woman, modestly dressed yet overall tidy, or perhaps she could be regarded merely as a girl, seemingly around the age of 15 or 16. With fair skin and a pair of bright eyes intently focused on her work, exuding an air of delicate grace. Hushuan, our newly appointed chief flag officer, has arrived. Do not delay in welcoming him. Zhao Wang suddenly shouted with arrogance. Judging by Zhao Wang's familiarity with such antics, it was evident that he often behaved in this manner. Although the Imperial Guard had fallen into obscurity at court, they remained a formidable presence in the eyes of the common folk. The girl named Hushuan was evidently taken aback, dropping her needle and thread to the ground. Upon looking up, she was met with the gaze of 5 towering figures clad in black, prompting her to hurriedly approach them. And my lords, has the fee for this month not already been settled? Is there something else I can assist you with? She stammered, her voice laced with fear. Just because you paid does not mean you are exempt from our visits. What if I were to dismantle your shop? Zhao Wang threatened with menace. Li Hanjing quickly intervened, sternly reprimanding. Zhao, you serve the emperor. Is this how you treat his subjects? After being chastised by Li Hanjing, Zhao Wang awkwardly retreated to the side. Having grown accustomed to his previous behavior, forgetting that the new chief flag officer was a passionate youth. Once Zhao Wang had been reprimanded, Li Hanjing adopted a gentle demeanor and asked softly, "My dear, how many hours do you work each day?" Faced with the kind and handsome figure before her, the girl's earlier tension dissipated, and she replied honestly, "My lord, I work approximately 7 hours a day." Li Hanjing inquired further, "And how much do you earn in a month?" The girl pondered briefly, calculating with her fingers. "My lord, given the volume of customers here, I earn about 8 taels of silver each month." Li Hanjing nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Young people should toil more. Enduring hardship in youth allows for less suffering in old age." Though the girl did not fully grasp the meaning behind Li Hanjing's words, she replied, "Indeed, my lord." Even at her tender age, having relied on herself since childhood, she understood the wisdom in seeking to appease those in power and chose to agree rather than contradict, knowing it would be herself who would bear the consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hanjing proposed, "From now on, you shall extend your working hours by 2 more, and the monthly fee shall increase by an additional 2 taels, as a means to cultivate your resilience." A profound silence enveloped the room, with every breath echoing distinctly. Zhao Wang and the other 2 young guards nearly lost their footing and fell to the ground, while only Lu Yuan appeared relatively composed, as if the situation did not concern him at all. The girl swallowed hard, her bright eyes gazing at Li Hanjing in confusion. "Sir, this. Li Hanjing wore a puzzled expression. "What is it? Can the young lady not endure hardship?" Suddenly, Lu Yuan approached with a fierce demeanor. The girl quickly regained her composure, shaking her head vigorously, her voice laced with a sense of grievance. "Sir, I can endure hardship. I truly can. Indeed, it is always beneficial to embrace a bit of hardship," Li Hanjing remarked as he turned and strode down the street. Let us proceed to the next establishment. Ensure the accounts are meticulously recorded. I want the silver amount to match the records next month. The three young guards followed him, slightly dazed. Zhao Wang, however, felt a chill run down his spine. Wasn't this supposed to be about righteous fervor? What is happening? As they made their way to the next shop, Li Hanjing unexpectedly encountered an elderly gentleman selling handmade toys. He turned to Zhao Wang beside him and asked, "How much do you collect from him each month?" "Sir, we collect 2 taels," Zhao Wang replied. Li Hanjing observed the old man as he crafted and called out to potential customers. "Go and tell him to make a few more each day. We shall add an extra tael to the monthly fee." With that, Li Hanjing continued forward without looking back. Zhao Wang regarded the old man by the roadside, a few words surfacing in his mind. Living Yama. After a morning's work, Li Hanjing finally devised a reasonable plan for the monthly fees the Thicker Street Jinyiwei would collect. He had nearly visited all the shops in Thicker Street by midday. Zhao Wang, at some point, had acquired a piece of paper densely filled with numbers. He numbly pointed towards a nearby tavern, stating, "Ahead lies the last establishment we manage in Thicker Street. Yihang Courtyard pays the highest protection fee, contributing nearly 500 taels each month." Li Hanjing chuckled, "A wealthy establishment indeed. We must pay them a visit." With a jovial demeanor, he entered Yihang Courtyard. "Ah, my lord, why not indulge us tonight? I've recently learned a few new skills. And I assure you, I will attend to your comforts." The laughter echoed, "Very well, tonight I shall see what skills you possess. Let us see if I can wear you out. You are truly insufferable." It must be said that Yihang Courtyard was the liveliest of all the establishments Li Hanjing had visited. The matron approached with enthusiasm. "Ah, Zhao Xiaoqi. Have you come to revel again today? Qing happens to be free. I shall summon her to accompany you." Zhao Wang, feeling rather awkward, introduced. "This is our newly appointed leader, Lord Li. He has come to see you." The matron, quick-witted, realized her mistake in not distinguishing between guests and promptly apologized. "Oh dear. My eyes must be failing me. I did not even notice Lord Li. How about this? Today, I shall arrange for 2 young ladies to assist you at no charge to Lord Li." Li Hanjing waved his hand dismissively, insisting that it was unnecessary. He merely wished to alleviate some of the burden given the flourishing nature of her business. The madam, momentarily perplexed, inquired, "My lord, what does this mean?" Li Hanjing raised 2 fingers, declaring that the monthly expenses would increase by 2,000 taels. Although the madam's expression faltered upon hearing this, she forced a smile and replied, "My lord, are you jesting? Our modest establishment can barely manage to part with 500 taels each month." Li Hanjing paid no heed to her protestations. If you cannot meet the demands, it indicates a lack of effort. With so many young women at your disposal, they should strive to entertain more gentlemen each day. I am confident that 2,000 taels will not pose a challenge. Chapter 17. The Sealing of the Yihang Courtyard. The unruly commander, upon perceiving that Li Hanjing was not jesting, the madam's expression turned icy. "Is this something Jiang Baihu is aware of? If you intend to impose additional charges, summon Jiang Baihu." Bang. Li Hanjing did not respond to the madam's comments. Instead, he swiftly drove his embroidered spring blade into the sign of the Yihang Courtyard, exuding an air of chilling authority. "This street is under my command. If I permit you to impose charges, it is a concession. If you continue to dawdle, I shall seal your entire establishment." The overwhelming force of Li Hanjing's presence silenced everyone in attendance, transforming the previously raucous Yihang Courtyard into a realm of quietude. The madam attempted to retort, "Your superior, Jiang Wen." However, upon noticing the madam's intent to invoke Jiang Wen's name to intimidate Li Hanjing, Zhao Wang whispered something in her ear. Yet, the madam, undeterred, grew even more incensed. "I care not for any discord between you and Jiang Wen. Do you even comprehend whose business this is? Zhao Wang, summon all the Jinyiwei to assemble here." At this moment, Li Hanjing had entirely dismissed the madam's remarks. Zhao Wang, understanding Li Hanjing's intentions, hesitated. "My lord, this." Li Hanjing cast a frosty glare at Zhao Wang. "What is this? Are you unable to follow my command? Must I report to the county office to issue you an order?" Zhao Wang felt quite distressed, caught between his immediate superior and his higher authority. Yet, witnessing the murderous intent emanating from Li Hanjing, he ultimately chose to acquiesce, resolving to report to Jiang Wen afterward. "My lord, I shall return to summon the brothers at once." Zhao Wang acted swiftly, and soon, a group of figures clad in black and wielding blades rushed in. Zhao Wang hurried over. "My lord, everyone has arrived." Li Hanjing nodded and called out to the patrons. "Jinyiwei are executing their duties. Clear the premises." It had been a long time since Yuyuan County had seen such a spectacle, causing the patrons to flee in a chaotic frenzy. Some emerged from rooms, their trousers stained, hastily rushing outside. The Jinyiwei are here, but this is County Magistrate Zhang Hao's business. How dare they act so brazenly? Who knows? After all, a dead camel is larger than a horse. What do the Jinyiwei intend to do? Are we to continue our business or not? The madam shouted in desperation as the departing guests hurried away. How much revenue will the Yihong courtyard lose for a day's closure? Ziyuan County's Yihong courtyard is suspected of harboring members of the moon worship cult. It is hereby sealed. As Li Hanjing concluded his statement, the Jinyiwei remained motionless, all eyes fixed on Zhao Wang. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Wang broke into a cold sweat. You have put me in a dire predicament. Seeing the inertia among the crowd, Lu Yuan stepped forward and affixed the Jinyiwei seal to the sign of the Yihong courtyard. The madam, seasoned and worldly, understood the gravity of the moon worship cult's implications. Anyone branded under its name faced a death sentence, prompting her to exclaim in alarm. Do not unjustly accuse others. My Yihong courtyard has no connection whatsoever with the Baiyu sect. The era when the Jinyiwei could arbitrarily assign crimes to individuals has long passed. Li Hanjing drew the embroidered spring knife from the plaque and held it against the old madam's neck. If I say there are people from the Baiyu sect, then there are. If I say there are none, then there are none. Do you understand? If you wish to continue your business in Hojia, you must honestly bring 2,000 taels of silver to pay respects at the flag. He then departed Yihong courtyard with Lu Yuan, casting a casual glance at Zhao Wang as he left. The courtyard was sealed in the morning, and Jiang Wen arrived in the afternoon. Upon entering the 10th total flag, Jiang Wen angrily confronted Li Hanjing. Li Zongqi, what is going on? On your very first day in office, you create such a significant incident? Facing Jiang Wen's accusatory tone, Li Hanjing remained unperturbed. My lord, what are you speaking of? Jiang Wen was nearly provoked to violence. Why was Yihong courtyard sealed? They are a substantial taxpayer in the county. How could you simply seal it? What does being a substantial taxpayer in the county have to do with us, Jinyiwei? Li Hanjing retorted. Jiang Wen was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly waved his hand. I cannot concern myself with your matters. I have already torn down the seal on Yihong courtyard. You are forbidden from sealing it again. Then I shall abide by your wishes, my lord. However, regarding the investigation into the Baiyu sect, I suggest you find someone else for the task, as I cannot undertake it. Li Hanjing said calmly as he settled into a chair, crossing his legs. Meanwhile, Jiang Wen stood, as if Li Hanjing were a subordinate and he the superior. Upon hearing that Li Hanjing intended to abandon the task, Jiang Wen protested. Is the mission assigned by the Baiyu not something you can choose to accept or decline at will? Do you not possess any sense of hierarchy? Li Hanjing cried in protest. My lord, it is not that I do not wish to comply. It is you who prevents me from doing so. Jiang Wen responded. Where have I prevented you? The Baiyu has always supported your investigation into the Baiyu sect. Li Hanjing shook his head. I did not perceive such support. I sealed Yihong courtyard because I discovered traces of the Baiyu sect there. And how can I continue my investigation if you say to unseal it? Jiang Wen suddenly felt as though he had been deceived. Li Hanjing was cleverly using him, and this was a matter he had ordered himself. If Li Hanjing forcibly tied this matter to the Baiyu sect, and Jiang Wen insisted on unsealing Yihong courtyard, he would find himself in a precarious position should Li Hanjing report him to the county magistrate. After much contemplation, Jiang Wen conceded. Since this concerns the Baiyu sect, it cannot be taken lightly. I shall defer to your judgment regarding Yihong courtyard. It shall remain sealed. Once you have clarified the situation, I will ensure the Baiyu fully supports you. Before Li Hanjing could respond, Jiang Wen swiftly exited the total flag office. He truly wished to avoid further conversation with Li Hanjing, lest further complications arise. As Jiang Wen departed, Li Hanjing remained composed, casually crossing his legs. Last night, he discerned that behind the Yihong courtyard stood the county magistrate, with Jiang Wen also entangled in the affair. Thus, upon his arrival at the Yihong courtyard today, he deliberately made an outrageous request that was bound to be declined. Using the pretext of seeking assistance from the Baiyu sect, he aimed to leverage Jiang Wen's military resources. Should Jiang Wen be reluctant to part with his wealth, he would conveniently extricate himself from the complications of the Baiyu sect. Since Jiang Wen was willing to sacrifice his own interests, he would swiftly obtain 2,000 taels of silver without incurring any loss. He could hardly believe that this treasury, the Yihong courtyard, would close its doors for a mere 2,000 taels. Sure enough, that very night, 2 1,000 tael silver notes appeared on Li Hanjing's desk. Upon seeing the notes, Li Hanjing felt a mixture of joy and dismay. The joy stemmed from the realization that his power had ascended to yet another level, affirming that his schemes had not been in vain. The dismay arose from the fact that these silver notes had mysteriously materialized on his desk, indicating that the entire headquarters was under Jiang Wen's influence. In truth, it had been evident since the day that a mere subordinate's command held more weight than that of a dignified chief. Chapter 18. Choosing the wrong side can lead to death. Dog. Exchange 2,000 points of malevolent value. Ding. Conditions detected. Exchange successful. Malevolent value balance, 2,000. Li Hanjing pondered for a moment before accessing the martial arts page of the system's marketplace. Now, ascending to the next tier required precisely 2,000 points. Even if he allocated the entirety of this malevolent value, it would only facilitate a modest enhancement. However, procuring martial arts techniques would yield a far more significant advancement in actual combat proficiency. System Marketplace, Martial Arts page, Exquisite level, Iron Will, commonly referred to as Iron Block. Its function in combat is to swiftly channel inner strength to any part of the body, thus withstanding opponents' assaults. When cultivated to perfection, one can instantaneously mobilize inner strength for comprehensive defense. Price, 1,500. Thunderous Fist, a technique that employs inner strength to drive sound wave assaults. Practitioners generate powerful sound waves by striking the air, inflicting damage on adversaries. This technique holds immense value in both offense and defense, serving dual purposes. Price, 1999. Flying Swallow Kick, a highly challenging leg technique characterized by its lightness and swiftness, with inner strength converging in the legs, enabling aerial maneuvers akin to a soaring swallow. This technique is primarily used for close-range attacks, capable of delivering significant damage in a brief span. Price, 1999. The dog purchased the Thunderous Fist. Deducting 1999 malevolent value. Purchase successful. Li Hanjing briefly surveyed the martial arts techniques within his reach and ultimately opted for the Thunderous Fist, as it offered a versatile balance of offense and defense. At that moment, additional information regarding the Thunderous Fist flooded his mind. Attribute template reassessing. Name, Li Hanjing. Gender, male. Identity, Li Qian, esteemed father and commander of the Imperial Guard in Yuan County. Martial arts, Cyclone technique, exquisite, 0-20,000, cultivation, inner strength level 1, 800-2000, martial technique, Thunderous Fist, entry level, 0-500, comprehensive combat assessment, inner strength level 3, malevolent value, 1, kill value, 0, gazing at his attribute template, Li Hanjing felt a tinge of astonishment. Merely acquiring an entry-level martial technique had elevated his combat prowess by 2 tiers. The mastery of martial techniques is categorized into 3 stages: entry, proficient, and perfect. Each advancement in stage significantly amplifies the technique's potential. Before Li Hanjing could experiment with the Thunderous Fist, an acute sense of danger surged within him, tightening his brow. Abruptly, he lifted his gaze and was nearly taken aback. A veiled woman clad in red had mysteriously appeared in his chamber. The woman emanated a potent aura of malevolence. Her gaze fixed upon him with a lethal intensity. Upon noticing Li Hanjing's awareness, she alluringly remarked, "Impressive, you sensed my presence the moment I entered." Li Hanjing admonished warily, "This is the Jinyiwei. What brings you to my chamber at such an hour?" The woman in crimson seemed to find amusement in his words. "The Jinyiwei? Merely a relic of the past. But you possess quite the audacity, daring to leverage the name of my Baiwei sect for your own purposes. If the officials above take notice, it could spell disaster." Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing instinctively retreated a few steps, his inner strength surging, poised for combat. Internally, he lamented his ill fortune. Who would have thought that a mere Yuan County would harbor such troublesome forces as the Baiwei sect? Since they had exploited his sect, they would have to reckon with the consequences. Noting Li Hanjing's reaction, the woman wasted no words. Her right hand coalesced with malevolent energy and struck towards him. Li Hanjing swiftly unleashed his martial technique, the Thunderclap Fist. Bang! Their powers collided with a resounding force, sending objects within the room shattering into pieces. The woman's eyes widened in astonishment at Li Hanjing's prowess. "You, a mere captain, possess the strength of the Inner Force realm?" Li Hanjing offered no reply. Not out of disdain, but because he found himself too winded to speak. While he sensed that his opponent was also of the Inner Force realm, she was at least of the 7th tier or higher. If not for his Thunderclap Fist, he would have likely succumbed by now. Boom. Crash. Ultimately, the woman struck Li Hanjing in the chest with a single palm, propelling him through the room and into the courtyard of the Jinyiwei headquarters. Spitting blood, Li Hanjing struggled to his feet and shouted, "The Jinyiwei has been invaded. Come out and apprehend the intruder." His voice, amplified by a hint of inner strength, roused the entire contingent of Jinyiwei. Upon realizing that the Jinyiwei were under assault, they were filled with righteous fury and swiftly armed themselves. How dare they steal from the Jinyiwei? Do they not know how many eyes the Wang family has? Over 50 men quickly emerged from their quarters, only to be met by the intimidating figure of the woman glaring at them. "Well, what is this? Brothers, does this not seem like a thief to you?" "You are not alone," the woman murmured, her expression a mix of complexity as she regarded the group. "It appears I must eliminate all witnesses. This was an oversight." With that, she transformed into a shadow and lunged at them. Meanwhile, Li Hanjing had discreetly positioned himself behind the others, swiftly locating Lu Yuan and yanking him aside. "Come, we cannot fight this." Noticing Li Hanjing's injuries, Lu Yuan wasted no time and, amidst the chaos, led him towards the exit. As they neared the door, Li Hanjing suddenly recalled something and coldly commanded, "Block the main entrance." "Understood." Lu Yuan hastily secured the door. "Ah, my hand, my hand." Wails of despair echoed from within the headquarters. Soon, individuals within the gates attempted to push their way out, yet they were firmly held back by Lu Yuan's resolute presence. As a practitioner who had cultivated the art of body refinement to the 7th stage, he was an immovable barrier against their efforts. Li Hanjing gasped for breath and inquired, "Lu Yuan, do you perceive my actions as cruel?" Lu Yuan shook his head, asserting that those who stood in the wrong line must bear the consequences. Li Hanjing chuckled darkly. "Indeed, those who align themselves incorrectly must face death." As the wails began to diminish, Li Hanjing retrieved a signal flare from his waist and launched it into the sky. The crimson light instantly illuminated the entire headquarters. This was an item possessed by every official of the court ranked above the 7th grade. However, it was seldom employed lightly. Its use signified a matter of life and death or an event that exceeded local control. All surrounding governmental enforcement agencies were mandated to respond with utmost urgency upon witnessing this signal. Chapter 19. I confronted the truth, no longer pretending. I am in the inner strength realm. The once tranquil Ziyuan County was suddenly abuzz with activity. From all directions, the sounds of footsteps and galloping warhorses resonated. The woman in red, sensing the commotion around her, swiftly dispatched the remaining Imperial guards and prepared to depart. However, she halted, and with a swift motion, leapt forth from the ranks of the guards. Utilizing her lightness skill, she searched for a moment before channeling her inner strength, launching a powerful strike towards a specific direction. Li Hanjing, who was resting, felt a fierce wind rushing towards him and quickly gathered the scant remaining inner strength within him to unleash the thunderclap fist. The air around him twisted, forming an invisible wall that shielded his body. Yet, with a crack, the air barrier shattered in less than 3 seconds. The gale violently struck Li Hanjing's abdomen, sending him flying a full 10 meters away, pain coursing through him as if it beckoned him to surrender. Such power could not possibly emanate from one merely at the inner strength realm, yet it was undeniable that his opponent was indeed at that level. The only explanation was that their martial arts prowess was undoubtedly superior, at least surpassing his own. Truly resilient, and still standing, the woman in red declared, preparing to unleash another palm strike. "Who dares to engage in combat here?" A booming voice called out from a distance. The woman's expression changed as she glanced at the fallen Li Hanjing and vanished from the spot. Li Hanjing's heart sank. He understood that reinforcements had arrived. A middle-aged man clad in iron armor, riding a warhorse, approached. Observing Li Hanjing, who lay feebly on the ground, he spoke in a low voice. "From the 157th Guard of the Left Commander's Office, Commander Hanqing." Li Hanjing took a moment to recover, responding, "I am Li Hanjing, the standard-bearer of the Ziyuan County Imperial Guards." Hanqing dismounted, crouching to examine Li Hanjing's injuries. Noticing some displacement of his internal organs, he inquired further, "Was that signal sent by you?" Li Hanjing nodded. "The moon worship sect exists in Ziyuan County. Our entire banner has been decimated by them." Upon hearing the name of the sect, Hanqing's expression grew grave. "Rest well, I will investigate the scene." The following morning, the 10th banner was bustling with activity. "Hanjing, are you all right?" "My heart sank when I heard you were in trouble," Huang Wenxuan exclaimed, drenched in sweat as he looked at the weary Li Hanjing sitting in a chair. Li Hanjing shook his head. "I am fine. A few days of rest will suffice." Soon, Wang Li entered, also sweating profusely, panting heavily as it was evident he had hastened over, expending his inner strength. Meanwhile, Jiang Wen stood discreetly, attempting to minimize his presence. As Huang Wenxuan and Wang Li arrived, Han Qing began to speak. Qianhu Huang, I have investigated. The Imperial Guards who perished last night were all killed with a single strike, based on the aura of their inner strength. I can confirm they were indeed members of the Moon Worship sect, with a likely strength around the 8th stage of inner strength. Huang Wenxuan spoke up, expressing his concerns to the general, stating that dealing with the Moon Worship sect should rightfully fall under the jurisdiction of the Jinyiwei. Han Qing, however, did not elaborate much, merely acknowledging their presence with a nod before excusing himself, citing pressing matters to attend to within the garrison. It was apparent that Han Qing was reluctant to entangle himself with the Jinyiwei and the Moon Worship sect. Huang Wenxuan and Wang Li made no effort to retain him, simply bidding him a safe journey, for it was well known that during their height of power, the Jinyiwei had offended every institution, and now that they had fallen from grace, it was fortunate that others did not take the opportunity to kick them while they were down. Huang Wenxuan, with a gentle tone, addressed Li Hanjing, saying, Hanjing, we must conduct a routine inquiry with you. Please do not be anxious, simply speak the truth. Li Hanjing nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. Why is the Moon Worship sect targeting the 10th General Flag? Wang Li inquired sharply. Because we are investigating them, Li Hanjing replied. With a loud clap of his hands on the table, Wang Li exclaimed, is it permissible for your General Flag to investigate the Moon Worship sect on your own? Your decisions have led to the deaths of 52 Jinyiwei members. What punishment do you deserve for that? Li Hanjing stood firm in response. Captain Wang, this decision was not mine to make. The order to investigate the Moon Worship sect was issued by Lord Jiang, our 100 captain. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Jiang Wen lowered his head, reflecting on the unexpected repercussions of the Moon Worship sect's existence. Wang Li cast a frustrated glance at Jiang Wen, pressing further. Given that your adversaries are masters of internal strength, how is it that only you and Lu Yuan emerged unscathed? Have you engaged in any unsavory dealings with the Moon Worship sect? As Wang Li's inquiries intensified, Huang Wenxuan intervened. Captain Wang, Han Jing is one of our own in the Jinyiwei, not a criminal. What is the meaning of your questioning? The investigation into the Moon Worship sect was orchestrated by Jiang Wen. I suggest you direct your questions towards him, without waiting for Wang Li to retort. Li Hanjing unleashed his internal energy, shattering the table with a resounding force, his power radiating throughout the room. Captain Wang, can you now comprehend why I survived? I am revealing my true self. I am at the realm of internal strength. Li Hanjing understood that it was imperative to demonstrate his capabilities today, especially in light of the recent tragic losses involving the Moon Worship sect. The provincial Jinyiwei would undoubtedly take a keen interest in the matter. If everyone else had perished and only he and Lu Yuan remained, it would leave them with no reasonable explanation, potentially escalating matters to the province and granting Wang Li ample opportunity to target him, especially since Huang Wenxuan had little influence at the provincial level. Or else, he would not have remained a mere captain of the Jinyiwei for so many years. Wang Li gazed at Li Hanjing, utterly astonished. What nonsense is this? A 20-year-old at the realm of internal strength? Surely there must be some mistake. Initially believing Li Hanjing to be demoted, he now realized he was a central figure sent from the capital to experience life in the provinces. It was no wonder Huang Wenxuan had staunchly defended Li Hanjing during their previous discussions. He must have known all along. Meanwhile, Huang Wenxuan, though outwardly composed, felt a tempest of emotions within. A 20-year-old at the realm of internal strength, such an individual would undoubtedly be regarded as part of the core circle, even among the disciples of the Grand Tutor. Originally, I presumed that Li Hanjing was merely a peripheral figure among the disciples of the Grand Tutor. However, to my astonishment, I, Huang Wenxuan, have finally stood in the right place after so many years. At this moment, Jiang Wen appeared as despondent as if he had lost a brother, realizing that he had indeed provoked an individual he ought not to have. Suddenly, Wang Li chuckled. All right, I have complete faith in Li Xiaoqi. My earlier inquiries were merely standard protocol following the actions of our Imperial Guards. Pray tell, Li Xiaoqi, is your health in good order? Li Hanjing disregarded Wang Li's inquiry and turned to Huang Wenxuan, saying, My Lord Huang, have your questions concluded? I find myself rather fatigued and in need of rest. Huang Wenxuan, with a cheerful nod, replied, Indeed, we have finished our inquiries. Hanjing, do take care of your safety in the face of danger. Do not rush headlong into every situation. I shall not disturb your rest further. The remaining matters will be clarified with the higher authorities, and we can expect a resolution in about 3 days. Very well, I shall see you off. Li Hanjing began to rise, but was promptly pressed back down by Huang Wenxuan, admonishing, Hanjing, you are injured. There is no need for such formalities. Prioritize your rest, for that is of utmost importance. Thank you for your consideration, Lord Huang, Li Hanjing replied. The two engaged in a light conversation, entirely neglecting Wang Li, who stood awkwardly by, feeling utterly perplexed. Am I mistaken? Li Hanjing is, after all, my subordinate, he thought. Yet, he could not contest this, especially after having previously received Jiang Wen's silver notes to trouble him. Thus, Wang Li could only silently follow Huang Wenxuan as they departed. Chapter 20. Promoted to a captain. Bold reforms. 3 days later, the Jinyiwei from the prefecture sent a representative once more. The visitor was Huang Wenxuan. Hanjiang, I bring you splendid news. Can you guess what it is? Li Hanjiang, perplexed, replied, Lord Huang, please spare me the jest. I cannot possibly guess. With a smile, Huang Wenxuan stroked his beard and produced an official document from his bosom. To Li Hanjiang, the chief of Ziyuan County's Jinyiwei, your exceptional intelligence and valor in combating the Bayou cult have led to its retreat, sparing Ziyuan County from devastation. This is a significant merit. After deliberation, the Jinyiwei has decided to promote you to the position of captain, a rank of the 7th grade. Furthermore, Lu Yuan, who assisted you, is also promoted to the chief of Ziyuan County. Li Hanjiang understood that his swift ascent from chief to captain was due to Huang Wenxuan's considerable efforts. The document clearly indicated that he had single-handedly repelled the Bayou cult. It seemed that this favor was growing more substantial by the day. By the way, Lord Huang, what will happen to Jiang Wen? Li Hanjiang suddenly inquired. Huang Wenxuan patted Li Hanjiang on the shoulder. He is aging and should retire. His peaceful departure is largely thanks to Wang Li's efforts. The leadership of the Jinyiwei in Ziyuan County should indeed be entrusted to someone as young and capable as you. Indeed, Li Hanjiang replied with a chuckle, feeling no need for formalities among allies. Huang Wenxuan, upon hearing this, appeared pleased. It seemed Li Hanjiang was beginning to see him as a comrade. Your strength has reached the level of internal energy mastery. You possess the necessary qualities to become a Qianhu. If you take the time to consolidate your skills over a year or two, you may soon stand on equal footing with me. Li Hanjiang waved his hand dismissively, saying, Not at all, Lord Huang. Perhaps in a year or two, you will have ascended to a position in the province. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenxuan's eyes sparkled with surprise. Was this a promise? Aware of Huang Wenxuan's substantial assistance, Li Hanjiang subtly painted a vision of the future. In truth, it was not merely fanciful, considering his current trajectory. He might genuinely resolve Huang Wenxuan's concerns within a couple of years. Or perhaps his father would have matters settled beforehand, making it a simple task. After a cordial reception, Huang Wenxuan expressed his intention to return to the prefecture to handle some affairs. Once Huang Wenxuan departed, Li Hanjiang summoned Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, orders have arrived from above. You are now to assume the role of chief of the 10th flag, taking over my position. I shall become a captain, and the chief position is now vacant. In due course, we will seek new recruits throughout Ziyuan County. I require some promising young talents. In the realm of officialdom, it was customary for one to have personal guards, and Li Hanjiang was no exception. Very well, my lord. By the way, I have a matter I would like your assistance with, Lu Yuan said. Speak freely, Li Hanjiang encouraged. This was the first time Lu Yuan had made a request since joining him, and Li Hanjiang was eager to oblige. I wish to kill someone. Li Hanjiang fell silent for a moment. All right, I have heard that there are many serious offenders imprisoned in the captain's facility. You may handle them as you see fit. Li Hanjing could comprehend Lu Yuan's rather extreme demands. The more bloodshed one indulged in, the quicker the ascent and cultivation. If one were to adhere to conventional training methods, it could take an entire year to make even a modicum of progress. Upon receiving his answer, Lu Yuan was poised to depart when Li Hanjing abruptly interjected. That old scoundrel Jiang Wen has retired. Once your strength is sufficient, ensure he disappears. When one cuts grass, one must uproot it. The animosity between them and Jiang Wen has reached a lethal threshold. Moreover, does he truly believe he can scheme against us and then retreat unscathed? Such fortune is rare. Understood, my lord. The following day at the 100 House, Li Hanjing occupied the principal seat, surveying the 10 commanding officers below him. Ahem, I shan't introduce myself, as I trust you are all familiar with me. With my appointment as the 100 House leader, it is imperative that we usher in a new atmosphere in Ziyuan County's 100 House. I hope for your enthusiastic cooperation in my endeavors. The 9 commanding officers below felt as if they had ingested something foul. Just days prior, they had conspired against him, and now he was their direct superior. Where could they voice their grievances? Yet, at times, one must confront reality, and the 9 commanding officers reluctantly forced smiles onto their faces. My lord, it is our privilege to have you as our leader. I am confident that under your guidance, the 100 House will ascend to new heights. Indeed, indeed. Li Hanjing reciprocated the laughter, adding, that would indeed depend on your support. Suddenly, Li Hanjing's demeanor shifted, his expression turning grave. Since we are to embrace a new atmosphere, we must adopt new policies. Last night, I examined our financial ledgers in the 100 House. Aside from the monthly salaries allocated from above, the total contributions after each flag deducted their necessary funds amount to merely around 7,000 taels. This is woefully insufficient for the 100 House, which is in dire need of repairs and renovations. Thus, let us increase the contributions by an additional 3,000 taels. Is there any objection? Lu Yuan was the first to comply. My lord, the 10th flag has no objections. The remaining 9 flags, after a moment of contemplation, echoed their agreement. My lord, the 1st flag has no issues. My lord, the 2nd flag has no issues. What folly would it be to dissent? Jiangwen, who had long entrenched himself in Ziyuan County, had fallen from grace shortly after targeting Li Hanjing. To even broach the subject of additional income in a meeting reflects the magnitude of Li Hanjing's backing. Furthermore, the fact that Li Hanjing, at merely 20 years of age, occupied the position of 100 House leader indicated his formidable prowess. They were but minor commanding officers. What leverage did they possess to contest him? Li Hanjing was pleased with their reactions. Obedience would serve him well for the time being. He continued, very well, I shall now present my second requirement. I have observed that many of our Jinyiwei members, aged 50 to 60, have yet to surpass the 5th stage of body refinement. Yet they still occupy positions within the Jinyiwei, stifling the influx of fresh talent into our ranks. Let us consider that those within the ranks of the Jinyiwei who have yet to surpass the 3rd stage of body refinement and are over the age of 50 should retire, making way for the younger generation. It is imperative to rejuvenate and invigorate our esteemed Jinyiwei. Those who have achieved the 3rd stage of body refinement at 50 or older should be reassigned to various towns to utilize their remaining vigor. The 9 chief flags were taken aback by Li Hanjing's immediate call for such significant personnel adjustments. Yet, upon reflection, it is quite reasonable. During Jiangwen's tenure, he arranged for his relatives, including distant uncles and even pets, to be placed within the ranks of the Baihu, ensuring they all receive their share of imperial provisions. Furthermore, a new official must certainly install individuals whom he can trust. It is not long before some among them are likely to be replaced. I grant each of you a month's time for the rejuvenation and revitalization of the Jinyiwei. I expect to witness visible changes. I will conduct inspections across the flags in a month's time. Should I encounter any elderly individuals, I will promptly report to the county and have your official hats removed. The chief flags expressed their commitment, declaring, My lord, we shall ensure the task is accomplished. Very well, let us conclude today's meeting here. Chief Lu, please remain for a moment. Chapter 21, Subordinate Power Template. The crowd dispersed swiftly, leaving only Lu Yuan behind. Come, I shall escort you to the dungeon. The dungeon of the 100 House was initially quiet, but it soon erupted into a cacophony of noise. Hey, when did the Imperial Guard acquire such a pretty boy? Just look at his fair complexion. It's making my mouth water, remarked a rugged man with disheveled hair, licking his lips. Hey, pretty boy, take a look at your elder brother. Would you like him to indulge you? Another inmate suddenly let out a whistle. These prisoners, confined in this lightless dungeon, had long been deprived of female company, and their proclivities had inevitably warped. Someone like Li Hanjing was regarded as a rare gem in their eyes. Li Hanjing, however, remained unfazed and simply took a seat. Lu Yuan brandished the keys, unlocking a heavy door of the dungeon. So, you're feeling bold, are you? Without further ado, Lu Yuan wielded his embroidered spring knife and struck down. Ah, my. The scream was abruptly silenced as Lu Yuan swiftly severed the inmate's throat. The dungeon was not soundproof. Hence, the horrifying scene was visible to all. The raucous prisoners fell into an eerie silence. Lu Yuan then produced another key and unlocked a different cell. Enjoy some saliva, do you? He thrust the knife into the inmate's mouth, twisting it to sever the tongue. This time, however, he did not hasten to end the life, but instead watched the inmate writhe in agony. Li Hanjing sensed an overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanating from Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's pupils glowed crimson as he savored the suffering of the man on the ground. Witnessing such a scene sent chills down Li Hanjing's spine. Was the art of slaughter truly this grotesque? By the end of the morning, Lu Yuan's strength had ascended to the first level of qi refinement, while Li Hanjing accrued 200 points of killing value. A month later, my lord, the personnel for the 10th banner have been fully recruited, all according to your specifications. Lu Yuan presented the documents he held. Li Hanjing perused them, noting that they were predominantly young individuals without backgrounds, making them more susceptible to loyalty. Detected that the host's subordinate count has surpassed 50. Subordinate template is upgrading. Upgrade complete. System mall dependency is upgrading. Upgrade complete. Automatically opening the new subordinate template. Subordinate character. Name, Lu Yuan. Gender, male. Cultivation method. Art of slaughter, 0-20,000. Cultivation level, first stage of qi refinement. Subordinate force, 10th total banner of Ziyuan County. Count, 50. Collective cultivation method, none. Comprehensive combat power, second stage of body refinement. One must admit, the system's update was impressive. Even Lu Yuan's cultivation method could be upgraded. This was to be expected, as the art of slaughter was a product of the system. Most importantly, the activation of the subordinate power template allowed for a detailed understanding of the overall strength of the forces at one's command. The host suddenly received a reminder from the system, indicating that the system mall had updated its exclusive purchase templates for subordinate forces. Li Hanjing, prompted by the system, took note of the updates and opened the mall's templates. System mall, exclusive template for subordinate forces. Martial arts section. Sha Qi Ju, excellent transforms qi into malevolence, refining the essence of malevolence within, enhancing the body and continuously strengthening one's physique. Price, 1,000. Weapons section, not yet unlocked. Martial techniques section, not yet unlocked. After perusing the new mall template, Li Hanjing resolved to purchase a martial art for his subordinate forces to cultivate, as he intended to nurture a personal guard brigade. It was imperative to avoid the foundational techniques of the Jinyiwei and establish a solid foundation instead. Upon reviewing the options, he concluded that Sha Qi Ju was currently the most suitable choice. This technique emphasized pure physical strength rather than the path of internal energy cultivation. Given the nature of group combat, a strength-based approach was decidedly more appropriate. Coincidentally, the monthly fees due from each banner had been submitted the previous day. After accounting for daily necessities and distributing a portion to his brethren, Li Hanjing found himself with a total of 7,000 taels, translating to 7,000 points of malevolent value. The Sha Qi Ju was well within his purchasing power, prompting him to click the buy option without hesitation. He also allocated the remaining 5,000 points to enhance his own cultivation, deducted 1,000 points of malevolent value, successfully purchased Sha Qi Ju excellent. Deduced 1,200 points of malevolent value. Host martial cultivation upgraded to the second stage of internal energy. Deduced 2,000 points of malevolent value. Host's martial cultivation upgraded to the third stage of internal energy. Deduced 2,000 points of malevolent value. Host's martial cultivation upgraded to the fourth stage of internal energy. Deduced 800 points of malevolent value. Enhancement failed. Insufficient malevolent value. Name, Li Hanjing. Gender, male. Identity, Grand Tutor Li Qian, 100 Commander of the Jinyiwei in Yuan County. Martial art, Qi Xian Gong Exquisite, 0-20,000. Cultivation, fourth stage of internal energy, 800-2000. Martial technique, Thunderous Fist, beginner, 0-500. Comprehensive combat assessment, fifth stage of internal energy. Malevolent value, 0. Kill value, 200. Having concluded these transactions, Li Hanjing finally noticed Lu Yuan, who had been standing quietly to the side. He retrieved the Sha Qi Ju from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yuan, instructing him to ensure that this martial art would be uniformly practiced by the Jinyiwei of the 10th banner after the routine assembly concluded. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, affirming his understanding. He was not particularly surprised by Li Hanjing's sudden display of the martial art. It was a directive from the central authority, after all, and acquiring more techniques was of little consequence. Next came the monthly routine assembly, where the 9 banner leaders had arrived early at the venue. Li Hanjing wasted no time in idle chatter and swiftly addressed the matter at hand. Each banner was to report on the number of positions that had become vacant following the implementation of the youth-oriented and revitalized approach within the Jinyiwei. Report, my lord. The first banner has 12 vacancies. Report, my lord. The second banner has 11 vacancies. Upon thorough understanding, it has become evident that the entire administrative office is currently short of 120 personnel, nearly constituting a quarter of its total capacity. This clearly indicates the extent of connections previously held within. Li Hanjing has long harbored plans for these vacant positions, stating that the 120 openings need not be filled hastily. Instead, he instructed each banner to exert efforts in disseminating the news throughout the county. Although the 9 banner leaders were unaware of Li Hanjing's motives, they were prepared to comply with the directive from above. The day following the conclusion of the assembly, a member of the Imperial Guard entered. "My lord, there is an individual outside who claims to be a grain merchant from the county and wishes to meet you. Should we dismiss him or proceed otherwise?" Li Hanjing smiled and replied, "A guest is always welcome. Please allow him to enter." "As you command, my lord." Chapter 22. This brings us to the matter of authority. Shortly thereafter, a broad-shouldered middle-aged man, adorned with clear jade rings on each of his 10 fingers, strode into the room. "Ah, you must be the newly appointed captain of the 100 House," he exclaimed with a grin. "I've heard much about the young and handsome captain of the Jinyiwei, and now that I see you in person, it is indeed as they say. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Yukai, a modest businessman in the county." Li Hanjing merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Li, you are being overly modest. Nearly all the grain in this county passes through your hands. That is no small enterprise." After this remark, Li Hanjing returned his attention to the ledger, leaving Li Yukai standing there feeling somewhat at a loss. For reasons unknown, despite Li Hanjing's youth, he exuded an extraordinary aura of authority. After a considerable pause, Li Hanjing set aside the ledger and, patting his own head, remarked, "Oh dear, how forgetful of me. I nearly overlooked your presence, Mr. Li. Please, take a seat." "Thank you, my lord," Li Yukai said, rubbing his slightly numb thighs as he sat down. Li Hanjing then inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to my office today, Mr. Li?" True to his merchant nature, Li Yukai seized the opportunity without hesitation. "My lord, I have heard rumors that the Jinyiwei has recently opened up a number of positions. I was wondering." Li Hanjing promptly interrupted with a cold retort, "Mr. Li, personnel matters within the Jinyiwei are not for a merchant such as yourself to inquire about. Is it that the Jinyiwei's prison has lost its potency in recent years?" Li Yukai trembled at the rebuke, fearing that the young man before him might condemn him to that very prison. He hurried to clarify, No, my lord. It seems I misspoke. What I truly meant to convey is that since the Jinyiwei is looking to recruit new personnel, I was considering offering to fund the uniforms and equipment for our new Jinyiwei officers." Seeing that his words had found their mark, Li Hanjing's expression softened somewhat. "Oh, I misunderstood you, Mr. Li. Just how much are you willing to invest?" After much contemplation, Li Yukai raised 2 fingers. 2,000 taels? Li Hanjing said nothing but merely fixed his gaze upon him. The pressure mounted on Li Yukai, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Even though the Jinyiwei may have diminished in stature, dealing with them still felt overwhelmingly daunting. "My lord, I meant to say, 4,000 taels." Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing instantly rose to pour a cup of tea for Li Yukai. "Truly, you are a renowned businessman in our county, full of responsibility and loyalty to the court." Li Yukai wiped the sweat from his brow. "You flatter me, my lord. This is merely what we merchants ought to do." Li Hanjing suddenly added, "By the way, the Jinyiwei is facing significant personnel shortages. I have not been here long, and since you have resided in our county for quite some time, might you introduce me to any capable individuals?" Li Yutsai's eyes lit up. "Indeed, my lord. I happen to know of such a person, a promising young talent, only 19 years old, and already at the 3rd level of body refinement." Li Hanjing took a sip of his tea and inquired, "What is his name?" "Li Yuqian," Li Yukai replied. Li Hanjing nearly dropped the teacup from his hand upon hearing this. Was it a fear that others might not realize the wealth of his family? "Since this was a recommendation from Master Li, I shall undoubtedly place my trust in it. I shall summon him to report to the Jinyiwei tomorrow under my name." Li Yukai immediately rose, expressing that it was an honor to receive the trust of the esteemed official, and presented 4,000 taels to him. Seeing this, Li Hanjing admonished, "Master Li, your awareness requires improvement. What do you mean by for me?" "This is for the 100 households office, for the Jinyiwei, for the court." Li Yukai lightly tapped his lips, remarking, "You see my mouth. It always tends to speak foolishly. No matter, I shall be more cautious in the future. You may dismiss me now. I have some matters to attend to." "Very well. Continue with your duties," Li Hanjing replied, as he began to usher him out. Li Yukai did not linger, swiftly departing from the 100 households office. There was no alternative. Interacting with the newly appointed head of the office was exceedingly uncomfortable. For he bore not the demeanor of a mere 20-year-old youth, but rather that of a cunning fox entrenched in the bureaucracy, deftly maneuvering him. Li Hanjing glanced at the 4,000 taels on the table, aware that his threshold would soon be crossed repeatedly in the days to come. Despite the Jinyiwei's unfavorable reputation, many would strive fervently for the opportunity to secure a position within its ranks. Such is human nature. My criticism is not born of disdain, but rather from my inability to ascend to your level. Moreover, in this dynasty, aspiring to an official position within the Jinyiwei is comparatively more accessible, as it operates under special recruitment. In contrast, entry into the government necessitates passing both the national civil examination and the final military assessment, providing a pathway to officialdom. Given the stringent requirements of government service, those who succeed therein inevitably possess a significant advantage in terms of advancement. The highest-ranking official of the Jinyiwei, the commander, is merely a third-grade official. However, pursuing a path through the government opens the door to the potential of ascending to second-grade officials and even first-grade dignitaries. Yet, comparing the two paths is not straightforward, as it involves the matter of the authority associated with each position. During times of influence, even a third-grade commander of the Jinyiwei might dare to apprehend certain second-grade officials, while others would hesitate. For instance, the Minister of War, a second-grade official, would be untouchable without irrefutable evidence, given the high authority of his position. Conversely, second-grade governors and provincial inspectors could be apprehended at will, as these roles are often nominal and lack substantial power. As for first-grade dignitaries, the Jinyiwei typically refrains from acting against them. To do so would invite peril. Though the emperor may proclaim to scrutinize all officials, implementing a policy of execution before reporting, one must tread carefully with first-grade officials. The commander would be the first to lose his head, and his entire line would bear the consequences. Of course, each first-grade official possesses formidable capabilities, far beyond the capacity of a mere third-grade commander to contend with. Regrettably, even with a first-grade father figure, Li Hanjing remains oblivious to the true extent of such power, as his father consistently presents himself as an ordinary man, occasionally even displaying a humorous side. In the ensuing days, the Jinyiwei 100 household department witnessed a steady stream of esteemed merchants paying their respects. These businessmen were acutely aware that in the eyes of officials, they ranked even lower than dogs. Should they fall from favor, a mere pretext could lead to their downfall. Thus, they endeavored fervently to secure positions for their descendants within the court. On the seventh day, Li Hanjing glanced at the 40,000 taels of silver notes on the table, a crooked smile spreading across his face. Of the 120 available positions, he had allocated only 10 for trade, adhering to the standard recruitment process for the remaining 110. 10 was already a considerable number. Exceeding this might be deemed impolite, especially considering his immediate superior was Wang Li. One must exercise caution, for should the matter of purchasing and selling official positions attract too much attention, it could easily lead to him becoming a scapegoat in a typical case. Chapter 23. They intend to sever my path to survival. Dog. Exchange 40,000 points of malevolent value for me. Ding exchanging. Exchange successful. Malevolent value balance. 40,000. It was only at this moment that Li Hanjing fully comprehended the significance of a 3-year, clear governor and 100,000 taels of silver. As merely a humble 7th-rank official, he had managed to amass such wealth in a brief span of time. He could scarcely fathom the pleasures that awaited him upon ascending to a higher position. As for the repercussions, Li Hanjing deemed them irrelevant. After all, this realm belonged to his imperial father, not to him. System, enhance my cultivation, go all out, Li Hanjing proclaimed with grandiosity. Deducting 2,000 points of malevolent value, the host's martial cultivation rises to the 5th stage of internal power. Deducting 2,000 points of malevolent value, the host's martial cultivation rises to the 6th stage of internal power. Deducting 2,000 points of malevolent value, the host's martial cultivation rises to the 7th stage of internal power. Deducting 20,000 points of malevolent value, the technique Cyclone Art evolves to rare. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the mastery of force. Attribute template updating in real time. Name, Li Hanjing. Gender, male. Identity, father, Grand Tutor Li Qian. Son, Captain of the Jinyiwei in Yuan County. Technique, Cyclone Art. Rare, 0,500,000. Cultivation, Mastery of Force, 0,50,000. Martial Skill, Thunder Fist, Entry Level, 0,500. Comprehensive Combat Assessment, 1st stage of Mastery of Force. Malevolent Value, 10,000. Kill Value, 200. Would you like to continue cultivating? Li Hanjing selected no. Ridiculous. At the mastery of force, those 10,000 malevolent points would barely make a ripple. It would be wiser to reserve them for other acquisitions. Li Hanjing began to explore the transformations brought about by his newfound mastery. Instantly, a robust internal power surged through his hands. The manifestation of this internal energy was no longer a mere ethereal presence, but rather a solid force, rendering him impervious to blades and spears. During combat, he no longer needed to constantly summon internal energy for the defense of his body. His internal power now filled his entire being. If the internal power realm was akin to a 10-minute sprint, then the mastery of force was like a 100-minute marathon. This elevation was indeed a qualitative leap. The advanced Thunder Fist martial technique could not even elevate his combat prowess by a single tier within the mastery of force, underscoring the vast disparity between the two realms. Indeed, plans often falter in the face of change. He had not anticipated that the Thunder Fist would be rendered obsolete so swiftly. After all, just over a month prior, he could hardly have imagined ascending to the helm of the 100 households so quickly. Li Hanjing once again opened the martial arts marketplace, perusing with intent. He found 3 techniques that piqued his interest. Tiger Roar Wave. Description: the Tiger Roar Wave is a martial art that converts internal energy into sound waves to assault foes. These sound waves can intimidate enemies while inflicting internal injuries. When perfected, the Tiger Roar Wave can even trigger landslides and tsunamis. Price: 5,000. Rare level: Swift Swallow Through Clouds. Introduction: the Swift Swallow Through Clouds is a nimble and agile martial skill, allowing practitioners to swiftly shift their position using internal energy, making it difficult for enemies to track them while simultaneously seeking openings to deliver a decisive strike. Price: 3,000. Rare level: Dragon's Roar Fist Technique. Introduction: the Dragon's Roar Fist Technique is a restrained yet forceful martial art that emulates the roar and fluid movements of a dragon. Mastering this skill requires rigorous training of the entire body, fortifying muscles and bones to enhance the destructive power of one's attacks. Additionally, by mimicking the form and sound of a dragon, practitioners can amplify their presence and intimidation. Price: 5,000. Rare level. Li Hanjing ultimately chose Tiger's Roar Wave and Swift Swallow Through Clouds. Although the Dragon's Roar Fist technique was suitable for body refinement, after contemplation, Li Hanjing decided against it. After mastering these 2 techniques, Li Hanjing's overall combat prowess significantly improved. Sir, it is dire news. Our members of the Jinyiwei have been captured. A chief hastily entered Li Hanjing's hall. Li Hanjing rubbed his ears and asked, "Could you repeat that?" "Sir, it is dire news. Our members of the Jinyiwei have been captured," the chief reiterated. Li Hanjing confirmed he had not misheard. The Jinyiwei, renowned for capturing others, had been captured themselves. Li Hanjing inquired, "What transpired?" "Sir, while I was leading a patrol today, a group suddenly appeared and abducted Li Yuqian from our banner," the chief reported. Li Hanjing's anger flared upon hearing this. "Are you kidding me? They abducted him in front of over 50 of your men. Are your eyes blind, or have you lost your senses?" Seeing Li Hanjing's fury, the chief stammered, "Sir, it's not that we wish to be unhelpful, but that group belongs to the Qilong Gang." The Qilong Gang? Li Hanjing had been preoccupied with adjustments within the Jinyiwei and was not particularly informed about the local factions in Ziyuan County. "Please elaborate on this Qilong Gang. They possess such audacity to act against our Jinyiwei." The chief nodded and explained, "Sir, the Qilong Gang is the largest gang in Ziyuan County, comprising around 300 members, primarily engaged in escorting goods for wealthy families. Their leader, Wang Ao, is a martial artist at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of Qi refinement and has recently acquired a profound level martial skill, poised to break through to the next level of internal energy. Even the county magistrate must show him some respect. A mere gang dares to publicly abduct a member of the Jinyiwei. It seems they view us as a toothless tiger." Li Hanjing's expression turned frigid. If news spread that the Imperial Enforcement Agency was bullied by a mere gang, how could he maintain his standing? With the Jinyiwei stripped of its intimidation, how could protection fees be collected? Without the ability to collect fees, how could strength be enhanced? Without enhanced strength, how could progress be made? This was tantamount to severing Li Hanjing's lifeline. "Notify all banners and assemble urgently. I want to see everyone from the Baihu office within 15 minutes. Li Hanjing spoke with an air of formidable menace. The chief officer dared not delay, aware that a significant operation was imminent. A quarter of an hour later, at the courtyard of the 100 households, upon witnessing the uniform ranks of the Jinyiwei, Li Hanjing could not be bothered with a pre-battle rally. He simply unsheathed his blade. Let it be known that our Jinyiwei's sword has not dulled. A cohort of Jinyiwei, armed with their swords, marched in unison behind him. As they traversed the streets, both the youthful and the more seasoned members of the Jinyiwei experienced a profound realization. The younger ones felt a sense of pride in their service, while the older ones reminisced, reflecting on how long it had been since the Jinyiwei had mobilized in such a manner. The populace, upon witnessing this display, hastily cleared a path. Are the Jinyiwei on the move again? Such a large contingent. Who knows what is afoot? It seems something significant is brewing in Ziyuan County. Halfway to their destination, dozens of constables obstructed Li Hanjing's path. The leader, clad in official robes, approached. I am the county magistrate of Ziyuan. Why has the Jinyiwei initiated such a grand operation without prior notice to the local government? This has instilled fear throughout the county. If public order and stability falter, who shall bear the responsibility? Chapter 24. Is it excessive to conduct such actions in my domain? Li Hanjing's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on the leading county magistrate. His right hand gently pressed upon the magistrate's shoulder. In that fleeting moment, the magistrate felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, causing his legs to involuntarily buckle. Despite his grimacing face, he strained to keep his legs straight. Yet it was a futile effort. Under the immense pressure exerted by Li Hanjing's formidable strength, even a martial artist at the Qi refinement stage could not withstand it. Bang! Crack! The magistrate's knee crashed heavily to the ground, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing. Feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his lower limbs, the magistrate clenched his teeth, determined not to scream. This was out in the open. Even in the face of such humiliation, he could not afford to lose his composure, for it would undermine the authority of the county office. He never anticipated that the new officer of the Jinyiwei possessed such overwhelming power. Had he known, he would have declined this assignment without hesitation. Li Hanjing looked down at the magistrate from his elevated position. When has the Jinyiwei ever needed to report to your government officials? Kneel and inform your county magistrate that if he has any objections regarding the Jinyiwei, he may come to find me at the 100 household office. With that, Li Hanjing and his men proceeded towards the Qinglong gang. The dozen or so constables, realizing their magistrate was no match for the adversary, quickly cleared a path. The Qinglong gang was situated in the heart of Ziyuan County, its scale comparable to that of the county office, indicating its formidable influence within Ziyuan. Upon Li Hanjing's arrival, the 4 guards stationed at the entrance of the Qinglong gang appeared bewildered, clearly unaccustomed to such a display. As Li Hanjing prepared to enter, the guards finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Halt. This is the Qing." However, before they could finish, Lu Yuan swiftly drew his embroidered spring knife and slit the throats of all 4 men. The recent recruits of the Jinyiwei felt a jolt at such ruthless actions. After retracting his knife, Lu Yuan addressed the 10th flag behind him. From now on, if anyone engages you in idle chatter, simply kill them. Today, I have a task for each of you. Eliminate no fewer than 2 individuals. If you fall short, you may need to inflict a wound upon yourself to compensate. Understood, my lord. The Jinyiwei responded with a palpable fierceness, their mastery of the killing Qi art evident in their tone. Though some among them had scarcely seen blood until now, they did not flinch at the prospect of taking lives. They understood that they were part of Li Hanjing's elite squad, training under superior techniques, and they could not afford to bring shame upon him. As the saying goes, to kill and to set ablaze is to don a golden belt. If one wishes to associate with the powerful, one must excel beyond the ordinary. Li Hanjing smiled, appreciating how Lu Yuan was imparting on-the-spot lessons and even setting combat assignments. Such practical experience was indeed the most effective and rapid way to cultivate talent. Within the Qinglong gang, the gang leader, a middle-aged man, looked disdainfully at his hurried subordinate, who exclaimed, "Chief, it's bad. The Jinyiwei have stormed into our Qinglong gang with hundreds of men. Look at your pitiful state. Are you not merely a member of the Jinyiwei? What is there to fear? I have heard that the newly appointed 100-man captain is a young man. Regardless of whether he can contend with our Qinglong gang, we are in the right this time. Can the Jinyiwei truly be unreasonable?" The middle-aged man, clad in a black long robe adorned with intricate cloud patterns, exuded a strong aura of the martial world, suggesting he was indeed a master. This individual was none other than Wang Ao, the leader of the Qinglong gang. Soon, the Jinyiwei stormed into the inner courtyard of the Qinglong gang, which served as a vast training ground. At this moment, over 300 members of the Qinglong gang stood together, brandishing their large knives with an imposing presence. Thus, the 2 sides faced off. However, Despite the numerical advantage of the Jinyiwei, they found themselves at a disadvantage in terms of overall momentum. The Qinglong gang, seasoned from years of escorting goods and dealing with bandit leaders, had honed their skills through real combat, while the Jinyiwei had become complacent over the years, neglecting trivial matters and failing to manage significant issues. The martial prowess of the Jinyiwei had thus never been truly tested. It was no wonder that the Qinglong gang dismissed the Jinyiwei with such audacity as to capture one of their own in broad daylight. After a while, Wang Ao stepped forward, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Li Baihu, what is the meaning of your incursion into our Qinglong gang with so many Jinyiwei? We are a legitimate escort agency, not mere mountain bandits, and are protected by the law of the court. It seemed Wang Ao possessed some intellect, immediately positioning himself on the moral high ground, thereby rendering the Jinyiwei's actions questionable. However, while this tactic might have worked against the government, would it hold sway over the Jinyiwei? Had they forgotten their original purpose? Li Hanjing was not inclined to engage in such trivialities and cut straight to the point. Hand over the person, and if you incapacitate one of your own hands. Today's affair can cease here. Wang Ao laughed as if he had heard something amusing. Ha ha ha, Li Baihu, I am not here to provoke your Jinyiwei. It is merely that some of your members possess an audacity that is truly remarkable. With a grand gesture, Wang Ao commanded, bring me Li Yuqian. Soon, 2 men carried a wooden stake, placing it before the nearly 1,000 spectators. Bound to the stake was a fainted man, entirely unclothed and bruised all over. This was Li Yuqian, the captured Jinyiwei, and son of Li Yukai. Wang Ao doused him with a bucket of cold water, and the man jolted awake. Wang Ao bellowed, now, tell your 100-man captain what you have done. Li Yuqian, shaking his head, suddenly realized he was surrounded by a throng of people, including his direct superior and all his colleagues, while he stood there in utter humiliation. In that moment, he wished for nothing more than to vanish from existence. Seeing that Li Yuqian remained silent, his head bowed, Wang Ao seized his hair and lifted his head. Speak. Tell Li Baihu what you have done. No matter how Wang Ao pressed, Li Yuqian resolutely kept his eyes shut, refusing to utter a word. Li Hanjing furrowed his brow. For Wang Ao's actions were akin to rubbing the reputation of the Jinyiwei into the dirt. He found himself intrigued by the question of what exactly Li Yuqian had done to provoke such humiliation from Wang Ao. Faced with this, Wang Ao had no choice but to relent, his expression darkening as he declared, this wretched cur refuses to speak. Thus, I, Wang, shall not fear losing face. This scoundrel has slept with my wife. And to make matters worse, it was within the confines of my own Qinglong gang. What incenses me the most is that I caught him in the act in my own room, without even his trousers on, and he fled in a panic. Li Baihu, do you not agree that it is not excessive for me to demand his life for this affront? As Wang Ao spoke, fury radiated from him. Li Baihu, this matter belongs to the realm of the Jianghu, and it is only fitting that it be resolved within its confines. There is no need for you to drag the Jinyiwei into this. Chapter 25. The Jinyiwei will ensure your demise. You must await your fate with resignation. Upon hearing Li Yuqian's exploits in the martial world, Li Hanjing could not help but give a mental thumbs up. More ruthless than a mere tough guy. He truly resembled a wolf, daring to sleep with another man's wife within his own stronghold. Li Yuqian recognized that his fate was sealed today. No one would come to his aid in this predicament. He resolved to embrace his demise with indifference. Wang Ao, do not besmirch my name. It was your wife who seduced me, claiming that you, with your meager endowments, could never satisfy her. He laughed heartily. Bang! Without a hint of emotion, Wang Ao delivered a punch to Li Yuqian's abdomen, rendering him silent, clearly knocked unconscious by the pain. Li Baihu, now that we have clarified the matter, lead your men away, he commanded, maintaining the dignity befitting a leader despite the humiliation inflicted by Li Yuqian. In the martial world, one must uphold a certain ethos. Li Hanjing shook his head. As a member of the Jinyiwei, any matters concerning our own must be handled by us. What right do you, a mere vagabond, have to intervene in our affairs? Wang Ao chuckled at this remark. Li Baihu, do you believe the Jinyiwei still holds the same standing as it did decades ago? You are all but irrelevant now. To put it bluntly, should I decide to end your life, I could easily placate those above me with a mere token gesture. I advise you to tread carefully. With that, Wang Ao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an overwhelming aura. He was supremely confident in his prowess within Ziyuan County, now at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of Qi refinement, combined with his mastery of advanced techniques. It would not be an exaggeration to claim he was on the verge of the internal power realm. Who in Ziyuan County could rival him? The Jinyiwei, intimidated by Wang Ao's presence, began to waver. A cautious captain stepped forward. "My lord, this Wang Ao is immensely powerful. And given that Li Yuqian bears responsibility for this situation, it is unwise to risk our lives for him." Li Hanjing remained unfazed by the captain's trepidation. For the revelation of his own prowess in the internal power realm was known only to 2,000 households in the county and Jiangwan, who had since retired and had no inclination to share such matters. Moreover, the current Jinyiwei comprised individuals largely driven by self-preservation, having long since lost their former ferocity. With a calm demeanor, Li Hanjing replied, "If you are in peril next time, should I extend my assistance or not?" The captain was rendered speechless. "I expect your resignation on my desk by tomorrow," Li Hanjing stated, as if discussing a trivial matter. Then, Li Hanjing gathered his internal energy at the tip of his toes. Whoosh! Before the captain could react, Li Hanjing's figure transformed into a mere blur. The onlookers felt a gentle breeze as Li Hanjing appeared before Wang Ao. This technique, known as flying swallow piercing the clouds, was one he employed for the first time. And it brought him considerable exhilaration. Compared to relying solely on internal power for lightness, this technique was a full 50% swifter, and he had merely scratched the surface. Wang Ao gazed vacantly at Li Hanjing, who was now so close, and suddenly, with a swift motion, he was sent flying. Boom! Li Hanjing delivered a powerful kick towards Wang Ao, causing him to soar backward as if gravity had abandoned him. During his aerial flight, a peculiar phrase emerged in Wang Ao's mind. At 35, the martial spirit shattered by a single kick. Almost immediately, Li Hanjing pursued him with the grace of a swift swallow, landing blows upon the airborne Wang Ao. With each strike, he unleashed his mastery of internal force, shattering the very floor beneath them. Wang Ao's internal organs erupted in chaos, rendering him beyond salvation, his eyes rolling back in a final gasp. Li Hanjing crouched lazily, remarking, "Do not think that the Jinyiwei merely took your wife. They would have you dead without hesitation. The Jinyiwei must be dealt with by our own." He then disdainfully kicked Wang Ao's lifeless form aside. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Was the leader of the first gang in Ziyuan County defeated so swiftly? Soon, realization dawned upon them. It must be due to internal mastery. Otherwise, how could such terrifying power exist? "We must flee. Their leader is dead." The once formidable presence of the Qi Long gang dissolved into chaos, scattering in all directions. Lu Yuan immediately led the 10th banner into battle, with the remaining Jinyiwei following suit, albeit belatedly. Meanwhile, Li Hanjing found a secluded spot to observe the unfolding conflict. He could have easily resolved everything with a single roar, but he deemed it unnecessary. If he handled every matter himself, what purpose would his subordinates serve? Moreover, if his elite forces did not experience the trials of life and death, they would soon become as ineffective as those veteran schemers. The battle raged on for a full hour before reaching its conclusion. The vast training ground was strewn with the bodies of the Qing Long gang, along with a few Jinyiwei casualties. In a brawl, who could emerge unscathed? Covered in blood, Lu Yuan approached. "My lord, the task is complete. What shall we do next?" Without hesitation, Li Hanjing replied, "Draft a rebellion proclamation, and have these corpses leave their fingerprints, claiming they all committed suicide in fear of the Jinyiwei." Even Lu Yuan, whose heart had been hardened by the ruthless teachings of the killing technique, couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of such a rationale. It was indeed very Jinyiwei-like. Nodding in agreement, he went to carry out the orders. Li Hanjing then accessed the roster of his subordinates to assess the casualties among his elite forces. Subordinate information: name, Lu Yuan. Gender, male. Cultivation method, killing technique, 0-20,000, martial level, 6th stage of Qi refinement. Subordinate force, 10th banner of Ziyuan County. Number of members, 48. Collective technique, Qi of slaughter. Overall combat power, 4th stage of body refinement. Even with the path to sanctity through the Qi of slaughter, they had still lost 2 men. However, their overall combat capabilities had risen by 2 stages, indicating that they had all gained strength during this brutal conflict. Li Hanjing glanced at the 10th Imperial Guard, who were still engaged in the aftermath of the battlefield, their bodies continually honed by the surrounding malevolent energy. The technique of malevolent energy was quite akin to the internal scriptures of slaughter he had imparted to Lu Yuan. Indeed, malevolent energy was the swiftest means of inflicting death. However, it must be noted that the internal scriptures of slaughter were significantly superior to the malevolent energy technique. In just a single skirmish, Lu Yuan had advanced 3 levels in martial cultivation. Upon examining the system template, Li Hanjing discovered that his slaughter value had inexplicably surged to 8,500 points. This indicated that, excluding the initial 200 points, he had amassed a total of 8,300 points from this encounter. Li Hanjing felt a twinge of confusion. Surely the members of the Qinglong gang could not yield such a high slaughter value even if they were to perish 10 times over. System. What is the nature of this slaughter value? Chapter 26. The arrival of County Magistrate Jia Jiqiang. The acquisition of slaughter value is calculated based on the martial cultivation level of the slain individuals, with the conversion values as follows: body refinement, 1, chi training, 1,000, inner strength, 10,000, palm strength, 50,000. Upon reflection, it became clear that Lu Yuan had just killed 3 members of the Qinglong gang at the chi training stage and had personally dispatched Wang Ao, totaling 8,000. After a brief interlude, once the handprint had been completed, Li Yuqian regained consciousness. Staring at the corpses strewn about, he appeared bewildered, evidently still grappling with the situation. Li Hanjing approached and tossed a set of clothes towards him, warning, "Next time, you shall meet the same fate." He gestured towards the lifeless bodies on the ground. "Caught in an affair with someone else's wife, and you've brought disgrace upon the Jinyiwei. Had it not been for the silver received from your father, I would have drawn my blade without hesitation." The Jinyiwei began to depart from the Qinglong gang in an orderly fashion. As Li Hanjing reached the entrance, he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned back. A small child, trembling, was cowering in an inconspicuous corner. Li Hanjing approached kindly, ruffling the child's hair. Drip, drip. With a somber demeanor, Li Hanjing exited the Qinglong gang. Before long, the entire 100-household station returned to its normal order. However, Ziyuan County descended into chaos, with citizens in a state of trepidation, fearing that the Jinyiwei would revert to their previous ways, arbitrarily seizing and executing anyone who displeased them on the streets. The once bustling thoroughfare now felt desolate, with many opting to remain indoors whenever possible. A month later, Ziyuan County gradually regained its normalcy. Human beings are inherently forgetful. The Jinyiwei, having dismantled the Qinglong gang, took no further action, allowing the populace to relax naturally. Furthermore, it became considerably easier for the Jinyiwei to collect protection fees. Merchants no longer needed prompting, willingly placing their contributions into the hands of the Jinyiwei. It was evident that the Jinyiwei's deterrent influence in Ziyuan County had markedly increased. Li Hanjing also converted all 7,000 taels of silver into evil value, yet it would take some time to elevate his martial cultivation, as there were not always opportunities for him to sell his services. Just as he was idly gazing at the system interface, a voice broke his reverie. "Li Baihu, do you not find your actions somewhat inappropriate?" Li Hanjing turned to see the county magistrate, Jia Jiqiang, approaching. Although both were heads of their respective departments, they had never met face to face. Li Hanjing recognized Jia Jiqiang solely by his official attire. With a short beard and a genteel demeanor, Jia Jiqiang appeared to be on the offensive. Li Hanjing, unfazed, responded, "Magistrate Jia, I am unaware of how the Jinyiwei has caused dissatisfaction in your county office. It seems you are perpetually occupied with our affairs. I hope you do not mistake our roles. We are 2 distinct departments. In days gone by, had I been in a foul mood, you would have found yourself imprisoned." As he spoke, Li Hanjing casually placed his feet upon the table. In response to Li Hanjing's derision, Jia Jiqiang remained largely unperturbed and continued speaking. "Li Baihu, you have swiftly seized control of the Yihong courtyard upon your arrival, and subsequently rendered the county's deputy incapable of walking. Has the county office ever sought you out regarding these matters? However, your Jinyiwei have disrupted the existing equilibrium over the past 2 months by imposing additional fees on merchants. Are you aware that the economy of our county has significantly declined during this time?" Jia Jiqiang found himself compelled to visit the Jinyiwei. Had he a choice, he would prefer to avoid confronting Li Hanjing altogether. After all, it is widely known that Li Hanjing is a master of internal strength, and it is best to avoid provoking such a figure. Nevertheless, the recent increase in protection fees by the Jinyiwei has severely impacted the county office's ability to collect funds. The shortfall amounts to a staggering 3,000 taels monthly, and the higher-ups are already dissatisfied with the silver sent to them over the past 2 months. How can he progress under such scrutiny? Thus, he found himself entering the Baihu office. Li Hanjing chuckled. "Your county office truly has the audacity to claim that the economy is struggling. If that is the case, why not simply reduce your collection? I have heard that the county office gathers a full 18,000 taels each month." "Who, then, is truly undermining the economic stability of the county. Jia Jiqiang replied. The amounts collected by our two institutions were determined through discussions involving notable merchants from the county and our two organizations. You cannot simply disregard the established rules without consequence. Who was involved in those discussions? I do not recall attending any such assembly. Li Hanjing waved his hand dismissively. Jia Jiqiang felt a sense of helplessness. As it was indeed the previous Baihu, Jiang Wan, who had attended the meeting, not Li Hanjing. He had no desire to engage in a direct confrontation with Li Hanjing, especially given the rumors that he could kill as easily as one drinks water. Thus, he sought a resolution through negotiation. Sighing, he proposed, very well. Let us invite merchant representatives to reconvene. Once we reach an agreement, Baihu Li cannot simply disregard the established order. Li Hanjing's eyes glimmered. Then we shall proceed as per County Magistrate Jia's suggestion. Jia Jiqiang nodded. Excellent. This afternoon at the Yihong building, we shall discuss over a meal. Indeed, I shall attend. Li Hanjing replied nonchalantly. Satisfied, Jia Jiqiang departed from the Jinyiwei, knowing that the merchants, who frequently dealt with the county office, would ultimately align with his interests in the negotiations. In the afternoon at the Yihong courtyard, Li Hanjing stepped inside once more. The madam, upon seeing him, approached with a beaming smile. Surly, the county magistrate has instructed me to escort you upstairs. It seemed she had completely forgotten the unpleasantness from months prior. This is the reality. When one's strength and status reach a certain pinnacle, even adversaries must greet you with smiles. Soon, Li Hanjing was ushered into an opulent private room on the top floor. Baihu has arrived. Please take a seat, Jia Jiqiang remarked, glancing at Li Hanjing's back and waist. Noticing he was unaccompanied and unarmed, it appeared he had genuinely come to negotiate. Upon closer inspection, Li Hanjing did not appear as unreasonable as the rumors suggested. Jia Jiqiang remarked, Li Baihu, shall we indulge in a meal first or engage in conversation? Or perhaps you would prefer to indulge in some entertainment? At that moment, several attractive women appeared at the entrance. Li Hanjing shook his head, suggesting they converse first. He held little regard for these courtesans. What enjoyment could one find in a mere transaction? If one were to seek amusement, it ought to be something thrilling, much like the escapades of the affluent Li. Jia Jiqiang nodded. Very well, allow me to introduce each of them to you. However, Li Hanjing interrupted. No need for introductions. Let us proceed directly. Jia Jiqiang found himself momentarily taken aback by Li Hanjing's assertiveness, yet recognizing the latter's wishes, he acquiesced. Very well. I shall propose a plan on behalf of the county office. Henceforth, the county shall receive 20,000 taels monthly, while the Jinyiwei will take 5,000 taels. Jia Jiqiang's ambitions were indeed substantial, seeking not only to reclaim what was originally his, but also to acquire an additional share. In light of this, Li Hanjing felt no inclination to hold back. Chapter 27. Selling official positions? Audacious beyond measure. I propose a scheme akin to that of the county office, representing the Jinyiwei. Henceforth, each month, the Jinyiwei shall receive 20,000 taels, while the county office will collect 5,000 taels. Jia Jiqiang was momentarily taken aback. The proposal was indeed quite similar, merely a reversal of his own. He spoke up, stating that since both the county office and the Jinyiwei had submitted their plans, it was now time for the representatives of the merchants to present their scheme. Rather than allowing the merchant representatives to propose a plan, it was more about aligning them in support of one side or the other. At this point, a smile began to grace Jia Jiqiang's lips, as he had already conferred with the merchant representatives before Li Hanjing's arrival. Among the 15 representatives, one stood up. Honorable sirs, I am Li Yukai from the county grain shop. I believe both of your proposals are commendable. However, after careful consideration, I find the scheme of the Jinyiwei to be superior. It was evident that Li Yotsai's vote was cast in favor of Li Hanjing. Jia Jiqiang was not surprised, for not long ago, Li Hanjing had rescued Li Yotsai's son with the full force of the Jinyiwei. Another merchant representative rose, proclaiming, I am Wang De, representing the county clothing shop, and I wholeheartedly support the county office's proposal. Jia Jiqiang nodded in satisfaction. I am Jin Miao, representing the county restaurant, and I fully endorse the county office's decision. Jia Jiqiang's smile widened, but Li Hanjing also began to smile, leaving Jia Jiqiang perplexed. What was the meaning of this? Had they lost their minds? I am Wang Hao, representing the county oil mill, and I unequivocally support the Jinyiwei's proposal. I am Zhou Wu, representing the county papermaking industry, and I entirely back the Jinyiwei's plan. I am Tai Qing, representing the blacksmiths, and I completely support the Jinyiwei's scheme. Upon hearing this, The smile that had adorned Jia Jiqiang's face faded, replaced by a gradually stiffening countenance. This was not how the negotiations were meant to unfold. Ultimately, the tally was 10 votes for the Jinyiwei and 5 for the county office. Li Hanjing, rising from his seat, humbly expressed, "Thank you, esteemed representatives, for your support of the Jinyiwei's endeavors. Henceforth, let us cultivate closer relations." With a smile, he continued, "County Magistrate Jia, let us commence the execution of this proposal next month." Jia Jiqiang's face had turned a steely hue, and he remained silent for an extended period. He was struck with fear at Li Hanjing's cunning. After years of dominance in Ziyuan County, he found himself outmaneuvered by a newcomer who had only recently arrived. Seeing Jia Jiqiang's sullen demeanor, Li Hanjing spoke again. "County Magistrate Jia, now that our business is concluded, shall we dine? The county office has pressing matters to attend to. You may eat. I shall take my leave," Jia Jiqiang retorted grimly, exiting the private room. The 5 merchants, witnessing this, also departed in kind. With the outsiders gone, the atmosphere lost its seriousness. Li Yukai raised his glass and stood up, addressing Lord Li. "Not long ago, my unambitious son was fortunate to benefit from your formidable methods. Otherwise, I would have found myself without a descendant. I toast to you." Li Hanjing also lifted his glass, responding with courtesy, "Now that I have joined the Jinyiwei, it is only fitting that I provide some support." At this moment, the representative of the blacksmiths also stood, raising his glass. "Lord Li, has my son caused you any trouble in the Jinyiwei? If so, I apologize on his behalf." "No need for such formality," Li Hanjing replied, raising his glass once more. The others stood up enthusiastically, for their sons were all serving in the Jinyiwei. When Li Hanjing announced the availability of 10 positions, he had conducted a comparison of identities among the applicants, all of whom were notable merchants from the county. However, one thing that Li Hanjing had not anticipated was that Jia Jiqiang would propose convening a meeting to discuss representation, ultimately causing him to stumble upon his own misfortune, which turned out to be an unexpected delight. As the revelry continued, Li Hanjing suddenly remarked, "By the way, Tai Qing, the Jinyiwei is due for new equipment. The previous ones have become rather dull. This business shall not go to outsiders. I shall give it to you." Tai Chi was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining composure. "Lord Li, I am grateful for your trust. I will provide you with cost price and a proper receipt." Li Hanjing pointed at Tai Qing. "You owe you. Enough of such matters. Let us eat and not waste the good intentions of County Magistrate Jia." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Later that night, at the Jia residence, Jia Jiqiang sat gloomily, sipping his wine. He could not comprehend why the merchants were aligning themselves with the Jinyiwei. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before him, accompanied by a slightly fatigued voice. "County Magistrate Jia, why are you drinking alone?" Upon hearing this, Jia Jiqiang looked up. "Jiangwen, why are you not enjoying your retirement in peace and instead come here at this hour?" Jiangwen took a seat, sipped some wine, and remarked, "It seems you have suffered quite a setback at the hands of Li Hanjing." Jia Jiqiang assumed Jiangwen had come to mock him, and his mood soured. "Huh, how much better are you? He has barely arrived, and you have already fallen from grace." Jiangwen paid little heed to Jia Jiqiang's taunt, countering, "Do you not wish to know why those merchants have aligned themselves with Li Hanjing?" Instantly intrigued, Jia Jiqiang asked, "Does Jiang Baihu know something?" Jiangwen scoffed. "Do you recall the recent vacancies in the Jinyiwei? Li Hanjing audaciously offered 10 positions to those merchants, and their sons are now serving in the Jinyiwei. With such connections, how can you possibly prevail? Selling positions?" Jia Jiqiang exclaimed in shock. Selling positions is a grave matter. While minor acts of corruption may be overlooked, such offenses are met with severe consequences. After all, who among us can claim to be entirely free of ulterior motives? However, the sale of official positions is altogether different. It undermines the very foundation of the state. While some individuals may be driven by greed and lust, they possess the capacity to manage their respective responsibilities effectively. In contrast, the majority of those who purchase their offices are utterly incompetent, lacking the virtue to match their positions. Over time, this will inevitably lead to chaos within the nation. Thus, those apprehended for selling official posts face severe and unwavering punishment. Jia Jiqiang seemed to perceive a chance for his own resurgence and inquired, "Is this news from Captain Zhang indeed true? And who has informed you?" Jiangwen responded with unwavering certainty, "Though I am retired. How long have I served in the Jinyiwei of Ziyuan County?" Upon hearing Jiangwen's assurance, Jia Jiqiang recognized the truth of the matter and promptly replied, "Captain Jiang, I owe you a significant favor in this regard. Tomorrow, I shall report this matter to the county and also discuss it with the governor, suggesting he coordinate with Captain Wang. After all, even in retirement, there is no rule against contributing one's remaining talents. Chapter 28. Why must you court death? Upon hearing Jia Jiqiang's promise, Jiang Wen could not help but exhale in relief. Ever since his retirement a few months prior, he had lived in constant trepidation, fearing retribution from Li Hanjing. Just a few days earlier, a former subordinate had reported the matter to him, and his reaction alongside Jia Jiqiang had been equally fraught with agitation. If he could only bring down Li Hanjing, he could enjoy a comfortable retirement. Thus, upon perceiving the confrontation between Jia Jiqiang and Li Hanjing, he promptly seized the opportunity to seek out Jia Jiqiang. Meanwhile, in Ziyuan County, the Imperial Guards were on alert. My lord, Jiang Wen has gone to meet Jia Jiqiang, and just a few days ago, the former flag officer who submitted his resignation sought out Jiang Wen. Lu Yuan reported. It appeared that Li Hanjing, fearing that Jiang Wen might slip away before being dispatched, had instructed the 10th Flag to station 2 men daily to monitor Jiang Wen's movements. Putting the pieces together, Li Hanjing suddenly recalled something and commanded, immediately take the 10th Flag and keep watch over the Jia residence. If Jia Jiqiang attempts to leave the city, intercept him outside. Lu Yuan bowed respectfully, affirming, understood. As for Lu Yuan's ability to contend with Jia Jiqiang, Li Hanjing harbored no concerns. Lu Yuan had spent recent days in the dungeon, his strength having ascended to the 8th stage of qi cultivation, while Jia Jiqiang remained at the 6th stage. After all, as a civil official, his prowess was not particularly formidable. The truly fearsome individuals were those who excelled in both literary and martial arts. And it was evident that Jia Jiqiang was not one of them. Otherwise, he would not merely serve as a county magistrate. As dawn broke, Jia Jiqiang eagerly mounted his horse and rode out of the city, intent on making his way to the prefecture. His spirits were buoyant, feeling as though the wind was as gentle as a spring breeze. However, upon leaving the city, an unsettling feeling began to creep in, leaving him in a state of unease. Where could Magistrate Jia be in such a hurry to go? Lu Yuan remarked coldly, as the 10th Flag of the Imperial Guards suddenly appeared on the road, blocking Jia Jiqiang's path. The sudden emergence of so many men startled Jia Jiqiang, but he quickly regained his composure. Imperial Guards? Step aside quickly. The governor urgently summons me for an important matter. If I am delayed, you will surely incur the wrath of Captain Wang. Lu Yuan was not swayed by such assertions. Magistrate Jia, if you have matters to attend to, they can wait. Our captain wishes to speak with you. Please accompany us. And what if I refuse? Do you think a mere flag officer and your rabble can stop me? Jia Jiqiang retorted, eyeing the green ribbon at Lu Yuan's waist. Lu Yuan slowly drew his embroidered spring blade. You will find out soon enough, Magistrate Jia. Jia Jiqiang, now incensed, spurred his horse forward and drew his sword to thrust at Lu Yuan. How dare you, Li Hanjing, disregard me? I understand your strength as a master, but you, a flag officer, should not underestimate me. Clang. Lu Yuan swiftly adopted a defensive stance, blocking the strike. The tremendous force of the impact caused Jia Jiqiang to stagger back 2.5 steps. As he gazed at the quivering sword, Jia Jiqiang felt a profound shock within. Is the Jinyiwei poised to reclaim its former glory? A commanding officer possesses strength that rivals my own. Although Lu Yuan felt no discomfort, the tremendous force of their clash had left a significant gash on the back of his embroidered spring knife. Yet, he paid it no mind, swiftly channeling his inner energy as he surged towards Jia Jiqiang. In a sudden twist, the blade of his knife faced Jia Jiqiang's head. Jia Jiqiang hastily raised his sword in defense, but his momentary distraction prevented him from adequately mobilizing his internal energy, resulting in a loss of power the instant their weapons collided. With a clang, the sword fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan struck the back of Jia Jiqiang's head. Jia Jiqiang felt a rush of blood, and then darkness engulfed him. After dispatching Jia Jiqiang, Lu Yuan exhaled deeply and murmured, "This is far more challenging than taking a life." In a certain area outside Ziyuan County, Li Hanjing rarely took up a fishing rod to catch fish in the lake, accompanied by a small table with steaming tea. Surrounding him were expansive bamboo groves, enveloped in tranquility, with the remaining 8 commanding officers of the 100 House standing nearby. At this moment, they wore bewildered expressions, summoned so early in the morning, only to witness fishing? Before long, commotion arose from beyond the bamboo forest, and soon Lu Yuan arrived with the 10th Commander's Jinyiwei, binding 3 individuals. Upon recognizing the faces of the captives, the commanding officer's composure faltered. After calmly sipping his tea, Li Hanjing stated, "Hang them up and wake them." "Yes." Lu Yuan responded. Moments later, the three were hoisted up, and Lu Yuan doused them with several buckets of water, rousing them from their stupor. Upon awakening and seeing Li Hanjing quietly fishing, they immediately fell into a state of panic. Li Hanjing paid them no mind, remaining focused on his fishing, occasionally sipping his tea. Noticing Li Hanjing's silence, the other 8 commanding officers suppressed their curiosity, standing quietly to the side. An oppressive atmosphere gradually enveloped the bamboo grove. After a while, one of the suspended men could no longer contain himself and trembled as he spoke. Lordly, grant me one chance. I shall never dare again. I beg you. I have a family to care for. Li Hanjing turned to regard the man, recognizing him as the commanding officer who had been compelled to submit his resignation. The other 2 were Jiang Wen and Jia Jiqiang. Li Hanjing slowly rose and approached the distressed commanding officer, a smile devoid of warmth upon his lips. You, who trembled before battle and wavered the morale of the troops, I'll let you off lightly. Yet, why must you court disaster? I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. Rest assured, your family will soon join you. Li Hanjing realized that the man's resentment stemmed solely from his dismissal. Upon hearing this, the commanding officer burst into tears, pleading, My lord, I implore you, just kill me. Spare my family. Li Hanjing, uninterested in the man's lamentations, struck him on the head with a single palm. A tremendous force severed his head from his body. The cacophony was unbearable. The remaining 8 captains, though acutely aware of Li Hanjing's ruthless nature, could not help but tremble. At that moment, even the previously composed Jia Jiqiang and Jiang Wen quaked in fear. This young man is capable of murder at the slightest provocation, Jia Jiqiang suddenly declared. Li Hanjing, I am a registered official of the 7th rank in the court. Your actions today warrant a death sentence. I urge you to reconsider. Li Hanjing laughed. A death sentence? How many have been executed by the Jinyiwei? Yet they still exist, do they not? Besides, in this desolate wilderness, who would know? As he spoke, Li Hanjing cast a glance at the 8 captains, who immediately fell to their knees in terror. My lord, we have seen nothing today. Nothing has transpired. Chapter 29. A single stroke for the county magistrate. Li Hanjing paid no heed to the assembled officers, for the very purpose of summoning them was to witness the grim fate that awaited those who betrayed him. Let them kneel and observe the consequences. Jia Jiqiang, in a state of panic, implored, My lordly, please, state your terms. What must I do to be spared? Li Hanjing shook his head, declaring, There is nothing to discuss. You have learned that which you should not know, and thus, you must face the inevitable repercussions. I had intended for a civil discourse, yet you resorted to the cowardice of informing against me. Jia Jiqiang hastily protested, My lord, you misunderstand. I was summoned by the governor, that is all. Suddenly, Li Hanjing turned to the 8 officers, commanding, Each of you shall deliver a single stroke to Magistrate Jia. What? This. The 8 officers, upon hearing the order, hesitated, their hands faltering. If we do not act, we too shall be condemned alongside Magistrate Jia. Li Hanjing observed with keen interest as the 8 officers knelt in fear. It was imperative for him to subdue them thoroughly, otherwise, there would always be those who remained discontent. Despite the gravity of the situation, they continued to waver. To act would mean complete submission to Li Hanjing, leaving no avenue for retreat. Yet, to refrain from action would surely lead to their demise before the dawn's light. After a moment, one of the officers drew his dagger with determination and approached Jia Jiqiang, menacingly declaring, Magistrate Jia, do not blame me. Blame yourself for provoking Lord Baihu. With a swift motion, the blade fell, severing one of Jia Jiqiang's ears. Jia Jiqiang was engulfed in a torrent of excruciating pain. With the first blow struck, the remaining officers, emboldened, advanced upon him with their blades drawn. As he beheld the menacing daggers, Jia Jiqiang frantically shook his body, pleading, My lord, please state your terms. I can offer you riches or women. I am willing to resign from my post. Just grant me one chance. The once proud magistrate now resorted to desperate entreaties. Yet Li Hanjing found this insufficient. Why should the esteemed Jinyiwei concern themselves with the affairs of a mere county magistrate? The other 7 officers exchanged glances with Li Hanjing, and upon seeing his stoic demeanor, they aimed their daggers at various parts of Jia Jiqiang's body, his hands, feet, and waist. With a sickening sound, Jia Jiqiang was gruesomely dismembered, blood gushing forth onto the ground. Yet, he did not perish immediately. Instead, he endured the torment, watching as his life force-ebbed away. After what felt like an eternity, Jia Jiqiang finally succumbed to death. Li Hanjing suddenly pinched his nose, repulsed by an unpleasant odor. Upon closer inspection, He realized it emanated from Jiang Wan, who, suspended in fear, had lost control of himself, trembling uncontrollably. He could scarcely believe that a mere 20-year-old could act with such ruthless resolve, and regret began to seep into his heart. Jiang Wan struggled to steady his quaking form, murmuring, "My lord, could you grant me a swift end?" He was acutely aware that survival was an impossibility today, yet he was unwilling to meet his end in the same manner as Jia Jiqiang. The thought of such suffering was unfathomable to him. "Lu Yuan, I entrust this to you," he declared, before resuming his seat, casting his line into the water. Confronted with one of the masterminds behind the murder of his family, Lu Yuan exhibited no signs of distress, approaching with a stoic expression. "Ah, please, just kill me," he implored. After a considerable pause, Lu Yuan approached Li Hanjing, carrying pieces of bait. "My lord, allow me to prepare the fishing spot for you." Li Hanjing nodded calmly, tossing the bait into the middle of the lake, where the larger fish resided. Splash, splash. Lu Yuan expertly cast the bait into the depths. Before long, Li Hanjing chuckled, lifting his rod. "Well done, Lu Yuan. Your preparation has borne fruit. It hasn't been long, and already the fish are biting." He then addressed the 8 stunned guards. Come. Today I shall treat you to fish." Observing the fish being pulled from the crimson waters, one guard suppressed his discomfort and accepted the fish, stammering, "Thank you, my lord." The following morning, the county office emanated a faint, metallic odor. The constables arriving for duty were immediately alerted by the unsettling scent and looked up, their hair standing on end. Heads, hands, and legs were displayed at various locations. "This is bad. The county magistrate has been murdered." Word of the magistrate's death spread rapidly throughout the district, igniting a fervor. The dismembered body of a county leader hung ominously at the entrance of the office. What was this? A blatant affront to their authority. Had it merely been an accidental death, or had it not escalated to such extremes? The district could have contained the situation, but now, in Yutai County, within the county office, County Lieutenant Zhang Yunfei remarked, "Lord Prefect, the province is already aware of this incident and has sent a letter sternly criticizing our district for failing to maintain order, allowing such a grievous security issue to arise. Furthermore, within 3 days, officials from the Decisive will arrive to investigate the circumstances surrounding this event." Upon hearing this, Prefect Zhao Yang rubbed his temples in frustration. The arrival of investigators from the Decisive indicated that the district had lost any authority to conduct its own inquiry, making it impossible to downplay the situation. Moreover, for the entire county office, aspirations for promotion would be dashed for years to come. This was a severe blow to the district. The higher one rose in rank, the greater the access to martial resources. As the saying goes, a single misstep leads to a cascade of errors. Zhao Yang surmised that even if he persevered until retirement, he would be fortunate to attain but a single promotion. His animosity towards the individual who killed Jia Jiqiang grew. One could settle personal vendettas discreetly. Yet this display was audacious beyond measure. As his irritation deepened, Zhao Yang declared, "From now on, cease collecting the monthly tributes from merchants, and ensure that your subordinates maintain decorum. During this period, as the Decisive officials arrive, I expect our county office to remain a bastion of tranquility. If anyone were to provoke me at this moment, they should not blame me, Zhao Yang, for being ruthless." The crowd nodded in agreement. It was indeed the governor. The true architect of the turmoil engulfing the entire Yutai County, Li Hanjing, was currently reclining in his chair, calmly perusing a letter from Huang Wenxuan. The contents of the letter were as follows. "Hanjing, the censorate is to temporarily establish its presence in your county. Although, structurally, they cannot directly investigate the Jinyiwei. If they wish to lodge a complaint, it would be quite simple for them to escalate matters. Recently, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution in your actions within the county. Let us defer all matters until after the censораte's departure. I shall not dwell on this further, but I must remind you of one thing. If the incident involving Jia Jiqiang is attributable to your Jinyiwei, ensure that you manage all repercussions meticulously and without hesitation. Those who must be dealt with should be eliminated without mercy." Upon finishing the letter, Li Hanjing promptly incinerated it. His decision to display Jia Jiqiang's body at the county office was intentional, aimed at inciting chaos and restructuring the power dynamics. This would enable him to gain complete control over Ziyuan County, without amplifying the situation. There would always be those who perceived the county office as more formidable than the Jinyiwei. Chapter 30. The arrival of the censorate. Upon hearing that officials from the censorate were to arrive in Yutai County, the atmosphere within the local political arena could be likened to a profound camaraderie. 3 days later, the entourage of the censorate made their grand entrance into Ziyuan County. Accompanied by the local constables who ensured the thoroughfare remained unobstructed, the delegation comprised over 20 individuals, and as per standard protocol, they were expected to proceed to the local government offices for accommodation. However, the leader inexplicably altered their course, directing them straight toward the Imperial Guards. At the Imperial Guards in Ziyuan County, while the censorate was investigating a case, one member of the censorate stepped forward, brandishing a command token and addressing the guard stationed at the entrance. Without pausing to gauge the guard's response, he attempted to gain entry. Unfortunately, had it been any other faction on duty that day, the show of force might have intimidated them. However, it was the turn of the 10th banner this month. Two Imperial Guards firmly asserted, "Halt. Did I grant you permission to enter? Do you not realize that this is the Imperial Guards? You cannot simply waltz in here with a token." This unexpected display of defiance left the censorate members momentarily stunned. Was it possible that the Imperial Guards could exhibit such resolve? The situation quickly reached a stalemate. A middle-aged man stepped forward, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. "I am Yang Gang, the 14th executive officer from the Right Executive Division of the Censorate, dispatched to investigate the tragic demise of Jia Jiqiang. May we enter now?" The middle-aged man gradually revealed his identity. As an executive officer, he held a rank equivalent to the prefect of Yuntai County, yet his actual standing was superior to that of the prefect. The head of the executive division occupied a significant position, and the court typically assigned rare-level martial arts to officials of this caliber, effectively placing him on the precipice of mastery and power. Yang Gang could hardly believe that a mere Imperial Guard would dare to obstruct them after he had disclosed his identity. The guard at the entrance scoffed. "I do not care how high your rank is within the censorate. This is the Imperial Guards, not the censorate. Without the word from our superior, Lord Li, you shall not enter today." As he spoke, an undeniable aura of intimidation radiated from him. This revelation startled Yang Gang. The mere guard from the 100 household seemed to possess a greater presence than the guards from the state. At this moment, one of Yang Gang's companions could no longer contain himself, declaring, "We have shown considerable restraint thus far by not forcing our way in. Do not mistake our courtesy for weakness. Step aside. By heavens, can we truly be bullied in Ziyuan County?" he exclaimed. "Brothers, someone dares to breach the Imperial Guards." Upon witnessing the impending confrontation, the guard promptly summoned reinforcements. With a resounding thud, the sound of marching footsteps echoed as rows of guards from the 10th banner arrived at the entrance, drawing their blades and preparing for battle. Tensions escalated as both sides bristled for conflict. At that moment, Li Hanjing emerged, and upon his arrival, the Imperial Guards parted to create a pathway. "Young Executive Officer, is it wise to force your way through the Imperial Guards?" Yang Gang, with a rather grim expression, spoke. "You must be the Captain Li Hanjing. We have a few inquiries regarding the tragic demise of Jia Jiqiang." "Inquire me," Li Hanjing retorted. "I, as a member of the Jinyiwei, directly serve His Majesty and am not subject to any other authority. What gives you the right to question me?" Before Yang Gang could respond, the individual beside him interjected. "The censorate." Bang! In an instant, a fleeting shadow darted by, sending the man flying, blood spilling from his lips. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that Yang Gang was left utterly bewildered, while Li Hanjing had effortlessly returned to his original position. Li Hanjing coldly remarked, "It is only the Jinyiwei who interrogate others. I have yet to encounter anyone daring enough to question us. This has always been the case and remains so." Yang Gang merely glanced at his fallen subordinate without uttering a word. Those who meddle deserve their fate. Moreover, considering Li Hanjing's earlier display of speed, Yang Gang had no confidence in apprehending him. "Masterly, since you assert that our censorate lacks qualification, I shall take my leave for now. In a few days, I will send someone more qualified to speak with you." With that, Yang Gang departed the captaincy, accompanied by the censorate officials. Prior to his descent, Yang Gang had heard whispers in the county regarding a 20-year-old individual possessing profound internal strength, which he had found somewhat incredulous. However, it now seemed undeniable that such prowess at a young age foretold an imminent future. Therefore, it was unnecessary to engage in a contentious investigation over the Jia Jiqiang case. As for Li Hanjing, he had no trepidation. After all, he was not the one responsible for Jia Jiqiang's death. Days passed, and as anticipated, Yang Gang returned. This time accompanied by several individuals clad in flying fish attire. Under Li Hanjing's prior directive, they smoothly entered the grand hall of the captaincy. Alas, some within the Jinyiwei were willing to act as hounds against their own kin. Upon entering, Yang Gang promptly initiated the conversation. Captain Li, shall we finally discuss some matters? Li Hanjing glanced at Wang Li and replied, of course. I am merely curious. What delectable treats have you provided your hounds to ensure their loyalty? Wang Li's face flushed crimson as he retorted, Li Hanjing, what do you mean by that? Li Hanjing waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it is nothing of consequence. I merely envy other departments. They protect their own, while we in the Jinyiwei seem to betray ours. Noticing a potential altercation brewing between the two, Yang Gang quickly interjected. Captain Li, let us focus on the case at hand. Li Hanjing nodded in agreement. Go ahead, I am listening. We have investigated and found that Magistrate Jia recently had some conflicts with you regarding work matters. Is this true? Yang Gang inquired. Indeed, Li Hanjing acknowledged. Due to the division of responsibilities, certain disagreements arose, but we have amicably resolved them through discussion. He casually fabricated a rationale to redirect the conversation. After all, one could hardly confess to disputes over protection fees, could they? Yang Gang seemed disinclined to delve deeper into the matter and subsequently inquired. What is your perspective on the disappearance of Magistrate Jia the day after your discussion, with his body surfacing at the county office on the third day? Li Hanjing promptly replied, I possess no opinion on the matter. I learned of Magistrate Jia's demise on the third day as well. I am not the primary informant. Thus your inquiry holds no merit. Yang Gang pressed on. On the day of Magistrate Jia's disappearance, what were you engaged in, Li Baihu? Is there anyone who can vouch for your whereabouts? Li Hanjing responded with a smile. Yang, although I am perplexed as to why you are employing the language of interrogation, I shall assist you as you are a fellow official. On the day of Magistrate Jia's vanishing, I arose early, purchased a fishing rod, and went fishing. The local fishing gear merchants can attest to this, as can the captains of the Jinyiwei. I even treated them to some fish that day. Chapter 31. The Jinyiwei of Jiangzhou. Yang Gang's expression instantly relaxed. Haha, Li Baihu, do not take offense. The Decisive has always conducted its investigations in this manner, treating everyone equally. He understood, for our Jinyiwei tends to approach cases with even greater gravity, Li Hanjing replied. Ah, Li Baihu, there is something I forgot to mention. Yang Gang continued. During our conversation, the other officials of the Decisive began individual discussions with the other commanders. You wouldn't advise against that, would you? After saying this, Yang Gang fixed his gaze upon Li Hanjing, hoping to detect any hint of unease in his eyes. However, Li Hanjing responded calmly, it is perfectly understandable. Moments later, a Decisive official entered and whispered to Yang Gang, Sir, what Li Hanjing said aligns closely with our findings. Upon receiving this information, Yang Gang immediately rose. Thank you for your cooperation, Li Baihu. We have other matters to attend to and shall not disturb your regular duties any further. Indeed, Yang Darren, take care. Li Hanjing replied, showing no intention of seeing him off. Once the Decisive officials departed, a cold light flashed in Li Hanjing's eyes, interrogating one by one. Do they truly believe the Jinyiwei to be easy prey? Let them not fall into my grasp in the future. The Decisive remained in Ziyuan County for several more days. Yet with no progress on the case, they eventually took their leave. After all, their visit was primarily intended as a show of deterrence. In the vast Qian Empire, officials die daily, some from internal strife, others at the hands of underworld forces. To investigate every incident thoroughly would require an immense allocation of manpower and resources. Thus, Ziyuan County entered a period of Jinyiwei governance. In the Jinyiwei Town Pacification Office of Jiangzhou, a commanding figure declared, the Jinyiwei in Huayang County has been severely suppressed by the government, by the eastern and western censors, and even by the Six Doors. The influence of underworld forces is undeniable. I urge everyone to present a plan. As silence fell over the assembly, the figure's irritation grew. You cannot even propose a single plan? His piercing gaze silenced any who dared to meet it. At that moment, a Jinyiwei adorned with a golden sash rose to speak. Sir, our Jinyiwei is currently in a precarious position. It would be wise to endure for the time being. Moreover, the resources of Huayang County are substantial, and both the eastern and western censors regard it highly. We lack the capacity to confront them. Another Jinyiwei, also decorated with a golden sash, echoed, Indeed, sir. I advocate for a temporary retreat. Sometimes, stepping back can lead to broader horizons. Suddenly, as another Jinyiwei prepared to rise, the figure seated at the head of the table slammed his hand upon the surface. Endure? How much more can the Jinyiwei tolerate? They will only grow bolder. Where were they when we battled the Baiwei sect? Now they act with such bravado. After a moment, the elder adorned with the golden sash stood and spoke earnestly. Sir, please do not let your anger consume you. Let me speak candidly. Our current commander of the Jinyiwei has even acknowledged a eunuch as his godfather. What do you expect from us, the subordinates? The disdainful officer of the Imperial Guard remarked. That waste is just that, a waste. Yet in Jiangzhou, under my jurisdiction, the Imperial Guard shall not be in such disarray. This matter must be resolved today. The crowd below sighed collectively. The newly appointed governor was indeed impetuous. Nevertheless, he possessed the credentials, having attained this position at the tender age of 40 through undeniable prowess. If he were not audacious, who would be? It was a pity, however, that he had entered the wrong department, the current Imperial Guard. Had he joined the military, his prospects would have been boundless. Suddenly, a previously silent officer of the Imperial Guard spoke up. Sir, I have a suggestion, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. The officer above's eyes brightened. Speak. Sir. Under our jurisdiction in Yuntai County, there is a 100-household officer who, at merely 20 years of age, has already reached the realm of inner strength. He is ruthless in his dealings and has swiftly gained control over the county office in just a few months. He is also quite audacious. I have heard that recently even the censorate in the prefecture was turned away by him. However, it seems he was dispatched from the central government. I do not know if he was demoted or if he is undergoing training from a prominent family. I fear that if we hastily transfer him, it may draw ire from above. The officer from above interjected, Jinyiwei, you shall handle this matter. Expedite the transfer procedures. I will bear the consequences if anything goes awry. If this succeeds, I shall credit you. Jinyiwei's heart swelled with joy. Such a decisive leader was indeed different from others who, when faced with trouble, were fearful of responsibility and cast blame onto their subordinates. Yes, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. 3 months later, in Ziyuan County. My lord, this month the various banners have collected a total of 20,000 taels. And the new county magistrate wishes to pay you a visit, Lu Yuan reported. Li Hanjing shook his head. Do not see him. Let him wait for a time. Understood. Lu Yuan replied before withdrawing. Dog. Exchange 20,000 for evil value. Ding conditions met. Exchanging. Exchange successful. Consumed 50,000 evil value to cultivate. Ding 50,000 evil value deducted. Host's martial cultivation has risen to the second stage of mastery, having firmly established control over Ziyuan County. Li Hanjing realized how much more revenue this county office could generate monthly compared to the Imperial Guard, which was merely reaping the scraps. Subsequently, Li Hanjing opened his attribute template. Name, Li Hanjing. Gender, male. Identity, father, Grand Tutor Li Qian, 100 household officer of the Imperial Guard in Ziyuan County. Cultivation method, Qi Cyclone technique, rare, 0500, 000, cultivation level, mastery, 050,000, martial skills, Tiger Roar Wave 03,000, Flying Swallow Piercing Cloud, 03,000, Comprehensive Combat Assessment, Mastery 3rd Stage, Evil Value, 10,000, Slaughter Value, 10,000. Subordinate Forces Attribute Template, Subordinate, Name, Lu Yuan. Gender, Male. Cultivation Method, Killing Internal Cannon, 020,000, Martial Cultivation, Qi Training 9th Stage, Great Perfection, Subordinate Forces Group, 10th Banner of Ziyuan County. Number of People, 100 Collective Martial Arts, Sha Qi Ju Overall Combat Strength, 8th Stage of Body Refinement. Regarding the developments over the past 3 months, Li Hanjing was quite content. His personal guard had expanded to 100 men, and their combined combat prowess had reached the 8th stage of body refinement. What does this signify? It is akin to possessing 100 formidable subordinates. Moreover, Lu Yuan was on the verge of stepping into the realm of inner strength. Yet it seemed unlikely in the near future, as the prison of the 100 households was nearly vacant. Suddenly, a carrier hawk alighted before Li Hanjing's desk. He recognized this hawk as belonging to Huang Wenshuan, having visited several times before. To this end, Li Hanjing had even taken the liberty of tossing it a morsel of food. He then opened the message, which read as follows. Hanjing, please make your way to the prefecture with utmost haste. There is a matter of great importance to discuss. Upon reading the brief message, Li Hanjing was momentarily concerned that something had befallen Huang Wenshuan. With no time to prepare any belongings, he rose promptly and set off towards the prefecture, his steps swift as the flying swallow slicing through the clouds. Chapter 32. Transferred to Huaiyang County as a 1,000 household master Huang. Is there something urgent that requires my presence in the county so abruptly? Li Hanjing inquired, weary from travel. Upon Li Hanjing's arrival, Huang Wenxuan rose to greet him with his characteristic amiable smile. Hanjing, your opportunity has finally arrived. Seize it well, and I am confident you will bring honor to the Grand Tutor. Perhaps they will overlook your minor transgressions and restore you to the capital, Huang Wenxuan encouraged. Li Hanjing, perplexed, responded, Opportunity? What opportunity? Just follow me. The officials above wish to see you. Huang Wenxuan replied without elaborating further, leading Li Hanjing into the room. Once inside, Huang Wenxuan respectfully gestured, Lord Chun, this is Li Hanjing, the 100 household. Upon seeing the silk sash around the waist of the man seated in the main position, Li Hanjing quickly offered his greetings. Lord Chun. Yet, he could not fathom why 1,000 household of the Jinyiwei, a fifth-rank official with command over at least 50 to 60,000 troops, would seek an audience with a mere 100 household, and seemingly for this purpose alone. Lord Chun regarded Li Hanjing with satisfaction, nodding, Excellent, a fine figure. Li Hanjing courteously replied, You flatter me, my lord. You two are quite distinguished. He intentionally presented himself as a novice rather than a seasoned bureaucrat with ulterior motives. While one can endeavor to appear flawless before an admirer, projecting such perfection to outsiders would only elicit perceptions of pretense and cunning. Lord Chun beamed at this exchange, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. How delightful, youthful and fervent. After the pleasantries, Lord Chun swiftly addressed the matter at hand. Young Jiang, I have come down with a mission specifically for you. Li Hanjing expressed astonishment, my lord. You needn't have traveled personally. Simply instruct me, and I would have reported to the prefecture. Waving his hand dismissively, Lord Chun replied, We are all serving the court. There is no need for such formalities. The prefecture intends to assign you a particularly challenging task, and I wonder if you have the confidence to accept it. Upon hearing Lord Chen's words, Li Hanjing instinctively glanced at Huang Wenxuan. Seeing Huang's encouraging nod, he promptly rose, clasping his fists. My lord, whatever you command I, Li Hanjing, shall boldly face it, be it a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. Clap, clap, clap. Lord Chen applauded. Excellent. If all the Jinyiwei were like you, how could we not thrive? With that, Lord Chun produced the transfer document. By the decision of the Southern Pacification Office of the Jinyiwei in Jiangzhou, Li Hanjing, originally 100 household of Ziyuan County, is hereby promoted to serve as 1,000 household in Huayong County, with the rank of 6th grade. As Lord Chen concluded reading the document, Li Hanjing was utterly astonished. To ascend to the rank of 1,000 household within less than a year of joining the Jinyiwei was beyond his wildest expectations. Observing Li Hanjing's reaction, Lord Chen smiled with satisfaction. Dear Xiao Jiang, 2 months ago, when it was my turn to serve as the acting commander of Yuntai County, I firmly remembered you. Therefore, at this recent assembly of the Town Pacification Department, I ardently supported your appointment as 1,000 household. When you arrive at Huayong County, do not bring shame upon me. The Southern Town Pacification Department of Jiangzhou has a total of 10,000 households, who take turns serving as the chief officials of various counties. This system is designed to prevent certain individuals from completely corrupting the counties beneath them. What Chen Hu meant by his words was that your, Li Hanjing's, ascension to this position of 1,000 household was not achieved without considerable effort on his part. You must remember this favor. Li Hanjing naturally understood Chen Hu's intentions and respectfully replied, Thank you for your promotion, my lord. If there is any way I can be of service in the future, please do not hesitate to command me. Seeing that his objective had been achieved, Chen Hu began to offer his counsel. Xiaojiang, Huayong County is not as stable as Yuntai County. The situation with the Jinyiwei there is rather severe. Your sole mission upon being dispatched there is to restore order and reclaim the authority of our esteemed Jinyiwei. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing immediately grasped the reason for his expedited promotion. He was essentially appointed as the commander of a firefighting team. As for why more seasoned 1,000 households were not sent to handle the crisis, it was because they had already mismanaged their own counties, and sending them to extinguish fires might only result in further calamity. Thus, the responsibility naturally fell upon the shoulders of a younger individual like himself. Nevertheless, this maneuver had indeed shortened the time it would take for him to achieve the rank of 1,000 household by several years. Li Hanjing promptly vowed, My lord, I shall not disappoint your expectations or those of the Town Pacification Department. However, he had a small request he was uncertain if his lord could fulfill. Chen Hu did not deliberate for long and replied, Speak. His subordinate expressed, I would like to bring 100 men with me to my new post. Upon hearing this, Chen Hu frowned. While one or two individuals would be manageable, the mobilization of 100 would entail a cumbersome procedure. He understood why Li Hanjing made this request. Typically, promotions within the Jinyiwei were filled by local candidates, ensuring that those who were already adept at their duties remained under the same jurisdiction. However, since Li Hanjing was being appointed from a different region, he would find himself isolated in Huayang County, which would inevitably slow the process of executing his responsibilities. Just as Chun Wan, who hesitated over whether to acquiesce to Li Hanjing's request, he suddenly recalled the words of his superior. If the sky were to fall, he would bear the weight. He promptly stated, "Very well, we shall make an exception. I agree to this request, but your performance in Huayang County must surpass expectations. Otherwise, I will have difficulty justifying it to my superiors." Li Hanjing smiled. Such a promotion was indeed perfect. "Thank you, my lord. I will ensure a satisfactory report is delivered." Chun Wan, who nodded, "Good. Attend to the affairs of Ziyuan County promptly and proceed to your new post in Huayang County. The province has been quite busy lately, so I shall take my leave." Subsequently, Li Hanjing, alongside Huang Wenxian, escorted Chun Wanhu to the door. After Chun Wanhu departed, Huang Wenxian sighed. "A few months ago, I could still address you as Hanjiang. Now, I must call you Thousand Householdly." Li Hanjing smiled and said, "My lord, please refrain from teasing me. You may simply call me Hanjing from now on." Huang Wenxuan suddenly grew serious and patted Li Hanjing on the shoulder. "The situation in Huayang County is far more dire than merely what Lord Chun has indicated. Once we arrive there, I will be of no assistance to you. When the time comes that you find yourself truly powerless, do not hesitate to seek help from your senior brothers and sisters." In truth, had it not been for Li Hanjing's formidable background, Huang Wenxuan would never have advised him to undertake this matter. Otherwise, he would have been left with nothing but bones. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I will heed your advice." Glancing at Huang Wenxuan, who had been of such great assistance, Li Hanjing felt it was time to reciprocate, lest he be perceived as a heartless scoundrel who simply donned his trousers and departed. He then opened the rare-level martial arts page in the system marketplace. Chapter 33. Clean it up for me. Beep opening for you. System Mall, Techniques Section 1. Essence Absorption Technique. This method allows one to draw the vital energy from the external environment into the body, enhancing both internal power and vitality. Price, 20,000. 2. Indestructible Vajra Technique. A highly defensive martial art that strengthens one's resilience and ability to withstand attacks through the cultivation of various body parts and internal energy. Price, 18,000. 3. Pure Yang Youth Technique. This technique focuses on cultivating the youthful essence of yang energy, employing specific breathing methods and mental control to awaken latent potential, enhance kidney function, strengthen essence, and improve internal power and disease resistance. Price, 15,000. Li Hanjing glanced over the selections and ultimately decided to clear all his kill points and evil points to purchase the Essence Absorption Technique. After all, the Indestructible Vajra Technique was not suitable for someone in their 50s, and as for the Pure Yang Technique, it was even less appropriate. At this age, shouldn't one be allowed to enjoy life? "My lord," Li Hanjing began, "during my time in Yuntai County, you have helped me immensely. I've been eager to find a way to repay you but could not think of what to offer." Huang Wenxuan cast a sidelong glance at Li Hanjing. "Hanjing, speaking so formally makes it seem as if you regard me as a stranger." Li Hanjing quickly denied. "How could that be? I thought about it and realized I have nothing substantial to offer. Hence, I wish to present this to you. I simply cannot shake off the feeling of not giving you something." As he spoke, Li Hanjing reached into his bosom. Seeing this, Huang Wenxuan immediately refused. "Oh, I don't want it. If you persist, I might just get angry." He already had more than enough money, and it would serve little purpose to accept more. However, when Li Hanjing produced a volume of martial arts from his robe, Huang Wenxuan was momentarily stunned. His hand, poised to reject, found itself caught in indecision. "My lord, I understand you regard me as your junior. Surely you cannot refuse a gift from a junior." Li Hanjing pressed the Essence Absorption Technique into Huang Wenxuan's hand, simultaneously alleviating the awkwardness of Huang Wenxuan's desire to accept yet unwillingness to speak it. Clearing his throat, Huang Wenxuan said, "Since you have expressed yourself so clearly, to refuse would imply a certain estrangement on my part." At that moment, Huang Wenxuan recalled something. "Oh, Shen Wanhua has some words that are not convenient to relay in person. He asked me to convey a message. Act freely. The Lord of the Pacification is backing you. Also, Regarding the position of the 100 households in Ziyuan County, Wang Li has already compromised. I will send my people to take up the role. So you need not worry about Wang Li seeking revenge later on. It was evident that Huang Wenxuan likely knew about the incident involving Jia Jiqiang, and many others were also aware, though lacking concrete evidence. Li Hanjing nodded in understanding. Then, my lord, I shall return to prepare for my departure and will not disturb you further. Yes, safe travels. Do visit Yuntai County when you have the time. And let us keep in touch. Huang Wenxuan did not insist on keeping Li Hanjing, as his thoughts were now entirely consumed by the volume of martial arts in his hands. Had Li Hanjing not been present, he would have eagerly begun to comprehend the techniques on the spot. All right, then you take care. Li Hanjing responded. Not long after returning to Ziyuan County, Li Hanjing led a formidable contingent of 100 men towards Huayang County. As for Ziyuan County, he had already established the situation, should the subsequent leaders face suppression. Li Hanjing could only lament that this was the prevailing trend of the Jinyiwei. At present, his authority allowed him to ensure that within his jurisdiction, the Jinyiwei maintained its due decorum, while other matters were beyond his control. Naturally, should his status change in the future, the circumstances would be altogether different. 10 days later, in Huayang County, City Gate Constable, Sir, which department do you represent? Li Hanjing, the Eastern Factory. City Gate Constable, please enter, sir. City Gate Constable, halt. Who are you? State your identity and purpose. Black Tiger Gang, we are here to procure some supplies. City Gate Constable, very well. But do not cause any trouble once inside. As it came time for Li Hanjing and his men to pass, Lu Yuan stepped forward and produced his token. Jinyiwei. Upon seeing the token, the constable smiled. The Jinyiwei. A silver tael per person to enter. Lu Yuan frowned at this. The previous group had not been charged. Not even the gangs of the underworld. Why were they being subjected to a fee? The constable, visibly displeased, retorted, this is the rule in Huayang County. The Jinyiwei must pay to enter. Hurry up. Will you pay or not? If not, step aside and do not obstruct others from entering. The constable showed no regard for the 100 Jinyiwei, arrogantly eyeing Lu Yuan. In response, Lu Yuan delivered a swift kick to the constable's knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. Despite his attempts to rise, a wave of weakness rendered him unable to stand. The other constables, noticing the commotion, drew their weapons and approached. Is the Jinyiwei seeking to stir trouble? Do you dare to lay hands on my officials? Lu Yuan, disinterested in conversation, dealt each one a kick in turn. In no time, the constables were all kneeling at the city gate. Li Hanjing, shaking off his black cloak, dismounted and approached the fallen constables. He took a silver tael, pressing it firmly in his hand until it shattered into powder. Li Hanjing then slowly raised it before the constables. You wanted silver, did you? Lick it clean. One constable, emboldened, raised his head defiantly. Dare to touch us, and await the county's retribution. I will make you kneel and lick the ground where I tread. Li Hanjing stepped closer to this constable, placing his foot upon his head and pressing down with a cold, chilling voice, lick. The friction between the constable's skin and the ground produced a disturbing sound. The constable struggled desperately, attempting to alleviate the pressure upon him. After an agonizing moment, Li Hanjing finally lifted his foot. However, the constable's body seemed to lose all support, collapsing to the earth. The remaining constables, witnessing their comrade's plight, were drenched in cold sweat. That visage had been rendered unrecognizable, flesh and blood marred beyond recognition. And the chest lay still, suffocated to death. Li Hanjing turned his gaze towards the other constables. Shall I assist you in licking? My lord, no need. We shall manage ourselves. The other constables immediately shook their heads, bowing their heads as they began to lick the silver remnants. The world is vast, and perhaps it is the greatest of all. What does a moment's humiliation amount to? At this moment, the city gates were surrounded by a throng of onlookers, all captivated by the spectacle. Is it true? Do the Imperial Guards dare to act against officials? Look at the imposing demeanor of this group. Each exudes a chilling aura of menace. They are clearly not the Imperial Guards of Huayang County. One must blame these constables for their lack of discernment. Is that so? I recently heard that a new 1,000 household would be arriving in our county. Could it be this individual? I see he is adorned with a purple sash, draped in the distinctive cloak of 1,000 household. Judging by the formidable presence of this newcomer, it seems our county shall witness quite a few more spectacles. Alas, I can only hope that these celestial beings do not involve us mere mortals in their conflicts. Chapter 34. The First Factory, the Second Government, the Three Rivers and Lakes. The brocade attire lags behind the dogs. As several constables savored their silver, Li Hanjing shouted with great authority, "Enter the city." 100 voices responded in unison, "Yes." Having witnessed the methods of Li Hanjing and his companions, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Approaching the Qianhu office of the Jinyiwei in Huayang County, Li Hanjing surveyed the surroundings, perplexed to find the place eerily deserted in broad daylight. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out, "Stop searching. That bunch of useless fools has gone to play the dogs." Turning towards the source of the voice, Li Hanjing beheld a young man, approximately 27 or 28, reclining languidly in a grand chair, sunbathing with half-closed eyes. The young man, sensing an abrupt loss of sunlight and the subtle aura of impending danger, curiously opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself surrounded by a formidable group of Jinyiwei, all fixated on him with intense scrutiny. What do you want?" he stammered. Li Hanjing replied coldly, "Who are you?" The young man, taken aback by the youthfulness of the figure before him, responded, "I am Murongji, a baihu of the Qianhu office of the Jinyiwei in Huayang County." Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing furrowed his brow and scrutinized Murongji's stance. He stepped closer and gave a firm pat. The impact nearly caused Murongji to buckle. His unstable footing and lack of martial foundation suggested his prowess was barely at the 5th level of body refinement. "You claim to be a baihu of the Jinyiwei?" Murongji waved his hand dismissively. "My lord, every baihu in Huayang County's Jinyiwei is inept." "How so?" Li Hanjing inquired, intrigued. Seeing his interest, Murongji began to elaborate. "My lord, have you heard the saying, the first factory, the second government? The 3 rivers and lakes, the Jinyi ranks behind the dogs?" "Proceed," Li Hanjing urged. As they walked, Murongji explained, "This saying is unique to our Huayang County. The first factory refers to the 2 agencies, the eastern and western factories, while government pertains to the officialdom. Their powers are nearly equal, but the eunuchs wield more insidious methods. The 3 refers to various sects and influential merchants. As for us, the Jinyiwei, we are merely a collection of inept individuals, naturally trailing behind the dogs." After his explanation, Murongji curiously asked, "By the way, my lord, who might you be? What business brings you to Huayang County? I consider myself somewhat knowledgeable about the area and might be of assistance." With an impassive expression, Li Hanjing replied, "I am the newly appointed Qianhu, Li Hanjing, of the Jinyiwei in Huayang County." Hearing this, Murongji felt his legs weaken, desperately clutching the arm of the grand chair. "How on earth do I explain my incompetence in front of my superior?" he thought. However, he quickly regained his composure. Realizing that yet another inept individual had joined the ranks of the Jinyiwei, one of considerable ineptitude at that. Such a young member of the Jinyiwei, to hold the rank of Qianhu, surely cannot be anything but a charlatan. Murongji initially believed that the individual before him was a formidable figure backed by a powerful lineage and innate talent. However, upon realizing that Li Hanjing was merely the Qianhu of Huayang County, he immediately concluded that he was an impostor. If Li Hanjing possessed the strength commensurate with his rank at such a tender age, how could he possibly be stationed in Huayang County? Achieving results in this place is akin to expecting a sow to climb a tree. Having reached this conclusion, Murongji chuckled and playfully patted Li Hanjing on the chest. "Brother, may I pose a question? Aren't all Qianhu of the Jinyiwei supposed to leverage connections? How did you ascend to this position? Please enlighten me. Perhaps I could persuade my father to explore similar avenues." Suddenly, Lu Yuan unsheathed his embroidered spring knife and pressed it against Murongji's neck. "Behave yourself." Murongji was taken aback, acutely aware of the force applied by the blade at his throat. He realized that any sudden movement could result in dire consequences. "Where are your men?" Li Hanjing inquired coldly. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Murongji refrained from further jesting and replied, "My lord, they are at the gambling house, brothels, and various shops. Please take me to find them." After Murongji's recent revelations, the circumstances in Huayang County were even more dire than he had anticipated. Being the fire chief was proving to be quite a formidable challenge. If it were merely a matter of eliminating someone, Li Hanjing could accomplish the task instantly. However, the mandate from above was to cultivate the team collectively, which felt akin to an infernal-level trial. Fortunately, he had brought 100 men along. Otherwise, he would likely be left as a solitary commander. It seemed imperative to undertake a surgical intervention for the Jinyiwei in Huayang County. Thus, Murongji was compelled by Lu Yuan to lead the way, with 100 Jinyiwei following closely behind. Li Hanjing intended to make a significant statement today, beginning with an introduction to the people of Huayang County. At the Renqing gambling house in Huayang County, Murongji remarked, "My lord, the majority of the Jinyiwei are gathered here. This is the Ren family's gambling house, and the Ren family is backed by the Xichang. It may not be prudent for us to enter with such a large entourage." Clearly, even someone like Murongji, who exuded the demeanor of a young master, harbored a deep-seated fear of the Xichang. After all, that notorious group was infamous for their lawlessness, their methods surpassing even those of the Jinyiwei of yore, treating everyone as mere statistics. What? They have such connections? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Hanjing led his men into the establishment. "Jinyiwei on duty, nobody move," Lu Yuan shouted. The gambling house was exceedingly vast. As Li Hanjing and his 100 men stormed in, they had to maintain a considerable distance to effectively encircle the patrons. The gamblers, initially taken aback by the aggressive entrance of the Jinyiwei, momentarily forgot to place their bets. However, upon recognizing the Jinyiwei, some began to shout, "Have you Jinyiwei lost your minds? Who dares to stir up trouble in someone else's gambling house? Get out of here at once, and I shall pretend this never occurred." A particularly haughty steward spoke with an air of superiority, completely dismissing Li Hanjing and his men. Li Hanjing exchanged a glance, and immediately 2 Jinyiwei stepped forward to seize the steward. Subsequently, Li Hanjing surveyed the entire gambling house. There were merchants adorned in resplendent garments, alongside a factory overseer with a pallid countenance, presumably affiliated with the Western Depot. Additionally, there were members of the Jinyiwei seated beside those eunuchs, assisting them in handling their chips. Truly, it mirrored what Murongji had described, coming here to serve as mere hounds. The overseer, despite being restrained, remained restless. This was the territory of the Western Depot, and you Jinyiwei. Bang! Li Hanjing struck the overseer's head with a mighty blow, channeling his internal energy. The overseer immediately succumbed, blood oozing from his 5 senses as he perished. Witnessing a life extinguished, the previously nonchalant eunuchs rose from their seats. The leader emitted a voice that was neither human nor ghostly. "You have a rather ghastly appearance. Where do you hail from? Do you not comprehend that this is the domain of the Western Depot?" Chapter 35. A gift for your arrival. Li Hanjing surveyed the attire of the eunuch, noting that he held the rank of a 7th-grade 100 household in the Western Depot, a minor authority even in Huayang County. However, at that moment, Li Hanjing was disinclined to engage with him, as he had his own matters to attend to. "All the useless members of the 2nd Division of the Jinyiwei, come here," Li Hanjing declared with an air of menace. Many Jinyiwei present at the gambling house were momentarily taken aback by his commanding voice. It was then that Murongji stepped forward to clarify, "This is Lord Li, the newly appointed commander of our 2nd Division." The Jinyiwei, upon realizing this, hastily set aside their gaming chips and approached Li Hanjing. After all, he was their superior, and his words warranted respect. The eunuch, feeling disregarded, darkened his expression and remarked, "I wonder who among you dares to defy me. Think carefully. If you proceed, it will be tantamount to opposing the Western Depot, and you know all the consequences of such an act." Upon hearing this, the Jinyiwei who had intended to rise now hesitated. Clearly, they harbored a deep-seated fear of the Western Depot. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves reduced to mere spectators at the gambling table. Li Hanjing admonished, "You would do well to remember who your superior is and to which organization you belong." Yet, the eyes of these Jinyiwei remained fixed upon the eunuch, their bodies betraying no inclination to act. Li Hanjing found himself both exasperated and amused. "Here I am, a commander, yet my words carry less weight than those of a mere 100 household eunuch." After a brief interval, the Jinyiwei remained unmoving. Li Hanjing's expression turned frosty. "I have extended my opportunity. Should you choose to serve as hounds for the Western Depot, do not blame me for my severity." With that, he subtly gestured with his hand. "Members of the 2nd Division of the Jinyiwei in Huayang County, you are hereby deemed traitors. Execute them on the spot." With his command barely uttered, 100 Jinyiwei unsheathed their embroidered spring knives and advanced upon their brethren. Those hapless Jinyiwei, arriving at the gambling house without even their blades, stood no chance against the elite forces of Li Hanjing. Clatter! Bang! The gambling house was instantly transformed into a scene of chaos. A massacre commenced, with hands severed and heads cleaved. The remaining members of the 2nd Division of the Jinyiwei were jolted back to reality by the wails of the dying and the stench of blood, recognizing the folly of their earlier actions. After all, Li Hanjing was their superior, and they had disregarded his commands out of fear of retaliation from the Western Depot. Realizing their mistake, one among them cried out, "My lord, grant us another chance. We were momentarily foolish." But before he could finish, his head was severed in a swift stroke. "My lord, we acknowledge our error. Please, have mercy. The pleas for clemency echoed. Yet the 100 household soldiers only quickened their pace of execution. For several months, there has been an absence of bloodshed, and the enhancement of one's prowess progresses at a sluggish pace. As you plead for mercy, should the master relent, the rare opportunity to bolster strength would be lost. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Kill. Do it swiftly, let our master witness our execution prowess." An officer immediately echoed this command. Li Hanjing found amusement in observing his loyal troops. Having issued the order, he would not retract it. The Imperial Guards grew increasingly exhilarated, their bodies becoming drenched in crimson as their scope of slaughter expanded. Initially precise in targeting the Imperial Guards, they now struck down even the personnel from the Western Bureau, and some hapless gamblers as well. 100 men from the Western Bureau felt his feet grow cold as he witnessed the carnage. What manner of individuals are these? After a while, the tumult finally subsided. The 100 men from the Western Bureau trembled as he pointed at the hundreds of corpses strewn about. "You audacious fool. Brazenly murdering so many court officials in public. Prepare to lose your head." Li Hanjing chuckled wickedly. "I had nearly forgotten about you, that wretched eunuch. You conspired with the Imperial Guards to break free from the court's control. Prepare to be executed on the spot." Upon hearing this, the 100 man realized his own life was forfeit and fled in terror. He understood that his abilities could never match those of the Imperial Guards. To stay would mean certain death. Li Hanjing chose not to pursue, instead slowly retrieving the embroidered spring knife from his waist, channeling his internal energy into the hilt. The knife surged forth like a wild stallion, hurtling towards the fleeing 100 man of the Western Bureau. Bang! The tremendous force pierced through the man's body as if it were mere paper. Li Hanjing then commanded, "Bind these traitors together with rope, so that the citizens of the city may behold their treachery." Once the situation was under control, Li Hanjing regarded the trembling Murongji with indifference. "Lead the way." Murongji compelled himself to summon a modicum of strength. Yes, it is as you command, master." At that moment, he realized that this was no mere matter of connections, judging by Li Hanjing's demeanor. It was evident that the authorities disapproved of the Imperial Guards in Huaiyang County's conduct. A heavy-hitting official had been dispatched to rectify the situation, and it seemed the Imperial Guards were about to face a reckoning. However, upon searching the brothels and various shops, they found no trace of the 2nd Division of the Imperial Guards. Thus, the group returned to the headquarters of the 2nd Division, only to discover the courtyard already filled with a throng of shadowy figures, approximately 1,000 individuals. All heads were bowed, no one dared to utter a word, nor even to breathe audibly. The atmosphere was palpably oppressive. It turned out that the news of Li Hanjing's ruthless rampage at the gambling house had spread like wildfire throughout Huaiyang County within the span of a single hour. Whispers claimed that a formidable new commander from the Imperial Guards had been sent down from above, scouring for the disobedient, executing them as he went. Rumors even escalated to suggest that this new commander was a figure from the underworld, dragging the slain behind him like a specter. Upon hearing the arrival of the newly appointed Jinyiwei, the Jinyiwei immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Some, still in disbelief, ventured to inspect the blood-soaked ground. Leading to the current scene, Li Hanjing murmured to Lu Yuan, instructing him to arrange the corpses in a circle, encircling the remaining individuals. "Understood, my lord," Lu Yuan replied. Once the several hundred bodies were positioned, Li Hanjing procured a chair and seated himself before the assembled. He uttered not a word, merely regarding them with an air of indifference. The bolder among the Jinyiwei dared to glance up, only to quickly avert their gaze, cold sweat cascading down their brows, as they found themselves encircled by the lifeless forms. The peculiar sight of the dismembered corpses, some still with eyes wide open, added to the unsettling atmosphere. When the tension had been sufficiently cultivated, Li Hanjing broke the silence. "Today marks my inaugural day in Huaiyang County, and consider this a rather morbid introduction to our acquaintance. Of course, should your conduct remain as commendable as it has been in serving the eunuchs, I shall bestow upon you a gift each day henceforth." He gestured nonchalantly towards the bodies strewn upon the ground. "Lift your heads, and behold the welcome gift I present to you." His tone shifted abruptly, becoming stern. "Now, raise your heads." The assembly, compelled by his command, complied without hesitation, well aware that the fate of those on the ground was sealed by their disobedience. Li Hanjing then pointed toward the bloodied Jinyiwei. "From this day forth, a new position shall be established within our ranks. Chief Flag, codenamed Jiyu. This unit shall vigilantly oversee your actions. Should any of you be caught in servitude once more, You may find yourselves meeting a fate akin to that of these unfortunate souls. He awaited their response, and a disjointed chorus of understood echoed back. Li Hanjing bore no grudge against their lackluster reply, recognizing the inherent weaknesses within the ranks. It was unrealistic to expect immediate transformation. In truth, the Jinyiwei internally dismissed his words, pondering who would willingly choose to be subservient if given the choice. While Li Hanjing's authoritative methods had instilled a momentary sense of fear, they believed he would soon succumb to the pressures of various factions, much like the previous Qianhu, ultimately leading to a decline in morale and integrity. Before long, Li Hanjing dismissed the Jinyiwei, retaining only Murongxi. Murong, you previously claimed to possess a fair understanding of Huayong County. Is that true? His tone had softened considerably. For having established his authority, he was now prepared to sift through potential allies for future endeavors. Chapter 36. The intricate powers of Huayong County. Initially feeling somewhat apprehensive when left alone, Murongxi felt considerably more at ease upon hearing Li Hanjing's relatively soothing tone. With a respectful gesture, he stated, "My lord, my family operates a tavern in Huayong County. I have, to some extent, heard various tidbits of information regarding both the underworld and the affairs among officials." Li Hanjing nodded. "Very well. Please provide me with an overview of the entire situation in Huayong County." Murongxi replied, "My lord, due to the presence of silver mines, Huayong County is endowed with abundant resources, which naturally leads to a confluence of complex powers. There are 6 major factions: the Western Factory, the Eastern Factory, the local government, the 6 doors, the sects of the martial world, and the merchant consortiums. Among these, the merchant consortiums rely heavily on." Li Hanjing abruptly interrupted Murongxi. "Murong Baihu, it would be best if you could organize this information and write it down for me." After listening to Murongxi for a while, Li Hanjing's thoughts became increasingly muddled, making it difficult to fathom how intricate the powers within a single county could be. Upon hearing this, Murongxi picked up a pen and began to write. The 5 major factions are Western Factory, Eastern Factory, local government, martial sects, and merchant consortiums. Each merchant consortium typically has the backing of one of the other 5 factions, with every consortium choosing a powerful faction to provide financial support. The 8 merchant consortiums are Huibao Pavilion, Elegant Silk, Ancient Rhythm Porcelain, Ink Fragrance Bookstore, Cloud Brocade Embroidery Workshop, Treasure Antiquities, Wanyuan Shop, and Fuchong Tower. The martial sects are divided into 6 major sects: Flying Eagle Sect, Thunder Sound Sect, Azure Wave Sect, Golden Light Temple, Swift Wind Valley, and the subsect of the Heavenly Dao Sect. Among these, the subsect of Heavenly Dao is the most formidable force in Huayong County, as they are backed by the Heavenly Dao Mountain, a presence that even the 2 factories must regard with caution. Upon reviewing this information, Li Hanjing finally grasped the profound intricacies of Huayong County. The influence of Heavenly Dao Mountain could be felt even here. He had some knowledge of it from his time in the capital, understanding that even the emperor must treat the leader of Heavenly Dao Mountain with utmost respect. Furthermore, it is said that the leader is accompanied by legendary celestial masters who have lived for centuries. Typically, one begins to extend their lifespan upon reaching the internal power realm, which can allow one to live to approximately 130 years. The Mastery of Strength realm may extend life to about 160 years, while the Body Technique realm could allow one to reach around 200 years, and the Weapon Mastery realm approximately 260 years. This is the current classification of realms that Li Hanjing is aware of. Considering a celestial master who has lived for centuries, one wonders what level of martial prowess they must possess. Thus, Li Hanjing promptly resolved to tread carefully, preferring to avoid entanglements with the Heavenly Dao subsect if possible. After processing the situation in Huayong County, he meaningfully addressed Murongxi, saying, "Murong Baihu, you must be aware that I am here on a mission." Murongxi nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Of course, I understand. However, it is not that I underestimate you, my lord. It is simply that without the support of a consortium and given the overall strength of the Jinyiwei, it would be exceedingly difficult to navigate Huayong County." Li Hanjing was well aware of the situation. The current Jinyiwei was in dire need of a substantial overhaul, which would necessitate a considerable sum of funds. However, the Jinyiwei lacked the backing of merchant consortiums, leaving them to ponder the source of such finances. Would they resort to selling positions akin to Ziyuan County? Setting aside whether anyone would wish to purchase a position within the Jinyiwei in Huayong County, even if there were interested parties, Li Hanjing would not dare to sell. This was not Ziyuan County. Powerful factions were closely monitoring the situation. Should Li Hanjing attempt to sell official titles, he would be prepared to live the life of a sycophant. If he were to displease anyone, they could easily manipulate the situation, leading him straight to the prison for a free meal. As for relying on the meager monthly funding from the court to recruit talented and capable young individuals, they would likely prefer to live as beggars rather than serve in the Jinyiwei. With no power or wealth, who would be willing to work for them? Thus, the first step was to attract a consortium. Li Hanjing inquired, "Mubaihu, do you know any merchants in Huayang County?" Upon hearing this, Morongji understood Li Hanjing's intentions and smiled wryly. "My lord, the more reputable merchants tend to steer clear of us Jinyiwei." Bang, bang, bang. Li Hanjing's fingers rhythmically drummed on the chair. "Which faction has your family invested in here in Huayang County?" Realizing Li Hanjing was turning his attention towards him, Morongji quickly replied, "My family has invested in the Fuchang Tower, which has sought refuge with the Tianyi Mountain branch." After all, the Tianyi Mountain branch is the most moderate in this region. Upon hearing the name Tianyi Mountain, Li Hanjing nodded in disappointment. "Oh, then there's no issue. You may leave for now." "Understood, my lord." Morongji breathed a sigh of relief. He had no desire to be caught in the turmoil of divine beings battling, risking his life without even knowing how it would happen. Living the life of a young master was far more comfortable. Li Hanjing rubbed his temples, realizing he needed to present some genuine incentives. This situation resembled the investment attraction strategies of his past life, without offering attractive policies. Why would anyone choose to invest in this domain? In Huayang County, if one had not showcased their strength, why would others pay protection fees? Nightfall descended upon Huayang County, West Factory. Slap. "Lord Wang, this new Jinyiwei Qian who has audacity beyond measure, causing a ruckus at our protected gambling den is one thing. But he has even killed one of our baihus. He shows utter disregard for us at the West Factory." A eunuch remarked with a delicate tone. "Li Darren, it's just one baihu who has died. Please remain calm. I just reviewed his profile, and he is no ordinary individual. We cannot deal with him in our usual manner." Compared to the irate eunuch, this one maintained a level-headed demeanor. The two men were Qianhis Wangxi and Li Kai, representatives of the West Factory in Huayang County. Upon hearing Wangxi's words, Li Kai too regained his composure. Indeed, a 20-year-old with internal strength, rumored to have previously mingled with the central authorities, would naturally possess such arrogance. However, this was Huayang County. Here, dragons must coil and tigers must lie low. Li Kai spoke with a sinister tone. Wangxi urged once more. The youth naturally possess a fiery temperament. Witnessing the current state of his subordinates, it is inevitable that he would feel a sense of loss of control. Moreover, I perceive that the dispatch of the state Jinyiwei carries a hint of intent to alter the existing circumstances. Let us observe his next course of action before arriving at a decision." Li Kai scoffed. "Then let us proceed as Lord Wang wishes. If he can fulfill his role as Qianhu properly, perhaps he will receive some rewards. If not," Wangxi, observing Li Kai's demeanor, felt a tinge of helplessness. Such impulsiveness seemed destined to lead to trouble eventually. At the Huayang County government, the county lieutenant, Sun Wei, addressed Lord Zhang. "My lord, today the newly appointed Jinyiwei has humiliated our government at the city gate and even killed one of our constables. What shall we do about this?" After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man replied, "This matter is not easily resolved. If we are to discuss reason, it is indeed we who have erred. After all, he has already committed numerous murders at the Rinching gambling den, and I have heard that 100 households have fallen to the West Factory. For now, let us refrain from taking action and allow the West Factory to bear the brunt of this situation." Zhang Hui, the prefect of Huayang County, nodded in agreement. "By the way, my lord, this new Jinyiwei Qianhu certainly possesses formidable skills, though I wonder how long he can maintain this." Zhang Hui chuckled. "Lieutenant's son, your assessment lacks depth. He lacks support from any consortium and is accompanied by a band of fools. I believe he will manage to endure for quite some time. We must exercise caution henceforth. Ha ha ha." Sun Wei could not help but laugh in response. "Indeed, my lord. It appears the Jinyiwei is on the verge of reclaiming its former glory. It sends shivers down my spine." On the following day, a middle-aged man entered Qianhu's 2nd Division with a cheerful demeanor. "Lord Li, we were supposed to meet yesterday, but there were simply too many matters at hand." Li Hanjing recognized him as Gao Hai from the 1st Division of Jinyiwei and offered a perfunctory smile. "I can understand, after all. I too was preoccupied with eliminating a considerable number of individuals yesterday." Gao Hai paused momentarily. "Lord Li, let us set aside such discussions. Upon your arrival, we have decided to reallocate certain street privileges specifically for you. Let us go to the county for a meeting." To be frank, Li Hanjing was not particularly eager to attend this meeting. The notion of specially reallocating street privileges for his sake was laughable. It was merely an attempt to establish dominance over him. Gao Hai, fully aware of this trap, feigned ignorance in inviting him. Consequently, Li Hanjing would have to approach future matters as an outsider. Chapter 37. Engaging in a game of words? I shall disrupt your gathering, perceiving that Li Hanjing remained unfazed. Gao Hai gently reminded, My lord, it is time to depart, lest we arrive late. Li Hanjing leisurely draped his cloak over his shoulders. Gao Darren, I wish to inquire about something. What is it, my lord? Do not hesitate to ask, Gao Hai replied. Is our Jinyiwei a subordinate department of the government? Li Hanjing took another sip of tea. Gao Hai, somewhat perplexed, responded, Of course not, my lord. What brings you to such a question? Upon receiving the answer, Li Hanjing sheathed his embroidered spring knife. If it is not, then what is there to fear about being late? Let us proceed at a leisurely pace and keep them waiting. Gao Hai, taken aback, could only stammer this. Thus, he had no choice but to accompany Li Hanjing as they ambled down the street. After a full half hour, they finally arrived at the district office. Just upon entering, a sharp voice pierced the air. The Jinyiwei truly carries an enormous presence. We have all been kept waiting. Gao Hai quickly forced a smile, My lord. On the way here, I was just discussing with Li Da. What a coincidence that you both share the same surname. He attempted to ease the tension, fearing that Li Kai might take offense. Li Kai retorted with a sardonic tone, Indeed, that is quite an unfortunate matter. Sharing a surname with eunuchs is not particularly delightful either. After speaking, Li Hanjing casually took a seat. However, Li Kai was visibly enraged, his veins bulging. Those who had undergone castration despised being referred to as eunuchs in public. It was evident how impactful Li Hanjing's remark was. As Li Kai was about to retaliate, Wang Shi hastily restrained him. Let us commence the meeting first. At last, Li Kai relented. Due to Li Hanjing's mention of eunuchs, the two captains from the Eastern Factory cast unfriendly glances in his direction. At this moment, Zheng Hui, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Now that everyone is present, let us begin. Lord Hanjing, as you are new, there are some individuals you might not recognize. Allow me to introduce them. The two captains from the Western Factory, Wang Shi and Li Kai. The two captains from the Eastern Factory, Zhang Quan and Lu Jin. And I, Zheng Hui, the governor of Huayang County. Once Zheng Hui concluded the introductions, Li Hanjing rose, declaring, I am Li Hanjing, captain of the Jinyiwei. Zheng Hui then produced a map, specifically a map of Huayang County. As we have a new member joining us, shall we consider a redistribution of our responsibilities? I wonder if anyone has any objections? To everyone's surprise, the major factions concurred, no objections. Seeing the unanimous agreement, Li Kai from the Western Factory eagerly pointed at the map, Gulu Street, Fenghua Alley, and Yanyu Long Street shall remain under the safety maintenance of the Western Factory. Bianliang Street and Zuiyu Street will continue to be safeguarded by the Eastern Factory. Yuqing Street shall be the responsibility of the Jinyiwei. Huaping Alley, Qinxin Street, and Yanyu Street will still be under the jurisdiction of the district office. In essence, safety maintenance was merely a euphemism for the collection of protection fees. Li Kai suddenly declared, All right, this is the proposal from the Western Bureau. Those in agreement may raise their hands, and those who dissent may present alternative suggestions for another round of voting. Ultimately, the plan with the highest vote count will be executed. Having said that, Li Kai raised his hand. Following him, two officers from the Eastern Bureau also raised their hands. And to Li Hanjing's surprise, Gao Hai did as well. Is this how we are playing it? Li Hanjing thought. After all, this meeting, ostensibly organized for him, seemed to exclude his input. The Western Bureau appeared to be giving Li Hanjing a stern warning regarding yesterday's events, humiliating him in the process. The others naturally had no reason to refuse, as the pie was limited. If they were to share it with Li Hanjing, their own interests would diminish. Noticing that only Li Hanjing remained silent, Li Kai intentionally inquired, Does the Qinhu Hanjing have a different proposal since he did not raise his hand? If so, please present it for a vote. At that moment, Li Hanjing maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of humiliation or discomfort. I have no objections. Since everyone else is in agreement, let it be so. The Jinyiwei have some matters to attend to, so I shall return now. Li Hanjing was not foolish enough to propose an alternative, as that would only lead to further disgrace. At the Jinyiwei's 2nd Division in Huayang County, upon his return, Li Hanjing's expression darkened as he summoned Lu Yuan. Gather all the Jiyu guards and head to Drum Tower Street. So they wish to play a game of one-sided dialogue. Do they? Lu Yuan sensed the impending violence, and a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Understood. I will prepare immediately. Soon. Li Hanjing heard the sounds of blades being sharpened outside. After the previous day's carnage, the combat capabilities of the Jiu guards had surged to the 9th stage of body refinement. Lu Yuan was on the brink of advancing his internal power, and if today's confrontation escalated, he might very well achieve it. As he observed the rows of armed Jinyiwei emerging from the Qinhu office, their menacing aura drew the attention of the crowd. What is happening? Has the Jinyiwei changed their style? Are they now going about with such ferocity? One onlooker remarked, I told you not to stay holed up at home. You should venture out more. Another added, I've seen this group before. They are the personal guards of the newly appointed Qinhu from the 2nd Division. Do you see that young man in the front? He is the new Qinhu. But don't let his youth fool you. He is a ruthless killer. I reckon the Jinyiwei will secure a significant place in Huayong County moving forward. On Drum Tower Street, the Jinyiwei conducted their routine inspections, demanding to see the ledgers. The Jinyiwei are investigating and suspect that there may be criminal elements here. We will temporarily seal this area. The entire Drum Tower Street descended into chaos as Li Hanjing unleashed the Jinyiwei upon both large and small businesses alike. Some eunuchs from the Western Bureau were apprehended, stripped of their clothing, and left exposed in the street, allowing the public a glimpse of what lay beneath. As the saying goes, when gods clash, the innocents suffer. After completing these actions, Li Hanjing moved to a nearby tea house, set up a table, and poured himself a pot of tea, leisurely awaiting the arrival of the Western Bureau's representatives. The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically as an anxious eunuch rushed in, interrupting the discussion between Li Kai and Wang Shi. Li Kai, visibly irritated by the disturbance, chastised the eunuch for his disarray, lamenting the loss of composure that should characterize the Shichong. Upon hearing Li Kai's reprimand, the eunuch lowered his head in trepidation, fearful of Li Kai's notorious volatility. After a moment of silence, Li Kai commanded, Speak, what is it? The eunuch hesitantly raised his gaze and reported, My lord, the Jinyiwei have swept through Gula Street, and they have captured dozens of our men, stripping them of their clothing and leaving them exposed in the streets. A sudden burst of anger erupted from Li Kai. How dare he, Li Hanjing? He pretends to agree to the plan while scheming against me in secret. Without hesitation, he deduced that this was indeed the handiwork of Li Hanjing, knowing well that Gao Hai was nothing more than a compliant dog and capable of such insubordination. Dispatch 400 team leaders to Gula Street. Today, Li Hanjing shall experience the full force of Shichong. Li Kai declared, his fury palpable. Wang Darren, do not attempt to restrain me this time. It would be futile. With that, he stormed out of the Shichong, flames of wrath igniting his every step. Wang Shi, who had remained silent, hesitated to voice the notion of composure. He, too, felt that it was time to teach Li Hanjing a lesson, having already experienced 2 consecutive days of turmoil instigated by him. With a resigned sigh, he followed in pursuit. Chapter 38. The Annihilation of the Shichong's 1,000 Households, Gulu Street, Huayong County. The sound of hurried footsteps resonated, echoing in the air. Lu Yuan spoke in a calm tone, Draw your swords. With a swift motion, 100 members of the Jinyiwei unsheathed their blades, emanating an aura of menace. Poised for battle, Li Kai, leading a contingent of 400, swiftly arrived at Gulu Street, confronting Li Hanjing. A fierce clash loomed on the horizon. The onlookers, initially intrigued, were now frightened. They hastily secured their windows and doors, fearing the impending chaos. The scene evoked memories of the nascent Qi-Yin Empire, where skirmishes involving hundreds were commonplace as imperial forces quelled remnants of the former dynasty. Stepping forward, Li Kai, with a piercing voice, proclaimed, Li Hanjing, release my men from the Shichong and kneel to offer 3 bows. We can let this incident pass as if it never occurred. Li Hanjing, reclining with a smirk, responded, As a child, I often pondered the true nature of eunuchs. Now, I have my answer. Li Kai, driven to the brink of madness, felt the sting of humiliation for the 2nd time in a single day. Attack. Slay them all. The Jinyiwei disrupt the peace of the streets, and they shall be treated as traitors. As the Jinyiwei faced resistance from the Shichong, they were obstructed at every turn, suspected of colluding with criminals. Arrest them all and interrogate them one by one. Any who resist shall be executed on the spot. Lu Yuan commanded. Now, everyone had a justifiable cause. The clashing of weapons echoed through the air. However, Li Kai soon noticed something amiss. The fallen were predominantly from his own ranks. He witnessed one of his men strike an opponent, only for the latter to shed a mere trickle of blood before continuing the fight. This was the prowess of the killing Qi technique. Each adversary was a formidable martial artist. Much like the defensive barrier of Qi, until broken, it could not be penetrated. Yet, Each Jinyiwei was a master of body refinement at the 9th level, already elite within the realm of team combat. Coupled with the near-invincible presence of Lu Yuan, who approached the realm of inner strength, the Shichong's foot soldiers stood no chance unless they too were practitioners of qi refinement. After a moment of observation, Li Kai quickly grasped the reality. This group of Jinyiwei were body cultivators, and their martial prowess was formidable. In a brief span, nearly 100 of his men had perished, while the Jinyiwei had merely suffered minor wounds. This was unacceptable. Li Kai immediately summoned his internal energy, momentarily levitating in the air, his palm gathering power to strike at the Jinyiwei. Yet, Li Hanjing had already sensed the impending attack. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a teacup imbued with internal energy towards Li Kai. Boom! The collision of Li Kai's burgeoning energy and Li Hanjing's swift strike sent shockwaves through the air. Li Kai struck down, coughed up blood, and staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. This illustrated the stark difference between the realms of palm force and internal energy. A casual blow could render the latter utterly defenseless. At that moment, Wang Shi rushed over, witnessing Li Kai's plight, and quickly supported him. Li Hanjing took a step forward, effortlessly crossing the crowd from the West Factory to stand before Li Kai and Wang Shi. The onlookers suggested that those below should resolve the matter, and if they were to strike, they should face him first. Li Hanjing spoke coldly. Li Kai murmured, "We have underestimated Li Hanjing. His talent is indeed terrifying. Despite my 4th-tier inner strength, I found myself unable to contend with him. We must unite to eliminate him. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Wang Quan, upon hearing this, was equally astonished. At merely 20 years of age, possessing inner strength beyond the 4th tier, he was destined for at least a 2nd-rank official position in the future. Their enmity was undeniable. He could not be left alive. Li Hanjing quietly observed as these two fools deliberated on how to deal with him. The duo summoned their inner strength, launching a full-force assault towards him. In an instant, Li Hanjing transformed into an afterimage, gracefully maneuvering around to their rear. With both hands, he seized their necks and soared into the air. Bang! The ground shook. With a powerful thrust, he hurled the two from their height, delivering 2 explosive punches that struck them with the force of a tiger's roar. After a moment's perception, he realized their breaths had ceased. They would never have imagined that such a prodigy, possessing mastery at such a young age, could exist in this world. Addressing the lifeless bodies, Li Hanjing remarked, "I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to eliminate you, and here you are, providing me with the perfect justification for your demise." In truth, Li Hanjing had no desire to provoke the troublesome faction of the West Factory. However, their presence obstructed his financial endeavors, akin to the hindrance posed by Jia Jiqiang. The West Factory was already in a position of power. The unprovoked killing of 2 of their 1,000-house leaders would undoubtedly lead to complications. Yet, since these two had initiated hostilities against Li Hanjing, even should the matter escalate to higher authorities, he would remain unscathed. With the demise of the 2,000-house leaders, the 400 miscellaneous personnel of the West Factory were swiftly dealt with. Li Hanjing, lifting the bodies of the 2 leaders, turned his gaze toward the merchants who had been covertly observing and coldly stated, "Now do you understand whom you should align yourselves with?" Such a large-scale confrontation invariably attracted the attention of various factions. Zheng Hui soon arrived with hundreds of constables. Given that a significant incident involving several hundred individuals occurred within his jurisdiction, he, as the governor, could not escape accountability. Thus, upon receiving news, he hastily came to mediate. However, upon witnessing Li Hanjing standing over the fallen bodies of the 2 West Factory leaders, he felt a chill run down his spine. This was serious. So many lives had been lost, including 2 leaders of that notorious organization. Li Hanjing addressed Zheng Hui with an air of indifference. "The Imperial Guards are handling the case. Those of a relevant status should distance themselves from this location." At these words, Zheng Hui found himself paralyzed with apprehension, refraining from taking a single step forward. With 2 of the West Factory's leaders dealt with by Li Hanjing, he was uncertain if he could be a match for him. Zheng Hui gestured towards Li Hanjing. "In light of such turmoil, brace yourself for the West Factory's vengeful retaliation. A youth with such formidable strength, yet lacking the wisdom to exercise restraint. What a pity." Li Hanjing merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Meanwhile, in Jiangshou, at the town guard office, Chen Wanhua reported with a hint of concern. "My lord, Li Hanjing has caused a great calamity in Huai'an County. What has transpired?" The Jinyiwei above replied coolly. "He has committed murder in Huai'an County, taking the lives of 2 officers from the Western Factory. Given the temperament of those from the Western factory, it is unlikely that Li Hanjing will escape unscathed. The Jinyiwei above felt a surge of excitement. What audacity! Indeed, he had chosen the right individual. This is precisely how one should confront the decrepit officials of the Western factory. If this continues, the Jinyiwei in Huaiyang County will soon be restored. Chen Wanhui rolled his eyes and said, "My lord, the pressing issue is that he has slain 2 officers from the Western factory. What shall we do when they come knocking at our door?" The Jinyiwei above looked at Chen Wanhui with an expression of exasperation. "Look at your pitiful demeanor. What of the Western factory? If I cannot protect even a subordinate who has devoted himself to the Jinyiwei, then I may as well relinquish my position as the prefect and return home to till the fields." Chen Wanhui sighed helplessly. It seemed that his new superior, Li Hanjing, was of the same stubborn ilk, talented yet unyielding. "Lord Jiang, what grandiose words you speak. In your eyes, the Western factory is hardly worthy of consideration, is it?" A feminine voice interjected. Chapter 39. The 5 armies commandery. 3 eunuchs clad in the attire of the Western depot entered with an air of coldness, locking eyes with the chief officer of the Jinyiwei. Upon recognizing the visitors, the chief officer furrowed his brow. He was acquainted with the leader among them. The deputy chief eunuch Luo Jin, a 4th-rank official who held a higher position than himself, overseeing the operations and management of the Western Depot across the entire Xianwang domain. There were 6 deputy chief eunuchs in total, 1 for each of the 4 domains and 2 in the central region. The Western Depot was notorious for its fierce protection of its own, and it was quite unusual for someone of Luo Jin's stature to personally intervene over the deaths of 2 Qianis. Had it merely been a few deceased eunuchs from the province, he would not have bothered to engage at all. "What brings you, Deputy Chief Luo? All the way from the domain to see me?" Luo Jin took a seat leisurely. "Jiang Qingyun, you are performing admirably as the pacification envoy of this branch. Should I report your commendable efforts to Lord Wang? Perhaps he will praise you to your commanding officer?" Jiang Qingyun chuckled softly. "Deputy Chief Luo, let us dispense with the pleasantries. If you have something to say, please speak plainly. I prefer not to beat around the bush. Hand over Li Hanjing. The Western Depot will not hold the Jinyiwei accountable for this matter," Luo Jin stated as if discussing a routine affair. After all, should the Western Depot recklessly suppress the current Jinyiwei, the latter would be utterly defenseless. Thus, Luo Jin did not hesitate to predict Jiang Qingyun's response. However, Jiang Qingyun shook his head in refusal. "Deputy Chief Luo, while I am amenable to various discussions, I cannot comply with your request to surrender Li Hanjing. He is a distinguished figure within our Jinyiwei. If I were to hand him over, how would I maintain my standing?" Upon hearing this, Luo Jin's expression darkened significantly. "Jiang Qingyun, are you prepared to face the wrath of the Western Depot? The skies may fall, but you alone as the pacification envoy of this branch cannot withstand such pressure." With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Jiang Qingyun saw no need for courtesy. His temper flaring as he retorted, "Deputy Chief Luo, so you have someone backing you, do you? Do you think I lack support? I did not attain this position through idleness. The skies may fall, but I will not yield to you. When you deserve respect, I will grant you that as Deputy Chief Luo. Otherwise, you are merely Luo the eunuch, understood? If you seek face, do not come to the Jinyiwei." Luo Jin, enraged, felt his cloak billow as he unleashed his inner strength, pressing it forcefully against Jiang Qingyun. "You seek death." Yet, Jiang Qingyun stood resolute, matching his power in defiance. At that moment, Luo Jin regarded Jiang Qingyun with newfound respect. The strength of a mere pacification envoy was formidable enough to stand against him. Seeing that brute force would not subdue Jiang Qingyun, Luo Jin retracted his energy. "This time, I sought you out to negotiate. Next time, your commanding officer will directly demand a surrender." Jiang Qingyun shrugged his shoulders. "Feel free to summon him." Witnessing Jiang Qingyun's defiance, Luo Jin felt a twinge of uncertainty. Could it be that Jiang Qingyun had a powerful ally behind him? In truth, Luo Jin's speculation was correct. Jiang Qingyun's mentor was none other than the esteemed General Long Hu, a 2nd-rank official wielding significant military authority. Initially, Jiang Qingyun believed that the matter had concluded with the political maneuvering in the prefecture. However, with Luo Jin's recent appearance, he had prepared himself to pay a visit to his esteemed mentor. As the atmosphere between the 2 parties grew tense, the sounds of armored footsteps approached, culminating at the grand entrance. A middle-aged man clad in armor emerged, his gaze as sharp as a sword, exuding an authority as solid as a mountain that subdued all present. Upon seeing this figure, both Jiang Qingyun and Luo Jin instinctively rose to their feet. The usually unwavering Jiang Qingyun felt a bead of cold sweat form in his palm. "Your Excellency," he greeted with a cupped fist. Even Luo Jin, who had been exerting pressure moments earlier, followed suit, bowing respectfully. This man was none other than the head of the Xianhuang region's governor's office, the highest military authority overseeing the local forces, with command over the entire Xianhuang region's military during peacetime. He held a legitimate second-rank position. The governor's office consisted of 5 branches, one for each of the 4 regions, and a central office, collectively known as the 5 Armies Governor's Office. The central office oversaw the 4 regional offices, and its head was a first-rank figure of considerable influence. With such a presence, how could those assembled remain composed? In terms of power, even Jiang Qingyun's mentor would seem somewhat diminished in comparison to this imposing figure. After a moment, the middle-aged man glanced at Luo Cheng. "As an intermediary, I declare that the matter concerning Captain Li Hanjing of the Jinyiwei concludes here. What do you all think?" Jiang Qingyun was taken aback. He had not yet sought out his mentor, yet reinforcements had arrived. He had anticipated that this individual was summoned for a significant issue, only to learn it was merely regarding a captain of the Jinyiwei. Luo Jin, feeling somewhat humiliated, recognized that Jiang Qingyun had initially stood firm only to find himself outmatched by someone with greater authority. No wonder Jiang Qingyun had dared to confront him earlier. He must have had this backing. Jiang Qingyun quickly protested, "It was not me. I had no knowledge of this." "Who summoned him?" He promptly added, "Your Excellency. The Jiangzhou Town Protectorate will comply with your directives." The middle-aged man nodded slightly before turning to Luo Jin. "Is there anything troubling you, Master Luo? Would you like me to discuss it with Lord Wang in the central office?" No. The Xianhuang region's Western Bureau will also heed your arrangements," Luo Jin replied. His teeth clenched in frustration. Yet, under the circumstances, he had no choice. Although his superior held considerable weight in court, he would not jeopardize the standing of a legitimate second-rank official over 2 lesser captains. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. "Since we have reached an agreement, I expect no other outcomes." With that, he departed. However, his parting words served as a caution to the Western Bureau, since matters had been settled. There should be no underhanded tactics, such as assassination or framing. Any such attempts would have consequences. Once the middle-aged man had left, Jiang Qingyun regarded Luo Jin with a bemused expression. Did Master Luo travel all this way just to dine with the Jinyiwei before departing? Humph. Do not fret. The balance will eventually be restored. With a grand flourish, Luo Jin strode towards the door, leading his entourage. Jiang Qingyun promptly declared, "Then I shall await you here while the heavens of your Western Bureau come crashing down." His voice resonated loudly, lest Luo Jin fail to hear him. At that moment, Qin Wanhua gazed at Jiang Qingyun with admiration, acknowledging the brilliance of his strategy and the remarkable prowess he displayed, especially with an official from the supervisory office advocating for him. Jiang Qingyun smiled and replied, "Enough of your flattery. Attend to your own affairs." "Yes, my lord." Once everyone had departed, Jiang Qingyun began to reflect calmly. He did not believe he possessed the connections necessary to warrant the direct involvement of a high-ranking official in this matter, even if he were to solicit the assistance of his esteemed mentor. At best, his mentor would merely relay a message from above, without personally addressing such a trivial issue. Chapter 40. The Jinyiwei prefer their own way of doing things. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qingyun had a revelation. Was not Li Hanjing directly dispatched from the central authorities? The connection to the governor's office was likely his. Yet, the lord of the office does not bear the surname Li. Wait a moment, the surname Li? Suddenly, Jiang Qingyun's mind flitted to a notion, but he quickly dismissed that absurd thought. How could it possibly be that individual? That would be utterly terrifying. Huaiyang County, Jinyiwei Qianhu Division 2. In recent days, Li Hanjing had been waiting in vain for any news from the state. The silence from the Jinyiwei was one thing, yet the Xichang, notorious for its fierce protection of its own, also remained uncharacteristically quiet. This was indeed perplexing. At this moment, various factions were watching with bated breath, eager to witness Li Hanjing's fate. Should Li Hanjing falter, the Jinyiwei would remain unchanged. However, if he persisted, it would signify the inclusion of the Jinyiwei among the prominent forces in Huaiyang County. Just as Li Hanjing was engulfed in his discontent, Lu Yuan entered. "My lord, a woman is requesting to see you." Li Hanjing, in a foul mood, replied, "I will not see her." Lu Yuan nodded. "Understood, my lord. She claims to be from Huibao Pavilion." Upon hearing the name Huibao Pavilion, Li Hanjing quickly added, "Wait, please let her in." Huibao Pavilion is one of the 8 major financial conglomerates in Huaiyang County. Before long, a woman of enchanting figure and smooth, delicate skin stood before Li Hanjing. Her features were striking, her countenance gentle, and her elongated eyes glimmered with allure as she donned a flowing white gown, smiling softly at Li Hanjing. Caught off guard by her beauty, Li Hanjing momentarily lost his composure before hastily redirecting his gaze. He succinctly summarized the woman's appearance with 3 words, utterly captivating. Before Li Hanjing could utter a word, the woman stepped forward. "My lord, I apologize for the intrusion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yin Roshin, the Vice Master of Huibao Pavilion." Li Hanjing nodded. "What brings you to the Jinyiwei?" Yin Roshin produced 3 banknotes of 100,000 taels each, placing them before Li Hanjing. "My lord, this is a token of our meeting." Not in haste to accept the notes, Li Hanjing inquired, "Vice Master Yin, what is the meaning of this? A bribe for a court official?" With a smile, Yin Roshin replied, "Oh, my lord, how could I dare? This is merely an investment from a merchant to the Jinyiwei, not a personal gift to you." Li Hanjing leaned back in his chair, collecting his thoughts. "Speak plainly. Vice Master Yin, what is your intent?" Yin Roshin, taken aback, responded, "My lord, what intentions could a humble woman possess? Your recent elimination of those tyrants from the Xichang has truly brought relief to many, and this is merely a gesture of gratitude to the Jinyiwei." Realizing the woman intended to continue her subtle inquiries, Li Hanjing retrieved the 300,000 taels he had accepted earlier. "That is unnecessary. It is the duty of the Jinyiwei to eliminate those disloyal to the court. Now, I have other matters to attend to. Please take your silver and leave." With that, Li Hanjing gestured for her to depart. Seeing that Li Hanjing was indeed intent on dismissing her, Yin Roshin retracted her smile. "I wish to invest in your Jinyiwei. Or rather, to invest in you." Li Hanjing smiled and said, "Master Yin, has your Huibao Pavilion not already invested in the government? And in the Imperial Guards as well? Wouldn't that provoke the authorities?" Yin Roshin shook her head, replying, "No, it is I, personally, who invests in you." This statement piqued Li Hanjing's interest. "Oh, personally? Fascinating. Could you elaborate on the nature of this investment?" Yin Roshin extended 2 pristine fingers, stating, 200,000 taels each month, 100,000 for the Imperial Guards, and 100,000 for your private affairs. To be honest, this proposition stirred Li Hanjing's interest. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. "Very well, please outline what you need me to do." Yin Roshin's expression suddenly turned serious. "Support me in ascending to the position of Master of Huibao Pavilion. Once I become the Master, I will invest in the Imperial Guards under the name of Huibao Pavilion, ensuring that the monthly contributions will only increase." Li Hanjing frowned. "This is tantamount to placing me in direct confrontation with the authorities. But did you not come to Huayang County prepared for such a scenario? Moreover, various merchants have already established their own investment influences. It is nearly impossible for the Imperial Guards to attract significant funding. Our collaboration would yield a mutually beneficial outcome." Yin Roshin's words struck home. Li Hanjing preferred engaging with individuals like her, as it simplified matters considerably. Yet, he would not become an unwitting pawn for someone else's ambitions without clarity on certain issues. "Master Yin, please tell me how many supporters you have within Huibao Pavilion." Yin Roshin replied without hesitation, "Only myself." Li Hanjing stifled a laugh, retracting his earlier statement. This woman was not particularly astute. "So after all this, you are the only one who believes you should be the master of Huibao Pavilion?" Yin Roshin seemed to sense Li Hanjing's skepticism. "Sir, you may find me foolish, but I have no choice, otherwise I would perish." "Elaborate," Li Hanjing urged. Yin Roshin nodded, realizing that honesty was essential if she sought his assistance. "Huibao Pavilion was founded by my father. 3 years ago, I witnessed my uncle, the current master, murder my father to seize power. To survive, I chose to feign ignorance, all while plotting my revenge." She spoke these words with a calm demeanor, her face betraying no emotion, a habitual practice. Any sign of vulnerability could lead to her demise. With this revelation, Li Hanjing began to comprehend her trust in him. "You place your life in my hands?" he queried. "Sir, you jest. Your prowess is well acknowledged, having slain 200 men from the Western Depot without consequence. Besides, I have no alternatives. The power dynamics in Huayang County have stagnated. Any attempt to seek alliances elsewhere would likely result in me being delivered as a favor to my uncle. He has already begun to encroach upon my businesses, seemingly intent on eliminating me. Therefore, why would I not choose you?" Li Hanjing applauded her candor. "It is indeed refreshing to encounter someone as forthright as you, Li Hanjing. I have always preferred to collaborate with those who are candid with me." For those who are deceitful or oppose me have already met their demise." Upon hearing Li Hanjing's words, Yin Roxin unveiled a long-forgotten smile, knowing that she had successfully achieved her purpose for this visit. After 3 years of near despair, she felt as though a pebble had finally disturbed the stagnant waters. The Jinyiwei operate without indulging in the convoluted tactics favored by merchants, as their efficiency is far too sluggish. I have descended with a mission at hand and lack the luxury of waiting for you to engage in commercial rivalries, Master Yin. If you seek to escalate matters, it would be wiser to resolve them with tranquility. Chapter 41. Elevating Mastery to the 5th stage. Yin Roxin approached Li Hanjing, leaning in closely, her breath warm against his ear as she whispered, "My lord, everyone listens to you." As she spoke, her delicate hands occasionally grazed his chest. Gazing at Yin Roxin's alluring demeanor, Li Hanjing felt a surge of primal desire swell within him. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and effortlessly placed her upon his thigh. Gently brushing aside her flowing hair, he locked eyes with her and softly proposed, "Then let us eliminate them all. It is indeed the most straightforward solution." The suddenness of his gesture caused a faint blush to color Yin Roxin's cheeks, though she quickly composed herself. "My lord, it would be better to resolve this matter quietly. If we kill them all, the Hui Bao Pavilion will descend into chaos, and recovery will be arduous. However, my uncle must perish." Li Hanjing chuckled, recalling her earlier assertion that everyone adhered to his will. "Did you not just claim that you would heed my words?" With this, Yin Roxin wrapped her arms around his neck. "My lord, I now follow your every command." Yet, Li Hanjing's tone turned icy, laced with an undercurrent of menace as he declared, "If you truly listen to me, do not attempt to bind me with such tactics." He then forcefully pushed her away. In response to his abrupt change, Yin Roxin could only offer an awkward smile. "Lordly, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. I shall take my leave now, as I have other matters to attend to." Li Hanjing nodded slightly, instructing her, "Make sure to compile a list of individuals connected to the Hui Bao Pavilion that I can communicate with. I wish to see it before nightfall." Having resolved to take action, he aimed to strike with the ferocity of thunder, catching his adversaries off guard. A slow approach would only allow them to enlist the authorities, leading to a protracted commercial battle. After all, he needed a financially robust and well-functioning Hui Bao Pavilion, which meant certain methods would have to be set aside. "Understood," Yin Roxin replied. As he observed her departure, Li Hanjing exhaled in relief. He had nearly succumbed to desire. Yin Roxin was undoubtedly one of the most enchanting women he had ever encountered. Yet, he recognized that, in the absence of absolute strength and authority, he could not afford such a vulnerability. Throughout history, countless formidable figures had met their demise through entanglements with women. His own father was a living testament to this truth. Having once been enamored with a woman he had never met before, yet his father remained restless, ever aspiring for greater heights, an endeavor fraught with peril. The higher one ascends, the greater the dangers become. Unlike the current times of wielding immense influence, his mother had fallen victim to political adversaries. To this day, Li Qian remained ensnared in guilt, which explained his unwavering kindness towards Li Hanjing, for the latter was the sole remnant of his wife's legacy. System, exchange 20,000 sin points. Ding conditions met. Exchange successful. Li Hanjing exchanged only 20,000 sin points, reserving another 10,000 for recruiting troops for the Jinyiwei. System, expend 150,000 sin points for cultivation. Ding deducting 50,000 sin points. Host martial cultivation elevated to the 3rd stage. Beep 50,000 malice points deducted. Host martial cultivation upgraded to the 4th tier. Beep 50,000 malice points deducted. Host martial cultivation upgraded to the 5th tier. Attribute template automatically opened. Name, Li Hanjing. Gender, male. Identity, Grand Tutor Li Qian. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Imperial Guards of Huang Prefecture. Cultivation technique, Cyclone technique. Rare, 0500, 000. Realm, Mastery level 5, 050. 000. Martial skills, Tiger Howl Wave 03, 000. Flying Swallow Piercing Clouds 03, 000. Comprehensive Combat Assessment, Mastery level 6. Malice points, 50, 000. Kill points, 0. Subordinate Forces Attribute Template, Subordinate Character. Name, Lu Yuan. Gender, male. Cultivation Technique, Killing Inner Cannon, 020. 000. Martial Cultivation, Qi Training Level 9, Perfection, Subordinate Force Group, Huayang Prefecture. Imperial Guards, Jinyiwei number of members, 100 collective technique, Fiendish Chi formula comprehensive combat power, body refinement level 9, perfection. Li Hanjing had plans for the remaining 50,000 malice points. He had recently noticed that Lu Yuan's embroidered spring knife was chipped. Moreover, having fought unarmed for so long, it was indeed time to acquire a weapon. Li Hanjing opened the weapon shop. System store, weapon template, Frost Cold Sword. Description: the Frost Cold Sword is an elegant and formidable longsword, forged from a rare metal known as frost iron, which becomes even harder and sharper in cold environments, extinguishing ordinary flames upon contact. Price: 20,000. Carefree fan. Description: entirely crafted from superior fine iron. The fan body is incredibly resilient, making it difficult to destroy even for those at the mastery level. A small mechanism is located at the handle, and pressing the fan tip will swiftly reveal 12 sharp blades, catching opponents off guard. Price: 30,000. Dual killing blades. Description: the raw materials for forging were nourished by blood for 3 years, endowing the weapon with a natural aura of death, capable of instilling great fear in adversaries during attacks, thus preventing them from fully concentrating on the battle. Price: 20,000. System: purchase the Carefree fan and dual killing blades. Beep 50,000 malice points deducted. Purchase successful. After the purchase, Li Hanjing took out the Carefree fan and began to manipulate it. The entire fan body was black and quite heavy, yet it resembled an ordinary fan. Whoosh! Li Hanjing pressed the small mechanism, and 12 small blades shot out instantly. This was precisely the effect he desired, the old 6 fan. Subsequently, Li Hanjing retrieved the dual killing blades, infused with a menacing aura, perfectly suiting Lu Yuan's demeanor. He then called Lu Yuan forth. Here, I noticed your embroidered spring knife is no longer usable, so I specially acquired a weapon for you. See if it suits you. Li Hanjing handed over the dual killing blades. Lu Yuan gently touched them, revealing a satisfied smile. Thank you, my lord. I am very pleased. Li Hanjing nodded in acknowledgement. Satisfaction is paramount. By the way, disseminate the message to the Jinyiwei, inviting talented individuals to join our ranks. Those who possess the requisite skills, specifically those at or above the 5th stage of physical training, shall receive a monthly stipend of 200 taels, with additional benefits tailored to their specific capabilities. Furthermore, notify the heads of the 3 counties under my jurisdiction to convene at the prefecture. Since my appointment, I have yet to meet them. Indeed, I shall attend to this matter promptly. Regarding the recruitment of soldiers with substantial remuneration, Li Hanjing had long contemplated this strategy, albeit previously hindered by financial constraints. To swiftly bolster the Jinyiwei's combat prowess, the mercenary model proves the most expedient and effective approach. No training required. They can engage in battle immediately. Later, Li Hanjing glanced at the documents strewn across his desk, feeling a twinge of frustration. It must be acknowledged that wherever one serves in government, an endless stream of paperwork awaits, some for the higher-ups and others submitted by subordinates. It appears the time has come to seek a civil servant to assist me, otherwise the daily handling of such matters will continue to be a source of vexation. Moreover, it seems somewhat inappropriate to burden Lu Yuan, a martial expert, with these mundane tasks. That evening, Li Hanjing received comprehensive information regarding Huabage. The details were meticulous, listing a total of 20 individuals capable of meaningful discourse. However, all were merely martial practitioners at the Qi refining stage. The overall strength of these merchants was rather modest. Thus, their reliance on powerful factions is understandable. Those who are formidable yet not affiliated with the imperial court cannot be classified as merchants but rather as sections. After perusing the documents, Li Hanjing addressed the 100 poised Jinyiwei, his voice steady yet clear. Tonight, I commend your efforts. Upon the successful completion of your tasks, each shall receive a reward of 100 taels. Previously lacking sponsors, we now have supporters, and naturally, we must ensure our subordinates are duly compensated. Chapter 42. Let us see whether your defiance is stronger than the iron grip of the Jinyiwei. In the stillness of night, Huayang County appeared less tranquil than usual, though the disturbance was hushed, unnoticed by all. By midnight, Lu Yuan and his companions returned to the Jinyiwei, burdened with 20 black burlap sacks. In the 2nd division of the Qianhu, a certain dungeon. My lord, we have captured them all. Not a single one has escaped, reported Li Hanjing, gesturing towards the 20 dusty instruments of torture that had clearly not seen use in quite some time. Each was occupied by a man in quick succession. Soon, all 20 seats were filled. Splash! As buckets of water were poured down, the captives stirred awake. Most were middle-aged men, with a few elderly souls among them. Upon opening their eyes, they were met with the dim confines of the dungeon, flickering torches, and a cadre of menacing Jinyiwei. Instantly, fear gripped them. They could distinctly recall embracing their wives just moments prior, only to find themselves in this dreadful place. Li Hanjing surveyed the group and spoke calmly. Tonight, I have summoned you all not for any malicious intent, but merely to request your signatures on a document. If you cooperate, I assure you that each of you will return home to embrace your wives or concubines as you desire. Upon hearing Li Hanjing's name, a flicker of dread crossed their faces. He was known as a ruthless figure, one who had even vanquished the bullies of the Shichong. Yet, they could not fathom how they might have offended him. Lu Yuan, distribute the documents. Let each man sign and be released, he commanded. Lu Yuan swiftly complied, ensuring each individual received a document. The expressions of the captives grew increasingly troubled as they read. One elderly man flung the document aside in anger. That wretched girl, In Roshin, dares to conspire with outsiders against her own kind. I will not betray the pavilion master, regardless of your threats, Li Hanjing. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing summoned a Jinyiwei and ordered, bring forth the clamp. Let us see whether his defiance is stronger than our iron grip. Yes, my lord, the Jinyiwei replied. The Jinyiwei approached the old man, seizing his lip and applying the clamp. The old man's legs trembled involuntarily. What is the meaning of this? You do not follow the customary rules. You go straight to torture without even offering a threat or a bribe to persuade me. How can I betray another on mere whim? It would be a disgrace to utter such words. As the clamp tightened against his lip, the old man shook his head vehemently, attempting to articulate his thoughts, but found himself rendered speechless. The Jinyiwei gradually increased the pressure. The Jinyiwei appeared taken aback. Ah, this old man possesses some resilience. Even in such a predicament, he remains defiant. With that, he exerted even greater force. Let us see you stand firm now. The Jinyiwei strained with all his might against the clamp, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Tick-tock. Observing the elderly man whose mouth had been utterly split open yet still remained defiant, the Jinyiwei exhaled a sigh. My lord, this old man indeed possesses remarkable resolve. Despite my considerable efforts, he still refuses to yield or affix his seal. Li Hanjing curled his lips slightly. Do you suppose it's possible he cannot speak? Ahem, why don't you take a moment to rest? The Jinyiwei nodded yes. My lord, allow me a brief respite, and I shall ensure this old man submits by day's end. As he relaxed his grip, the elder, enduring excruciating pain, erupted in a roar. My lord, I will sign. I will indeed. With that, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the agony. Thankfully, as a practitioner of Qi refinement, he managed to withstand this ordeal. The Jinyiwei, amused by the elder's sudden capitulation, pondered. Strange. He resisted torture vehemently just moments ago, yet now he crumbles at the slightest reprieve. Li Hanjing glanced at the others, esteemed shopkeepers. Have you made your decisions? Noticing the silence, he directed his attention back to the Jinyiwei. Have you recovered? The shopkeepers await your hospitality this evening. My lord, I agree. The other 19 voices echoed their agreement almost in unison. Heavens, if this erratic Jinyiwei were to have his way, there would be no chance for recourse. One would have to accept the consequences without question. Li Hanjing smiled. Rest assured, as long as you cooperate with my endeavors, I shall not impose difficulties upon you. I hope for your continued collaboration at this morning's meeting at the Huibao Pavilion. Otherwise, next time, I may just bring your families along for a visit. The crowd nodded vigorously. As dawn broke over the Huibao Pavilion, Li Hanjing stealthily entered Yin Roshin's chamber, where the decor exuded elegance and refinement. Yin Roshin lay asleep in her bed. Rather than disturb her, Li Hanjing casually selected a chair and settled down. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past, and a dagger swiftly darted towards him. Li Hanjing merely pressed down slightly on the chair to evade the strike. Master Yin, please remain calm, he stated. Upon hearing the familiar voice and recognizing Li Hanjing, Yin Roshin sighed in relief. With a clatter, she tossed the dagger onto the table and sat opposite him. At that moment, Yin Roshin wore only a simple nightgown, her fair legs exposed in the air. I have lived in constant fear of him silencing me for 3 years. My lord, is there something you wish to discuss so early in the day? Li Hanjing nodded placidly. From today onward, you shall be the master of the Huibao Pavilion. Those few words left Roshin momentarily stunned. What does my lord mean by this? It is as it sounds. It is merely a business association. Should you disregard potential losses, it could vanish at any moment, Li Hanjing replied. His words served as a warning to Roshin, underscoring that he could replace anyone at will should he choose. Roshin felt a surge of emotion. For the past 3 years, she had lived in a state of constant trepidation, treading carefully with every step. She had initially believed that, despite Li Hanjing's considerable prowess and connections, it would take some time for matters to unfold. However, she was astonished that what had been discussed yesterday materialized today. It was no wonder that he had insisted on obtaining the documents before nightfall. Yet, she simultaneously recognized the inherent drawbacks of collaborating with Li Hanjing. This partnership would inevitably place her at a disadvantage, potentially rendering her nothing more than an instrument for his financial gain. What had posed a formidable challenge for her over 3 years appeared, to others, to be a task of utmost simplicity. One could only imagine the dire consequences if Li Hanjing chose to replace her. She would have no opportunity for resistance. Chapter 43. The backing of Yin Yu at Huabage. Li Hanjing observed the anxiety etched upon Roshin's face and spoke up. Since you have assumed the role of the pavilion master, I shall not interfere with the normal operations of the pavilion. All responsibilities lie with you. However, I have but one request. Ensure that the finances are handled appropriately each month. Matters of expertise should be entrusted to those who are professionals in their fields. Li Hanjing was not adept at generating profit. He was merely skilled in collecting it. Suddenly rising to his feet, he remarked, "It is nearly dawn. You should prepare yourself. Aside from your uncle, I have taken care of everyone else. I shall take my leave now." Darren. Before Roshin could finish her sentence, Li Hanjing exited the room. He wished to maintain a strictly transactional relationship with Roshin, devoid of any deeper emotions. He could not afford to remain tethered to Huayong County, nor could he allow himself any vulnerabilities at this juncture. By midday, Roshin convened a general meeting of Huabage in her capacity as vice pavilion master. Once the majority had gathered, she surveyed the attendees, noting their weary eyes and one individual whose lips were swollen like sausages. It was evident what they had endured the previous night. As the assembly settled, Roshin promptly addressed the matter at hand. "The reason I have summoned all of you here today, dear niece, what does it signify that you convene a general assembly without informing me, the pavilion master?" An elder man entered, his face flushed with indignation. This man was none other than Yu, the pavilion master of Huabage. In former times, Roshin would have greeted him with warmth and affection, calling him uncle. However, today, she stood resolute, her demeanor cold. The purpose of today's meeting is for the 20 managers of Huabage to deliberate on whether to revoke your position as pavilion master. Since you have reached an advanced age, you may as well hear the outcome directly. When Huabage was established, Roshin's father possessed foresight, recognizing that a family-run business would not endure indefinitely. Thus, he opted for a shareholding structure, effectively binding everyone's interests together. In times of adversity, all merchants would rally to support the association through challenges. With Roshin's shares combined with those of the 20 managers, they surpassed Yu's holdings. Therefore, should the assembled members agree to the motion for Yu's dismissal, he would cease to be the pavilion master. Upon hearing this, Yu's expression darkened considerably. "Dear niece, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Since your father's passing, I have cared for you immensely. Have you not taken note of this? Immediately transfer your shares to me, and I shall treat this incident as if it never occurred." Roshin smiled bitterly, her words laced with venom. "Yu, 3 years ago, when you murdered my father, your own brother, I was present at the scene." A profound silence enveloped the room. The 20 managers now understood the motive behind Roshin's ambition to usurp the pavilion master's position. Even Yu appeared momentarily taken aback, only to break into a sinister chuckle. "Dear niece, I had not intended to eliminate you so swiftly, but now, it seems your fate is sealed." Roshin paid no heed to Yu Fang's harsh words and addressed the 20 shopkeepers, requesting them to express their stance on the dismissal of Yu as the leader. Upon hearing this, the shopkeepers immediately prepared to retrieve the pre-signed document from their sleeves that had been arranged the previous night. Yu, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, realized that Roshin had seemingly secured the support of these 20 shopkeepers. He quickly interjected, stating, "Esteemed colleagues, under my stewardship, the Huibao Pavilion has flourished, and you have all benefited from substantial dividends. Furthermore, the government is quite invested in the development of our establishment. Inyu attempted to leverage the influence of the authorities to sway the shopkeepers. The mention of the government caused a visible hesitation among them. Indeed, Inyu had the backing of the officials. Observing their indecision, In Roshin promptly countered, asserting the government's interest has always been in the Huibao Pavilion, not in the individual of Inyu. But what if the government indeed favors leader Inyu? Just then, County Officer Sun Wei entered, a smile adorning his face as he regarded In Roshin, while Inyu cast a dismissive glance at her. 3 years prior, the government had not been a willing investor in the Huibao Pavilion. They had attempted several times to persuade In Roshin's father, the then leader, to invest in governmental affairs. However, her father, intent solely on profit and averse to political strife, refused to withdraw funds from Tianyi Dao's branch. Consequently, the government turned to Inyu, promising that should he invest, he would be appointed as the leader. Despite being In Roshin's uncle, Inyu was a man with an insatiable thirst for power. Yet he had remained inconspicuous within the pavilion. With the opportunity presented by the government, he seized it, orchestrating the demise of his brother to ascend to the position of leader. With this clandestine arrangement, the government naturally sided solely with Inyu. In Roshin had not anticipated the depth of Inyu's alliance with the authorities, which allowed them to openly declare their preference for collaboration with him. Upon witnessing the strong rapport between Inyu and the government, the 20 shopkeepers discreetly withdrew their hands from their sleeves. Although the recent actions of the Imperial Guards had instilled fear, they were still not as formidable as the government. Moreover, it remained uncertain how deeply In Roshin was connected with the guards. What if her influence was merely a matter of financial transactions? With the situation under his control, Inyu, with a cheerful demeanor, suggested, "Let us alter the focus of our meeting. Those in favor of expelling In Roshin from the Commerce Association, please voice your opinions." Having reached this pivotal moment, Inyu decided to eliminate In Roshin once and for all. Previously, he had refrained from taking action due to her ownership of numerous shops, which were loyal to her father. He could not afford to lose her while wishing to inherit her assets. However, now that In Roshin had uncovered his role in her father's demise, the likelihood of him acquiring her shops had diminished, thus rendering her existence unnecessary. Nonetheless, the 20 shopkeepers remained reticent, still shaken by the recent intimidation from the Imperial Guards. Particularly, an elderly man with a sausage-like mouth scanned the room nervously, clearly waiting for others to make their decisions before he dared to voice his own. Sun Wei stepped forward, inquiring, "What is the matter? Did I not articulate my point clearly enough, esteemed shopkeepers? The government is particularly interested in mastering you." Under the pressure exerted by Sun Wei, several shopkeepers raised their hands in support of the decision to expel In Roshin from the guild. "Dear colleagues," he continued, "did we not agree last night to cooperate with my endeavors? Why has there been a reversal today?" Li Hanjing, accompanied by over 20 Imperial Guards, entered brandishing their blades. Although Li Hanjing had not attended the meeting, it did not imply his absence, as it was merely an internal conference of the Huibao Pavilion. He found it inappropriate to make an appearance. However, with the government's intervention, the Imperial Guards were compelled to take action. Subsequently, each guard unsheathed their embroidered spring knives, positioning themselves behind the 20 shopkeepers. With a resounding clap, Li Hanjing slammed his iron fan upon the table and declared, "I too shall express the stance of the Imperial Guards. Our focus is squarely on Master In Roshin." Chapter 44. A firm takeover of Huabage. Li Hanjing spoke coldly. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for you to make a choice." The shopkeepers, already wavering, immediately produced the documents upon seeing the lurking Jinyiwei behind them. "My lord, we stand with you," the elder with the sausage-like lips declared first. Inyu observed the sudden intrusion of the Jinyiwei and understood why In Roshin had endured for 3 years only to explode now. She had found a powerful ally. Sun Wei assessed the situation. If In Roshin gained control of Huabage, the government would have little to say. Should the Jinyiwei secure the support of Huabage, a new force would emerge in Huayang County. The most critical aspect was how much silver the government would lose each month. With these thoughts in mind, even in the face of Li Hanjing, Sun Wei stood up. "Sir, your authority seems rather excessive. Threatening these shopkeepers who contribute to the county's economy is quite audacious." Bang! Li Hanjing crushed Sun Wei underfoot. As a practitioner of the first stage of internal power, Sun Wei found himself utterly powerless, unable even to rise. "Call your governor here. Let us see if he dares to speak to me in such a manner." Not long ago, there were 2 dead eunuchs, but by now, they should have been reborn. Upon witnessing Li Hanjing's disregard for a figure like Sun Wei, the shopkeepers no longer hesitated, and promptly presented their documents. Seeing his ally capitulate, Yin quickly interjected, "My lord, I too can invest in the Jinyiwei, even willing to serve as your dog. Whatever amount Yin Roshin invests monthly, I shall double it." Li Hanjing swiftly ended Yinu's life. Though tempted by Yinu's offer, he understood that today he could sell the government. But tomorrow he could sell himself. Former Huabage master Yinu, suspected of murder, was killed on the spot during resistance, Li Hanjing casually declared, providing a rationale. He then crouched down to look at Sun Wei. "Return and inform Zheng Hui. Huabage and the Jinyiwei are now under our control. If he has any objections, I shall take the Jinyiwei to the government for a visit." With the matter settled, Yin Roshin sought out Li Hanjing alone. "My lord, I provided you with 300,000 yesterday, and I did not anticipate matters would resolve so swiftly. Here's the 300,000 in silver notes. A token of gratitude for your personal support and that of the Jinyiwei. Once I clarify the accounts, I will send someone to deliver the rest." Li Hanjing accepted the notes without hesitation. It was rightfully his. Those shopkeepers seem rather disobedient. Look for an opportunity to replace them. If blood needs to be shed, consult Lu Yuan from the Jinyiwei. Yin Roshin nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Noticing her hesitation, Li Hanjing remarked coolly, "There can exist no feelings between us beyond our transactions. Should it come to a necessary decision, I will not hesitate to end your life." Huayang County Office. Sun Wei, pallid and weary, uttered, "My lord, Li Hanjing is exceedingly arrogant. I merely spoke a word to him, and he left me in this state. Moreover, our Huibao Pavilion has also suffered losses." Zheng Hui heaved a sigh, sensing that a storm was brewing over Huayang County. Li Hanjing had slain a captain from the West Factory, and now the West Factory was responding. It appeared that Li Hanjing had some backing. Upon hearing this, Sun Wei realized Zheng Hui intended to swallow his indignation, which was unacceptable. He could not bear the brunt of such violence in vain. "My lord, we absolutely cannot yield. A single concession will lead to further demands." Li Hanjing is clearly not a man who knows contentment. He will only become increasingly audacious. If the Jinyiwei were to act as freely as they did over a decade ago, it would be too late to resist. Zheng Hui understood the rationale. But the fate of the West Factory's scapegoat lingered vividly in his mind. "Alas, Sun Wei, it is best for you to endure this time. Retreating a step opens vast horizons. Once the West Factory's stance becomes clear, we can unite with the two factories to confront him." Sun Wei, witnessing Zheng Hui's cowardice, could not help but roll his eyes. "Damn it. I am the one doing your bidding, suffering the blows, and now you suggest I retreat for a broader perspective?" Filled with resentment, Sun Wei departed from the yamen. "Sun County Lieutenant, do you seek vengeance?" A man clad in black suddenly appeared behind Sun Wei, exuding an unsettling aura that was profoundly oppressive. Sun Wei stumbled back several paces, stammering, "Why you? Who are you?" The man in black did not respond directly, but inquired, "You need only tell me if you desire revenge. I can assist you." Suppressing his fear, Sun Wei declared, "I not only desire vengeance." The man raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh," Sun Wei coldly replied, "I wish for Zheng Hui to perish as well. After years of servitude to him, sustaining injuries while fulfilling his tasks, he dares not utter a word in my defense. Furthermore, I aspire to be the prefect." The man in black erupted into laughter. "Ha! Such ambition. However, if you heed my counsel, all of this shall be within reach." "Very well." The following day, the news of Huibao Pavilion abandoning the government to ally with the Jinyiwei spread like wildfire. The once feeble image of the Jinyiwei began to fade away. Having executed individuals from the West Factory and seized the treasury of the government, who would still dare to consider the Jinyiwei as inept? The reputation of the Jinyiwei was now firmly established, and at this moment, Lu Yuan took advantage of their rising fame, disseminating the news that the Jinyiwei were recruiting. Those who fancied themselves as chivalrous wanderers naturally grew curious and sought to witness the situation of the Jinyiwei. In a flash, the Jinyiwei's second division was bustling with visitors. "That night, my lord, in accordance with your request, we have screened 30 martial artists today, but none possessed the Qi refinement stage." Li Hanjing furrowed his brow, realizing that out of the multitude that had come to audition on the first day, only 30 met the criteria, and the quality was lacking. It was likely to decrease further henceforth. This method seemed but a drop in the bucket. The current Jinyiwei is in urgent need of manpower. The street seized from the Xichang requires guards, and the Huabage also necessitates adequate protection. With only 100 capable individuals at my disposal, the rest are mere dross. Li Hanjing has observed that some of the minor officers have yet to even grasp the martial arts. It is unreasonable for him to personally attend to every trivial matter. Suddenly, Lu Yuan produced a letter. My lord, during today's recruitment event, someone discreetly slipped this letter into my pocket. Oh? To manage to place a letter unnoticed on Lu Yuan indicates that the individual possesses formidable skills, at least above the level of internal energy. Li Hanjing took the letter and glanced at it. Feiying sect? Chapter 45, The Temptation of the Eagle Faction. The letter contained no explicit messages, merely instructing him to meet in the outskirts that night. Li Hanjing pondered this. He had no prior dealings with the Eagle Faction. Why must he venture into the wilderness at such a late hour? Yet, human nature is such. Once aware of something, one feels an unsettling urge to seek confirmation. To ease his mind for the evening, Li Hanjing accessed the system template. He exchanged 300,000 points of malevolent value. Ding exchange successful, conditions met. He consumed 200,000 points for cultivation. Deducted 50,000 points. Host's martial prowess elevated to the 6th stage of power mastery. Deducted 50,000 points. Host's martial prowess elevated to the 9th stage of power mastery. Subsequently, Li Hanjing allocated his remaining 100,000 points to the techniques Flying Swallow Through Clouds and Tiger's Roar Wave. Deducted 3,000 points. Flying Swallow Through Clouds upgraded to proficiency. Deducted 30,000 points. Flying Swallow Through Clouds upgraded to perfection. Deducted 3,000 points. Tiger's Roar Wave upgraded to proficiency. Deducted 30,000 points. Tiger's Roar Wave upgraded to perfection. Attribute template. Name: Li Hanjing. Gender: male. Identity: Grand Tutor Li Qian. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Jinyiwei and Huayang Prefecture. Cultivation technique: Cyclone technique. Rare: 0500,000. Cultivation level: 9th stage of power mastery. 050,000. Martial arts: Tiger's Roar Wave. Perfect. Flying Swallow Through Clouds. Perfect. Comprehensive combat assessment. Great perfection of the 9th stage of power mastery. Malevolent value: 34,000. Kill value: 0. Upon reviewing his attribute template, Li Hanjing felt a measure of reassurance. All his anxiety and fear stemmed merely from a lack of power. It was evident that he must swiftly fulfill the task assigned to him by the province and ascend in rank. After all, as a mere captain, he had amassed such wealth. Had he remained in Ziyuan County, his progress would have been woefully slow, perhaps only advancing a stage in a year. A breakthrough to the realm of agility seemed an eternity away. Nightfall, outskirts. The dark night was filled with howling winds that rushed past Li Hanjing's ears. Upon arriving at the designated location of the Eagle Faction, he found it utterly deserted. Li Hanjing frowned. Was he being toyed with? However, he soon sensed something amiss. The silence was unnaturally profound. Suddenly, several piercing cries rang out. Though it was night, with Li Hanjing's mastery of power, he could see clearly. Above, several large. Eagle's sword. Without warning, several shadowy figures leapt from the great birds, attacking Li Hanjing without provocation. Facing foes from all directions, Li Hanjing remained unperturbed. To him, their strength resembled that of mere children. With fervor, Li Hanjing unleashed his inner energy, which spread outward like wildfire. The shadowy figures were swiftly subdued by the overwhelming force of his energy. Since they had initiated the confrontation, they might as well prepare for their demise. Li Hanjing remarked with nonchalance. An elderly man spoke. My lord, please hold your horses. I am Zhou Quan, the leader of the Flying Eagle sect, and I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with you. I merely intended to greet you earlier. Li Hanjing chuckled. Do you truly believe that, given your current circumstances, you possess the qualifications to engage in a discussion of partnership with me? Then how might I earn the privilege of such a discourse with you? Zhou Quan inquired. I am not particularly fond of your greeting style. How about this? Salute me in a manner I appreciate, and we shall proceed to discuss our collaboration. Seeing that further conversation was inevitable, Zhou Quan refrained from hesitation. My lord, please instruct me on what you find agreeable. Give yourself a few resounding slaps. Li Hanjing replied with a playful glint in his eye. Since you wish to assert your authority over me, I shall not spare you any courtesy. With no trace of hesitation, Zhou Quan raised his hand and began to strike his own face. This decisive action left Li Hanjing momentarily stunned. Indeed, he proved to be adaptable. My lord, are you satisfied? If not, I can continue until you are pleased, as we were the ones who offended you first. At this, Li Hanjing lost interest. Speak then. What business do you have summoning me to this desolate place at such a late hour? If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, you shall meet the same fate. Zhou Quan nodded, surprised to find that the young man before him was merely 20 years old, yet already possessed the prowess of a master at the mastery realm. Even the current martial arts champion, Yu Linshan, was of a similar age. The title of martial arts champion is bestowed upon the foremost practitioner as determined by the collective evaluations of the martial world. However, there exists a degree of subjectivity within this ranking, as it merely compares those who have risen to prominence. The world is vast, concealing countless adept individuals who remain unnoticed. The Royal Elder Council, the celestial masters of the Heavenly Way, the bookish scholars of the Jade Clear Academy, the venerable abbot of the Golden Cicada Temple, among others. Li Hanjing began to understand the earlier actions of these individuals. They sought to test his strength, as among them were 3 experts at the inner strength realm. The mere release of his own internal energy had subdued them, which clearly indicated that such feats were beyond the capabilities of those at the inner strength realm. What purpose does testing my strength serve? Li Hanjing inquired. Zhou Quan sighed. Naturally, only a master at the mastery realm can resolve this matter. Had your strength not reached such heights, we would have departed without endangering your life. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing realized that it was not a collaboration they sought, but rather assistance. Given this context, he intended to negotiate terms. If he found the matter satisfactory, he would act. If not, he would ensure some recompense for his efforts, for he would not leave empty-handed. That is only fair, my lord. Regardless of the outcome, we shall express our gratitude. Zhou Quan had already gathered intelligence on the new and formidable commander of the Jinyiwei and was prepared for significant expenditure. He retrieved a golden, glimmering orb from his bosom. The moment the relic appeared, it illuminated the previously darkened surroundings. When Li Hanjing beheld the pearl, he was momentarily taken aback. This relic, a Saraira from the Buddhist tradition, is a manifestation of the profound mastery achieved by a monk upon their passing and contains a fragment of their internal energy. Judging by the radiance of this Saraira, it undoubtedly harbors at least 20 years of pure cultivation. Such a treasure is potent enough to elevate a novice into the realm of mastery without any adverse effects. It is indeed a rare gem, colloquially referred to in the martial world as the Quick Mastery Pearl. Noticing that Li Hanjing seemed familiar with this item, Zhou Quan refrained from further explanation. This Saraira had been bestowed upon me by a wandering monk I encountered some time ago, who had assisted me with a minor favor. Initially, I was unaware of its significance, but after some inquiries, I discovered its immense value. I promptly returned to the site of our meeting in hopes of locating him once more, only to find that he had already passed away at that very spot. Regrettably, no disciple within our sect possesses the qualifications to transcend into the realm of mastery, and I am left to ponder who might have leaked this information, condemning us to bear this burden of possessing such a treasure. Chapter 46. I prefer the practical over technique. The bald monk from Jingguang Temple insisted that the monk in question belonged to their monastery and demanded the return of the relic. Was this not sheer nonsense? The monk's inner strength was remarkably formidable. If Jingguang Temple truly possessed such a high-ranking monk, would they still be struggling in Huaiyang County? They intended to seize it if we refused to comply. The abbot of Jingguang Temple, possessing some talent, had surprisingly advanced to the realm of palm power. Under his authoritative influence, in collaboration with Bai Bo's sect and Lei Yin's sect, they had effectively encircled our Fei Ying sect's mountain stronghold. It was only due to the presence of our great eagles that we could descend under the cover of darkness and seek your esteemed assistance. After a thorough explanation, Li Hanjing likely grasped the situation. This can be arranged. State your price, he replied succinctly. Zhou Quan's heart leaped with joy. My lord, if you agree to assist, we shall present this relic to you. He extended the relic forward, but Li Hanjing did not accept it. Being inherently weak, external inner strength held no benefit for him. If it were useful, with Li Qian's status, acquiring a relic would be trivial. Li Hanjing regarded Zhou Quan with a detached gaze. If the Fei Ying sect wishes to avoid annihilation, you would do well to disclose everything. If a mere relic could resolve the issue, you would have directly returned it to Jingguang Temple instead of seeking others for its delivery. Recognizing the youth's unexpected shrewdness, Zhou Quan reluctantly stated, Jingguang Temple, taking advantage of our plight, seeks our sect's signature technique, Fei Ling Shu. While not of the highest grade, it enables simple communication with all flying beings once mastered. Their desire for this technique effectively spells the end for our sect, and thus, we cannot concede. Li Hanjing's eyes brightened. This was far more enticing than a mere relic. Such esoteric techniques were not available in the marketplace, only martial skills, methods, and weapons. The utility of Fei Ling Shu was vast: intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and more. Reflecting on Zhou Quan's words, Li Hanjing remarked thoughtfully, with the three major sects and their masters of palm power, a single relic seems insufficient. Zhou Quan's expression shifted dramatically. My lord, if you desire Fei Ling Shu as well, then you may as well kill me. I would rather die than relinquish it. Li Hanjing shook his head. I have no need for it. Upon realizing that Li Hanjing was not after Fei Ling Shu, Zhou Quan exhaled in relief. Then, my lord, state your terms. We of the Feiying sect shall comply with what we can. I require your entire sect to join my Jinyiwei. As allies, I shall naturally provide protection. A sly smile crossed his face. I seek not techniques, but people. Acquiring techniques necessitates retraining, yet people are readily available. Zhou Quan was taken aback. My lord, it is well known that those in the martial world hold the court in disdain. To have them submit to the authority. Li Hanjing questioned in confusion. Do you doubt my ability to protect you? The adult remained silent, unable to articulate anything after a prolonged period of contemplation. After all, he had anticipated every condition prior to his arrival, except for this one. They looked down upon the court, and naturally, the court held them in disdain as well. He simply could not fathom how Li Hanjing could propose such a condition. Having understood, he still felt that he could not entirely protect them. As he spoke, Li Hanjing released his internal energy completely. It manifested as a faint, ethereal quality, suggesting a transformation into something even more nebulous. To inspire unwavering loyalty, one must possess strength that compels others to look up in admiration. If one is merely stronger, they will only contemplate how to surpass or replace you. This revelation left the members of the Flying Eagle sect gasping in astonishment. The relic in Zhou Quan's hand fell to the ground in shock. Master, your mastery of palm energy is at the 9th level. Although Zhou Quan was not an expert in palm energy, he understood that only at the pinnacle of each realm would one witness the manifestations of the next level. Achieving the palm energy realm at the age of 20 was already extraordinary, but a 9th level mastery at that age was unheard of. Even the current martial arts champion had only reached the 5th level at 20. Once Zhou Quan regained his composure, he knelt on one knee without hesitation. Master, from now on, the Flying Eagle sect shall serve as the Imperial Guard. Please command us as you wish. We are your Imperial Guard. Zhou Quan was no fool. Recognizing Li Hanjing's extraordinary talent, he knew that he would inevitably stand at the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. With such a formidable ally, how could he let this opportunity slip away? To express his loyalty, he had made his intentions clear, signifying that they would heed only Li Hanjing's commands, disregarding those from other Imperial Guards. After all, were not all those in the court and the martial world subjects of the Scarlet Flame Empire? The others, too, came to their senses and knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the master." Li Hanjing replied with indifference, "Since we are all on the same side, your troubles shall be my troubles. Tomorrow morning, I will personally go to the Flying Eagle sect to resolve this matter." Zhou Quan nodded in agreement. "Master, please take this relic. It will greatly aid your cultivation. I wish you swift advancement to the realm of body technique." Li Hanjing glanced at the relic, thought of Lu Yuan, and accepted it. "I shall return to rest now." Zhou Quan cupped his hands in farewell. "Master, travel safely." Once Li Hanjing departed, Zhou Quan stroked his beard. "Do you think our Flying Eagle sect will ever ascend to the position of the foremost sect in Huayan County?" A middle-aged man beside him shook his head. "That seems unlikely. After all, the Tiandao sect behind the Tiandao branch is an immense entity. However, we could certainly aim to be the best in the province." "Master, your vision is rather limited." Zhou Quan concurred with a nod. "Indeed, we can strive to be the best in the province. It appears I was the one with a narrow perspective." At the Imperial Guard's Qianhu 2nd Division in Huayan County, Li Hanjing placed the relic before Lu Yuan. "Absorb the internal energy of this relic. It has no adverse effects." Although Lu Yuan did not recognize what the relic was, he could tell from its appearance that it was invaluable, and he hesitated to accept it. "My lord, it is indeed a waste for such a divine object to be bestowed upon me. I am acutely aware that my innate abilities will only allow me to reach the limits of my internal energy. I have squandered too much time in the past. Given your remarkable talents, you should retain it for yourself." Li Hanjin's lips twitched in response, deeming the act an even greater waste. "If I instruct you to use it, then do so." "Lu Yuan, why are you hesitating and dawdling?" "Yes, my lord." Faced with Li Hanjin's unwavering stance, Lu Yuan ceased his reluctance and began to absorb the sacred relic. However, as the internal energy from the relic coursed into Lu Yuan's body, he was soon drenched in cold sweat. A searing pain engulfed his mind. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, emitting a faint sound. "And my lord, why did you not mention that it would be so painful?" At that moment, he felt two distinct currents of internal energy within him clashing violently, causing his vital organs to be relentlessly battered. Observing Lu Yuan's distress, Li Hanjing sensed something was amiss. Normally, the integration of the relic's internal energy should be a more comfortable experience. Why was it so drastically different in Lu Yuan's case? Chapter 47. The advantage of 2 against 1 is mine. Suddenly, Li Hanjing recalled with dread that the relic was inherently soft, capable of merging with nearly any form of internal energy. Yet, Lu Yuan practiced a martial art steeped in the essence of destruction. Was this not a contradiction? At that moment, Li Hanjing hesitated to utilize his internal power to ascertain Lu Yuan's condition, merely observing him endure the agony. The internal energy had already begun to absorb uncontrollably. Lu Yuan's eyes oscillated between a golden hue and a blood-red shade. After an hour, drenched in sweat, Lu Yuan spoke. "My lord, there is no need for concern. My internal energy has stabilized, and I have astonishingly broken through to the 9th level of internal energy." Seeing Lu Yuan's pale complexion, Li Hanjing, filled with skepticism, inquired, "Are you certain?" Lu Yuan nodded affirmatively. Li Hanjing silently examined the template of his subordinate's abilities and, upon confirming the 9th level of internal energy, felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Very well, you should rest. Should you experience any discomfort, do not hesitate to inform me. Thank you for your concern, my lord." As Li Hanjing departed, Lu Yuan wiped the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. His expression contorted once more in pain, as his eyes flickered between gold and red again. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a mouthful of clotted blood. The following morning, Li Hanjing, still uneasy, entered Lu Yuan's chamber to check on him. Noticing that Lu Yuan appeared merely pale, without any other symptoms, he resolved to proceed alone to the Flying Eagle sect. Initially intending to bring Lu Yuan along for this rare training opportunity, he reconsidered upon observing Lu Yuan's state, deciding it best for him to rest. In Huayong County, Flying Eagle sect. Zhou, taking the relic of our temple's eminent monk after his passing. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? Return it to us now, and our temple will overlook this matter, a kindly old monk with a white beard remarked. At that moment, the Bibo sect, Lane Gate, and Jingguang Temple had completely encircled the Flying Eagle sect stronghold. The leader of Lane Gate stepped forward, stating, "Indeed, Sect Master Zhou, that relic originally belonged to Jingguang Temple. Returning it poses no harm to you. Why must you invite trouble upon yourself?" The leader of Bibo's sect chimed in, "It is only due to Master Dechen's good nature that he refrains from retaliation. Had it been me, I would have fought you tooth and nail for taking my belongings." Now that Dechen had advanced to the realm of palm power, he had undoubtedly become the second most formidable figure among the 6 major sects, perhaps even the most powerful in Huayong County, for there were none of such prowess within the court. Thus, it was only prudent for them to curry favor, especially since Jingguang Temple had offered them considerable benefits. Once the Flying Eagle sect was eradicated, all assets would be divided equally between the 2 factions, while Jingguang Temple would provide the main force without claiming any share. Who could possibly refuse such terms? Zhou Quan, observing the trio outside, maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "Ha, you two spin tales without a hint of shame. Given Jingguang Temple's current disposition, is there truly a monk capable of producing relics?" Dechen formed a gesture of the Buddha and said, "Amitabha, Sect Master Zhou. Jingguang Temple has always stood for justice, contrary to your assumptions. If Master Zhou remains stubborn in his delusions, then this humble monk shall make you aware that the Buddhist path encompasses not only compassion, but also the wrath of the Vajra." At this point, the Chin's tone grew noticeably firmer. "Should Master Zhou choose to return to the right path and restore the relics of my temple, alongside my conditions and provide some travel expenses to the other benefactors, I would be willing to descend the mountain peacefully." Zhou Quan chuckled. "You, bald monk, truly believe that my Flying Eagle sect is a wishing well? Let me tell you, you shan't even dream of obtaining the relics now." Dechen was puzzled by Zhou Quan's audacious demeanor. Just a few days prior, he had approached with a respectful desire for peace, willing to return the relics. Yet today he had transformed into such a defiant figure. However, it mattered not. With the mastery of power, one could sweep away all schemes. At this juncture, Dechun had no desire to engage in further verbal sparring. He had merely sought to mitigate the temple's losses. After all, battles inevitably lead to casualties. Yet Zhou Quan insisted on being the stone in the latrine. There was little Dechun could do. Clang! Dechun struck his staff against the ground, his demeanor shifting dramatically. From a benevolent monk, he morphed into a figure of formidable presence. Master Zhou, since you are intent on seeking death, this humble monk shall grant your wish. With a swift motion, Dechun raised his staff and hurled it towards Zhou Quan. In that moment, Zhou Quan acknowledged his alarm. Where was lordly? Swoosh. Suddenly, an iron fan soared through the air from a distance. Whoosh. A powerful gust erupted from the fan, generating fierce winds. The once forceful staff was instantly engulfed by this tempest. Crash! The two weapons collided, and the seemingly sturdy staff was shattered into two pieces upon impact with the iron fan, revealing the depth of the wielder's internal strength and the fan's formidable material. Dechun, you possess great audacity to assemble such a gathering for a brawl within the Empire's territory. Li Hanjing had appeared before the crowd without notice. My lord, I thought I would not see you again. Zhou Quan greeted with a respectful bow. Dechun, observing his staff now rendered into fragments, furrowed his brow. I presume you are the Qianhu Li Hanjing of the Jinyiwei? I am quite familiar with your colleague, Qianhu Gaohai. I implore you to disregard this matter and depart. My Jingguang temple shall offer generous rewards in due time. Dechun was reluctant to involve the court, for if Li Hanjing were to be slain, it would undoubtedly provoke the military governor's attention, which would be dire. Despite the court's internal strife, if the forces of the martial world were to provoke officials, the ramifications could be severe. Li Hanjing remained unfazed. Dechun, gathering such a multitude, are you preparing to rebel against the court? Master Li, this humble monk harbors no desire to be your enemy. I urge you to contemplate this matter carefully. Dechun maintained his stance of non-aggression. In truth, he was not only wary of the court's personnel, but also uncertain of Li Hanjing's prowess. Just moments ago, the opponent had severed his iron staff with a single strike, an act beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner. Master Dechun, you are a formidable expert of the power realm. Why waste words with the court's lackeys? Just deal with him. The master of the Thunder Sound sect is a robust man, utterly exasperated by the endless chatter of those who, despite their incessant babble, fail to engage in actual combat, wasting precious time. Seeing this, Dechun could only shake his head in resignation, since Li Qianhu was so obstinately stubborn. He could no longer refrain from being impolite. Master Niu and sect leader Deng, you two shall deal with Li Hanjing, while I shall take it upon myself to confront Zhou Quan, Dechun declared to the two standing beside him. Niu Man nodded, saying, rest assured, Abbot Dechun, against Li Hanjing, who is merely of the inner strength realm, our advantage lies with us. With that, Niu Man brandished his blade and charged towards Li Hanjing. Although Deng Lu felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, he followed suit, weapon in hand, compelled by the actions of the Thunder Sound sect's master. Dechun, however, did not rush into the fray. Instead, he called out, everyone, your sect leaders have already engaged. You may join in. The disciples of the Golden Light Temple will provide support from the rear to prevent any enemy ambush. Li Hanjing observed all of this, noting how cautious Dechun was, unwilling to suffer even the slightest loss. Had it not been for this encounter today, it was entirely possible that Dechun could have forged a significant legacy in Huaiyang County. Alas, fate had brought them together. As the opposing forces advanced, Zhou Quan prepared to issue the order to attack, but Li Hanjing halted him. There is no need for you to engage. The disciples of the Flying Eagle sect are the backbone of the intelligence network I am establishing. They must not perish here. My lord, but the enemy is already upon us. While you possess the 9th stage of mastery, they number in the thousands. Zhou Quan exclaimed. Oh, I see now. You have brought the Imperial Guards with you, correct? Li Hanjing shook his head. I came alone. Zhou Quan's expression darkened instantly. My lord, if you tell us not to engage, are you not simply condemning us to death? Li Hanjing glanced at Zhou Quan with impatience. Do you harbor some misunderstanding about the 9th stage of mastery? Embrace your doom. At that moment, Niu Man had already reached Li Hanjing. Facing the assault from an opponent of the inner strength realm, Li Hanjing could not be bothered to defend himself, bracing himself to endure Niu Man's full-force strike. Why did he not evade? Because he was resolute. Clang! Niu Man's hefty blade struck Li Hanjing's shoulder, yet he remained unharmed while Niu Man's weapon shattered. Confounded, Niu Man gazed at the remnants of his short blade. With a casual gesture, Li Hanjing unleashed a wave of internal energy, piercing through Niu Man's body. Blood splattered onto Deng Lu, who stood behind Niu Man. At that moment, Deng Lu finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. This Li Hanjing was indeed a master of the mastery realm. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, exclaiming, "Deccan, you have betrayed me." Boom. A careless stroke of internal energy from Li Hanjing obliterated Deng Lu. Observing this scene from a distance, Deccan immediately recognized that Li Hanjing was of the mastery realm. He promptly resolved to flee. Although he too was of the mastery realm, the distinction between an aged master and a vigorous one was clear to him. Moreover, the internal energy Li Hanjing had unleashed did not resemble that of someone who had just recently ascended to the mastery realm. In an instant, Li Hanjing transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before Deccan. With a deft motion, he pressed a button on the iron fan. Sharp blades sprang forth in an instant, aiming for Deccan's throat. As Deccan gazed at the blood gushing from his neck, he hurriedly clutched at his wound. You, he stammered, before slowly collapsing, breathless. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired 50,000 points of kill value." The disciples of the three factions, witnessing their three leaders dispatched with such ease, abruptly halted their advance. Li Hanjing surveyed the scene and, without hesitation, unleashed his formidable technique. Tiger's Roar Wave. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 point of kill value." "Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 point of kill value." "Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 point of kill value." "Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 points of kill value." Kill value balance, 70,000. Chapter 48. The mighty eagle gazing upon the sea of corpses, Zhou Quan conceded that his vision had indeed been limited. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached Li Hanjing. "My lord, the day is still young. Would you care to explore our Flying Eagle sect?" "Very well," Li Hanjing replied, acknowledging his lack of familiarity with the sect. It would be prudent to take a look. Before long, Zhou Quan guided Li Hanjing into a sprawling bamboo grove. "My lord, the reason our sect is named the Flying Eagle sect is precisely due to these treasures," Zhou Quan remarked, gesturing towards the flocks of eagles surrounding them. Li Hanjing observed that the number of eagles here was certainly in the thousands. Zhou Quan continued his exposition. "My lord, these eagles have been raised since their youth. And coupled with our sect's unique flying techniques, I am not exaggerating when I say that within 7 days, we can procure any intelligence throughout Huaiyang County, and indeed, all of Jiangzhou." To be candid, Li Hanjing was somewhat astonished by the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Flying Eagle sect. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon several large cages, draped with black cloth, prompting his curiosity. "What are these cages for?" At this inquiry, Zhou Quan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "My lord, you may recognize this." He then instructed the disciples behind him, "You may leave." The disciples, seemingly accustomed to such commands, swiftly exited. Zhou Quan stepped forward and removed the black cloth, revealing a magnificent eagle, nearly 5 meters in length, with piercing light yellow eyes. No wonder Zhou Quan claimed to have seen this. It was indeed the very eagle that Zhou Quan and others had ridden that day. Li Hanjing, having witnessed many peculiar sights in the capital, had never encountered such a colossal eagle. "What species is this?" Li Hanjing inquired. Zhou Quan replied, "This is the mighty eagle." "Oh, such a species exists among eagles?" Li Hanjing asked, having read countless texts during his years in the capital, yet he had never come across this particular species. Zhou Quan chuckled, "My lord, this is a name uniquely coined by our Flying Eagle sect. Furthermore, the mighty eagle is exclusive to our sect. It is a product of a mutation from ordinary eagle eggs. Over a decade ago, within a clutch of eggs, 2 remarkably different ones emerged. They hatched rapidly, one male and one female, which inspired me to propagate this breed." As he spoke, Zhou Quan sighed. "However, the production of the mighty eagles is exceedingly rare. In the span of over 10 years, only 10 have been born." Hearing this, Li Hanjing dismissed the notion of forming an elite troop. Yet, Zhou Quan leaned closer to Li Hanjing and whispered, "But my lord, the mighty eagle is not only massive, it also possesses the ability to cultivate." Li Hanjing's pupils widened at this revelation, and he lowered his voice. "Are you certain?" Zhou Quan nodded affirmatively. As Li Hanjing gazed at the 10 magnificent eagles before him, he found himself contemplating whether to marvel at Zhou Quan's fortuitous luck or to consider himself fortunate, for the Flying Eagle sect now belonged to him. Li Hanjing had indeed heard of animals capable of cultivation, The current leader of the Heavenly One sect possessed one such creature, a tiger that could cultivate. When this news broke, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire Crimson Flame Empire. Fortunately, the owner was the sect master. Otherwise, had it been someone else, they would likely have met a grim fate by dawn. However, the sect master was not entirely fortunate, as he possessed only one such tiger, which made propagation impossible. It was rumored that he later sought out other ordinary tigers for mating attempts, but the offspring were merely stronger than average tigers. In contrast, Zhou Quan had directly acquired two, one male and one female. Suddenly, Li Hanjing inquired, "How many people are aware of these 10 eagles?" "My lord, only I and a few core elders are privy to this information. The disciples are not permitted to approach, and there are always elders on guard," Zhou Quan replied. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing sighed with relief. If too many people were aware, it was only a matter of time before the news leaked. My goodness. 10 eagles capable of cultivation would undoubtedly attract numerous powerful factions eager to seize them. Not even his father, Li Qian, could contain such a situation. Thankfully, only a handful of individuals were in the know. Otherwise, Li Hanjing would have advised against any drastic measures. After all, an intelligence organization could not compare to the value of these 10 eagles. What levels of cultivation do these eagles possess? Li Hanjing asked. 3 are at the 9th stage of body training, while the others are at the 6th stage, Zhou Quan replied. Li Hanjing frowned. The first 2 have been with us for over a decade. Why have they yet to reach the Qi cultivation stage? Zhou Quan felt a wave of shame wash over him. My lord, it is indeed embarrassing. Such divine creatures are beyond our means to nurture. Their cultivation methods differ from ours. They require sustenance, and as you know, most of our sect lacks sufficient funds to feed them. Li Hanjing nodded. That is simple enough. I shall allocate 50,000 taels from the Jinyiwei each month for you. Will that suffice? That will be ample, my lord. But, Zhou Quan hesitated. Speak plainly. I do not appreciate dilly-dallying, Li Hanjing replied coolly. My lord, the ordinary meat for cultivation is still too slow. If we could acquire the flesh of martial artists, the progress would be much swifter. The more profound the inner strength of the martial artist, the quicker the enhancement. To consume humans, particularly martial artists, posed a significant challenge. After a moment's contemplation, Li Hanjing patted Zhou Quan's shoulder. I will devise a solution. Truth be told, he regretted using the Tiger Roar wave to eliminate that group of enemies earlier. They had been reduced to mere rubble. To maintain a martial artist's inner strength, the flesh must be fresh. Otherwise, the inner power would dissipate within hours of death. Reflecting on this, Li Hanjing continued. I will arrange for these 10 eagles to be secretly transported to my Jinyiwei. I will personally oversee the matter. If this information were to leak, it would cause an uproar. Such treasures are best kept in my hands. Understood, my lord. Zhou Quan did not oppose Li Hanjing's decision to take the formidable eagle. Firstly, he was aware that such an extraordinary entity, if placed in his hands, he neither had the means to nurture nor the capacity to cultivate. Secondly, he understood that while the Flying Eagle sect may not openly harbor traitors, it certainly contained indiscreet tongues. Should word of this affair leak, it would likely lead to an exhaustive investigation by those formidable powers, fearing he might still possess a few hidden treasures. Suddenly, Li Hanjing recalled something important. In a few days, he should take his disciples down the mountain to register with the Jinyiwei, thereby officially becoming recognized members. This would lend credibility to their actions. Chapter 49. The 6 Doors of Jianghu. The news of the annihilation of the Golden Light Temple, the Thunder Sound sect, and the Bai Bo sect swiftly spread throughout the county. It was unavoidable. The death toll had reached several thousand, making it impossible to remain unaware, especially with whispers of the Jinyiwei's involvement. Yet, at this moment, opinions were varied and no definitive conclusions were drawn. The authorities were reluctant to intervene, as the affairs of Jianghu were typically under the jurisdiction of the 6 Doors. However, the 6 Doors had been established for less than a decade, and its personnel had not yet expanded to every county. Unlike the Jinyiwei, an established and specialized institution, whose presence could likely be felt even in remote villages. In Jiangzhou, at the Jinyiwei's town pacification office, 2 rows of individuals sat facing each other. The purpose of today's visit was to address a certain letter of complaint. You see, it appears that your Jinyiwei has overstepped its bounds, directly intervening in Jianghu matters without consulting us at the 6 Doors, stated Song Yi, the commanding officer of the Jiangzhou 6 Doors, as he tossed the envelope onto Jiang Qingyun's desk. Although Song Yi's hair was completely white, he was, in fact, somewhat younger, exuding an air of calm composure. Jiang Qingyun examined the contents of the letter, his expression darkening as he read. It was not the content of the letter that incensed him, but rather the identity of the writer, though there was no signature. As the commanding officer of the Jiangzhou Jinyiwei, he easily recognized the handwriting of a subordinate who could engage in conversation with him. It was absurd that the complaint against the Jinyiwei had been penned by someone within their own ranks, and moreover, submitted to another institution. Noticing Jiang Qingyun's displeasure, Song Yi presumed it stemmed from anger over his subordinate's overreach. Is Li Hanjing a well-known figure in your Jinyiwei? His reach seems quite extensive, he remarked. Jiang Qingyun chuckled slightly. Song, your words are quite sharp. However, let us not forget that the 6 doors nominally still fall under the jurisdiction of my Jinyiwei. Oh, but you yourself have acknowledged that this is merely nominal. 8 years ago, His Majesty decreed the 6 doors to operate independently, specifically to manage Jianghu forces and maintain stability across the realm. Are you aware that your actions have rendered our work awkward? The sudden execution of 3 sects, resulting in nearly 3,000 deaths, has drawn the attention of the Giant Sword sect, which has approached me to inquire why the court is meddling in Jianghu conflicts. His Majesty had issued a command that we should not interfere with Jianghu matters unless provoked, lest we incite an uprising. I had to expend considerable effort to appease the Giant Sword sect. Otherwise, this situation could escalate to higher authorities, and you, Song, would undoubtedly face repercussions. Realizing that Song Yi had come to resolve the matter and that their conversation would conclude here, Jiang Qingyun understood the true purpose of Song Yi's visit. It was a plea for favor. This incident indeed reflects poorly on our Jinyiwei, he conceded. It's a minor issue that has necessitated your personal intervention. Let this matter rest on my shoulders as a gesture of accountability. As for the younger personnel, they are still learning, so let it be. Jiang Qingyun took responsibility for Li Hanjing's actions, as it was he who had dispatched Li Hanjing to Huaiyang County, instructing him to act with freedom. Thus, the responsibility must be shouldered. Song Yi was slightly taken aback, remarking that it appeared Lord Jiang held his subordinate in high regard. In truth, the matter was not of great significance. He had merely come to convey that in future endeavors within the martial world, they ought to inform the 6 doors in advance. We support your efforts, and naturally, you must reciprocate our support. Jiang Qingyun smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lord Song. I believe it is time for lunch. Let us share a meal together. Song Yi consented with a nod. Before departing, Jiang Qingyun suddenly inquired, Lord Song, might I leave this letter of accusation with my Jinyiwei? Song Yi glanced at the letter in his hand, smiled, and replied, of course, that is no problem. Once Song Yi had taken his leave, Jiang Qingyun, filled with a fierce determination, sought out Chen Wanhui. He urgently summoned Li Qianhu to the state, thinking to himself that he had yet to meet this capable subordinate in person. Observing Jiang Qingyun's demeanor, Chen Wanhui mistakenly believed that Li Hanjing had somehow displeased him, and he promptly set about writing a letter to notify Li Hanjing. At Huaiyang County, Jinyiwei Qianhu Division 2, a Jinyiwei entered in haste, reporting, My lord, it seems that Lord Lu has fallen into a frenzy, brandishing dual blades in the courtyard. We dare not approach. Upon hearing that Lu Yuan was in trouble, Li Hanjing quickly made his way outside. Indeed, Lu Yuan appeared to have lost his senses, rampaging through the courtyard. Li Hanjing scrutinized Lu Yuan's pupils and discerned that they were completely suffused with a crimson hue. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Li Hanjing immediately recognized that Lu Yuan was under the influence of murderous intent, leading to initial neurological chaos, with the impending risk of succumbing to madness and losing all rationality. However, Li Hanjing was not well versed in matters of madness and could only temporarily restrain Lu Yuan for the moment. He stepped forward and delivered a swift strike, rendering Lu Yuan unconscious. Suddenly, Morongji, who typically languished in idleness, approached. My lord, it is evident that Lord Lu has encountered a deviation in his cultivation, succumbing to madness. I wonder if you have any means to address this? Li Hanjing regarded Morongji, and since he had taken the initiative to step forward, it was clear he had a solution in mind. Morongji chuckled, My lord, the Tiandao sect possesses profound knowledge regarding the mind and spirit. I believe their branch would be equally adept. Moreover, my family has invested in this very Tiandao branch, and I can certainly facilitate an introduction. Li Hanjing nodded. I appreciate your assistance. Consider this a favor owed. Lu Yuan must be saved, as he was indeed a foundational asset since the inception of his endeavors. Morongji waved his hand dismissively. My lord, you are too kind. As your subordinate, it is my duty to assist you. If we must speak of favors, then I have already benefited. as I wish to remain in your service. Very well, I accept your proposal, Li Hanjing replied. Upon witnessing this, Morongji felt an immediate sense of relief. To speak candidly, he had been quite anxious lately, as Li Hanjing had begun to systematically eliminate those deemed unworthy. Particularly concerning was the rumor that the Flying Eagle sect had allied itself with the Imperial Guards, which suggested that a significant upheaval within the Imperial Guards was imminent, likely resulting in a thorough purge of the undesirables. Among those who had left the deepest impression on Li Hanjing as a worthless individual, Morongji found himself most perturbed. Should he be expelled by the Imperial Guards, he would have no choice but to return home and inherit the family estate. His leisurely lifestyle would come to an abrupt end. He had no interest whatsoever in managing the family business, after all. It was far more enjoyable to recline and indulge in leisurely pursuits, occasionally visiting the pleasure houses. Chapter 50. Youthful Uncertainties, Feiyun Mountain. The most prominent peak on the outskirts of Huayong County serves as the base for the Tiandao sect's branch. Towering majestically, it stands as a colossal barrier, emanating an aura of grandeur and solemnity. From any vantage point, it appears exceedingly lofty, seemingly a symbol of boundless authority and strength. The undulating terrain is accompanied by a meticulously constructed series of small blue stone steps that the Tiandao sect has laid out for ascending the mountain. The surroundings, while not entirely silent, resonate with the harmonious sounds of various birds and insects, beautifully embodying the Taoist philosophy of spontaneity in nature. Gazing at the seemingly endless steps, one cannot help but marvel at the magnificence of the Tiandao sect's chosen location. Do I really have to carry Lord Lu up the mountain? Morongji lamented, struggling under the weight of the unconscious Lu Yuan. Li Hanjing cast a cold glance at Morongji, as if to say, am I expected to carry him instead? Morongji muttered, well, that's not entirely out of the question. Li Hanjing shot a sidelong look at Morongji. In response, Morongji quickly added, my lord, I will carry him, I will. After a morning of arduous trekking, the trio finally reached the summit, where they encountered the sign of the Tiandao sect. It was merely a small stone tablet inscribed with the name of the sect. Soon, they caught the attention of a young Taoist who approached them. What brings you to our Tiandao sect? He inquired, his tone devoid of hostility and imbued with warmth. Gasping for breath, Morongji replied with a smile, esteemed Taoist. I am Morongji, the young master of Fuchang Tower. I kindly ask you to inform the sect leader, as I have a matter to discuss. The young Taoist, recognizing the arrival of a figure of wealth, did not hesitate. There is no need for a formal announcement. I shall take you to see the sect leader directly. Our Tiandao sect is not bound by such formalities. We embrace spontaneity. Thank you, Li Hanjing responded gratefully. Before long, the young Taoist led them into a hall. Sect leader. Individuals from Fuchang Tower seek your audience. Very well, you may attend to your duties, replied an elder with an ethereal presence, smiling amiably. The Taoist then retreated, leaving Li Hanjing and his companions alone with the elder and a younger Taoist who stood behind him. The elder spoke first. I am aware of the matter that brings you here, and rest assured, our sect possesses the means to address it. Li Hanjing cast a puzzled glance at Morongji, who promptly shook his head, indicating that he had not made prior arrangements. That is indeed curious. How could this elder have known in advance? But now was not the time for such contemplation. Sect leader, since you are aware of our purpose, please state your terms for saving my subordinate. The elder adjusted his wispy white beard and chuckled. Do not call me sect leader. Refer to me as Taoist Lingming. As for the terms, Taoist Lingming, let him spar with me first before we discuss the terms, interjected the younger Taoist, silently observing Li Hanjing. Lingming Taoist was momentarily taken aback, but then responded, Li Qianhu, what do you propose? Li Hanjing furrowed his brow, uncertain as to what had provoked the young Taoist. However, since the other party had spoken and he was seeking a favor, refusal was not an option. Very well, if the Taoist wished to engage in a friendly spar, Li Hanjing would oblige. Shortly thereafter, a few individuals arrived at a relatively secluded training ground. Master Lingming observed the two on the stage, expressing his concerns with a hint of caution. Dao Xian, remember to hold back. Do not injure Officer Li. The young Taoist nodded indifferently. Li Hanjing paid little heed to Master Lingming's words, considering it merely a playful exercise with a youth. The young Taoist wasted no time, advancing towards Li Hanjing with a swift, ethereal step. Li Hanjing casually assumed a defensive stance, prepared to absorb the impending blow. Yet, at the moment of impact, regret washed over him. What appeared to be a simple punch concealed tremendous force. The shockwave propelled Li Hanjing backward, and he quickly summoned all his internal strength to steady himself. No longer dismissive, he regarded the young Taoist with newfound respect. That kind of power was undoubtedly at the masterful level, and clearly, the young man was no novice. It was no wonder Master Lingming had cautioned him to hold back. The fear of serious injury was very real. Indeed, it was understandable that Li Hanjing had underestimated him. The Taoist looked to be around 16 years of age. How formidable could a prodigy truly be? Had this taken place at the headquarters of the Heavenly Unity sect, he would not have dared to be so complacent. But could it be reasonable for such a talent to emerge from a mere branch sect? You haven't even used your full strength yet, the young Taoist remarked lightly. His words ignited a spark of competitive spirit within Li Hanjing. After all, they were both young men. He had his own advantages and would not be intimidated. Flying swallow piercing the clouds, Li Hanjing's form danced gracefully, weaving in and out before the young Taoist. With a surge of internal energy, he unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the young man. Each strike was both powerful and fluid, imbued with an intense offensive spirit. Initially, the young Taoist was able to deflect each blow, but soon found himself overwhelmed, sustaining hits from various angles. After a while, Li Hanjing paused, observing the young Taoist. Now dust-covered and disheveled. Let us call it a day, he decided, recognizing that he was the one seeking assistance and not wishing to embarrass the other. From the sidelines, Master Lingming contemplated the unfolding scene. The young Taoist, seemingly unwilling to concede defeat, brushed off the dust from his attire. One last exchange. If you win, I will ensure that Master Lingming provides unconditional assistance to your subordinates. Li Hanjing, discerning the sincerity in the young man's words, readily accepted. Judging by their earlier conversation, the young Taoist held a significant position within the Heavenly Unity sect and was likely a top-tier prodigy from the headquarters. Li Hanjing nodded. Very well. Suddenly, the young Taoist's aura shifted dramatically, emanating an enigmatic energy. His pupils astonishingly split into two. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was entirely unfamiliar to Li Hanjing. As their gazes locked, the two figures moved with remarkable speed, their exchange of blows showcasing astonishing coordination and reflexes. Each strike from Li Hanjing was imbued with a formidable inner strength. Yet it was deftly countered by another form of skillful energy. Bang! The flying swallow had reached its zenith. But the next move was invariably anticipated and defended against by the young Taoist. Li Hanjing realized that it was the prowess of those keen pupils at play. Had the young Taoist also mastered the 9th level of palm techniques, Li Hanjing would surely face defeat today. Alas, that was not the case. Although he could not currently discern any flaws in the young Taoist's defenses, he resolved to exhaust his opponent's inner energy through sheer perseverance. Thus, the two engaged in an unceasing exchange of offense and defense. After a considerable amount of time, just as Li Hanjing was on the verge of depleting the young Taoist's energy, the young man suddenly closed his eyes. No longer on guard, he unexpectedly seated himself on the ground. Observing this, Li Hanjing hurriedly attempted to halt his assault, but the speed of his previous strikes left him unable to stop in time. Chapter 51. A great favor owed upon witnessing the unfolding events. Lingming swiftly unleashed a formidable aura, separating Li Hanjing from the young Taoist. In an instant, Li Hanjing felt his body slow dramatically before coming to a halt. He gazed with a complex expression at the young Taoist seated on the ground, whose aura was steadily ascending, a clear indication of a breakthrough. Li Hanjing could only sigh, acknowledging that some individuals are naturally gifted for cultivation, achieving breakthroughs amidst battle, a classic hallmark of a protagonist, is it not? Suddenly, Taoist Lingming spoke kindly, young friendly. At such a tender age, you have already attained the 9th stage of palm power, truly making you the foremost among the youth of this era. Li Hanjing shook his head, asserting that the true first among contemporaries should be the one undergoing the breakthrough, gesturing toward the young Taoist. Taoist Lingming chuckled. You are not the same. I see that you have perfected the 9th stage. Thus, allow me to extend a favor by elucidating the intricacies of the realm of movement. For others, receiving such a favor from Elder Lingming would have been a cause for unbridled joy. However, Li Hanjing was somewhat reluctant to accept it. This was not due to a doubt in Lingming's prowess. Evidenced by the aura that had separated him earlier, Lingming was indeed a master of the realm of movement. The strength of the Heavenly One sect was no mere boast. Even the branch sect leader had reached this level. Yet, bound by his innate limitations. Even if Lingming were to reveal celestial truths today, Li Hanjing would remain incapable of self-enhancement. Nevertheless, he respectfully replied, Thank you, Taoist Lingming. It is an honor for a junior like me. Naturally, Li Hanjing would not refuse to forge ties with a powerful entity such as the Heavenly One sect. After all, one thrives in this world through the strength of friendships. Lingming nodded in satisfaction and began his discourse. Though palm power and movement may seem to differ by merely one grand realm, they are worlds apart. The realm of palm power involves refining internal energy to its utmost, whereas the realm of movement transforms that energy into a form of magical force. This magical force is an energetic essence, pervasive throughout the world. It constitutes a vital component of all things, akin to an elevation of internal energy. Upon entering the realm of movement, one can harmonize with nature in their cultivation. The techniques can strike from afar, capable of devastating seas and mountains. After a considerable time of imparting knowledge, Taoist Lingming suddenly paused, inquiring, "Young friendly, I have nearly concluded my explanation. Do you have any reflections?" Li Hanjing, wide-eyed, began to weave a web of flattery. "Indeed, Taoist Lingming, at this moment, I feel an unparalleled clarity in my mind. Your insights have resolved several perplexities that have long troubled me. I dare say it will not be long before I achieve a breakthrough to the realm of movement." Lingming regarded Li Hanjing with an expression that suggested he was a talent of great potential. "Excellent, excellent. Since that is the case, young friendly, let us not intrude upon Dao Xin's breakthrough any longer. Let us retreat indoors to discuss matters regarding your subordinates." Li Hanjing nodded affirmatively. Behind him, Morongji now regretted having hastily utilized Li Hanjing's goodwill. A 20-year-old at the 9th stage of palm power was no mere ally. He was akin to a towering tree in the forest. That is not correct. I merely stated that I would serve as his subordinate, and I never specified that it would only be in Huaiyang County. Upon this realization, Morongji felt an immediate sense of relief, envisioning a life of ease ahead. After all, his martial prowess was rather limited, and as for his business acumen, he was adept only at spending silver. Within the room, Taoist Lingming examined Lu Yuan's meridians. Furrowing his brow, the internal energy of the Buddhist sect, characterized by its lethal nature. How could one body cultivate two distinct forms of energy? When asked about this, Li Hanjing appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Ahem, my subordinate primarily practices the art of slaughter, but he inadvertently absorbed a Buddhist relic recently, which has led to this peculiar situation." Taoist Lingming contemplated for quite some time before responding. "Li Xiaoyu, your subordinate's condition is rather unique and somewhat challenging. However, it is not without potential solutions. There exists a method, albeit fraught with peril, which carries a significant risk of catastrophic failure. Yet, should he endure, his future achievements would be remarkable." Seeing the gravity of Lingming's words, Li Hanjing earnestly inquired, "What method do you propose? Please, do not hesitate to share. Given the instability caused by the two opposing energies within him, we must seek a third form of energy to act as a mediator. However, upon the introduction of this third energy, there will be an extreme phase of eruption. If he fails to withstand it, his meridians will shatter and his organs will rupture. Conversely, if he survives, his combat strength could surpass that of others by threefold within the same realm, and this explosive period would cleanse his meridians, leading to a significant enhancement of his innate abilities," Lingming elucidated. Li Hanjing grasped the essence of this principle: no pain, no gain. Nevertheless, he recognized that this method was of no use to himself, as he lacked meridians entirely. Subsequently, he struck Lu Yuan, rousing him from his stupor. It would be best for Lu Yuan to make his own decision regarding this matter. Now momentarily alert, Lu Yuan listened to the account of recent events and decisively opted for the simultaneous cultivation of the three methods. Seeing that a decision had been reached, Lingming produced a tome from his sleeve. This technique is a unique treasure of my Tianyi sect, known as Qingqiju, classified as precious great. It is perfectly suited as a third form of energy, as Taoist practices are inclusive of all things. Both Buddhist and slaughter energies can coexist harmoniously with it. In light of our friendship, I shall present it to you free of charge and personally safeguard your practice." As he spoke, he gazed at Li Hanjing with a cheerful smile. It appeared that with age came wisdom. Li Hanjing promptly replied, "Taoist Lingming, such a valuable technique deserves a condition in return, otherwise I would feel deeply indebted." It was no jest. A precious grade technique could incite fierce competition among many, and even the elite guards of the prefecture did not possess such a treasure. Could he, Li Hanjing, ever repay such a monumental favor? He deemed it wiser to clarify the terms now, even if it required significant sacrifice, rather than accumulating an unknown debt of gratitude. for such obligations are unpredictable. Lingming smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Ah, my young friendly, your words are misplaced. In our Taoist philosophy, we place great importance on fate. The mere fact that we meet today is itself a manifestation of destiny. Moreover, you have just emerged victorious over Daoxian. As representatives of the celestial Dao sect, we must honor our word. When we declare unconditional support, it is indeed unconditional." Li Hanjing wished to say more, but Lingming continued. "Do you truly believe that our celestial Dao sect is composed of individuals who are untrustworthy?" With Lingming's words reaching such a point, Li Hanjing could only respond. "Then I thank you, Taoist Lingming. Should there come a time when you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me." Chapter 52, Li Xiaoyu. "I have stolen this item." Upon hearing Li Hanjing's agreement, Lingming immediately rose and approached Lu Yuan. Utilizing the internal energy as prescribed in the teachings above, "I shall infuse Taoist magic to expedite your mastery of the Qingqi formula." Lu Yuan complied. Lingming then placed both palms upon Lu Yuan, channeling his magical energy into Lu Yuan's body. "Xiaoyu, I am about to enter. Brace yourself for the pain," he cautioned. Lu Yuan nodded in affirmation. With a thunderous surge, immense magical energy flooded into Lu Yuan's being. In an instant, cold sweat began to bead on Lu Yuan's brow. 3 streams of internal energy commenced a chaotic dance within him, bombarding his organs with relentless ferocity. The excruciating pain was so intense that Lu Yuan bit his lip, drawing blood. For a full half-hour, the 3 forces within him remained in tumultuous disarray. Blood began to seep from Lu Yuan's senses. Observing this, Lingming's expression tightened with concern. "This is dire. The internal organs are fracturing. If we do not stabilize the energy soon, even celestial beings would be powerless to save him." As he spoke, Lingming intensified his magical output, striving to subdue the 2 opposing forces within Lu Yuan. Yet, those energies seemed to possess a will of their own. Frantically seeking refuge in Lu Yuan's heart channel, Lingming felt helpless, wary of exerting too much force lest he inadvertently shatter the heart channel, thereby sealing Lu Yuan's fate. After a while, he reduced the flow of Taoist magic, observing Lu Yuan, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, and shook his head in despair. "Li Xiaoyu, it appears your subordinate can no longer endure. He has lost his sense of self. My attempts to channel energy into him are futile. He cannot find the means to operate the Qingqi formula." Lingming's grim pronouncement cast a shadow over Li Hanjing, who felt despondent. In this world, aside from his estranged father, Lu Yuan held the highest place in his heart, especially since he had bestowed upon him the precious relic. At that moment, a faint azure light emanated from the small gourd at Lingming's waist. To his astonishment, it detached itself and transformed into a beam of azure light, swiftly entering Lu Yuan's body. Lingming's anxiety escalated. "Shaoqing, come back. What are you doing?" He quickly employed his magic to monitor Lu Yuan's condition. He beheld the small azure gourd engulfing Lu Yuan, voraciously absorbing all internal energy within him. In mere moments, the previously chaotic energies were entirely consumed. Following the absorption, the gourd began to merge seamlessly with Lu Yuan's meridians. Lingming, witnessing this, was filled with anguish. "Shaoqing, no. If you merge with him, how shall I explain this to the sect leader? Come back." As the gourd vanished completely, leaving behind an azure mark on Lu Yuan's wrist, Lingming fell into utter despair. "It is over. Shaoqing has bonded with another. That old scoundrel Zhang will surely not let me off the hook." Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's complexion rapidly improved, and an indescribable aura enveloped him, an amalgamation of murderous intent, benevolence, and ethereality, a complete paradox. Li Hanjing looked at the somewhat dazed Lingming and could not help but inquire, Master Lingming, what was that azure gourd just now?" Lingming rubbed his forehead and replied, "Young friendly, this item is one of the 3 treasured artifacts belonging to the sect master of the Heavenly Dao sect, known as the Azure Wild Goose Gourd. It possesses the ability to encompass seas and mountains." Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing understood the significance of the item. The reason the weapon realm is termed as such lies in its uniqueness. Every master of the movement realm, in their pursuit of ascension to the weapon realm, must seek out an item to nurture, subsequently integrating it into their body, thereby transforming it into their own fated weapon. To be precise, it should be referred to as a fated artifact. Once an item becomes a fated artifact, even the most ordinary object can undergo a qualitative leap, acquiring some extraordinary capabilities. Naturally, the better the quality before it becomes a fated artifact, the greater the enhancement. Typically, masters of the weapon realm can only nurture one weapon. However, according to Lingming, The sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect has nurtured 3 artifacts. In truth, one can only possess one fated artifact, while the other 2 serve to bolster combat strength, can be gifted to others, or utilized for other purposes. Just imagine, if both parties are in the weapon realm, while others possess 1 weapon. You possess 3, how could they possibly contend with you? Currently, Lu Yuan has integrated a treasured artifact that originally belonged to the sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect into his own body, making it his fated artifact. This implies that Lu Yuan has prematurely acquired the qualifications of the weapon realm. Li Hanjing felt a shiver run down his spine. He initially thought he only owed a favor, but now he finds himself indebted to a formidable master of the weapon realm. Should any ancient entity seek trouble with him now, he would be utterly defenseless. Li Hanjing cautiously asked, Master Lingying, may I inquire how the sect master's weapon came to be in your possession? Lingming's gaze flickered momentarily. I shall not conceal this from you, young friend, as we must face this together. The Azure Wild Goose Gourd is something I acquired from my senior brother. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing realized the gravity of the situation. The item was stolen. It seemed he would have to return to the capital immediately to seek his father's assistance. This matter was too significant for him to manage alone. Suddenly, a young Taoist entered the room. Exuding an even more formidable presence, he was at the 8th stage of palm power. As the young Taoist entered, Lingming's eyes brightened, and he suddenly recalled something. Young friendly, this matter is not without a resolution. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Li Hanjing eagerly asked, Master Lingming, please elaborate. Let us resolve this difficulty together. Lingming pointed towards the young Taoist. Now that you have integrated the Azure Wild Goose Gourd, you owe a karmic debt to the Heavenly Tao. This young man is our sect's disciple, Zhang Daoxian. You have witnessed his talent, but his reason for coming to our branch is to rectify his cultivation shortcomings. This child is wholly devoted to his practice and seldom concerns himself with worldly matters, which is not entirely beneficial for his training. Our Taoist philosophy embraces all things. Anything that exists is justified. Thus, his purpose in coming here is to refine his heart. If young Friendly could take him down the mountain to cultivate his worldly sentiments, the matter of the Azure Wild Goose Gourd could be mutually resolved. The duration would be 3 years. Indeed, it is worthy of being a premier sect. Their approach to nurturing talent is meticulous, aiming to forge a being of impeccable virtue. Without a moment's contemplation, Li Hanjiao nodded in agreement. Master Lingming, I shall take on this task. In 3 years, I will certainly return to the Tao sect a disciple of high moral character and astute in action. Master Lingming nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Zhang Daoxian. Are you willing to descend the mountain with young Friendly to experience the world and refine your heart? Zhang Daoxian cast a casual glance at Li Hanjiao. Having triumphed over me, he is naturally inclined to accept. Observing this, Lingming exhaled softly. Young Friendly, the Qing Gourd is no longer an ordinary magical artifact. It has attained spiritual awareness. This is precisely why it chooses its master. I implore you to treat it with the utmost care and kindness. Chapter 53, Cold River. Someone has cast an eye remedy on you. The innate magical artifacts typically possess a spirit that may either be self-generated or externally infused. During combat, these artifacts can engage in battle autonomously, rendering them exceedingly precious. However, Li Hanjing began to harbor doubts. Could this item truly be mastered after merely 3 years of arduous training? Once Lu Yuan regained consciousness, Lingming promptly urged everyone to descend the mountain. You all should leave quickly. I have matters to attend to. Li Hanjing did not linger, leading the 3 down the mountain. As soon as the figures of Li Hanjing and his companions vanished from sight, Lingming hastily grabbed paper and pen. Esteemed senior brother, a message from the sect master. I must confess that I have pilfered your green wild goose gourd, and it has become someone else's possession. Please do not take offense, for it was not I who lost it. Rather, it was the young Taoist Master Daoxian, who, in his naivety, encountered a prodigy and insisted on sparring, ultimately losing the item in the process. He too has descended the mountain to cultivate his worldly heart with that genius. Thus, senior brother, I bear only minor responsibility for the gourd's loss. The primary blame falls upon Taoist Master Daoxian. If you wish to lay blame, direct it towards him first. On the descent, Li Hanjing inquired, Lu Yuan, how does your body feel now? Lu Yuan moved his limbs and replied, My lord, I have successfully broken through to the mastery of palm power. I am truly grateful for your efforts on my behalf. Not at all. We are all comrades. Li Hanjing responded nonchalantly. Having surpassed the realm of inner strength, Lu Yuan had indeed turned misfortune into fortune. Yuan, Why do you not express your gratitude to me? Without my assistance, you would have perished, a melodious female voice suddenly interjected. Everyone paused, and Lu Yuan, momentarily taken aback, raised his wrist to look at the gourd's imprint. Puzzled, was that you speaking? The imprint began to flicker and transformed into a green gourd. Naturally, if it were not for me, you would be lost. The gourd's voice declared with a hint of arrogance. Yet Lu Yuan remained unfazed, stating coldly, "From now on, call me Lu Yuan. Do not refer to me as Yuan Yuan." The gourd's voice responded with dissatisfaction. Why not? I wish to call you that. In truth, she did not know why. But she simply desired to do so. Just as Lu Yuan prepared to object, Li Hanjing interjected, Lu Yuan, I promised Daoist Lingming that you would treat it kindly. Yes, my lord. With Li Hanjing's authority backing him, Lu Yuan ceased to ponder how the green wild goose gourd should address him. Encouraged by the support, the gourd pressed further. Yuan Yuan, you have yet to thank me. Hurry and express your gratitude. Lu Yuan glanced at Li Hanjing and softly said, Thank you. Satisfied with his response, the green wild goose gourd fell silent and reverted to its imprint, concealing itself once more. Upon returning to the Jinyiwei, Li Hanjing received a notification from the province, urging him to visit the town protector's office at once. He sighed. It seemed he could not find a moment's respite lately. With the provincial summons in hand, Li Hanjing promptly rose to make his way to the Jiangzhou Jinyiwei town protector's office. Jiangzhou, the capital city, Xianhua City, indeed presents itself as a grand political hub, albeit lacking the vibrancy of the imperial capital. However, in terms of size, the imperial city pales in comparison. Upon arriving at the Jinyiwei's town protectorate, and after Li Hanjing disclosed his identity, he swiftly encountered Qin Wanhui, the official who had previously delivered his transfer orders. My lord, your summons is quite unexpected. Is there a matter of urgency? Li Hanjing inquired. Qin Wanhui, upon seeing Li Hanjing, spoke with solemnity. It is not I who requested your presence. Rather, it is Lord Jiang, the town protector, who wishes to see you. The Six Doors have learned of your unauthorized actions against the local factions in Huaiyang County. Your presence is likely required to address this situation. When you enter, proceed with caution. I could tell from Lord Jiang's expression that he was not pleased. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing felt a sense of clarity. He had initially pondered whether there were developments from the Western Depot, only to realize that his summons was merely regarding two insignificant factions in Jiazhou. Was the upper echelon of the Jinyiwei truly so fragile? A mere Six Doors incident had elicited such a strong reaction from a fourth-rank town protector. As Li Hanjing stepped into the room, a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table rose enthusiastically. Li Hanjing, Li Qianhu? He greeted with a broad smile. Li Hanjing nodded, affirming, Yes, my lord. Jiang Qingyun's smile widened. Ah, Hanjing, according to protocol, I should have met you upon your promotion to Qianhu. But the circumstances were unusual at the time, so the procedure was overlooked. Now we may rectify that. Li Hanjing felt a twinge of confusion. Based on Qin Wanhui's earlier comments, he had anticipated a reprimand, yet this felt entirely different. Instead of remaining seated, Jiang Qingyun took a position beside Li Hanjing, clapping him on the shoulder. Hanjing, do you understand why you were summoned to the state? Yes, regarding the incident at Jingguang Temple, Li Hanjing began, but Jiang Qingyun interrupted. That is a trivial matter. It was merely the loss of a few thousand lives. I am untroubled by the Western Depot. Why should I fear the insignificant pressure from the Six Doors? Rest assured, you may act boldly in Huaiyang County. I shall manage the rest. Jiang Qingyun's reassurances, however, only deepened Li Hanjing's perplexity. Then, my lord, why have I been called here? Without replying directly, Jiang Qingyun produced a letter and stated coolly, Hanjing, someone is attempting to undermine you. Have you been attentive to the unity among your peers? With that, he placed the report in Li Hanjing's hands. As Li Hanjing examined the letter, the implications of Jiang Qingyun's words became painfully clear. His expression darkened. Hanjing, true comrades are those aligned on the same path. If one does not share that alignment, they are no true comrades, and thus, notions of unity become irrelevant, Jiang Qingyun elucidated. Li Hanjing comprehended the underlying message perfectly. Even without Jiang Qingyun's explicit guidance, he would act accordingly. I understand your intent, my lord. Oh, by the way, Hanjiang, may I inquire about the position of the provincial governor in your domain? Jiang Qingyun asked. To be honest, Jiang Qingyun felt somewhat uncertain at this moment. He had exhausted his network of connections, yet he could not uncover the slightest information regarding Li Hanjiang's background. Surely, he could not approach his esteemed mentor merely for this trivial matter. Previously, he had brazenly leveraged his mentor's influence to manipulate Li Hanjing's position, confident in the support of his esteemed mentor, a second-rank official. However, following the recent incident with the Western Depot, he sensed that his mentor's protection might be waning. He had even begun to contemplate the possibility of relocating Li Hanjing from Huayang County. After all, should any unfortunate incidents befall Li Hanjing, he feared the repercussions would be too great for him to bear. Chapter 54. Do you dare to smuggle private salt? Li Hanjing, upon hearing this, was somewhat perplexed. The governor? Jiang Qingyun nodded affirmatively. Li Hanjing shook his head, indicating unfamiliarity. Jiang Qingyun, wearing an expression of understanding, remarked, "Ah, I see. If it's inconvenient to divulge, then so be it." Li Hanjing thought to himself, I truly do not know him. After engaging in a plethora of inconsequential chatter, Li Hanjing was about to take his leave when Jiang Qingyun suddenly called out to him. Hanjing, I did not summon you solely for this letter. Recently, there has been significant turmoil in the Xianhuang domain. The Minister of Finance has been subjected to a thorough investigation. A staggering 15 million taels of silver were discovered in his residence, implicating numerous officials. The higher authorities have dispatched a governor who possesses the explicit authority to investigate any institution or organization. Our entire Xianhuang domain shall soon endure a rigorous scrutiny period. Within a few days, the governor's people will arrive in Jiangzhou, tasked with delegating investigators to every district and even county. Any discovered corruption will be met with severe punishment. Please ensure that any matters requiring resolution are addressed promptly. Li Hanjing furrowed his brow at this news. A powerful official of the second rank has fallen due to corruption? It seems the Qian Empire is on the brink of a chaotic period. The high-stakes game has officially commenced. Otherwise, how could a formidable expert of the half-step weapon realm be apprehended so easily, and under the pretext of mere corruption? At such a level, one would dare to brazenly indulge in corruption, as the authorities would typically turn a blind eye. This governor is likely merely cleansing the remnants of the Minister of Finance's faction. My lord, I shall ensure that all loose ends are tidied up, Li Hanjing replied. Indeed, should you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to inform me, Jiang Qingyun instructed. Returning to the Jinyiwei, Li Hanjing examined the envelope in his hands, refraining from hastily addressing its contents. Instead, he summoned Yin Roshin. People from above are coming. It is imperative that we shut down the unseemly underground casinos that have been operating under the radar lately. And I suggest we temporarily suspend our investments in the Jinyiwei as well. Almost every financial consortium in the district is involved in these illicit gambling rings, given the exorbitant profits they yield. Conversely, licensed casinos pay substantial annual taxes. Noticing Li Hanjing's grave demeanor, Yin Roshin's expression shifted to one of unease. Observing her reaction, Li Hanjing furrowed his brow. Have you been involved in other matters? Yin Roshin glanced at Li Hanjing, her guilty nod confirming his suspicion. I may have engaged in some private salt trading. Slap. How dare you, a mere establishment of Huabage, dabble in the smuggling of private salt? You are well aware of the government's stringent regulations regarding salt control. If this comes to light, you would not have enough heads to lose. Li Hanjing reprimanded sternly. Yin Roshin meekly retorted. Then where do you think the extra 150,000 taels of silver each month comes from? Other trading houses only provide an investment of 15,000 taels to various institutions. Li Hanjing found himself at a loss for words in response to Yin Roshin's revelation. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hanjing spoke in a low tone, indicating that the illicit salt must be well concealed, while he would devise a strategy for the rest. Yin Roshin hastily rose, affirming, Very well, I shall attend to this matter. Ordinarily, the arrival of officials would not pose a significant concern, even if something were uncovered. It would not be a grave issue since such practices were commonplace. However, the trafficking of contraband salt was a serious offense, regardless of the number of transgressors once caught. The consequences were dire. The state relied on salt taxes to fulfill approximately 60% of its annual revenue. Thus, the authorities were unyielding in this regard. Moreover, local merchants like Huabage engaged in the sale of illicit salt predominantly within the region. With a diligent investigator, uncovering the truth would be inevitable. In a short span, the connection to Yin Roshin could be established, and once her identity was confirmed, how could the Jinyiwei remain unaffected? It seemed imperative to establish contact with the inspecting officials. If all else failed, eliminating Yin Roshin would be the last resort. Yet, this was a desperate measure once she was dealt with. His reputation in Huayang County would be irreparably tarnished, deterring future investments from merchants. Li Hanjing rubbed his temples, realizing that just days prior, Jiang Qingyun had advised him to inform him of any insurmountable issues. Today, that advice was coming to fruition. He needed precise information about the individuals dispatched to inspect Huaiyang County to tailor his approach accordingly. As the saying goes, every person possesses a weakness. Once these vulnerabilities are identified, matters become significantly easier. With his current intelligence network, he was unable to obtain such information. But he had faith that the Jiangzhou Town Protectorate could deliver. Let us not forget the true purpose of the Jinyiwei. It appeared that the intelligence network of the Feiying sect needed to be expedited, while not encompassing the entirety of the Xianwang domain at the very least. The intelligence network across Jiangzhou must be established. Had it not been for Jiang Qingyun's timely warning, he would have been oblivious until the inspectors arrived, placing him in an exceedingly passive position. The letter he penned that day received a reply from Jiang Qingyun the following morning. Li Hanjing opened the correspondence and perused its contents. List of inspectors for Huaiyang County. 1. Name, Wu Tao. Gender, male. Position, martial domain, Qingzhou Censorate. Strength, 8th stage of Qi refinement. Hobby, beautiful women. 2. Name, Zhao Feng. Gender, male. Position, martial domain, Liuzhou, Ministry of Revenue. Strength, 8th stage of Qi refinement. Hobby, beautiful women. 3. Name, Li Hao. Gender, male. Position, Xianxing domain, Jingzhou, Ministry of Justice. Strength, 7th stage of Qi refinement. Hobby, silver and beautiful women. 4. Name, Huang Jun. Gender, male. Position, martial domain, Suzhou, Office of the Grand Council. Strength, 3rd stage of internal power. Hobby, unknown. This individual is diligent and conscientious, displaying no apparent vices. Reviewing the profiles of these 4 individuals, it was apparent that none hailed from the central government. This made matters more manageable. However, it stood to reason those dispatched from the central authority were typically assigned to significant cases, while these lesser officials could easily be transferred from other domains. The other 3 individuals appeared straightforward, as Jiang Qingyun had provided detailed information and preferences. Only the enigmatic Huang Jun posed a challenge. To all appearances, he resembles a virtuous official, which complicates matters somewhat. Nevertheless, it is merely a complication, for he is, after all, a human being. Li Hanjing cannot bring himself to believe that there truly exists a person devoid of desires and aspirations in this world. If he is indeed free of desires, why would he seek a position of authority? Holding such a position inevitably entails certain ambitions. Subsequently, Li Han began to compose some documents. Lu Yuan, please deliver these items to Huibao Pavilion and instruct Yin Roshin to prepare them accordingly. Li Hanjing summoned Lu Yuan into the room. Yes, my lord, Lu Yuan responded. Why do you always assign tasks to Yuan? Do you not worry that he might grow weary? A sound emanated from Lu Yuan's wrist. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing was momentarily taken aback. Observing his reaction, Lu Yuan coldly remarked, do not speak to the lord in such a manner. It is my duty to assist him. Chapter 55. A desire for friendship. Lu Yuan, have you forgotten the promise I made to Master Lingming? Li Hanjing remarked. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, my lord. I shall be more attentive henceforth. Why do you keep addressing him as Yuan? Qingyin who inquired. Do not speak to my lord in such a manner. After a series of exchanges, Li Hanjing finally managed to send Lu Yuan and Qingyin who on their way. Though uncertain as to why Qingyin Tower intervened to save Lu Yuan, Li Hanjing still hoped that Lu Yuan would engage in more conversation. Otherwise, his brooding demeanor might lead to repressed emotions, which could be overtaken by murderous intent. Qingyin who was ideally positioned to communicate with Lu Yuan. After all, Lu Yuan was already recognized as a prodigy destined for the realm of weaponry. He could not be squandered, lest Li Hanjing suffer a significant loss by losing such a formidable master. Contemplating this, Li Hanjing suddenly found himself puzzled. System, please open the subordinate power template for me to examine. Beep opening subordinate power template. Subordinate character. Name, Lu Yuan. Gender, male. Cultivation technique, 3 Dao Ju, no rank system. Cannot be upgraded. Martial arts level, 3rd stage of Palm Force subordinate force group. Huaiyang Prefecture, Imperial Guard. Jiyu Guard. Number of members, 100. Collective technique, Shachi Ju, excellent. 0-2000, comprehensive combat power, perfected 9th stage of body refinement. What is this 3 Dao Ju? Li Hanjing questioned. What about the killing internal classic? Beep, due to the host's subordinate being attuned to the 3 Dao, The internal killing energy has naturally merged within. The method of circulating internal energy is entirely distinct from the killing internal classic, hence the absence of the killing Jew. And what does this unranked designation imply? Li Hanjing further inquired. Unranked signifies no upper limit. The 3-Dao body has transcended the constraints of technique ranking. As long as one is alive, anything is possible. Li Hanjing fell into contemplative silence. Am I an otherworldly traveler? Yet, that may not be so bad. The stronger my subordinates, the fewer matters I need to handle myself. 3 days later, my lord, news has arrived from the Flying Eagle sect. 4 inspectors have arrived in Huayang Prefecture, Lu Yuan reported. In recent days, the Flying Eagle sect has firmly established surveillance over the entire Huayang Prefecture, monitoring the arrival of the inspectors. Unlike the Decisive, inspectors do not make their presence known ostentatiously. They conduct covert investigations and inspections. If they uncover substantial evidence, they can directly consult the nearest military forces to address the situation, completely bypassing the court institutions of Huayang Prefecture. According to the information relayed from the Flying Eagle sect, all 4 inspectors are relatively young, as older individuals are generally unsuited for such investigative roles, being seasoned veterans instead. First day of covert inspection. Inquiring among the populace for information regarding the government, they uncovered some details but did not make them public. Second day of covert inspection. Inquiring among the populace for information regarding the Western factory, they gathered some insights but did not disclose them. Third day of covert inspection. Inquiring among the populace for information regarding the Eastern factory, they obtained some findings but chose not to reveal them. On the 4th day of the inspection, inquiries were made amongst the populace regarding the activities of the Jinyiwei, leading to the discovery of certain information. An urgency arose to pack belongings in preparation for departure from Huayang County. Li Hanjing took a moment to sip his tea while glancing at the intelligence provided by the Flying Eagle faction. Let us invite a few inspectors to share a cup of tea, he suggested. Lu Yuan instantly grasped Li Hanjing's intent. He was well acquainted with such matters. In a certain inn within Huayang County, they felt fortunate to have stumbled upon this lead, as it allowed them to investigate the illicit salt trade. Indeed, while probing the government offices and the 2 departments, the focus had primarily been on corruption and illegal gambling dens. It was anticipated that they would merely go through the motions and return, but who could have foreseen the audacity of the Jinyiwei, who dared to shield the merchants engaged in the salt trade? This presented them with a remarkable opportunity for merit, perhaps a promotion awaited upon their return. Let us hurry and report to the nearby military governor, lest the night brings further complications. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Lu Yuan and dozens of Jinyiwei burst in. Esteemed officials, why the haste? How about joining us for a meal before you depart? The 4 were taken aback by the unexpected intrusion. Huang Jun, trembling with fear, exclaimed, Jinyiwei, what do you intend to do? Without uttering a word, Lu Yuan swiftly subdued all 4 inspectors. To engage in covert inquiries beneath the very noses of the Jinyiwei was foolishness. Come, Lord Li, we shall treat you to a meal. As the Jinyiwei prepared to cover the 4 with burlap sacks for transport, given the daylight's clarity, the sudden plunge into darkness caused panic among them. What are you doing? We are inspectors personally designated by the central government. Do you realize the magnitude of trouble you invite by abducting us? In the Jinyiwei's headquarters in Huayang County, Lu Yuan placed the 4 upon chairs and removed the sacks from their heads. Li Hanjing surveyed the 4, gesturing towards the exquisite delicacies laid out on the table. You honorable inspectors have traveled far and toiled greatly. It is commendable that you commenced your duties here in Huayang County without prior notice. Such dedication to the court is worthy of emulation. Since we are aware of your presence, it is only fitting that we extend our hospitality. Once the inspectors regained their sight, their initial panic subsided. Huang Jun spoke first. Lord Li, now that you are aware of our identities, what is the purpose of bringing us here against our will? Li Hanjing feigned confusion, but I merely mentioned that I wish to treat you. Lord Li, Huang Jun countered. Even if you were to kill us, you would not escape unscathed. The authorities would simply dispatch more formidable individuals. Can you guarantee that you would be able to handle each wave? It would be prudent to await the court's judgment. You are merely an accomplice and would likely face imprisonment, not death. Huang Jun laid his cards on the table. Li Hanjing smiled. An accomplice? As far as I am aware, even being an accomplice in the salt trade could lead to a lifetime in prison, which is hardly different from death, is it? The purpose of inviting you here today was not for anything sinister, but rather to forge a friendship. I wonder if you would be willing to grant me this favor. With that, Li Hanjing clapped his hands, and a steward from Huibao Pavilion presented 4 stacks of silver, each worth 10,000 taels, before the 4 men. As Li Hanjing savored his meal by the riverside, he remarked, "Consider this a token of my appreciation for each of you." Although the sum of 40,000 taels was not a significant amount for him at present, it represented an immense fortune for those gathered before him. Each of them held positions within the state's direct departments, where the hierarchy was extensive, given the authority they wielded. Earning an extra 200 taels in a month was deemed a considerable gain. The 1,000 taels each received would equate to several years of additional income for them. The other 3 could not help but swallow hard at the sight of the silver on the table. It was an overwhelming sum. They regarded this unexpected stroke of luck that had granted them the opportunity to serve as inspectors, uncertain if they would ever have such a chance again in their lifetimes. The 3 exchanged glances, silently assessing one another. Chapter 56, Confronting Gao Hai. Intimidating the inspector, seeing that a few individuals remained hesitant, Li Hanjing clapped his hands once more. Several elegantly postured beauties approached and gracefully took their seats beside the 4 men. A gentle warmth enveloped their bodies. Except for Huang Jun. The other 3 young men were now blushing profusely. Such treatment was unheard of for them in their previous department. It was a privilege reserved for those in higher echelons. They felt akin to women, relegated to the brothels. Yet, the women of those establishments exuded an overwhelming aura of worldly allure, far beyond their means to indulge. They could not compare to the beauties before them. Li Hanjing casually remarked, "Ladies, I trust my gesture of friendship is sufficient. Are you still unwilling to grant me, Li, a modicum of respect?" The other 3 were about to respond, when Huang Jun abruptly interjected, "Gentlemen, the court has appointed you as inspectors for this mission because it values your capabilities. Do not forsake this opportunity for immediate gain. This could very well lead to your promotion." At Huang Jun's words, the other 3 swallowed their protests. They understood that as a quartet, if even one of them opposed, the remaining 3 would be unable to proceed. Simultaneously, they could not help but harbor disdain for Huang Jun. What value did he speak of? If those in the central authority regarded them as significant, it might hold weight, but for mere fillers like them, it was a burdensome task. They were merely going through the motions, while true recognition and rewards were reserved for those genuinely accomplishing the mission. In addition, the notion of merit was meaningless. Even the most significant achievements could not outweigh the influence of powerful connections and personal capability. If they met such criteria, why would they stoop to become mere pawns in this endeavor? They might as well seize the opportunity to gain a fortune instead, 10,000 taels of silver and a beauty. Observing the expressions of the other 3, Li Hanjing recognized that he had secured their compliance. Only the obstinate Huang Jun remained. Individuals like Huang Jun were not uncommon in Li Hanjing's past life. They were merely those without connections, striving to earn recognition through their exemplary performance. Ironically, the more flawless their presentation, the less likely they were to be entrusted with significant responsibilities. "I have nothing to hold over you. We are not bound by kinship. Why should I regard you as one of my own?" Suddenly, Li Hanjing rose. "Bring Gao Hai to me." Upon his command, Lu Yuan promptly entered, dragging a bloodied member of the Jinyiwei. Gao Hai, battered and exhausted, looked at Li Hanjing and implored, "Li Hanjing, have I offended you in any way? If you treat me thus, remember, I am a Qianhu of the Jinyiwei. Should I perish, the state will investigate, and you will be seen as harming a colleague. How do you think the governor would deal with you?" Li Hanjing coldly regarded Gao Hai. "The state? No one will even recover your body once you're gone, I assure you." With that, he produced a letter of denunciation, waving it before Gao Hai. "Familiar with this? Daring to scheme against me? You must be tired of living." As Gao Hai beheld the letter, he instantly crumbled, realizing that Li Hanjing had connections within the Jinyiwei of the state and had deliberately avoided them, opting instead to approach the 6 doors directly. Regarding the reason for reporting Li Hanjing, there is no other motive than personal displeasure. Ever since Li Hanjing arrived, his presence in Huayan County has dwindled significantly. Furthermore, since Li Hanjing's arrival, the status of the Jinyiwei in Huayan County has risen dramatically. What does this signify? Does it not imply one's own inadequacy? It is no wonder that he has been feeling despondent lately. Despite sending letters to the 6 doors, Li Hanjing remains unscathed. It appears that the letters had indeed reached Li Hanjing, indicating the strength of his connections above. Suddenly, Gao Hai knelt down and began to slap his own face in desperation. My lord, I beseech you to spare me this time. I have a large family to care for, and I have offended many people. If I am gone, they surely cannot survive either. I shall never write a report again. From now on, in Huayan County, wherever you point, I shall comply. Li Hanjing suddenly broke into a cold smile. If you perish, will your family not also suffer? Allow me to assist you then. Bring them forth. Upon his command, several Jinyiwei dragged a few individuals forward. Li Hanjing pointed at them. Is this not your legitimate wife? And this, your concubine? And these are your children? Seeing this, Gao Hai hurriedly crawled before Li Hanjing. I implore you, grant me another chance. I will serve you like a dog, regardless of my reluctance. I only ask that you spare my family. Li Hanjing remained indifferent. Proceed. With swift precision, the Jinyiwei drew their broadswords and cleanly severed the throats of those individuals. There was no hesitation. One stroke sealed their fates. I will fight you. Gao Hai, fueled by an unexpected surge of strength, lunged at Li Hanjing. With a single kick, Li Hanjing sent Gao Hai crashing to the ground, breathless. A nearby inspector, startled by the sight of the fallen bodies, lost his footing and tumbled from his chair. Lu Yuan, take these bodies away and feed them to the eagles. Lu Yuan nodded in acquiescence. After disposing of Gao Hai, Li Hanjing resumed his seat as if nothing had transpired, calmly resuming his meal. My apologies, esteemed inspectors. I just dealt with some personal matters. I trust one did not disrupt your dining? Li Hanjing inquired. One inspector, visibly trembling, replied, and no. No disruption. Even Huang Jun's expression was tinged with discomfort. Li Hanjing nodded in satisfaction. As long as it did not hinder your meal, that is all that matters. Noting Huang Jun's pale countenance, Li Hanjing recognized the effectiveness of his actions, understanding that Huang Jun was a tough negotiator. He had specifically instructed Lu Yuan to bring Gao Hai for resolution, intending to instill fear among the inspectors. How have you all considered the matter of friendship with me? Li, my lord, we are committed to being your friends. The other three, having witnessed Li Hanjing's methods, were no longer hesitant. They were mere pawns, unworthy of risking their lives over trivial matters. Three individuals tucked the banknotes into their bosoms while burying their heads in the softness beside them. Huang Jun, witnessing this scene with a look of exasperation, admonished them. You are representatives of the court. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Li Hanjing smashed the entire table with a single palm, exuding an aura of menace. Gentlemen, take your beauties and retire. We have prepared rooms specifically for you. Enjoy yourselves today, and tomorrow I shall personally escort you out of the city to speak with Huang's son. The three quickly responded with smiles. Very well. We shall not intrude further. Take your time. Suddenly, another inspector remarked, if all else fails, it wouldn't be amiss for Huang's son to meet his demise at the hands of bandits along the way. After all, they had received their share. If Huang Jun remained obstinate, would he not be doomed? What else could they do? Alas, I have prematurely released a chapter meant for midnight. It seems I must work overtime once more. Chapter 57. Rest assured, my lord, there are no cattle that can work themselves to death upon hearing the words. Li Hanjing glanced at the patrolling officer who had just spoken. This lad would be well suited as a member of the Jinyiwei. Huang Jun's expression revealed a hint of anxiety. Once the other three had departed, Li Hanjing, wearing a smile that did not reach his eyes, addressed Huang Jun. What do you mean by that, Officer Huang? Do you not wish to be friends with me, Li Hanjing? Despite the comments made by his colleague, Huang Jun maintained his aloof demeanor. Sir Li, I reiterate. The court appointed me as a patroller because... Smack. Li Hanjing swiftly delivered a backhanded slap to Huang Jun's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. You dare to take liberties when given an inch? Enough of this nonsense. Li Hanjing had completely lost his patience with Huang Jun. Bring him some aphrodisiacs. Fill his belly. Turning his gaze to the beautiful women nearby, he added, if we do not extract every last drop from him today, you shall find yourselves unnecessary. The lovely ladies nodded eagerly, replying, rest assured, my lord, there are no cattle that cannot be worked to exhaustion. Two members of the Jinyiwei then seized the dazed Huang Jun, forcibly feeding him handfuls of the aphrodisiac. You all. The next day, three patrol officers gathered in the courtyard of the Jinyiwei, looking remarkably refreshed. What a pleasant experience. Not to mention, Sir Li truly excels in hospitality. If only we could indulge like this every day upon returning. After all, there is no further promotion to be had, so we might as well savor life. You rascal. The 10,000 taels Sir Li provided should keep you living lavishly for quite some time. I wonder how that self-righteous Huang Jun fared. If Sir Li cannot handle him, we may have to intervene. Fear not. Given Sir Li's methods from yesterday, Huang Jun will surely be stripped of his pride. Before long, Li Hanjing approached with two members of the Jinyiwei. Esteemed patrol officers, did you enjoy your night? If you feel it was insufficient, we can extend the festivities. Li Hanjing spoke with a jovial tone. The officers quickly expressed their gratitude. Sir Li, your hospitality is beyond reproach, but we must hurry back to report. Oh, and where is Officer Huan? Li Hanjing stepped aside, revealing two Jinyiwei holding the barely standing Huang Jun. At that moment, Huang Jun's legs trembled weakly, his face pale, and his eyes void of life, resembling a soul on the brink of departure. Li Hanjing, as if nothing were amiss, began to explain, last night. Officer Huang was rather enthusiastic, insisting on the company of beautiful women. In his moment of indulgence, he ended up in this state. Such a young man lacks restraint. The three men showed no surprise at Huang Jun's fate, nodding in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Suddenly, a patrol officer named Wu Tao stepped forward, saying, My lord, how about we report that Officer Huang succumbed to the excesses of indulgence on the way? Rest assured, he shall not perish in Huayong County. Li Hanjing's eyes brightened. Wu Tao, is it? Wu Tao quickly nodded. Yes, my lord. The individual in question is indeed the inspector who declared yesterday his intention to have Huang Jun perish at the hands of the bandits. Li Hanjing nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. He was quite adept at report writing, and I shall remember you. Upon hearing Li Hanjing's words, Wu Tao felt a surge of excitement within him. Although he would no longer have the opportunity to engage with Li Hanjing following this matter, the fact that Li Hanjing, at such a youthful age, had attained the position of Qianhu in the Jinyiwei hinted at a promising future, one that might one day alter his own fate with a mere mention. After all, it would be unwise to forego a favor that could be easily granted. Subsequently, Wu Tao produced a small booklet and began writing in Li Hanjing's presence. Li Hanjing cast a glance at the contents, which read, The investigation report for Huayong County yields the following results. The local government operates with general inefficiency, disregarding the grievances of the populace. The local East and West 2 factories are similarly inactive and unproductive. Conversely, the Qianhu of the local Jinyiwei is decisive and genuinely serves the court. Specifically, Qianhu Li Hanjing has issued clear directives to not take even a thread from the common people, to honor the court's trust, to ensure stability in the locality, and to combat crime. To be candid, Li Hanjing felt somewhat uncomfortable continuing to read the content penned by Wu Tao. He truly was skilled at report writing. Noticing that Wu Tao intended to continue, Li Hanjing quickly interrupted him. Ahem, that is enough. Upon hearing this, Wu Tao chuckled. Since you say it is sufficient, then it shall be so. However, during our undercover investigation of Huayong County, I believe this brief account scarcely conveys your contributions to the county and to the court. He then glanced at the two inspectors beside him. Wouldn't you agree? The two men, somewhat bewildered by Wu Tao's maneuver, nonetheless nodded in agreement. Indeed, my lord. Li Hanjing smiled and decided to award Wu Tao an additional 10,000 taels for travel expenses, while the other two inspectors received 2,000 each. Although the report would likely go unread by higher authorities, for some reason, Li Hanjing found himself increasingly fond of Wu Tao. He was a talent in the realm of social interaction, a quality sorely lacking in his own circle. It was unfortunate that they were not part of the same system, nor even in the same domain. Otherwise, he might have considered attempting to transfer him to his command. 2 months later, the Xinhuang domain began to stabilize, and officials from the court commenced a comprehensive withdrawal. Life resumed with music and dance. The Jinyiwei, having engaged in a mercenary recruitment model over these 2 months, had attracted numerous wandering martial artists. Among them, over 500 individuals had reached the 5th stage of physical training, and more than 100 were adept practitioners of Qi training. Thanks to this model, the overall strength of the Jinyiwei had nearly equaled that of the local government and the East and West 2 factories in a mere 2 months. Of course, this model could only be implemented due to the unique nature of the Jinyiwei. The official structure required rigorous examinations for recruitment, while the East and West 2 factories, although possessing special recruitment rights, could only enlist eunuchs, compelling these wandering martial artists to undergo castration to join their ranks. No matter how much is offered, they remain unwilling. With the loss of the cattle, what purpose do those silver coins serve? Is it merely for daily indulgence? As the number of people increases, the financial strain on the Jinyiwei has begun to mount. The wages for these wandering practitioners of the martial arts are quite substantial. Those at the 5th stage of physical training earn 100 taels of silver each month, while those in the Qi refining stage command an even higher salary of 500 taels monthly. Altogether, the monthly payroll alone demands an outlay of 100,000 taels. And when other expenditures are factored in, the originally planned budget of 150,000 taels proves insufficient. However, despite the high costs associated with these wandering practitioners, their efficiency is quite commendable. They perform tasks promptly upon receipt of payment embodying the spirit of the martial world, executing their duties with decisiveness and without delay. This starkly contrasts with the differences between contract workers and those within the official ranks. For those with official status, as long as they do not err, they must be supported according to the court's regulations. Consequently, when some individuals realize their prospects for advancement are bleak, they inevitably begin to become lax in their duties, opting to recline rather than stand whenever possible. Chapter 58. I still wish to immerse myself in the mundane world Daozi at our own tavern. If the drinks do not satisfy, we shall return another time. By the way, next time, I shall not only bring you for drinks but also indulge in other delights. No, I mean to lead you into the mundane world. In broad daylight, Murongji's face flushed crimson, exhibiting the demeanor of one who had overindulged. He mischievously conversed with Zhang Daoxian. Zhang Daoxian, maintaining a composed visage, replied, "Indeed, that sounds agreeable." Murongji nodded with satisfaction, exclaiming, "A yes." To cultivate the heart amidst worldly affairs, how can one refine their heart without immersing themselves in the mundane? Suddenly, hearing a sound from outside, Li Hanjing slowly stepped out. Observing the inebriated Murongji, he inquired with a hint of indifference, "Where have you taken him?" At this moment, Murongji was genuinely intoxicated. He approached Li Hanjing and patted his shoulder, saying, "Hanjing, I took Daozi to immerse in the mundane. Rest assured, it is at our own tavern. I will not utilize the funds of the Jinyiwei, ha." With a swift motion, Li Hanjing pushed Murongji out, instructing someone to escort him downstairs to sober up. What kind of decorum is this, indulging in drunken revelry in broad daylight within the Jinyiwei? Afterward, he turned to the composed Zhang Daoxian, asking, "Did you partake in drinking with him as well?" "Yes, I had a bit. It was quite enjoyable. Yet I cannot fathom why I cannot drink to the extent that Murongji does." Observing the stench of alcohol emanating from Zhang Daoxian, Li Hanjing could not help but recall his promise to Daozhong Lingming to refrain from allowing Murongji to drag him into such escapades. For he is not a man of good character. Confused, Zhang Daoxian inquired, "Why is that? You have scarcely taken me out in the past 2 months." "It has always been Murongji who has taken me out. As he puts it, we are like brothers." At this juncture, Zhang Daoxian suddenly posed a question, Li Hanjing. "May I ask you something?" Li Hanjing nodded. "Feel free to inquire. I shall answer anything within my knowledge." Murongji spoke of honing the heart amidst the mundane. Is it not accurate to say that one cannot refine their heart without immersing themselves in the worldly? Although he and Murongji shared a brotherly bond, Zhang Daoxian held greater faith in Li Hanjing, for he could overpower him in combat. Li Hanjing, taken aback, responded, "Oh, I did not anticipate that the usually carefree Murongji could articulate such profound thoughts. Perhaps allowing Zhang Daoxian to associate with him may not be entirely detrimental." After a moment's contemplation, Li Hanjing asserted, "Indeed, without entering the mundane, one cannot endure worldly tribulations and thus cannot refine their heart." Zhang Daoxian, reflecting aloud, mused, "It seems I must accompany Murongji to the tavern to delve into the mundane next time." Li Hanjing, involuntarily raising his voice, exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Zhang Daoxian, perplexed, replied, "To immerse in the mundane, as Murongji mentioned, he will take me to experience it next time at the tavern." Li Hanjing was thoroughly mistaken, having thought that Murongji could utter words of depth. "No, you cannot immerse yourself in the mundane, and do not go out with Murongji in the future. I shall ask Lu Yuan to take you out instead," Li Hanjing countered. Zhang Daoxian challenged him, "Why not? Did you not just say that his words were accurate? Are you perhaps afraid that I might cultivate my heart in the mundane and surpass you? Venturing into the worldly pleasures of a tavern is an endeavor I must undertake." Observing the resolute expression on Zhang Daoxian's face, Li Hanjing realized that he could not dissuade him, for the decision rested solely upon him. Though there was little to be concerned about, a twinge of fear lingered. What if the heavenly Tao were to discover that the hopes of their sect were led astray? Would they not enact a swift and merciless retribution? Yet, as the Taoists often say, existence itself is justification enough. In Huangyang County, Qingling County, Master, I inadvertently ended the lives of several members of the Jinyiwei. A man stammered nervously before the figure clad in black robes. The black-robed man spoke in a deep, resonant tone. "Do you comprehend that your actions may jeopardize our operations in Huangyang County? Should the higher-ups take issue, I cannot bear the consequences." The man knelt, rendered speechless by fear. The black-robed figure continued nonchalantly, "Mistakes bear a price. You shall take your own life." The man raised his head, a look of defiance in his eyes. "Master, if you wish to protect your family from calamity, it is best to comply. This way." Even if officials come to investigate, it would be a death without witnesses. Had you slain government officials and the two factories, it would be one matter, as they cannot make waves in Huayang County. However, you have chosen to kill members of the Jinyiwei. Are you aware of the protective nature of the Qianhu Li Hanjing? News has already reached from Ziyuan County that one of his subordinates has committed adultery, and he has shown no mercy, exterminating the entire family. Do you think he will not exert all his efforts to track you down? The black-robed man spoke with deliberate calmness. The man replied, Master, I have followed you for many years. I may lack merit but not diligence. With your power, if he seeks to investigate, could you not simply eliminate him? The black-robed man shook his head. I do not wish for your demise, yet your survival endangers our plans. I have already uncovered the truth regarding the West Factory incident. It was the inspectorate of the Xianwang domain that intervened on his behalf. Should he be eliminated, our plans in Huayang County would be utterly thwarted. Upon hearing this, despair enveloped the man, and he drew the sword from his waist. With a swift motion, he ended his own life. At the routine meeting of the 2nd Division of the Jinyiwei, Li Hanjing sat at the head of the table, addressing the commanding officers from various counties. This is perhaps the first time we have convened since my ascension. A couple of months ago, I mentioned the necessity of a meeting. Yet due to unforeseen circumstances in our domain, we have not had the chance to gather until now. It is my oversight for not hearing your accounts of the grassroots Jinyiwei. A Jinyiwei officer responded with a smile. Esteemed Qianhu, the fault lies with us, since your appointment. We have failed to report to you proactively. After a round of formalities, Li Hanjing grew more acquainted with the commanding officers. Ahem, now that pleasantries are aside, let us discuss matters of substance. Each county, please report your current status, Li Hanjing instructed. Sir, I am Zhang San, the Baihu of Qinwan County. The situation has improved considerably since your arrival. The officials have begun to show us some measure of respect. As circumstances improve, so too does the economy. Henceforth, the county shall remit 30,000 taels of silver each month to subsidize our prefecture's financial situation. Subsequently, another 100 households representatives stood forth. My lord, I am Li Si, the representative of Yang County. Our county's finances have also begun to improve, allowing us to contribute 20,000 taels of silver monthly to the prefecture's treasury. After listening to the reports of the first two representatives, Li Hanjing felt rather pleased. It seemed these individuals had diligently prepared before their arrival. When the final representative presented his report, he steeled himself and said, My lord, the situation in Lantian County has not been favorable recently. Several people have perished, including one captain and 6 official members of the Imperial Guard. Chapter 59. The Ascendancy of the Eagle Faction upon the utterance of this proclamation. The previously vibrant atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Li Hanjing raised an eyebrow. Could it be the work of the government? Typically, county jurisdictions lack the presence of both the East and West factories, leading Li Hanjing to conclude that only officials would dare to confront the Jinyiwei. As for the forces of the martial world, Lantian County harbored no significant factions. The itinerant heroes of the Jianghu were even less likely to be involved. Despite the Jinyiwei's diminished stature, they had yet to descend to such depths. It was unlikely that those wandering martial artists would resort to the murder of a mere junior commander. After all, such individuals value fairness and would never engage in oppression of the weaker. The 100 households of Lantian County shook their heads. My lord, preliminary investigations suggest that this was not the work of government officials. The corpses of the several Jinyiwei exhibit signs of extreme brutality. Each was decapitated with a single stroke. I believe I lack the prowess to eliminate a junior commander in such a manner, indicating that the assailant must possess superior strength, a capability not held by the county magistrate. Knock, knock, knock. Li Hanjing's fingers rhythmically drummed against the chair. The strength of the assailant and the brutality of the act bore resemblance to the methods of the Shichang. However, since the 2,000 commanders had been slain by his hand, they had yet to dispatch a new commander, thus they would not dare oppose him. Lu Yuan, you shall personally journey to Lantian County to conduct an investigation. I will summon the Eagle faction to assist you, Li Hanjing concluded after careful deliberation. This decision was also made for prudence's sake. In the entirety of Huayang Prefecture, Li Hanjing doubted anyone could rival Lu Yuan's capabilities. A martial artist at the 3rd level of force mastery, complemented by the formidable Qing Yanhu, even he would find it challenging to defeat Lu Yuan without expending considerable effort. The treasures wielded by those at the pinnacle of weapon mastery were not to be trifled with. Lu Yuan nodded. Yes, my lord. Shall we depart immediately? Let us set forth at once. The Eagle faction will accompany you. This gathering concludes here. Those who dare to harm my Jinyiwei shall understand that even the most insignificant passerby will face imprisonment and punishment. Li Hanjing responded with a piercing gaze. The 100 households present were unanimously impressed by Li Hanjing's decisiveness. It was known that previous commanders would procrastinate and shift blame, evading responsibility at all costs. They preferred a superior like him. They were not the government, bound to maintain local stability while considering various factors. They were the Jinyiwei. And to act with trepidation while deliberating endlessly was unbecoming of a special institution. Special institutions must employ unique methods of operation. This was the Jinyiwei, vengeful and audacious. Huayang Prefecture, Lantian County. Shortly after Lu Yuan arrived in Lantian County, the Eagle faction, having received urgent news, hastily made their way to the county. Lord Lu, I am Yang Fan, the third elder of the Eagle faction. Lord Li has summoned me to assist you in this endeavor, Yang Fan announced. Flanked by several disciples, Lu Yuan nodded. Excellent. This mission relies heavily on your capabilities. Should you execute it with finesse, I shall certainly commend you to the Lord. To avoid drawing attention, Lu Yuan chose to arrive alone in Lantian County without the presence of the Jinyiwei. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan smiled and clasped his fist in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Lu. We shall commence our work at once. With a wave of his hand, dozens of disciples retrieved falcons from the breathable black pouches at their waists, whispering incantations with their eyes closed. Shortly thereafter, these birds took flight, dispersing across various locations in Lantian County. With an air of confidence, Yang Fan remarked, Lord Lu, let us find a place to enjoy some tea after half an hour. Indeed, Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. The 100 households of Lantian County looked on in perplexity. Did the Jinyiwei of this jurisdiction not inquire into the specific circumstances of a case? How can one investigate without understanding the facts? Though comprehending the truth does not guarantee clarity, as it is rare for a murderer to linger at the scene. They typically flee to distant lands unless undeterred by the forces behind the victim. Gentlemen, would you like me to recount the specifics of the incident? One of the 100 households finally could not contain his curiosity. Lu Yuan shook his head. No need. Just await the news in silence. As a trusted confidant of Li Hanjing, he was well aware of the formidable intelligence and investigative prowess of the Falconer Division. To put it bluntly, wherever there are birds, the Falconer Division can procure intelligence. In this vast sky, are there not countless birds soaring? Seeing his inquiry rebuffed, the 100 households of Lantian County fell silent, intrigued to witness how these individuals would uncover information without his assistance. As a local official, he had spent several days investigating without yielding any results before reporting to the county. He doubted that they could discern anything in a mere half hour. Half an hour later, the falcons returned to their respective masters. The disciples closed their eyes, gently caressing the birds. After a moment, one disciple opened his eyes first. My lord, the falcons communicated with some birds in the east. There have been no unusual occurrences there in recent days. Another disciple then opened his eyes. My lord, in the southeastern outskirts of the county, there have been some unusual events. 2 groups engaged in a violent clash. All is normal in the northwest, he added. The 100 households of Lantian County listened in increasing astonishment. The events they described corresponded precisely with recent occurrences in Lantian County. Indeed, several days prior, 2 gangs had clashed in the southeastern region over territory. Has the county's intelligence gathering methods become so advanced? My lord, the falcons report from the center of the county that 3 days ago, a man resembling the current 100 households entered a house filled with the sin of rouge. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan understood the implications and chuckled, teasing, My lord, it appears you have quite the leisure, even as your subordinates meet untimely fates. You still find time to frequent brothels. In the county of Lantian, the 100 household felt a profound sense of embarrassment and trepidation as he began to explain. My lord, it was a matter I was unaware of at the time. Upon learning of it later, I was consumed with anxiety, unable to eat or sleep. And I conducted investigations day and night. His fear of the county's Jinyiwei intensified, realizing that even the most minute details could be uncovered with such swiftness. My lord, the intelligence is rather chaotic. It appears we have thoroughly examined nearly all recent events occurring within Lantian County. Suddenly, a disciple interjected, My lord, 3 days prior, 7 individuals met their demise in the western outskirts, and the assailant was seen heading towards the county. Upon hearing this, the 100 household hastily concurred. Indeed, my lords, the remains of our 7 Jinyiwei were discovered in the western suburbs. Chapter 60, I am your fated treasure. We are quite close, my lord. I have received news from the west, though it is a few days old. There are often groups of individuals rushing into the western forest only to emerge in droves, all carrying a strong sin of blood, reported a disciple of the Flying Eagle sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan inquired, "Are these individuals from our imperial guards or from the local authorities?" The captain of the county shook his head. "No. The mountain has recently been contracted by the county government, claiming there are minerals to be mined. Typically, the locals would avoid that area, as it belongs to the jurisdiction of the county government." Lu Yuan immediately formed a plan. "Let us proceed westward to investigate." Just as he was about to depart, he paused and glanced at Yang Fan. "Never mind, I shall go alone. You should remain here in the county." The disciples of the Flying Eagle sect were precious to Li Hanjing. He could not afford any mishaps. Moreover, they were not skilled in combat, and should danger arise, he would need to devote his energy to their protection. It was better not to take them along at all. Yang Fan appeared to possess a keen sense of self-awareness. "Very well, my lord, please exercise caution. I shall await your favorable news here." Although Yang Fan was unaware of Lu Yuan's true strength, he had witnessed Li Hanjing's prowess. To be Li Hanjing's foremost enforcer, Lu Yuan's abilities were surely formidable. Thus, Yang Fan felt reassured about Lu Yuan's expedition. "Indeed," Lu Yuan replied. In the western outskirts of Lantian County, the so-called forest resembled more of a small mountain peak. Upon arrival, Lu Yuan felt an inexplicable restlessness within him. His vital energy surged, and a flicker of crimson appeared in his eyes. The Qing who within him suddenly released 2 additional auras, and soon his internal power reached a state of equilibrium. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. The sin of blood here was overwhelming, even with his internal forces balanced. He felt an inexplicable thrill. Yuan, how could that fellow Li send you to undertake such a perilous task?" The Qing who lamented. Lu Yuan glanced at the mark on his right wrist, puzzled. "What do you mean? Aside from the overwhelming stench of blood, there is nothing particularly noteworthy here." The Qing who replied, "This is merely the periphery. The stench of blood within is at least 10 times stronger. Yuan, you should not proceed further." Lu Yuan shook his head resolutely. "I cannot. The task assigned by my lord must be fulfilled." At this, the Qing who became indignant. Very well. It's always my lord. You never heed my words. He is merely your superior, while I am your fated treasure. If you perish, I shall follow suit. So we are much closer, you understand?" "I understand," Lu Yuan nodded. "Then be obedient, heed my advice, and let that fellow Li come himself." The Qing whose voice was gentle yet wise. Clearly, she was quite pleased with Lu Yuan's expression. As Lu Yuan ventured deeper, he reiterated, "It is not possible. The task assigned by my lord must be completed." The young woman Qing Yan reprimanded, "You have acknowledged our kiss. Why do you heed the words of that man named Li instead of mine?" Lu Yuan replied calmly, "Without the guidance of my superior, I might still be in Qifeng County, perhaps perpetually evading reality, and I might never have encountered you. Thus, I must fulfill the task entrusted to me, even at the cost of my life." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Qing Yan fell silent. Suddenly, a man clad in black launched a surprise attack from behind Lu Yuan. Unperturbed, Lu Yuan turned and effortlessly seized the assailant's weapon with his palm. With a decisive motion, he crushed the man's blade with his internal energy. A resounding thud echoed as he subsequently shattered the assailant's meridians with another strike. The commotion attracted the attention of several masked figures, who swiftly surrounded him. Among them, the leader, a masked man, regarded Lu Yuan with a complex expression. "You members of the Jinyiwei truly meddle in affairs that do not concern you," Lu Yuan remarked, slowly drawing the twin blades from his waist. As a military official, he was not one for idle chatter and had no intention of sparring words with the masked men. 3 distinct auras emanated from him simultaneously. This marked his first engagement in combat since breaking through to the realm of palm power. In an instant, Lu Yuan's figure blurred, and he began to weave through the encirclement with his twin blades. In mere moments, blood stained the blades as he dispatched several attackers with swift precision. Soon, only the leader in black remained, who, realizing Lu Yuan's formidable strength, took a few steps back. "Lu Yuan, how could your power be just palm strength?" Yet, he seemed to grasp something and promptly fell silent. Intrigued, Lu Yuan inquired, "You know me? It appears we are acquainted." With remarkable speed, he captured the masked man and tore off his face covering. "Sunwei?" he exclaimed. With Sunwei in his grasp, Lu Yuan intended to venture further, eager to uncover the source of the ominous sin of blood. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a pond, which, instead of water, was filled with blood. Even Lu Yuan, trained in the art of lethal techniques, was taken aback by the sight before him. How many lives must have been taken to yield such a pool of blood? What is Sun Wei planning? At that moment, Sun Wei's complexion turned ashen. Lu Yuan, you've stumbled into grave danger. This is beyond your understanding. Recognizing the perilous situation, Lu Yuan resolved to leave immediately, intending to report back to Li Hanjing. However, a figure cloaked in black materialized before him, exuding a palpable aura of menace. What he said is accurate. This is not something you should know. I had hoped that as long as you did not witness the blood pool, even after you killed so many, I could still allow you to depart. But now that you have seen it, your fate is sealed. The menacing presence emanating from the stranger was all too familiar to Lu Yuan. Indeed, the aura exuded by that madwoman in Jinyiwei County that night bears a striking resemblance to this individual. The moon worship sect? The man in the black robe chuckled softly, stating, well, your time is up. With that, he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, not daring to hesitate, swiftly raised his dual blades in defense. Bang! The impact sent Lu Yuan flying. However, he seemed to have sustained only minor injuries, gradually rising to his feet. The man in the black robe gazed at Lu Yuan, who appeared unscathed, with a hint of astonishment. Despite being a master at the 9th level of palm force, his full-powered strike had only caused his opponent slight harm. As Lu Yuan stood, his pupils transformed from black to a faint azure. And he expressed his displeasure. You dare to bully my Yuan? Chapter 61. While not achieving the 9th stage of mastery before turning 20 Li to death? The man in the black robe regarded Lu Yuan, whose azure eyes caused him to furrow his brow in perplexity. It was indeed peculiar, as he had previously sensed 3 distinct auras emanating from Lu Yuan, which had now coalesced into a single, formidable presence, one that surpassed the previous displays of power by a considerable margin. Can you still control my body? Lu Yuan inquired curiously, his consciousness enveloped in darkness. Although he could see nothing, he felt his body in motion. The Azure Spirit responded with discontent. I am your innate treasure. Theoretically, we are one. Moreover, I warned you against entering, yet you insisted. Now, the disparity in your realm compared to his is vast, and your body is weak. I cannot wield much strength or maintain control for long. Soon, I will momentarily suppress him. At that time, you must flee. As Lu Yuan spoke, a surge of azure light emanated from his hands. The man in the black robe, sensing the aura, instinctively recoiled. What kind of cultivation technique have you mastered to elevate yourself to the 9th stage in such a brief time? Boom. A wave of azure energy surged toward the black-robed man. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of blood energy enveloped him, providing a defensive barrier. Boom. The two forces collided, the explosive aftermath causing nearby trees to topple and debris to scatter. Seizing the moment amid the chaos, Lu Yuan produced a small azure gourd from his grasp. The gourd exuded an enigmatic mist that gradually enveloped the black-robed man. The time has come. I have briefly subdued him. Now hurry, the Azure Spirit commanded. Soon, Lu Yuan's pupils returned to their normal hue. He heeded the Azure Spirit's words without hesitation and made his escape. Bang, bang, bang. The black-robed man relentlessly bombarded the azure energy with his own inner strength, but to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Yuan departed. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan, accompanied by the disciples of the Flying Eagle sect, hastened toward the county at breakneck speed. Along the way, Lu Yuan inquired out of curiosity. What was that azure energy? It is my special ability. Had your cultivation been higher, we would not have had to flee today. I could have refined him into essence for your training, the Azure Spirit replied, her voice tinged with fatigue. Noticing her weakened state, Lu Yuan refrained from further questioning and simply stated, next time, I shall proceed with more caution. I have grown accustomed to operating alone, as death is merely death. During his time with Li Hanjing, he had gained considerable insight, understanding that every gain comes with a corresponding loss. Forcing such a significant elevation in his realm without feeling any adverse effects undoubtedly came at a cost borne by the Azure Spirit. The Azure Spirit remained silent, her form flickering strangely. After a while, the azure aura surrounding the black-robed man began to dissipate. Once freed, he summoned an eagle, scribbled a message, and swiftly directed it toward Huiyang County. Nightfall. Huiyang County, Imperial Guards. My esteemed sir, the matter is grave. It pertains to the followers of the moon worship sect. Upon returning to the Jinyiwei, Lu Yuan immediately sought out Li Hanjing to deliver his report. The mere mention of the moon worship sect evoked memories of a fateful night, when a deranged woman from their ranks unleashed a torrent of violence upon him. That encounter was, without a doubt, the closest he had ever been to death. After absorbing Lu Yuan's account, Li Hanjing rose in contemplation. Since the emergence of the moon worship sect, any matter associated with them has always stirred considerable commotion. Li Hanjing firmly believed that even under the oppressive scrutiny of the court, the sect's strength should not be underestimated. After all, their leader had once stood alone against 4 masters of weaponry, only to suffer severe injuries and retreat, not perish. Moreover, this affair appeared to involve officials from the government. If news of collusion between court officials and the sect were to surface, he surmised that the one at the very top would take a personal interest in the matter. After much deliberation, Li Hanjing spoke. Lu Yuan, let us temporarily refrain from intervening. I shall report this to the provincial authorities. It is prudent to leave such a thankless task to them to resolve. In the past, the Jinyiwei had been overly eager to seek the limelight, resulting in the burden of addressing the moon worship sect falling squarely upon their shoulders. Yet, suddenly Li Hanjing altered his stance. It seemed that they could no longer afford to remain aloof. Unbeknownst to him, shadows had begun to appear throughout the Jinyiwei's second division. Cloaked figures emerged before Li Hanjing and his companions. Li Hanjing slowly grasped his iron fan, questioning whether they intended to silence him. Indeed, replied the cloaked man coldly. You and the Jinyiwei have unearthed knowledge that you ought not to possess. Li Hanjing chuckled. Setting aside the court's potential reaction to your attempt to eliminate an entire Jinyiwei unit, may I inquire whether you possess the capability to do so? With that, he unleashed his inner strength, revealing his full prowess. The cloaked man paused, taken aback. 9th tier of the mastery of palm? Truth be told, upon witnessing Li Hanjing's formidable skill, the cloaked man regretted confronting the Jinyiwei. He had initially dismissed Lu Yuan as inconsequential, believing him merely to be of low-tier mastery. However, the abrupt emergence of a 20-year-old at the 9th tier was entirely unexpected. Realizing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, the cloaked man hastily attempted to exit. Yet at that moment, a youth appeared at the entrance of the hall, appearing even younger than Li Hanjing, and he too manifested his inner strength. Blocking the cloaked man's escape, Li Hanjing, shall I assist you in detaining him? Zhang Daoxian stated nonchalantly. Damn it, another at the 9th tier. The cloaked man found himself questioning his very existence. Was it now a necessity for those under 20 to possess 9th tier mastery to survive? It seemed he had drawn the short straw today, encountering 2 extraordinary prodigies in succession. Was this truly merely a county-level Jinyiwei? Understanding that escape was no longer an option, the cloaked man sighed. Masterly, shall we engage in a discussion? Li Hanjing wore a smile as he addressed Zhang Qianhu. Did you not just proclaim your intent to silence us? The man in the black robe momentarily halted his breath upon hearing Li Hanjing's reference to him. What are you saying? I am speaking of Zhang Qianhu from the Eastern Depot. Have I erred in my words? Li Hanjing replied nonchalantly. However, he couldn't help but acknowledge a heightened awareness of the prowess of the moon worship sect. The former White Moon sect was solely skilled in martial arts, often opting for direct confrontations with the imperial court. Yet, the current moon worship sect had embraced scholarly pursuits as well, conducting their affairs with stealth and engaging in a battle of infiltration, and they were quite adept at it. The presence of both a county magistrate and a Qianhu from the Eastern Depot among their ranks suggested that there might be even higher-level operatives within their organization. This was indeed alarming. Chapter 62. When interests align, friends emerge. In truth, it was not particularly challenging for Li Hanjing to discern the identity of the man in the black robe. The essence of a person is notoriously difficult to alter. Although Li Hanjing had only encountered Zhang Quan once, as a master of the 9th tier of martial arts, it was a trivial matter for him to recall that distinct aura. After all, Zhang Quan, being a eunuch, possessed a presence markedly different from others. Unless Zhang's prowess surpassed Li Hanjing's, it would be impossible for him to conceal his identity. Upon realizing his cover was blown, Zhang Quan boldly removed his mask. Indeed, Surly, you are exceptional. You have been underutilized as a Qianhu in the Jinyiwei. Li Hanjing settled back down. Isn't Zhang Darren also underappreciated as a Qianhu in the Dongchang? Pray tell, what do you wish to discuss with me? Noticing Li Hanjing's intent to negotiate, Zhang Quan instinctively relaxed. Surly, I am aware of your fondness for wealth. Let us make a deal. I shall offer you 500,000 taels of silver, and you will pretend this incident never transpired. What do you say? Li Hanjing toyed with his fan, shaking his leg. Zhang Darren, do you take me for a fool? Setting aside the substantial investments you receive monthly in the Xichang, surely you have funds for the activities of the Baiwei sect? You expect me to risk my neck for 500,000 taels as if nothing happened? Zhang Quan was not surprised by Li Hanjing's reaction. He had anticipated such a scenario. Negotiation, after all, requires one to tread cautiously upon the opponent's boundaries, for any excess would be a loss. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang extended a finger. 1,000,000 taels. This is nearly the entirety of Dongchang's income for the past year. Li Hanjing continued to play with his fan, disregarding Zhang's proposal. Realizing this, Zhang could only helplessly concede. Then, "Sir, please state your terms. I shall do my utmost to accommodate them." Seemingly waiting for this very prompt, Li Hanjing raised his first finger and promptly declared, "First, 150,000 taels of silver." He raised a second finger. "Second, all future investments in the Dongchang shall belong to the Jinyiwei." He raised a third finger. "As for the third, I desire some merit. The government must permit me to apprehend a few members of the Baiwei sect to report upwards. Should you agree to these three conditions, I might consider pretending this matter never occurred." Zhang Quan gazed at Li Hanjing in disbelief. This Li Hanjing certainly had the audacity to make such demands. The only difference in his conditions from the present situation was that they did not entail his own demise. Zhang Quan found himself in a quandary. "Sir Li, I could scrape together 150,000 taels, but demanding all investments from the Dongchang would raise suspicions if the upper echelons received less. It would certainly attract attention. Furthermore, if the government were to seal off premises in the name of the Baiwei sect, we would find ourselves in significant trouble." Li Hanjing chuckled softly. "Will the lack of investment compel your Baiwei sect to finance yourselves? As for trouble, I shall grant you time to relocate that blood pool. So be it. The terms are non-negotiable. Otherwise, I shall seize you and present you directly to the court, thereby achieving a significant accomplishment." Li Hanjing issued a final ultimatum to Zhang Quan. After considerable contemplation, Zhang Quan gritted his teeth and consented, saying, "Very well, I accept all your terms." Ultimately, everything else was secondary. His primary motivation for agreeing to Li Hanjing was the assurance of time to relocate the blood pool, which was of paramount importance. Li Hanjing nodded in satisfaction, sensing Zhang's sincerity. As he spoke, Li Hanjing produced a token from his waist, which inadvertently slipped from his grasp and fell onto the table. The character Fu was prominently displayed before Zhang Quan. "Oh my, look at that, Minister Zhang. I am so agitated that I can hardly hold on to my belongings," Li Hanjing remarked. Zhang Quan cast a glance at the token on the table, his mind reeling for a considerable time as he grasped Li Hanjing's implication. Having settled on the terms, it was imperative to adhere to them without any tricks or thoughts of sending stronger individuals from the Baiwei sect to silence him when the time seemed convenient. He was under the protection of someone significant, and not just any ordinary figure. Zhang Quan recognized the identity represented by the token. Truthfully, had Li Hanjing not revealed this token, he had indeed contemplated summoning experts from within the sect to eliminate Li Hanjing afterward. Although he was aware that a second-grade powerhouse had previously assisted Li Hanjing, the Baiwei sect could still contend with such figures. However, upon the revelation of the token, Zhang Quan abandoned that notion, realizing that Li Hanjing was shielded by a first-grade heavyweight, and not just an ordinary one. The possession of this token indicated that Li Hanjing was a person of extreme significance within his circle. Coupled with the reflection on Li Hanjing's talents, it was plausible that he was the successor being groomed by that esteemed figure. Should any hostility arise, it would equate to a direct confrontation between the entire Baiwei sect and the court. At that moment, Zhang Quan could not help but feel fortunate that Li Hanjing was a negotiable individual. Otherwise, the situation would have been truly intractable. Zhang Quan retrieved 50,000 taels of silver notes from his bosom. "Lord Li, this is your initial deposit. The remainder will be gathered within 3 days. The blood pool will be relocated within that time frame, and after 3 days, you may take action against the government." Sun Wei, the official in the government, was affiliated with the Baiwei sect, but he could only maintain silence. Moreover, Lord Li could also eliminate Zheng Hui, who had recently exploited his power to engage in numerous human trafficking activities. Following this, the jurisdiction of Huayang County would be entirely under Lord Li's control. With such a significant leverage held by the opposing party and their considerable backing, it was clear that Zhang Quan could no longer remain in Huayang County. Seeing the other party's sincerity, Li Hanjing waved his hand, signaling Dao Xian to allow Minister Zhang to depart. Dao Xian was somewhat perplexed as to how they had transitioned from mortal enemies to amicable terms in such a brief moment. Although he did not fully understand, he complied with Li Hanjing's directive and stepped aside. Zhang Quan, with a sharp tone, declared, "In that case, Lord Li, I shall take my leave." As the other party was already aware of his identity, there was no need for him to speak cautiously, which had been quite uncomfortable. Li Hanjing nodded, replying, Minister Zhang. Travel safely. After Zheng Quan departed, Li Hanjing turned to the bewildered Zhang Daoxin and said, The esteemed Lingming Daoist has instructed you to accompany me down the mountain to refine your worldly heart. Thus, today I shall impart to you your first lesson. Unless negotiations have collapsed, resulting in one party's demise, when benefits arise, all become friends. As a disciple of the Heavenly One, you are destined to oversee the existence of a sect. Therefore, these lessons are essential for you to grasp. Chapter 63. Elevating the art of movement. Zhang Daoxian nodded in a manner that suggested he grasped only fragments of understanding before retreating to his quarters. Li Hanjing glanced at the stack of silver notes on the table, a light smile gracing his lips. This outcome from the negotiations aligned well with Li Hanjing's inner thoughts. Given the involvement of the moon worship sect, it was inevitable that higher authorities would dispatch individuals to manage the situation. In the end, the accolades would be claimed by those above him, leaving Li Hanjing with merely a fraction of the glory. As for the funds acquired through the West Factory, they would naturally be appropriated by the higher-ups, rendering Li Hanjing's role inconsequential. Thus, his choices were clear and required no deliberation. The implications of the blood pool from the moon worship sect on the court held no concern for Li Hanjing. After all, the one seated at the pinnacle of power bore no surname of Li. Dog, convert all 50,000 taels for me. Ding conditions for conversion met. Processing. Conversion successful. Current evil value balance, 530,000. Slaughter value balance, 70,000. Consuming 500,000 evil value to elevate the skill, and 50,000 slaughter value to enhance the realm. Ding deducted 500,000 evil value. Cyclone skill upgraded to precious level. Ding deducted 50,000 slaughter value. Martial cultivation realm elevated to the first stage of law cultivation and movement. At this moment, Li Hanjing felt his inner strength begin to coalesce and integrate, while a peculiar essence subtly permeated the air, continuously flowing into his being. After a full hour, the commotion finally subsided. Li Hanjing gazed inwardly at the swirling mystical gases within him, marveling at the realization that it was no wonder people spoke of the realms of palm strength and movement as being two distinct dimensions. Below the realm of movement, one could still possess the talent to transcend boundaries and defeat opponents. However, for someone at the 9th stage of palm strength to triumph over a master of movement realm was no simple feat. As one cultivated inner strength while the other honed magical prowess, these two paths were not of the same essence. Upon reaching the movement realm, one could no longer be referred to merely as a martial cultivator. They were to be designated as a law cultivator. It is worth noting that the weapon realm also primarily focuses on magical power. As for what lies beyond, Li Hanjing had yet to encounter any knowledge or text documenting it. Presently, his strength could be considered commensurate with that of a 4th-grade official within the imperial court. Once he ascended to the 5th stage of movement realm, he would align with the status of a proper 4th-grade official while also being akin to a 3rd-grade official. The roles of proper 4th-grade and 3rd-grade officials were essentially comparable in terms of authority. Neither held a superior position over the other. However, most 3rd-grade officials were masters who had perfected the movement realm, serving as a reserve for the 3rd-grade official ranks, poised for immediate promotion should a vacancy arise. Typically, 2nd-grade officials were those who had reached the threshold of the weapon realm. The term half-step weapon refers to individuals who have identified their suitable weapon and fused it into their innate treasure, yet have not fully nurtured it to completion. Although they may not yet be classified within the weapon realm, they possess a direct pathway towards becoming a master therein, displaying combat prowess that far surpasses that of perfected masters in the movement realm. Above this level are the esteemed officials of the 2nd rank, all of whom are prominent figures from the realm of weaponry. Reaching this stage signifies true entry into the upper echelons of the court in simpler terms. It is akin to ascending to the national leaderboard, where only those who excel in pinnacle competitions reside. As for the 1st-rank luminaries, Li Hanjing is not well acquainted. For when one attains the realm of weaponry, the distinctions of official rank and strength become rather nebulous. Some individuals, though merely at the 1st stage of weaponry, possess 2 magical artifacts, thereby enhancing their combat prowess far beyond that of their rank. Thus, the intricacies of this domain abound. Yet it is not a matter for Li Hanjing to ponder at present. The realm of weaponry still feels somewhat distant for him. Dog, please activate the system attributes template. Activating for you. Name, Li Hanjing. Gender, male. Identity, Grand Tutor Li Qian. Captain of the Huayong County Imperial Guard Cultivation Technique. Cyclone technique, precious, 0500000. Cultivation level, first stage of body technique, 0500000. Martial skills. Tiger roar wave, perfect. Flying swallow pierces cloud, perfect. Comprehensive combat assessment. Peak of first stage body technique, special weapon gift pack, 0 million, upon full accumulation. The system will automatically grant a weapon gift pack. This weapon can directly become a magical artifact. Bypassing the nurturing phase. Note, this gift pack can be filled repeatedly, no limit on attempts, evil value, 0 kill value, 20,000 upon witnessing the newly appeared special weapon gift pack. Li Hanjing's eyes sparkled with excitement. To bypass the nurturing phase and directly materialize is indeed an all-inclusive feature of this system. Although he currently holds no combat advantage within the same realm, possessing this special weapon gift pack upon reaching the weaponry realm would alter his circumstances entirely. While others might spend a lifetime nurturing a second magical artifact, he could simply amass numerous artifacts by fervently activating the gift pack once he attains the weaponry realm. Thus, challenging the 9th stage of weaponry from the first stage does not seem entirely implausible. 3 days later, Li Hanjing rose early, seated in the courtyard, observing the fully assembled Imperial Guards. There were approximately 700 individuals, comprising 600 mercenaries along with 100 of Li Hanjing's personal guards. Each was of exceptional prowess, constituting a formidable battalion. This force was more than sufficient to confront the officials. Esteemed warriors, the majority of you are embarking on your inaugural mission with the Imperial Guards today. Our task is to eradicate the officials, leaving not a single soul alive. Let me witness your worth today, Li Hanjing spoke calmly, although he understood that annihilating an entire official establishment was somewhat ambitious. He could not afford any potential leaks that might reveal the East Factory's affiliation with the Moon Worship sect. Otherwise, this transaction would be at risk of exposure. Moreover, should the name of the Moon Worship sect be invoked, the higher-ups would likely overlook the details. Good. The Imperial Guards responded in unison. For these mercenaries, the identity of their targets was of little concern. Their sole motivation was to fulfill their duties for remuneration. Even if the court were to cast blame upon them later, they could simply scatter in different directions. After all, they were mere wanderers, lacking any connections in Huayong County, solitary figures free to flee wherever they pleased. The streets were devoid of life at this hour, as the first light of dawn barely illuminated the sky, with most still in the embrace of slumber. As for why they did not choose to act under the cover of night, Li Hanjing feared the obscured visibility. Should even one or two escape, it would render their efforts futile. Daylight operations, however, would inevitably lead to conflict. Although their overall strength surpassed that of the government forces, direct confrontation would inevitably result in casualties. Thus, the dim light of dawn was the most opportune moment. When government officials remained in their slumber, their combat readiness significantly diminished. As they advanced, the approximately 700 members of the Imperial Guard gradually divided into 3 groups. One group was headed towards the collective residence of the lower-ranking officials. Another, led by Lu Yuan, made their way to Sun Wei's residence. The final group, personally commanded by Li Hanjing, proceeded towards Zheng Hui's abode. Chapter 64. You seem to have little respect for my Jinyiwei. Zheng Mansion. With a resounding crash, the foremost Jinyiwei kicked open the grand door. The noise swiftly captured the attention of the servants within Zheng Mansion. Upon rising to investigate, they were met with a fearsome array of Jinyiwei clad in their distinctive uniforms, scanning every corner with an air of menace. The servants, filled with discontent, approached the intruders. Have you Jinyiwei lost your minds? This is Zheng Mansion. What is the meaning of bringing so many people here so early in the morning? With a blank expression, one of the Jinyiwei unsheathed his embroidered spring knife and swiftly dealt with the insolent servant. Following this, Li Hanjing waved his hand, signaling the others to proceed. Thud, thud, thud. The chaos escalated. What do you intend to do? I'm not even dressed. What do you want from me? I must inform you that I am Zheng Hui's woman. The clamor created by the Jinyiwei grew ever louder. Zheng Hui, abruptly roused from his slumber, hastily donned his garments and rushed outside. Creak. As he opened the door to his chamber, he was met with a shocking sight. His servants and concubines lay lifeless on the ground. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Li Hanjing regarded Zheng Hui with amusement. Lord Zheng, you stand accused of colluding with members of the Baiwei sect. The Jinyiwei are here to escort you for questioning. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Zheng Hui's complexion paled, and he exclaimed, Li Hanjing, I am aware of your capabilities. But to indiscriminately label me a criminal and commit such wanton slaughter shows utter disregard for the laws of the court. I shall report you to the Decisive. It was evident that Zheng Hui dared not confront Li Hanjing, fully aware of his own limitations and strength. Li Hanjing shook his head. I have not engaged in wanton slaughter. I merely intended to take these servants for questioning, but alas, they chose to take their own lives out of fear of culpability. What recourse do I have? Furious at Li Hanjing's blatant falsehood, Zheng Hui retorted, have I ever wronged you? Why do you wish to annihilate my entire family? I made myself quite clear. You are suspected of colluding with members of the Baiwa sect. The Jinyiwei are merely following protocol to take you for questioning. At that moment, another Jinyiwei approached. My lord, we have discovered a cellar within Zheng Mansion, filled with bound commoners. Li Hanjing's eyes gleamed with interest. Oh, the evidence has arrived. It seems that not only are you implicated in collusion with the Baiwa sect, but also in human trafficking, Lord Zheng. Zheng Hui's face contorted in disbelief. That is impossible. I have never engaged in such acts. Yet, as he observed several Jinyiwei dragging out captives from the cellar of his estate, panic seized him. If the Jinyiwei solidified these accusations, his fate would be sealed. But he was innocent. He had done nothing wrong. Watching the stream of captives emerging from the cellar, Zheng Hui steeled himself. Sprinting towards the scene, with a powerful strike, he sent 2 Jinyiwei flying. Then, channeling his inner strength, he prepared to unleash a devastating blow upon those trapped below. He glanced back at Li Hanjing. Li Hanjing, do not press me. I truly have not committed any of these acts. All of you, leave at once, or I shall slay every one of you. Zheng Hui understood that he could not be captured by the Jinyiwei. Otherwise, he would be unable to clear his name. The immediate priority was to extricate himself, and then seek counsel from his superior in the prefecture to devise a solution. After careful contemplation, he concocted a scheme to use hostages to coerce Li Hanjing. Li Hanjing merely smiled faintly. Sir Zheng, your actions suggest a lack of respect for our esteemed Jinyiwei. Zheng Hui was accused of colluding with members of the moon worship sect and trafficking in humans. Upon discovery, he valiantly resisted alongside his guards, yet the Jinyiwei emerged triumphant. Is this narrative suitable for you, Sir Zheng? As he spoke, Li Hanjing casually unleashed a surge of magical energy towards the direction of the cellar. Boom. With just a flick of his hand, the hostages and Zheng Hui were reduced to a gruesome state, given the stakes involving the moon worship sect. Not a whisper of this incident could escape. Zheng Hui would never fathom why so many captives were ensnared within his own estate. Nor could he comprehend when he had ever conspired with the moon worship sect. Alas, this was the lament of a mere pawn. One's fate is often at the mercy of others, and Sun Wei was similarly ensnared. When Zhang Quan sold him, there was little hesitation. The transaction was executed without a second thought. This exemplifies the exchanges of power within the upper echelons. Oftentimes, by the time events unfold in your favor, conclusions have already been drawn, rendering any struggle futile. Shortly thereafter, the other 2 divisions of the Jinyiwei completed their assignments, dragging lifeless bodies back to their stronghold. By now, some citizens had risen, intending to stroll outdoors, only to be met with the terrifying sight of the Jinyiwei hauling corpses, causing them to retreat hastily into their chambers. On that day, the entire Huayang County was eerily quiet. No one dared to venture outside. It felt as though they had regressed to decades past, when the mere appearance of the Jinyiwei silenced the streets. On that very day, Li Hanjing dispatched a letter to the prefectural pacification office, detailing the extraordinary measures he had undertaken. He then awaited the deliberations of the significant figures to unfold. The infiltration of the moon worship sect into the imperial court would undoubtedly alarm the prominent officials in the royal city, including the highest authority. When Jiang Qingyun received Li Hanjing's missive, a cold sweat broke forth. He dared not delay and swiftly forwarded it to the higher-ups. This was a matter of great consequence. In the Crimson Flame Empire, the imperial city, within the resplendent halls of the Tai Xian Palace, officials from both civil and military branches filled the grand chambers. The emperor, gazing at the memorial in his hand, spoke in a frail voice, "My esteemed ministers, our intelligence operations have become increasingly inadequate in recent years. The resurgence of the moon worship sect and its infiltration into the court was reported by a mere Jinyiwei from a county level. Are the Xichang and Dongsheng merely idle? Or is it possible that there are members of the moon worship sect among you, or within the higher local administration?" The emperor's voice, though slow, bore no trace of anger. However, the pressure exerted upon the entire court was undeniably significant. The emperor then remarked, "The intelligence oversight is in such disarray that perhaps we should consider disbanding the 2 agencies. Wang Qing, Wei Qing." At that moment, A middle-aged eunuch standing beside the emperor hurriedly approached the court and knelt down. Your Majesty, the infiltration of the Huayang County by the moon worship sect cannot be blamed on the Western Agency. I have already inquired with the subordinates. Currently, the Western Agency does not even have a chief officer overseeing the area, and as for the Eastern Agency, I am unaware of its status. Chapter 65. The turmoil in the imperial capital. Standing beside the emperor, Wei Silin cast a sidelong glance at the kneeling Wang Silin. This fellow had immediately attempted to dissociate the Western Depot from the incident, shifting the blame onto his Eastern Depot. However, at this moment, he could only watch as Wang put on his performance. If he were to assert that the Eastern Depot bore no responsibility, it would only serve to embarrass the emperor. Observing the kneeling Wang Silin, the emperor's expression softened somewhat. After all, he was one of his trusted ministers and could not be too harsh. Wang Qing, the emperor began. Explain to me why both supervisory positions in the Western Depot of a single prefecture are vacant. Is it that your Western Depot lacks capable personnel? The emperor, too, required a dignified exit from this predicament. After the decline of the Jinyiwei, the late emperor had, despite opposition from his ministers, resolutely established the Eastern and Western depots to oversee the realm. Now, faced with such a significant issue, the two depots had failed to detect any signs of trouble, while the fallen Jinyiwei had been the ones to uncover it. This was quite a blow to his prestige, and thus he needed a reasonable explanation from either the Western or Eastern Depot, serving as justification for the civil and military officials. Wang Silin seemed to have prepared for this question. He raised his head slowly to glance at the foremost civil official, Li Qian. Your Majesty, the two supervisory officials in the Western Depot were slain by the son of Grand Tutor Li. Hence, upon hearing Wang's hesitant tone, Li Qian gradually stood up, offering a slight bow. Your Majesty, the two supervisory officials of the Western Depot in Huayang Prefecture were indeed killed by my son. But this was due to circumstances. The two officials were suspected of harboring criminals and openly attacking the Jinyiwei, compelling my son to take decisive action. Wang Silin was on the verge of retorting when he met Li Qian's cold, expressionless gaze, which bore the weight of indifference, akin to gazing upon a corpse. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately chose to forego his rebuttal. The emperor observed the exchange without interjecting, believing the matter had reached its conclusion when suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe adorned with 5-clawed dragons stepped forward. Smiling broadly, he remarked, Father, I have heard that the recent discovery of the Baiwa sect and the slaying of its members were accomplished by the esteemed young master of the Li family. I also heard that he has previously slain a master at the pinnacle of martial prowess in Huayang Prefecture. Considering that the young master of the Li family is but 20 years of age, it is indeed true that a tiger begets no dog. Having achieved such a grand feat for the court, it would be a grave loss to keep him hidden in Huayang Prefecture. Perhaps we should promote him to a higher position, allowing him to serve in a more expansive martial domain, thus nurturing his talents for the benefit of the court. Don't you think, Grand Tutor Li? This man was none other than Xiao Ran, the second prince of the Qian Empire. Everyone present was taken aback by his words, finding them rather too detailed. The emperor nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Ran's perspective held some merit. One must not neglect the contributions of loyal subjects. He turned his gaze back to Li Qian. My dear minister, what is your opinion on this matter? Before Li Qian could respond, another middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe stepped forward. However, the robe he wore was adorned with a 7-clawed golden dragon, unmistakably signifying the crown prince, Xiaoyuheng. Father, my East Palace is in need of many individuals. Perhaps we could transfer Li Taifu's son to my East Palace? They could frequently meet, being in the capital. To this, the emperor immediately shook his head. Yuheng, this notion of yours lacks maturity. Allowing a young man to linger in the palace all day would stifle his development. The youth should venture forth. This statement undoubtedly sealed the matter. As for Li Qian's thoughts, with the emperor's stance so clear, did his opinion still hold any weight? Li Qian nodded slightly, affirming, Your Majesty speaks wisely. The emperor, satisfied, replied, Very well, let it be decided thus. Unless there are pressing matters, you may dismiss the court. In the capital, at the Li residence, Li Taifu remarked, I believe my father is somewhat confused. What a place is the martial domain, that he would heed Xiao Ran's slander and transfer Hanjiang there. Li Qian calmly sipped his tea. Your Highness, I do not think the emperor is confused. Rather, he is clearing a path for the second prince. Li Qian cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoyuheng. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyuheng was taken aback. Are you suggesting that father intends to? Li Qian nodded. Indeed, he harbors such intentions. You are the most favored grandson of the late emperor. Your ascendance is largely due to your influence. This revelation left Xiao Yuhing perplexed. Then why would Father? Li Qian chuckled softly. Precisely because of this. The Emperor wishes to replace you. He has been constrained by the late Emperor's rules for half his life, with certain ministers binding him with those same regulations. Over time, this has fostered a desire to act in opposition to the late Emperor's legacy. Was it not the case that the Jinyiwei was dismantled by the current Emperor in such a manner a few years ago? My proximity to you has led him to regard me as one of your faction, thus this action is undoubtedly aimed at clearing obstacles for the second prince. Xiao Yuhing nodded in understanding. The future indeed belongs to the youth, for some individuals have aged beyond their time. Moreover, with Li Qian's son now exhibiting such talent, he must surely be considered a threat. This was also why Li Qian sought to transfer Li Hanjing, by ensuring that everyone perceived Li Hanjing as a worthless individual. No one would dare to act against him, especially out of respect for Li Qian. However, the situation has changed, Xiao Yuhing remarked. Now that matters have escalated to this point, what shall we do about Hanjiang? We cannot truly allow him to go to the martial domain. That is not our territory. Fear not. I too find my son enigmatic. He appeared so lackadaisical in the capital, yet he has transformed remarkably in his absence. Nonetheless, we need not worry about any immediate danger to him. I am uncertain what methods he employed, but he has evidently entangled himself in significant affairs with the Tiandao sect. Although the martial domain is not within our control, the Tiandao sect certainly resides there. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For all of this pertains to his future imperial system. Even the loss of one would be a significant blow. I shall take my leave now. Do take good care of yourself, he said, adopting a humble demeanor. Li Qian merely nodded absent-mindedly. As he watched Xiao Yuheng depart, a sudden sigh escaped his lips. Alas, my son, I had no intention of involving you in this, but since you possess such talent, there is no escaping your fate. Subsequently, Li Qian tightened his grip on the teacup, his gaze growing cold and menacing. This old fool, growing more muddled with age, seeks his own demise, does he? Daring to sever my lineage? Very well, I shall indulge you in this game. An overwhelming aura of formidable power emanated from Li Qian's being. Chapter 66. The foremost domain of the Four Realms, the martial domain in Huaiyang County. The Jinyiwei reported, My lord, in recent days, we have seized a total of 700,000 taels of silver from the government. However, given the involvement of the moon worship sect in this matter, we shall retain no more than 200,000. Additionally, the Jinyiwei has fully taken over the merchant investments of the Xichang, and there seems to be an inclination from the government merchants to align with us. Negotiations have been ongoing. Lu Yuan presented the latest log to Li Hanjing as he briefed him on the progress. Lu Yuan added, However, we find ourselves somewhat short-staffed. Li Hanjing nodded in agreement. I shall communicate with the higher-ups and request the dispatch of a Qianhu. Half a month later, a contingent of unfamiliar Jinyiwei approached the Qianhu No. 2 office. Upon seeing them, Li Hanjing welcomed them with a broad smile. Lord Huang, it has been quite some time. The newcomer was none other than Qianhu Huang Wenxuan from Yutai County. Suddenly, Li Hanjing noticed the golden ribbon at Huang Wenxuan's waist. Congratulations, Lord Huang. It appears you have ascended to become my superior once more. It seems I shall forever be your subordinate in this life. Huang Wenxuan, taken aback by Li Hanjing's flattery, burst into hearty laughter. Hanjing, are you mocking me? My present standing is all thanks to you. Li Hanjing waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. It is merely the result of your own hard work. After their pleasantries, Li Hanjing transitioned to the main topic. My lord, is there any specific directive for your visit to Huaiyang County today? Huang Wenxuan nodded. Oh, I would have forgotten had you not reminded me. Allow me to introduce someone. He then pulled a young man forward. Hanjing, you mentioned before that one person was insufficient for the workload. Hence, they swiftly assigned you another Qianhu. I must inform you. This young man is the most gifted among our Jinyiwei in the province, merely 19 years old and already in the third stage of inner strength. The young Jinyiwei, maintaining a respectful demeanor, introduced himself, Lu Shun. As the interaction was not particularly warm, Li Hanjing casually remarked, I look forward to collaborating closely on our duties. After their brief introductions, Huang Wenxuan drew Li Hanjing aside. Hanjing, I have another task on this visit. Huang Wenxuan retrieved a document from his bosom. With a sigh, he said, Hanjing, it seems I am destined never to be your superior in this lifetime. This is the transfer document from above. Take a look. Li Hanjing gazed at the transfer document in astonishment. I have barely been in Huaiyang County for a year, and now I am being reassigned? He then began to read the contents aloud. Li Hanjing, Jinyiwei of Huayang County, for your meritorious efforts in eradicating the moon worship sect and your exceptional talent. It has been confirmed through discussions at the Central Pacification Office. Henceforth, you are to be promoted across domains to serve as the Jinyiwei Wanhua in the Jingshui County of Qizhou, with an official rank of 5th grade. You shall commence your duties in 6 months. Li Hanjing gazed at the document with a hint of perplexity. My lord, I have yet to establish a solid foundation in Jiangzhou. Last time I was transferred across counties, and now I find myself directly reassigned across regions. Am I to become a mere figurehead? Huang Wenxuan, equally resigned, replied, There is little we can do, Hanjing. You have seen the transfer order. It comes directly from the Central Pacification Office, bypassing both the state and the region. We were equally bewildered upon receiving your reassignment. To be candid, Li Hanjing harbored discontent regarding this transfer. Who among the leadership ascends without their own circle of influence? This abrupt cross-regional transfer hardly bodes well. If this continues, as he ascends to higher echelons, the disparity with others will become evident. Without a loyal retinue, undertaking any task becomes exceedingly challenging. Moreover, this is the martial domain, the foremost of the 4 regions, its expanse surpassing the combined total of the other 3. The designation of the martial domain is rooted deeply in its significance, as it is home to the 4 major sects, the Heavenly One sect, the Nameless sect, the 10,000 Swords sect, and the Putuat Temple, in addition to 36 prominent sects and countless martial factions. Those who hold official positions there are far from ineffectual. Each is a person of considerable strength, for one cannot maintain order amid the tumultuous nature of the martial domain. In fact, officials serving in this domain rank half a level higher than their counterparts in the other 3 regions. This is precisely why Li Hanjing's position as a Wanhua officer is classified as a proper 5th rank. Ordinarily, such positions would merely be awarded a lower 5th rank. While the correlation between rank and strength remains unchanged, appointments are made with the utmost regard for capability. For instance, a Wanhua officer within the Imperial Guard must be at the 9th level of the power mastery realm. Thus, it can be argued that this unexpected transfer from the higher authorities carries an element of both elevation and peril. The only occasion where he had publicly demonstrated his prowess was during the incident with the Flying Eagle sect, yet he had vanquished all its members. Even if an investigation were to follow, the most he could expect would be a classification of his strength as that of a power master. Consequently, Li Hanjing found this transfer to be rather peculiar. Yet, now that the order has been issued, he must proceed step by step. As he prepares for his tenure in the martial domain, he is determined to bring along Zhang Daoxin and Lu Yuan. Both individuals serve as his protective talismans, one being the disciple of the Dao sect, the other having significant ties to the sect. Should any insurmountable issues arise, he could seek refuge within the Dao sect. After contemplating these matters, Li Hanjing spoke candidly, My Lord Huang, may I bring companions this time? Without hesitation, Huang Wenxuan shook his head. I fear that will not be possible. A transfer across states might allow for some leniency, but across regions, he replied. Upon hearing Huang Wenxuan's words, Li Hanjing felt a twinge of frustration. Cultivating talent is indeed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the Flying Eagle sect has yet to be formally integrated. Otherwise, leaving his intelligence network behind would render him blind, akin to a blind man crossing a river. Suddenly, Huang Wenxuan leaned closer and whispered in Li Hanjing's ear, However, the Imperial Guard is inherently a perilous department. Losing 100 or 200 personnel is not unusual. Upon listening, Li Hanjing experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, it is the seasoned veterans who hold the wisdom. Policies may be imposed from above, yet countermeasures emerge from below. With a respectful gesture, he declared, Lord Huang, you shall always remain my exemplar in learning. He extended an invitation. You must be weary from your journey. Shall we dine together? Indeed, we should enjoy a hearty meal today, for who knows when we may have the chance to meet again, responded Huang Wenxuan. Yes, let us include Lord Lu as well, Li Hanjing suggested. Very well, Lu Shun replied with a faint nod. Li Hanjing furrowed his brow. This newcomer seemed rather ungrateful, displaying a disdainful demeanor since his arrival. At the dining table, Li Hanjing and Huang Wenxuan engaged in jovial conversation, toasting and savoring their meal, while Lu Shun remained expressionless, quietly consuming his food. Chapter 67. In Huayang County, my words are law. Huang Wenxuan surveyed the somewhat awkward atmosphere in the room, and, with a cheerful smile, raised his glass. Hanjiang, Shaoshun, let us share a toast. Li Hanjiang discerned Huang Wenxuan's intention and graciously lifted his glass as a courtesy to him. However, Lu Xun refrained from participating, curtly stating, "I do not drink." Li Hanjiang's expression darkened instantaneously. Huang Wenxuan promptly patted Li Hanjiang on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Young man, it is normal to have a bit of temper." He then whispered, "This lad is associated with the deputy commander." Thus, the gathering was rendered unpleasant by Lu Xun's demeanor. After Huang Wenxuan departed, Lu Xun left without a word. Leaning back in his chair, Li Hanjiang summoned Lu Yuan. "This Lu Xun does not sit well with me. Let us halt all additional revenues from the 1st Division. Without funds, how can he command his troops?" Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Upon learning that Lu Xun was linked to the deputy commander in the prefecture, Li Hanjiang understood Lu Xun's underlying motives. It was clear he was aware of Li Hanjiang's impending departure, yet the fruit of Huayang County was ripe for the picking. However, such favorable circumstances are rare in this world. 3 days later, Lu Xun arrived at the 2nd Division, accompanied by a retinue of Jinyiwei, and approached Li Hanjiang's workspace with an air of indifference. "Lord Li, I was unconcerned with your affairs previously, but now that I am here, the rules of the Jinyiwei must be amended. You cannot monopolize everything. The brothers of the 1st Division deserve their share." Li Hanjiang smirked. "The rules of the Jinyiwei? Allow me to enlighten you. In Huayang County, my word is law. If I wish to provide for you, you shall have sustenance. If I choose not to, you shall go hungry. Do you comprehend?" A flicker of hostility crossed Lu Xun's face, filled with defiance. "Lord Li, you assumed command of the Jinyiwei at 20, while I achieved the same at 18. In other words, I surpass you. Since you refuse to converse amicably, I shall ensure you learn what it means to be utterly destitute." With that, Lu Xun stormed off with the Jinyiwei in tow. Li Hanjiang chuckled disdainfully, recognizing the youthful arrogance and inflexibility. In truth, Li Hanjiang intended to remain in Huayang County for only a few months. Soon enough, certain matters would naturally fall into his possession. If Lu Xun insisted on conflict, then he would ensure that Lu Xun gained nothing. Lu Yuan, having entered unnoticed, remarked casually, "My lord, shall we eliminate him?" Li Hanjiang shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. "It suffices to subdue him. After I depart, he will likely be the only one capable of maintaining order among the Jinyiwei. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched him here. Although I find Lu Xun somewhat disagreeable, it is undeniable that he embodies the true essence of the Jinyiwei. In fact, I hope there are more individuals like him within the ranks. Since I have entered the Jinyiwei, as I ascend to a certain height, the Jinyiwei will naturally become a force under my command. As for the Emperor, in recent years, who among us remains unaware of how the Emperor treats the Jinyiwei? My loyalty to him has long since waned. Certainly, had the previous Emperor still been alive, this Captain Li Hanjing of the Jinyiwei would not have wielded such authority. The Jinyiwei are fervent supporters of the late Emperor, obediently following commands without question. At the Huayang County Huibao Pavilion, Master Ain, it has come to my attention that you submit a protection fee of no less than 300,000 taels of silver to the 2nd Division each month. Yin Roxin glanced at the young man before her. "And you are?" Lu Xun replied with a smile. "I am the newly appointed Qianhu of the Jinyiwei, Lu Xun." Yin Roxin furrowed her brow. "Are you here to increase the protection fee? Huibao Pavilion can scarcely afford more than that. Please convey my message to Lord Li." Lu Xun was taken aback. What does she mean by that? Is she treating me as if I am merely an underling to Li Hanjing? I hold the same rank as him. Though perturbed internally, he maintained a faint smile. "Master Yin, surely you must agree that this protection fee is rather excessive. How about this? If you align with me, the Qianhu of the Jinyiwei, I shall only require 200,000 taels from you each month." Yin Roxin, initially taken aback, quickly processed his words. This was an attempt to extort investment. She promptly rejected. "Qianhu Lu, should you merely wish to share a cup of tea, you are welcome. However, if your intent is to discuss investment matters, I must kindly ask you to leave." With that, she returned to her own affairs. Lu Xun pressed on. "I only require 100,000 taels to ensure your safety in Huayang County." At this moment, he ceased to care about the investment amount. His sole objective was to wrest resources from Li Hanjing. Yin Roxin's patience waned. "Qianhu Lu, my Huibao Pavilion conducts legitimate business, and the laws of the court will ensure my safety. Should you continue your nonsensical claims, do not blame me for reporting you to the authorities." Truthfully, Yin Roxin could not fathom what Lu Xun was thinking. Opposing Li Hanjing? Did he not see how Li had swiftly brought the entirety of Huayang County to heel in just a few short months? Furthermore, in Yin Roxin's mind, Li Hanjing was the one who had avenged her. She was not deranged. Even if Li Hanjing commanded her to die, she would do so without hesitation. Since 3 years ago, she had ceased to be herself. She lived solely for vengeance. Lu Xun clenched his fists and departed from Huibao Pavilion, determined to prove himself. He refused to believe that what Li Hanjing could accomplish, he could not. This is the competitive spirit of youth, always believing oneself to be superior. Thus, Lu Xun visited various merchants, soon questioning the very purpose of his endeavors. Each time he entered, he was greeted warmly, only to be met with hostility upon revealing his intent to secure investments. After a month of such fruitless endeavors, the men of the first division of the Jinyiwei had garnered no additional income. In times past, when Lu Xun was absent, Li Hanjing would distribute funds as usual. Now, with Lu Xun's presence, the extra income had vanished. Consequently, resentment towards Lu Xun grew among them, their eyes burning with jealousy whenever they witnessed the second division's members frequenting entertainment establishments. Yet, alas, he found himself devoid of resources. Solely relying on the meager stipends provided by the court sufficed only for their basic sustenance, particularly as warriors tend to have hearty appetites. Each time Lu Xun returned to the Ministry of Justice, he was acutely aware of the resentment harbored by his subordinates. In the early days, he could command them effectively. But now, their compliance was merely perfunctory. Recently, he learned that some individuals had already begun to cultivate connections above, preparing to transfer to the second division. With lofty ambitions upon his arrival, a month later, his initial fervor had waned considerably. The prospect of attracting investment had proven futile. And the idea of resorting to force was even more absurd, for he was simply no match for others. Though proud, he was keenly aware of the disparity in strength. After all, Li Hanjing was already a formidable master of the power realm. In the outskirts of Huayang County, Li Hanjing found a rare moment of leisure to indulge in fishing. However, what troubled him was the inexplicable absence of fish biting on this particular day. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth from the lake. Chapter 68 Departure from Huayang County. After a series of splashes, a dark silhouette incessantly swam across the lake's surface. Before long, the shadow emerged, its hands grasping a fish as it leisurely ascended. Drip, drip. The figure, drenched from head to toe, bowed slightly and presented the fish above its head. Addressing Li Hanjing with deference, "Lordly, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." It was Lu Xun who was unaware of the gravity of the situation. Gazing at Lu Xun before him, Li Hanjing finally comprehended why he had failed to catch any fish today. It seemed Lu Yuan had been waiting for him here. Li Hanjing took a calming sip from the tea on the small table. "What's wrong? No longer arrogant?" Lu Xun shook his head. "My lord, no longer arrogant. And no longer youthful?" "Indeed, no longer youthful." Lu Xun had thoroughly submitted to Li Hanjing. For the past month, he had been bustling about with little success. Even after discussing this matter with his backers, they had merely responded, "Li Hanjing is not someone you can afford to provoke." Although Lu Xun had yielded, Li Hanjing did not accept the fish offered. If everyone simply lowered their heads to get by, how could there be so many murders in this world? Bending over, Lu Xun held the fish aloft for some time, observing Li Hanjing's lack of response. Finally, he implored, "My lord, I beseech your forgiveness. Grant me a task, a means of survival." His posture was exceedingly humble. Li Hanjing waved his hand. "Lu, we are of equal rank. There is no need for such deference." Lu Xun, still bent over, shifted his gaze. "My lord, I am aware that you will soon be reassigned. If only you would forgive me. I assure you that the regulations in Huayang County will remain unchanged until your departure." One must admit that Lu Xun possessed a commendable emotional intelligence. Understanding that Li Hanjing was to be transferred, he recognized that the forces relying on Li Hanjing's protection would soon find themselves vulnerable. However, having reaped numerous benefits, Li Hanjing could not simply walk away. Thus, he willingly took on the responsibility. As for the veracity of Lu Xun's words, Li Hanjing harbored no concerns. Huang Wenxuan had already taken a position in the prefecture. Moreover, there was still Jiang Qing above him. Furthermore, Li Hanjing was being reassigned, not retiring. The notion of out of sight, out of mind was not likely to manifest anytime soon. "Lu, as colleagues, I shall not make things difficult for you. Henceforth, the east 2 streets under the Jinyiwei will be managed by your department." With that, Li Hanjing accepted the fish from Lu Xun's hands. Lu Xun's expression brightened. "Thank you, my lord." 6 months later, Guzi opened the system attribute panel. Protagonist template real-time update setting. Attribute template. Name, Li Hanjing. Gender, male. Identity, father, Grand Tutor Li Qian. Qianhu of the 2nd Division of Jinyiwei in Huayang County. Cultivation method. Qi Cyclone technique. Rare, 0500000. Cultivation level. First stage of body technique, 05000. Martial skills. Tiger roar wave. Perfect. Flying swallow piercing cloud. Perfect. Comprehensive combat assessment. First stage of body technique evil value. 300000. Killing value. 0 subordinate force template. Subordinate character. Name. Lu Yuan. Gender. Male. Cultivation method. 3-path technique. No grading system. Cannot be upgraded. Martial arts level. 9th stage of palm power. Subordinate force group. Huang County. Imperial Guard. Jiu Guard. Number of personnel. 100. Collective cultivation method. Killing chi technique. Excellent. 0-2000. Comprehensive combat power. Perfected 3rd stage of chi training. Gazing upon Lu Yuan's attribute template, Li Hanjing could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, the limitless 3-path body is remarkable, progressing 1 stage each month. He then reflected on the malevolent value he had amassed over the past 6 months. 1.8 million. Ever since he took over the investments from the Eastern Factory and the government, he had been earning 500,000 taels of silver each month. Given this calculation, Li Hanjing found himself somewhat reluctant to venture into the martial domain. After all, remaining in Huang County for a few more years would enable him to break through to the weapon realm. Only upon reaching the weapon realm could he truly establish a foothold in the Qian Empire, with uncertainty looming over whether he could secure 500,000 taels per month in the perilous martial domain. He decided to proceed. System. I shall expend 3,000,000 malevolent points to enhance my cultivation. Beat 500,000 malevolent points deducted. Host cultivation elevated to the 2nd stage of body technique. Beat 500,000 malevolent points deducted. Host cultivation elevated to the 3rd stage of body technique. Beat 500,000 malevolent points deducted. Host cultivation elevated to the 4th stage of body technique. Beat 500,000 malevolent points deducted. Host cultivation elevated to the 5th stage of body technique. Beat 500,000 malevolent points deducted. Host cultivation elevated to the 6th stage of body technique. Beat 500,000 malevolent points deducted. Host cultivation elevated to the 7th stage of body technique. Comprehensive combat power assessment. 7th stage of body technique. Transitioning from 4th grade to 3rd grade strength, he would possess some self-defense capabilities in the martial domain. Nevertheless, Li Hanjing still felt a tinge of anxiety. All these concerns stemmed from insufficient power. As he was to depart the following day, he cast a final glance at the 2nd Division of the Imperial Guard. In the blink of an eye, he had served in Huang County for a year. At this moment, the 2nd Division appeared somewhat desolate. His personal guards had perished while on a mission 3 months prior, a truly sorrowful piece of news. As for the Flying Eagle sect, they had already disguised themselves as common folk, preparing to venture into the martial domain. The next day, Li Hanjing, accompanied by Lu Yuan and Zhang Daoxian, rode their horses to the city gate of Huang County. The newly appointed governor, along with the captains of the Western and Eastern factories, approached with cheerful expressions. Lordly, it seems you've been promoted in the blink of an eye. Should you attain high office in the future, do remember to return to Huang County for a visit, exclaimed the newly appointed governor, his face beaming with delight. Indeed, Lord Li's upcoming assignment in the martial domain will surely catapult him to great heights. Observing this group, Li Hanjing was fully aware of their intentions. They could hardly wait for his departure. For as long as he remained, they could only partake of the scraps. Now that he was leaving, they would naturally feast on the main course. Li Hanjing does not believe that Lu Shun, who has taken over, possesses the capability to overshadow the 3 dominant factions. At best, he can only safeguard the interests of the Jinyiwei. However, this is an unavoidable circumstance. One cannot expect him, Li Hanjing, to rush over from the martial domain when trouble arises, can they? Li Hanjing perfunctorily nodded, addressing the esteemed officials. Let us conclude our meeting here. With that, the 3 urged their horses onward, departing from Huang County. In a distant corner, a figure gazed longingly at the receding silhouette of Li Hanjing, filled with a sense of loss. Yet, what can be done? Such is the nature of life. Some individuals and circumstances are simply not meant to intertwine. It is destined that no possibilities exist, and one cannot force what is not meant to be. I am not under any duress. Today, a friend experienced heartbreak, which led me to reflect on my own experiences, prompting me to pen this passage. I hope the elders do not take offense. Chapter 69. Yuqing Academy. Yuqing Book 3 months later at long last. Li Hanjing and his companions stepped into the domain of Wu region. Each city here was magnificently grand, and upon initial assessment, Every county could rival a state from other territories. The prevailing atmosphere was notably fierce. From time to time, Li Hanjing witnessed wandering warriors engaging in duels along the roads. Such confrontations were typically confined to the outskirts, where life and death were dictated by fate, and as long as the brawls did not occur within the city limits, the authorities showed little interest in intervening. Upon arriving in Wu region, Li Hanjing felt no urgency to hasten his journey. Instead, he strolled leisurely, taking in the sights of this martial realm. The three of them rode their horses at a relaxed pace. "Help! Help! My lord!" Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed nearby. Instinctively, Li Hanjing turned to observe a young scholar, his complexion fair and resembling Li Hanjing in youth. The young man radiated a strong Confucian aura, and if one disregarded his age, he could easily be mistaken for a learned sage. However, he appeared somewhat flustered as he rode towards Li Hanjing, pursued by several burly men wielding large sabers. "My lord, please, save me." The young scholar reached Li Hanjing's side, while the men with sabers hesitated upon seeing him. "Brother, should we take action against this man?" one of the thugs inquired, eyeing the situation. Li Hanjing, observing the ruffians, replied calmly, "You may do as you wish. I have no concern with him." The young scholar grew increasingly agitated. "My lord, you are a man of the court. You cannot stand idly by while a commoner is in peril." Li Hanjing paid no heed to the scholar's pleas and resumed his leisurely journey alongside Lu Yuan and Zhang Daoxin. Seeing that Li Hanjing was indeed indifferent, the thugs cast aside their reservations. "How dare you covet our sister-in-law? You pale-faced wretch shall perish." With a series of thuds, anguished cries erupted. The young scholar, spurred by the chaos, urged his horse to catch up with Li Hanjing, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Sir, you truly do not care for my well-being." As he spoke, the earlier aura of Confucianism had yet to dissipate. Li Hanjing regarded the young scholar before him. He recognized the term Wenxiu from his readings. The stages of Wenxiu included aspiration, cautious thought, diligent practice, extensive learning, self-cultivation, and sagehood. Given the current display of Confucian energy, it was evident that the scholar had reached the stage of extensive learning. At such a young age, possessing such knowledge, the prospect of ascending to sagehood was indeed promising. The path of literary achievement was considerably more arduous than that of martial prowess. However, once attained, words could wield lethal power and determine victory from afar. Currently, only two known sages existed. One was a bookish figure from Yuqing Academy, and the other, a grand scholar from the Imperial Hanlin Academy. It was apparent how formidable the journey to sagehood could be. Li Hanjing couldn't help but regard the young scholar with newfound respect. "Speak. What matter have you sought me for?" It was clear that the young man's previous actions were merely a ruse to engage him in conversation. Moreover, the other party had evidently put in considerable effort. In such an expansive realm, how could they fortuitously cross paths? The young scholar, noting that Li Hanjing had made his intentions clear, refrained from discussing previous matters. Instead, with a radiant smile, he remarked, "Li Hanjing, son of the Grand Tutor Li Qian, departed the capital approximately 2 years ago. Upon arriving in the provinces, he transformed from his previous lackluster demeanor, beginning to shine with newfound brilliance. A year ago, he was reassigned from Ziyuan County to Huayong Prefecture, possessing a cultivation level exceeding the 5th stage of mastery." As the young scholar detailed his own information, Li Hanjing's expression gradually darkened. The other party had nearly uncovered the color of his undergarments. The fact that they could gather such information indicated that their background was no trivial matter. Lu Yuan was equally astonished. Aware that Li Hanjing had some standing in the capital, yet he had not anticipated it to be so substantial. Zhang Daoxin remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of disturbance. "Do you require me to report my daily activities to you?" Li Hanjing stated with an air of menace. The young scholar, seemingly oblivious to the ominous aura, chuckled amiably. "If you prefer not to, you may simply share your thoughts." With a sudden surge of power, Li Hanjing enveloped the young scholar in a formidable aura. "Your information is somewhat erroneous," he declared. The young scholar, taken aback for a moment, then erupted into laughter. "Ha, splendid. Truly, you are a man worthy of my admiration. Strong and formidable. At 20, your agility is commendable." Li Hanjing remained silent, observing that despite the threat looming over him, the young scholar displayed no trace of panic, only exhilaration. Frowning slightly, Li Hanjing mentally labeled him madman. He then withdrew his power and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" The young scholar, suppressing his mirth, clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "I am Yu Qing Shu from the Yu Qing Academy." "The surname Yu from the Yu Qing Academy?" It seemed this individual held a significant position there. Typically, only the most esteemed disciples of the Yuqing Academy were bestowed with the surname Yu, serving as a mark of distinction to signify their exceptional talents and to deter other factions from harboring ulterior motives. It was a form of protection, if you will. Upon realizing the young scholar's identity, Li Hanjing's curiosity deepened. When had he forged a connection with the Yuqing Academy that warranted such thorough investigation? What business do you, a member of the Yuqing Academy, have with me? Li Hanjing asked, his tone deliberate. Yu Qingshu shook his head, clarifying, it is not the Academy that seeks you. But I personally have matters to discuss. Li Hanjing, puzzled, replied, do we know each other? We do not, but I have matters to bring to your attention. Yu Qishu replied, his demeanor rather naive. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing felt his power surge once more, unable to tolerate Yu Qingshu's meandering manner. Was there truly any difference between this and someone excitedly proclaiming they had something important to share, only to suddenly forget? Seeing that Li Hanjing was genuinely prepared to take action, Yu Qingshu hastily continued. My lord, do you often find yourself vexed by the mundane task of managing documents? And are you disheartened by the necessity of making decisions in solitude, lacking the counsel of others? Are you caught off guard by the management planning of your subordinates? At this moment, Li Hanjing harbors grave suspicions that Yu Qishu possesses an uncanny understanding of his innermost thoughts. Every word spoken by you resonates profoundly with him. Lu Yuan is reliable in his duties, yet more often than not, he acts independently without engaging in dialogue. As for Zhang Daoxian, he remains perpetually taciturn. There are occasions when issues arise in governance, compelling him to exhaust his intellect in search of solutions, with no one available for discussion. Such is the nature of affairs. The more individuals involved in deliberation, the more refined the resolution will be. Nonetheless, Li Hanjing is reluctant to concede this point, for to do so would indicate his own disadvantage in this conversation. With an air of indifference, Li Hanjing remarked, have the scholars of the Yu Qingshu Academy all lost their wits? Uttering nothing but nonsense. Yu Qingshu patted his chest and replied, my lord. There is no need for further words. I understand you. Chapter 70. A hearty feast madman, Li Hanjing remarked, tugging at the reins in preparation to depart. My lord, the path to the martial domain is fraught with peril, yet I have diligently studied its intricacies and shall assist you in navigating these treacherous waters. Li Hanjing paused, acknowledging the peculiarity of his reassignment to the martial domain. What do you mean by that? If you can elucidate your reasoning, I shall entertain your proposal, he replied, fully aware that the other party would not extend assistance without a motive. Yu Qingshu responded, my lord, if you insist, then I propose this. Allow me to serve as your strategist. Li Hanjing was momentarily puzzled, questioning the nature of this condition. Perceiving his confusion, Yu Qingshu elaborated. It is merely a task from the Yu Qingshu Academy. Every decade, a cohort of disciples embarks on their journey. Naturally, these disciples must possess merit, lest they tarnish the Academy's reputation. Thus, we have instituted two rigorous assessments, theoretical and practical. I have already excelled in the theoretical, and for the practical, each disciple must assist a government official. Should that official's rank rise, the disciple has succeeded. Alternatively, one may enter the court as an official themselves. As he spoke, an inexplicable air of confidence radiated from Yu Qingshu. However, I, of Yu Qingshu, refuse to be constrained by the court's rigid structures. My path should not be limited to the mundane. Hence, I have chosen you. I have observed you for over a year now. Observing Yu Qingshu's self-assured demeanor, Li Hanjing could not help but jest. So, you believe you can transcend to the rank of a literary sage? Without a hint of modesty, Yu Qingshu declared, the sage? No. I aspire to be the greatest sage of all time. My mastery of words is akin to a colossal wave in a tempest, unstoppable and unyielding. My pen illuminates, and my prose flows like a rainbow. With a single composition, I can command the vastness of the land. As he spoke, an aura reminiscent of a venerable scholar enveloped him. Li Hanjing smirked, realizing he had unwittingly prompted this grandiloquence. What say you, my lord? Shall I be your advisor? Yu Qingshu inquired. Let me witness your capabilities first, Li Hanjing replied, a tacit acceptance embedded within his words, though they had only known one another for a day. Some individuals exude an undeniable reliability. Moreover, he truly needed capable individuals, particularly among the literati. Very well, then. I shall rely on you to ensure my safety on this journey. 7 days later, the quartet arrived at Jinyiwei County. The vibrancy of the locale rivaled that of Jiangzhou, with an abundance of indulgences available. The streets bustled with life. As they strolled, a contingent of imperial guards suddenly materialized before them. "Welcome, my lord, to your new post." Two captains adorned with purple sashes approached, bowing respectfully. The display was indeed impressive, and Li Hanjing found himself taken aback, feeling both honored and overwhelmed. If memory serves me right, this marks the first occasion when someone has come to greet me upon assuming my post. Li Hanjing replied with a smile, "There is no need for such formality. You see, I have merely come to take up my position, and yet you have gone to the trouble of coming out to welcome me. I truly appreciate your efforts." Li Hanjing has always been amiable towards those who are perceptive. "My lord, not at all. You have endured a long and arduous journey. Please, allow us to escort you back to the office, where we have prepared a sumptuous feast in your honor." "Very well, let us proceed," Li Hanjing responded. Upon reaching the Jinyiwei Wanhasuo, the door slammed shut behind them. A thousand-house officer, with a forced smile, remarked, "My lord, now we invite you to partake in a traditional welcome feast of the Wuyu." As he spoke, the hundreds of Jinyiwei who had previously shown him great respect instantly encircled him. Even the 2,000 house officers cast watchful glances in his direction. At that moment, Yu Qingshu interjected, "My lord, this is a unique, welcoming ritual exclusive to the Wuyu. In this land where martial prowess reigns supreme, it is imperative for a leader to possess formidable strength. If you wish to earn the unwavering loyalty of your subordinates, you must partake in this feast. Should you fail to consume it, you shall be deemed an idle figure, incapable of managing affairs." Li Hanjing expressed interest. "You seem to know quite a bit." Yu Qing smiled and nodded. "As your strategist, it is only prudent for me to be well informed." One of the 1,000 house officers chuckled, "My lord, I perceive that you are quite young. Attaining the position of Wanhasuo is no small feat nevertheless. Your age is a factor. How about this? I shall take the lead, and you may have your subordinates join in." This officer confidently displayed his mastery at the third stage of palm power. It must be said that the Wuyu is indeed deserving of its reputation. Even among the relatively weaker Jinyiwei, a 1,000-house officer possesses initial stage martial skills. Subsequently, the hundreds of Jinyiwei revealed their prowess. The same level of qi refinement. How remarkable! The finest talents of the entire Wanhasuo must be gathered here. Upon realizing he could join the fray, Lu Yuan unleashed a surge of energy, revealing his mastery at the 9th stage of palm power. The expressions of the 2,000 house officers shifted dramatically. The officer who had previously suggested the arrangement cleared his throat awkwardly. My lord, it appears your bodyguard cannot participate." Li Hanjing chuckled. "Lu Yuan, hold back for a moment." Zhang Daoxian also exuded an aura of 9th stage palm power. My lord, this." One of the officers stammered. Li Hanjing waved his hand, understanding that he too could not partake. He then turned to Yu Qingshu, saying as a scholar, "You should refrain from engaging in such matters. I shall handle this alone." Seeing Li Hanjing's demeanor, the previously confident 1,000-house officer felt somewhat embarrassed. It was he who had suggested the arrangement, yet now he found himself unable to join. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. "How about this, my lord? We shall make some concessions. Let us all participate together. As long as you remain standing within the span of a single incense stick, we shall consider it your victory." Li Hanjing grasped his cloak and tossed it to Lu Yuan, signaling for them to proceed without delay. "If you still possess the strength to stand after a stick of incense, I shall personally submit my resignation to the higher-ups. Since we are faced with a formidable challenge, we must confront it with unwavering resolve. We must consume every morsel with fervor. Do you think that Li Hanjing is someone you can easily dismiss?" Chapter 71. The upper echelon's arrangement. Upon witnessing Li Hanjing's unwavering confidence, the two captains ceased their hesitation and launched themselves towards him. In an instant, two striking figures flashed before the crowd. Li Hanjing, with a swiftness that defied belief, delivered a punch to each of the men. The remaining members of the Imperial Guard stood frozen, contemplating whether to intervene. Yet, Li Hanjing was far from satisfied with this display of strength. He boldly plunged into the throng. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch, that hurts. Within a mere half-incense stick's time, the Imperial Guards lay sprawled on the ground, nursing bruises and moaning in pain. Li Hanjing refrained from employing any magical prowess. It was sheer physical force that had subdued these guards. The two captains, though enduring pain, struggled to lift their heads. "My lord, this challenge is indeed formidable. I am Song Lin, and I shall follow your command in Jinyiwei County. My lord, I am Luo Xing, and I echo his sentiments." They had come to understand the folly of judging others by appearances. Neither captain could withstand a single blow from the other. Later that evening, At the Imperial Guard's banquet table, Song Lin and Luo Xing, their faces marked by bruises, raised their cups. My lord, on this first day of your arrival, we have offended you. Let this drink serve as our apology. Seeing this, Li Hanjing held no resentment and raised his own cup. It's nothing. Clink. The two captains, being astute, lowered their cups and downed their drinks in one go. With subordinates displaying such understanding, Li Hanjing found no need to reprimand anyone. Observing their character, it was evident that the warriors of the martial domain were rather straightforward. Most communicated through strength. As long as one surpassed them in power, all matters could be discussed amicably. Emboldened by the effects of the alcohol, Li Hanjing inquired, "How's the development of the Imperial Guards in Jinyiwei County?" Luo Xing waved his hand dismissively. "To be frank, my lord, it's rather mediocre. We're merely scraping by. The power dynamics in Jinyiwei County are intricate and multifaceted, primarily divided among 4 major alliances and one significant faction from the Jianghu. The government and the censorate have formed an alliance. The eastern and western factories have united, as they are both eunuchs. The Transport Salt Office and the Court of Judicial Review have also allied. We, the Imperial Guards, are allied with the 6 Doors. Additionally, the Qingshan sect operates as an independent Jianghu force." After gathering this information, Li Hanjing had a clearer understanding of the situation in Jinyiwei County. Most factions here banded together for mutual support. The regulators and enforcers were intertwined, with both openly and covertly cooperating. Such a scenario was rather unique within the Qi Yin Empire. Suddenly, Luo Xing added, "My lord, in Jinyiwei County, one can negotiate with anyone. However, one must never provoke the Qingshan sect." Li Hanjing chuckled. "Captain Luo, when has our court ever feared such third-rate Jianghu forces?" At that moment, Song Lin interjected, "My esteemed lord, you may be unaware that the leader of the Qingshan sect has a sister who is wed to the governor of the province. A figure of considerable rank and prowess, at least of the 4th grade and above in the realm of martial arts. To provoke the Qingshan sect is tantamount to provoking the governor, and to offend the governor is to invite the ire of the authorities and the supervisory court. Our esteemed Jinyiwei cannot bear such overwhelming pressure." Li Hanjing took a sip of his wine and inquired, "By the way, what is the financial situation of our Jinyiwei?" Song Lin chuckled, "My lord, you truly are a forthright individual. You must know that our Jinyiwei has been allocated 2 major thoroughfares, yielding a monthly income of a staggering 100,000 taels." The way Song Lin spoke made it seem as if he were announcing a monumental sum. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing furrowed his brow. Is there no major merchant in Jinyiwei County? If this is the case, with a monthly income of 100,000 taels to be divided amongst several thousand personnel, what remains for us? How long must I wait to attain the realm of weapon mastery? Jinyiwei County is as vast as Jiangzhou, and such meager income is clearly abnormal. Li Hanjing's reaction left Song Lin somewhat perplexed. Isn't 100,000 taels ample? My lord, there are indeed many large merchants, but we seldom interact with them. Merchants are regarded as the lowest of the low. Mingling with them invites ridicule. Our exchanges are limited to the collection of stall fees each month. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing could not help but marvel at the imperial elite's stratagems. They have managed to control corruption throughout the martial domain without shedding blood, allowing the lower ranks to willingly accept minor gains. The notion of merchants being lowly is evidently a political perspective subtly propagated by the upper echelon targeting the martial realm. The martial domain is vast, with formidable strength and a large populace. If everyone were to manage affairs as they do in Huayong County, the empire would suffer vast losses annually. Moreover, with such a large undertaking, should everyone indulge excessively, the empire would hesitate to investigate anyone for fear of destabilizing the entire system. Such a grand scheme, one wonders which political genius conceived it. It is truly an artful manipulation. However, while you may disregard the large merchants, I, Li Hanjing, shall be the first to seize the opportunity. As the banquet concluded, Yu Qingshu followed Li Hanjing to his chamber. Li Hanjing, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What is the matter?" Yu Qingshu closed the door and said, "My lord, when Song Lin mentioned the merchants, did you harbor some other thoughts? The methods employed in Huayong County cannot be applied to the martial domain." Li Hanjing was astonished by Yu Qingshu's perceptiveness. "Oh, why not? Do enlighten me." Yu Qingshu, uncharacteristically serious, replied, "My lord, this is a game played by those in the capital, with the chief strategist being the esteemed scholar Mo Wensheng of the Hanlin Academy. The stability of the martial domain over the years is largely due to his personal involvement." Li Hanjing waved his hand dismissively. "What does the stability of the martial domain have to do with me? It may not concern you, esteemed adult, but once you set this precedent, countless individuals will perceive the allure and begin to emulate your actions. Should this trend be instigated by your esteemed self, as I understand the character of that literary sage, you may find yourself in dire straits, though your life would remain secure. After all, your father's political acumen is hardly inferior to his own. Li Hanjing is well aware of the inherent risks, for the first bird to rise is often the one shot down. Yet, the prospect of a mere 50,000 taels from a monthly allocation of 100,000 feels exasperatingly slow, far too slow. Since the day he received his reassignment, he has pondered the rationale behind his transfer to the martial domain. Throughout this journey, he has come to the realization that there are those who wish to take action against him. During his time in the capital, he knew that the martial domain was the maternal stronghold of the second prince, while his father frequently aligned himself with the crown prince. Chapter 72. The Sage of Literature. Am I, a mere scholar, to fear him? It is evident that the struggle among the elite is on the verge of becoming overt. I must expedite my development before any irrevocable confrontations arise. Not only must I assist my father, but I must also possess the means for self-preservation. I cannot allow myself to fall into enemy hands, becoming a pawn and thereby endangering my father. The realm of martial arts is undeniably alluring to Li Hanjing. With such a vast domain, it is imperative to secure the allegiance of at least 1/3 of its political forces. Even if the empire were to turn against me, they would have to tread carefully, considering both strength and political influence. This embodies the essence of a power broker. Sir. As Yuchishu attempted to persuade him further, Li Hanjing swiftly gestured for him to cease. There is no need for your counsel on this matter. Furthermore, I retract my previous statement. Your lack of courage disqualifies you from being my strategist. You may leave. Even the so-called greatest sage lacks the audacity to engage in a game of chess with the sage of literature, he mocked. Yu Qingshu met Li Hanjing's gaze for a few moments before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, my lord, I must admit your provocation is effective. I, Yu Qingshu, am indeed susceptible to such tactics. I accept this challenge. The sage of ink may be a scholar, but I am also a scholar. Why should I fear him? I assure you, I will assist you in securing more than 2/3. He refrained from completing his thought. Li Hanjing smiled. Conversing with an astute individual is refreshing, as they grasp your intentions with ease. Meanwhile, the surging magical energy within him settled. To be candid, had Yuchishu turned to leave at that moment, Li Hanjing would have acted without hesitation to eliminate him. An individual capable of discerning his thoughts yet unwilling to align with him was of no use. The following day, Li Hanjing and Yu Qingshu promptly entered their work routine. However, it was more accurate to state that only Yu Qingshu fully engaged in the task. With a loud thud, he impatiently tossed a ledger onto the floor. Observing Li Hanjing, who reclined in a grand chair with his eyes closed, he expressed his displeasure. My lord, is our lofty ambition merely to scrutinize these dreadful accounts? Li Hanjing slightly opened his eyes. If one cannot even tidy their own room, how can they hope to conquer the world? We must first clarify the disarray of our Jinyiwei's accounts. Yu Qingshu, however, regarded the ledgers with disdain. Dreadful accounts? There are no accounts here. These are clearly fraudulent documents. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing fully opened his eyes. What? They are all fabricated? The ink's strong scent suggests they were penned recently, and the figures within are riddled with inconsistencies. He rubbed his temples. Just yesterday, he thought he would need to reprimand someone, yet today, he was being deceived with counterfeit ledgers. He immediately summoned Luo Xing and Song Lin, the two chief captains overseeing the 10,000 households, while the remaining captains served under them. All matters concerning the ledgers can only be manipulated by these two individuals. My lord, what brings you to us? Song Lin inquired. With a swift motion, Li Hanjing hurled the fraudulent ledgers at the two, coldly demanding, provide me with an explanation. The pair gazed at the accounts strewn across the floor, displaying little astonishment, merely surprised at how swiftly their deceit had been uncovered. My lord, this is not our doing. Luo Xing insisted. If it was not your doing, then was it my own? In the entire Wanhu department, who else would dare to engage in such accounting? Li Hanjing retorted. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Xing finally replied. It was by Wanhu, the previous head of the department. He followed the retirement procedures, and before leaving, he declared that after dedicating his life to the Jinyiwei, he deserved to take a pension. Thus he absconded with all the funds from the Jinyiwei accounts and prepared a new ledger for his successor. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing inquired nonchalantly, is this old fellow still in Jingshui County? Song Lin nodded eagerly. Yes, by one who is indeed a local. Provide me with the address. You need not concern yourselves further. Having uncovered the truth, Li Hanjing had no intention of reprimanding the two, as they had not misled him upon his arrival. Overall, they were still somewhat obedient, and at most, would not be reused in the future. Subsequently, Li Hanjing, accompanied by Lu Yuan, arrived at a residence. Although not grand in scale, it exuded opulence. This old man certainly knew how to indulge himself. Inside the Bai residence, playful laughter of women echoed. "He, my lord, come and catch me. I am Hong Hong. My lord. Do not believe her. I am Hong Hong. She is Chun Chun. My lord." A chorus of giggles filled the air. An elderly voice chuckled jovially. "I don't care who is who. If I catch you, just wait and see how I deal with you." An old man, blindfolded, dashed about the courtyard. Although blindfolded, he could easily discern the women's locations through his senses, yet he chose to revel in the thrill of the chase. "My lord, you are so naughty," the old man grinned. "Indeed, I am naughty, yet you will still speak well of me tonight." The retired life of Bai Wanhu was certainly enviable. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through the jovial atmosphere, abruptly silencing the laughter. Bai Wanhu's smile faded. His expression darkened as he removed his blindfold. "Who dares intrude upon my residence without notice during daylight? Do you not respect the laws of the court?" However, upon noticing the golden ribbon at Li Hanjing's waist, his displeasure dissipated. Slowly waving his hand, he instructed, "You girls may return to your rooms. This evening, I shall reward you." Once the women had departed, Bai Wanhu settled into a chair. "You must be the newly appointed Li Wanhu, quite young to have assumed such a position. Your future prospects are indeed boundless. Now, speak of what business you have with this retired old man." Li Hanjing refrained from idle chatter and presented a counterfeit ledger. "Bai Wanhui, I hope you can provide a plausible explanation," he stated with a tone imbued with warning. Upon seeing the forged accounts, Bai Wanhui displayed no trace of anxiety. "Oh, so this is what Li Wanhui sought me for? What is the matter? I have devoted my life to the Jinyiwei, and now, at the twilight of my years, I cannot even secure a modest pension? The pension will be provided by the court," Li Hanjing countered. Bai Wanhui chuckled lightly. "The meager sum offered by the court is hardly sufficient for anyone. Just look at this grand estate I maintain and the multitude of women here. Which of them does not require financial support?" Chapter 73. Old Bai, accompany me to the Jinyiwei. Whoosh bang. Li Hanjing hurled an iron fan. The fan swept through Bai Wanhua's silvery hair, scattering it wildly. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Bai Wanhua's features twisted in displeasure. "Li Wanhua, what do you mean by this? Let me tell you, your tricks hold no sway over me. I was a celebrated hero during the Moon Worship War, and your arrogance here is merely the result of our forebears' efforts." Observing Bai Wanhua's pretentious display of age and authority, Li Hanjing could hardly suppress a laugh. The legendary Jinyiwei who survived the Moon Worship War had mostly retired to enjoy their twilight years in the capital. Even those still active could hardly be mere Wanhua. If this Bai truly participated in the Moon Worship War, he was likely just a foot soldier. Li Hanjing stepped closer, resting a foot on the chair Bai Wanhua occupied, and murmured, "Old man, their essay saying, 'The student surpasses the teacher.' What if my methods prove more ruthless than yours? Hand over the silver you've siphoned from the accounts, and I shall spare you from further trouble." Should the old man comply and relinquish the silver, Li Hanjing had no intention of pursuing him further. He had gathered information about the retired Jinyiwei in the entire Jingshui County, some of whom had connections that extended to the capital. To provoke Bai meant declaring open hostilities against the elder Jinyiwei of Jingshui County. After all, they were all retired individuals who could retire peacefully if one hunted down even the retired. Bai Wanhua remained unfazed by Li Hanjing's threats, brimming with confidence. "If I refuse, will you kill me? The youth today have certainly grown bold, disregarding us older generations." With that, Bai Wanhua patted Li Hanjing on the shoulder. "Let me be clear. I have emptied the Jinyiwei's coffers, 1,000,000 taels, but I will not give it to you. If you wish to kill me, prepare to face the wrath of old Feng." Li Hanjing's eyes gleamed at the mention of 1,000,000 taels. Yet, if Bai was so brazen to disclose such information, he must have some backing, which was undoubtedly the old Feng he referred to. Being new to this environment, Li Hanjing could not ascertain who old Feng truly was. However, 1,000,000 taels were not something he could afford to let slip away. They represented his hard-earned wealth. Suddenly, Li Hanjing burst into laughter, gently pressing on Bai Wanhua's shoulder. "Old Bai, I recognize the lifetime of effort you have devoted to the Jinyiwei and the court. As a younger generation, I still have much to learn from you in terms of work ethics. So, how about this? Come with me to the Jinyiwei, and I shall seek your guidance on some matters." As he spoke, Li Hanjing exerted a bit more force, forcibly pulling Bai Wanhua to his feet. Bai Wanhua, gazing at the grinning Li Hanjing, felt a chill that was even more daunting than the previous dark expression he had worn. He understood that today was an absolute no-go for following Li Hanjing, should he choose to do so. Any ensuing troubles with the Jinyiwei would leave him without even a messenger to convey his plight. Do not inquire how he knew this. It was simply a reflection of his past experiences during his tenure with the Jinyiwei. When external circumstances made it inconvenient to eliminate a target, one could always invite them into the Jinyiwei. Once inside, charges of embezzlement, treason, and various other accusations could be easily fabricated, leading to a swift trip to the imperial prison. By then, even if someone wished to advocate for their innocence, they would have no grounds to do so. Bai Wanhui immediately summoned all his internal energy in a desperate attempt to resist. He refused to believe that although he had aged, his mastery at the 9th stage of palm technique had diminished. Today, he would not allow a mere youth to forcibly drag him back. A tremendous wave of energy surged between the two, causing the surrounding flora to sway precariously. Observing the elder's intent to resist, Li Hanjing tightened his grip even further. A bone-crunching sound echoed as Bai Wanhui felt a sharp, excruciating pain shoot through his shoulder. However, he bore the pain silently. Revealing any weakness before this junior would mean losing all face. He couldn't help but regret his earlier arrogance. If his 9th stage palm technique was so easily brushed aside in the eyes of his opponent, then Li Hanjing must indeed be a master of the realm of body techniques. He had only encountered such prodigies in fictional tales, where they were often the fanciful creations of those with mediocre martial talents. Doubts began to cloud his judgment. Would Feng Lao truly stand up against such a formidable talent for his sake? Once he retreated, he would lose all courage to advance. Li Wanhui, he began hesitantly. Upon reflection, I realize my oversight in this matter. Let us do this. I will withdraw 70% of my demands, and we shall consider the matter settled. What do you think? Li Hanjing regarded Bai Wanhui with a bemused expression. This old man was indeed as fragile as his bones, a mere touch and he shattered. Yet, how disappointing that even at this juncture, he still sought to preserve his own interests. Li Hanjing smiled. What are you saying, Elder Bai? What silver? This is all merely your retirement fund. After all, my purpose here is to invite you to the Jinyiwei to provide your guidance. Regardless of Bai Wanhui's struggles, Li Hanjing held on tenaciously, dragging him toward the Jinyiwei. As a seasoned veteran, he was acutely aware of what awaited him within those walls, and he no longer cared for his dignity. He began to shout loudly in the streets, "Esteemed elders and fellow townsfolk, I implore you, assist me. Please visit the West City and inform the Genie Pavilion that Bai Ming has been wrongfully accused and forcibly taken by the Jinyiwei. A reward of 1,000 taels awaits." His cries echoed from his residence all the way to the Jinyiwei, and Li Hanjing did not hinder his outcry. After all, he would inevitably have to confront Feng Lao in due course. His subsequent actions are bound to escalate, and rather than awaiting that moment, it would be more prudent to confront it sooner. Analyzing the mention of the Genie Pavilion made by Bai Ming earlier, it can be inferred that this so-called Feng Lao must be at least a third-rank commandant. It is only upon reaching such a status that the Jinyiwei would construct a retirement pavilion for officials. In a certain sense, these individuals represent the remaining legacy of the Jinyiwei. However, it is highly probable that he is merely a third-rank commandant, as ascending further would lead to the position of the Jinyiwei's commanding officer, a role that signifies the leader of the Jinyiwei. One must consider that since the establishment of the Jinyiwei, there have been but a limited number of commanding officers. Although the position of commanding officer is officially classified as a third-rank official during the pinnacle of the Jinyiwei, this role was occupied by formidable masters of weaponry. Yet, in the present day, it is likely that only a practitioner of the half-step weaponry realm occupies this position. Chapter 74. Youngster. One must acknowledge the power dynamics in this world. This is precisely the reason for the current decline of the Jinyiwei. Do not be deceived by the fact that the heads of the Eastern and Western workshops hold only the third rank. These positions, albeit nominal, are currently occupied by the two most favored eunuchs of the Emperor. These eunuchs possess considerable strength, having reportedly transcended to the level of weapon mastery a decade ago. Ultimately, it is not that the Jinyiwei's overall strength is inferior to that of other factions. Rather, it is the upper echelon that lags behind in capability. The Jinyiwei, as a whole, has been relegated to a lower status. Should the lower ranks engage without interference from above, the Jinyiwei would indeed stand its ground. However, this is the present situation. A few decades ago, there was no question of standing firm. It was simply a matter of reckless action, with the subordinates being formidable and the superiors even more so. Yet, it is true that what flourishes must eventually decline. The emergence of the Baiwei sect could have prompted a united response from the court factions. However, the emperor appears apprehensive about the Jinyiwei's burgeoning power. Once such a force slips from control, the consequences are unfathomable. Thus, the emperor has resorted to a strategy of balance. In the Jingshui County, Jinyiwei, witnessing the forcibly returned Bai Ming, Luo Xing and Song Lin were in a state of panic. They understood that Li Hanjing intended to escalate matters significantly, but they never anticipated such a drastic move, returning the former 10,000 household directly. Casting a cold glance at the two, Li Hanjing uttered a terse command. Regardless of who arrives shortly, ensure you hold them off. Upon bringing Bai Ming back to the Jinyiwei, Li Hanjing wasted no time. He immediately had Bai Ming seated upon the tiger chair. Elder Bai, you must be quite familiar with this chair. As a junior, I am still unacquainted with its use. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me? Clang, clang. Bai Ming incessantly rocked the chair in a frantic attempt to escape. However, with his internal energy sealed, he could not possibly free himself from the thick hemp ropes. It was then that Bai Ming, in a state of desperation, pleaded, Li Wanwei, I can provide any amount of money. I implore you, do not subject me to torture. He never imagined he would one day occupy this position. He was acutely aware of the excruciating nature of the impending punishment. Death would indeed be more merciful. Li Hanjing's smile vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor as he replied, I offered you a chance, yet you proved inadequate. Furthermore, who has ever emerged unscathed from the dungeons of the Jinyiwei? If we were to release you today, what remains of our Jinyiwei's reputation would be lost entirely. Lu Yuan, heat the iron. Let us begin by removing Elder Bai's fur and warm him up. Yes, Lu Yuan responded, grasping the preheated iron and preparing to approach Bai Ming. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the chamber. It was Luo Xing. With a worried expression, he announced, My lord, Elder Feng has arrived and insists on seeing you immediately. He has decreed that Bai Wanhui must not be harmed. Upon hearing this, Bai Ming erupted into laughter. Elder Feng has come to rescue me. Youngster, release me at once. I will never pay you 1,000,000. The impudent boy. Let me tell you, in this world, power is paramount. It is not merely about violence and bloodshed. Li Hanjing paid no heed to Luo Xing's words. Observing Li Hanjing's silence, Lu Yuan pressed the hot iron firmly against Bai Ming's chest. Old Feng, you shall surely pay for treating the elder generation of the Jinyiwei this way. Li Hanjing personally retrieved a piece of hot iron from the fire barrel. The aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air as he spoke while applying pressure. In this world, one must operate within the confines of power. Yet your power seems insufficient here. Just as if I were to end your life. What could that old Feng do to me? When the charge of treason is signed by you, what can he possibly do? Dismiss me from my position? Imprison me? Bai Ming, enduring the excruciating pain, asserted, Old Feng wields considerable influence even in the capital. He could certainly act on what you claim. If you dare to kill me today, just wait and see. Li Hanjing chuckled, instructing Lu Yuan to apply more pressure. Old Feng, Master Li is occupied with other matters and is not in the dungeon. Your forceful intrusion makes it exceedingly difficult for us. Should Master Li hold us accountable, we would face punishment. The voice of Song Lin echoed from afar. The elder, upon hearing this, expressed his dissatisfaction. The youth of today are truly arrogant. I wish to meet them, yet they remain elusive. Summon someone, and after a lengthy wait, both have simply vanished. Bang! The elder forcefully pushed open the dungeon door, following the sounds of anguish into a cell. Upon entering, he beheld Bai Ming, his body marred by burns and his fingers grotesquely mangled, and he pointed at Li Hanjing, momentarily rendered speechless. Seeing the elder, Bai Ming felt as though the darkness had given way to dawn, weakly exclaiming, Old Feng, save me. They are coercing me to sign a treasonous confession. The elder, enraged, retorted, So you are the newly appointed Li Wanhui? Is this how you treat those who have devoted their lives to the Jinyiwei? Li Hanjing calmly nodded, stating, Indeed. He is suspected of treason, and as a member of the Jinyiwei, I am entitled to interrogate him. Li Hanjing scrutinized this so-called Old Feng. Although he once possessed the prowess of a 9th-tier martial artist, his years of retirement had diminished his current unstable aura to a mere 5th-tier combat capability. This is precisely why the court mandates retirement for such individuals. Upon hearing Li Hanjing's words, Old Feng's fury intensified. Do not attempt to play games with me. These tactics are remnants of my own past. Released by one we at once. Li Hanjing found himself at a loss for words. Do all these old men speak in such a manner? He shook his head, declaring, no, his issues remain unresolved. I cannot release him. Should there be no further problems, I will personally escort him out and offer my apologies. The elder appeared skeptical, saying, if there are no charges, you will personally escort him out to apologize? Who among us lacks discernment? If you refuse to acknowledge your guilt, we shall endeavor until you concede. There exists no definitive boundary to determine the extent of one's innocence. Even now, when Feng Lao encounters Li Hanjing, he does not release him, indicating that there must be some irreconcilable matter at hand. He inquires, how has he offended you for you to treat him thus? Bai Ming hastily clarifies, Feng Lao, I merely took a small sum from the treasury before my retirement, and I have already stated that I can return all of it. Yet, he still subjected me to torture. Bai Ming understands that this matter cannot remain concealed, as embezzlement is far preferable to treason. Chapter 75. The royal elders. Upon hearing the news, Elder Feng initially believed it to be a matter of great significance, only to discover it was merely trivial. In these times, who does not seek to gain a little? The court turns a blind eye to such affairs. Elder Feng lightly remarked, Shao Li, for my sake, I request that he return all the silver to the Jinyiwei. That should suffice, wouldn't it? After all, Bai Ming is at fault, and it is disheartening that he seeks to profit even in retirement. The subsequent one who would naturally be displeased. Thus, it is best to say no more. Preserving Bai Ming's life is paramount. Li Hanjing, reclining with an air of nonchalance, countered, Elder Feng, if I grant you this favor, who shall extend a favor to me? Everyone in the Jinyiwei witnessed my bringing him in. Should he emerge unscathed, it will set a precedent for others. And what then of the operations of the Jinyiwei? These words instantly darkened Elder Feng's countenance. Had his words ever been disregarded in the Mirror Water County? Though retired, he believed everyone owed him a modicum of respect. He continued, young man, you are new here and show no reverence. You cannot comprehend the tempests of Mirror Water County. As he spoke, Feng Zai's powers began to subtly emanate, pressing down upon Li Hanjing. Yet, Li Hanjing remained unfazed, approaching Feng Zai directly. A mountain? I am the mountain. To whom do I bow? And you, old man, what tempests do you represent? At most, you are but a gentle breeze. Li Hanjing's own aura surged forth, the two forces engaging in a silent contest of wills, unnoticed by those around them. Suddenly, a faint breeze swept through the sealed dungeon, causing Feng Zai to take a couple of steps back, his face slightly flushed, though his expression remained unchanged. A closer look would reveal subtle shifts as he pondered. Ha ha, may the Jinyiwei thrive. Feng Zai suddenly smiled warmly at Li Hanjing. Then, he added, Bai Ming's embezzlement is reprehensible. Li Wanhu, you may handle it as you see fit. This declaration left Li Hanjing baffled. Having learned that Bai Ming sought to embezzle even in retirement, Feng Zai had no desire to intervene. His presence was merely a nod to the old camaraderie among the former Jinyiwei. Initially, after hearing of Bai Ming's actions, Feng Zai had wanted to protect him simply out of indignation at the disrespect shown by the youth. However, the subtle clash had enlightened him. This young man indeed possessed the stature to disregard him. Moreover, there were more pressing matters at hand. With an indifferent glance at Bai Ming, Feng Zai turned to leave, remarking, Li Wanhu, expedite your handling of this. I shall await you above. Elder Feng, you cannot abandon me. I have devoted my life to the Jinyiwei. Bai Ming cried out, his voice filled with desperation as he watched Feng Zai suddenly withdraw his support. Yet, no matter how he pleaded, Feng Zai paid him no heed. The ensuing scene was far too gruesome to recount, and thus it is omitted. In the study of the Jinyiwei, Li Hanjing and Feng Zai sat across from one another. Before Li Hanjing could utter a word, Feng Zai spoke first. I have a rather grand proposition for you, young Li. Would you care to assume the position of the commander-in-chief of the Jinyiwei? What an audacious offer, to begin with such a monumental promise before any discussion had even commenced. He himself was merely a retired third-rank official, yet he dared to envision such grandeur for himself, the esteemed position of the commander-in-chief of the Jinyiwei, a role typically appointed directly by the emperor, bypassing the cabinet and various ministers altogether. Does he truly believe the emperor would heed his commands? Li Hanjing merely smiled faintly at Feng Zai's extravagant proposal. Ah, Feng, who wouldn't aspire to be the commander-in-chief of the Jinyiwei? Did you not have such aspirations during your tenure? His words were carefully crafted, neither explicitly revealing his thoughts nor concealing them, and even if this statement were to circulate, it would leave no incriminating evidence. Fengze paused for a moment, then chuckled with satisfaction. Indeed, indeed, you possess great capability and a steady demeanor. The position of commander-in-chief truly suits you. As he spoke, Fengze slowly produced a token. Young Li, do you recognize this token? Li Hanjing took the token and examined it. This was the first time he had received such an item from another. The Elder Council. In the Qing Empire, the Elder Council was a mysterious assembly indeed, representing the true essence of the royal lineage, comprised of formidable experts supported by vast treasures and resources from the royal treasury. However, mere skill alone did not grant one membership in the Elder Council. One had to be of royal blood. They rarely revealed themselves, only intervening during times of national crisis or upheaval. The identity of the emperor was of no concern to them, as long as he was a member of the royal family. Yet, how could Fengze, a retired third-rank official, possess such a token? Observing the perplexed expression on Li Hanjing's face, Fengze calmly elucidated, Young Li, what I am about to say means you will have no choice in the matter. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing immediately returned the token, saying, Feng, the Jinyiwei has official duties to attend to. You may take your leave. Fengze, seemingly undeterred, continued. The previous commander-in-chief was indeed a member of the Elder Council. After the battle with the Baiwei sect, he ascended into the Elder Council. Ordinarily, once a member of the Elder Council, one should refrain from meddling in court affairs. However, our sovereign's actions over the past few decades have completely contravened the policies set forth by the late emperor, leading to a gradual decline in national strength. Consequently, the former commander-in-chief has issued a command to us retired officials, instructing us to select and groom potential successors from the ground up. Should the nation descend into chaos, we must swiftly take charge of the Jinyiwei to stabilize the realm. And you, I intend to recommend as a candidate for the position of commander-in-chief. Li Hanjing's expression soured. Was he being forcibly recruited onto this treacherous vessel? He indeed wishes to seize control of the Jinyiwei, but if such power is attained in this manner, it would merely result in a puppet regime. Moreover, the Elder Council's interference in court affairs is unprecedented in the millennium-long history of the Qing Empire. They claim it is for the good of the nation to take command of the Jinyiwei, yet I refuse to believe that, should turmoil truly engulf the nation, the Jinyiwei could maintain order. The 5 armies command, the Ministry of Rights, and the 6 departments, each of these institutions is far more suited to managing unrest than the Jinyiwei. The Royal Elder Council's disruption of established customs that have persisted for 1,000 years cannot merely be an attempt to control the Jinyiwei. It is indeed a source of great frustration. I have yet to address matters concerning the second prince. And now I am confronted with the challenges posed by the Elder Council. Chapter 76. The Jade Madman. Observing Li Hanjing's demeanor, Fengze inquired, what seems to be the matter? Is Young Li reluctant? It is essential to remember that you are a member of the Jinyiwei, and so is the old chief commander. How could we possibly harm you? Li Hanjing replied nonchalantly, Old Feng, perhaps it would be wise for you to return and rest. As a member of the Jinyiwei, I naturally stand in solidarity with my organization. Fengze, noting Li Hanjing's ambiguous response, remained unperturbed. Given the gravity of the situation, a period of contemplation was warranted. However, if the deliberation extended too long and further revelations emerged, Young Li, I afford you a month to ponder this matter. After a month has elapsed, I expect a definitive answer from you, he stated before departing slowly from the Jinyiwei headquarters. That night, within the confines of the Jinyiwei, in Li Hanjing's chamber, Yu Qingshu paced back and forth, his brow furrowed, as if grappling with a matter of significant import. Suddenly, he halted and smiled. Ah, my lord, I believe I have discerned the true intentions of the Elder Council. Oh, pray, enlighten me, Li Hanjing urged. Yu Qingshu slowly articulated 2 words, seizing the throne. Li Hanjing, taken aback, struggled to comprehend. Seizing the throne? What purpose would the Royal Elder Council have in such a venture? The only candidates for the throne are the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. Regardless of the outcome, the Elder Council stands to gain nothing. Either prince would undoubtedly maintain their veneration. After all, which emperor would willingly relinquish such a formidable institution? Yu Qingshu nodded. You speak the truth, my lord. Yet if we were to be bolder, the members of the royal family might also aspire to ascend the throne. Presently, among the royal lineage, 3 individuals are deemed eligible for succession. One is the Cold King, stationed at the Xianqing frontier with both military power and authority, while the other 2 reside in the capital, yet pose little threat. Of course, It is also plausible that the Elder Council has aligned themselves with one of the two princes. Alternatively, there may be members within the Elder Council who harbor ambitions for that very position. Or perhaps a schism has emerged within the council, giving rise to three divergent opinions. However, I surmise that the first possibility holds the greatest weight. The Elder Council has not intervened in court affairs for a millennium. Their current involvement suggests that an ambitious junior member has emerged. If that is the case, they would naturally refrain from endorsing any direct intervention. Li Hanjing experienced an epiphany. It must be acknowledged that Yu Qingshu's strategic insights were remarkably astute. He bore a semblance to a legendary sage, and perhaps in time, he could indeed craft a narrative that would command the vast expanse of the realm. What course of action should I take, then? Li Hanjing inquired. One does not squander the counsel of a strategist. Yu Qishu chuckled heartily. My lord, this bodes well for us, he added. Li Hanjing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you mean by that? My lord, did not the old man Feng state that he would grant you a month? I believe there is no need for such a lengthy deliberation. You can respond to him by tomorrow, and he will undoubtedly relay the news to the capital. At that time, we merely need to intercept the message and hold it for a month before releasing it. The journey from the capital back and forth takes 2 months. And even if we delay by a month, he would not suspect a thing. This means we could accomplish a significant undertaking within these 3 months. Li Hanjing inquired. 3 months? What grand endeavor? Upon his question, Yu Qingshu suddenly radiated an aura of madness. Haha, my lord. Are you not considering exploiting those merchants and ensnaring the officials of the martial domain? I have an even more audacious proposal for you. Would you care to listen? Li Hanjing's interest was piqued. Proceed. We could locate the merchants in the counties and claim their stable investment from the court that guarantees regular returns, enticing them all to invest. Then, we can spread rumors among the populace about the wealth that these merchants are amassing. Thus, any common folk with spare funds would yearn to partake in this fortune. We could use the money from this wave of investors to provide returns to the previous ones, continually expanding the scheme. By then, my lord, the wealth we could amass would be tremendous, haha. After listening to Yu Qishu's plan, Li Hanjing felt an unsettling familiarity. Was this merely a Ponzi scheme? Upon realizing this, Li Hanjing remarked, eventually, we will face a catastrophic collapse. In 3 months, if the information spreads quickly, it could reach at least 1/3 of the martial domain. When the court discovers our involvement, not only will I be in peril, but I suspect even my father will be unable to protect himself. Yu Qingshu chuckled. We must find a representative of other factions to support you openly. We cannot act under the name of the Jinyiwei. Feng Lao has considerable renown in Jinyiwei County. If you secure his support, he will naturally be seen as one of us. Having him as a figurehead should pose no issue. Once the 3 months are up, we will trigger the collapse and then eliminate him, claiming it was a suicide out of guilt. As for your promise to join the Elder Council, no one will believe it, for your father is the Grand Tutor, aligned with the Crown Prince. 1/3 of the economy of the martial domain collapsing equates to the downfall of an entire realm's economy. When that occurs, the imperial family will certainly conduct a thorough investigation into Feng Lao's affairs, and the actions of the Elder Council will inevitably reveal their true nature. At that moment, as the economy of the martial domain crumbles and the populace descends into chaos, the noble and royal families will openly clash, providing us the opportunity to expand our influence and rise as formidable power brokers. With your father's backing, the throne could very well be within our grasp at this moment. Yu Qishu's demeanor was both serene and frenzied. After hearing his plans, Li Hanjing felt his heart tremble. This is madness. I merely wished for a bit of gain to ensure my own safety. You are truly placing me in peril. Furthermore, Li Hanjing had mentally labeled Yu Qingshu as the madman. One single plan, and the death toll could easily begin at 1 million, if not 10 million. While the scheme was vast and each step akin to walking on a tightrope, one must break to establish. Li Hanjing merely lamented Yu Qingshu's ruthlessness, yet he did not express any reluctance to execute it. He now acutely sensed that a crisis was imminent, and he must tread carefully on this precarious path. Moreover, this plan must remain undisclosed to my father until it reaches a certain level of maturity. Otherwise, given his propensity for indulgence towards me, he would undoubtedly thwart its implementation. After all, a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Li Hanjing suddenly chuckled and gestured towards Yu Qingshu. Mad as he may be, I find him quite endearing. Ha ha ha, let us do it. Yu Qingshu was thoroughly pleased with Li Hanjing's response. I knew it. I can always count on you, Li Hanjing. This time, our assessment is assured. Li Hanjing smirked. So all this grand endeavor is merely for the sake of an assessment. is it? Chapter 77. I am new here and know nothing. Then Yu Qingshu eagerly began to speak. My lord, I shall take my leave now, striving to devise a detailed plan within the next few days. Very well, go ahead, replied Li Hanjing. Not long after Yu Qingshu departed, the atmosphere in Li Hanjing's room became lively once more. Lu Yuan entered with dozens of men dressed in simple garb, bringing with them heavy wooden crates. Additionally, several stacks of silver notes were placed upon the table. These imperial guards were Li Hanjing's personal retinue. My lord, we have a total of 1,500,000 taels here, and as per your instructions, we have retained 100,000 taels at the Bai residence. Lu Yuan stated. It turned out that the moment Bai Ming joined the imperial guards, Li Hanjing had arranged for Lu Yuan to seize assets. This sum of money was, after all, a dubious liability. Since it was a dubious liability, it effectively belonged to Li Hanjing himself. Gazing at the silver on the ground, Li Hanjing said calmly, My brothers, you have been residing at the inn daily. It has been arduous. From here, take 100,000 taels to distribute, each receiving 1,000 taels. Arrangements for your official appointments will follow in due course. As his personal guard, Li Hanjing was determined to reward them appropriately, leaving no consideration unaccounted for. Thank you, my lord. The group of men in simple attire did not hesitate to take the 100,000 taels, as there was no need for formality among comrades. Once the men had departed, Li Hanjing inquired, Has the Flying Eagle sect arrived? Lu Yuan nodded, indicating that most had gathered, but Zhou Quan and he required funds. Li Hanjing understood. In a new environment, everything necessitated money. With so many individuals and eagles to sustain, they also needed to secure a location. However, he had no desire to engage in the reimbursement procedures with the court, as that would equate to sharing his intelligence network. The Flying Eagle sect was meant to be his exclusive intelligence network. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hanjing handed over 4 notes of 100,000 taels each. Give this to Zhou Quan. It should suffice for a month or two. Understood, Lu Yuan replied as he exited the room. In this new place, the necessity for funds was apparent, making the plan imperative and urgent. Dog, assist me in exchanging this 1 million. Beep detecting. Exchange successful. Observing the remaining 1 million taels, Li Hanjing did not hesitate in his decision to exchange. Let us cultivate now. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength. Beep 500, 000 malefic value deducted. Host cultivation level rises to the 8th stage of body law. Beep 500, 000 malefic value deducted. Host cultivation level rises to the 9th stage of body law. Attribute template. Name, Li Hanjing. Gender, male. Identity, Father Taifu Li Qian. Commander of the Imperial Guards of Jinyiwei, County Cultivation Technique. Qi Cyclone Technique. Precious, 05000000. Cultivation level, 9th stage of body law, cannot allocate points. No weapon nourishment. Martial skills, Tiger Roar Wave, perfected. Flying Swallow Piercing Clouds, perfected. Comprehensive Combat Assessment, 9th stage of body law. Special Weapon Package, 02000. 000 Evil Value, 0 Kill Value, 0. After examining the system's attribute template, Li Hanjing let out a long sigh. It seems that the more one needs money, the less one possesses it. The financial demands for the expansion of his subordinate forces were daunting. The total cost to break through to the weapon realm amounted to a staggering 750,000 taels of silver. Moreover, this sum would only escalate in the future. However, the value of the weapon realm was significant. The completion of the body technique realm and the weapon realm represented entirely different tiers of prowess. One was akin to a minor expert in the provincial domain, while the other was the esteemed elite of the national arena. The two could not be compared in any meaningful way. Once he successfully broke through to the weapon realm, his sense of urgency would markedly diminish, as he would possess the strength to contend with the upper echelons. No, to be precise, he would be among the ranks of the court's upper echelons. Thus, it was imperative to amass wealth. The game of martial domains must be played with elegance. To speak bluntly, should his strength reach a certain level, what would it matter if he openly revealed to the court that this grand scheme of wealth accumulation was orchestrated by him? The following day, Luo Xing, visibly troubled, arrived with several imperial guards carrying a few small boxes to find Li Hanjing. My lord, we have returned from the search at the Bai residence. Ah, good. If there are no issues, you may leave, Li Hanjing replied casually without raising his gaze. Luo Xing, still disheartened, continued, My lord, I have discovered something quite peculiar. Li Hanjing lifted his head, What is it? Speak. Luo Xing opened one of the boxes on the ground. My lord, our Imperial Guard's accounts should have at least 700,000 to 800,000, not to mention Bai Ming's income over the years. There should be around 1,000,000 taels. Yet, after scouring the place, we only found a mere 100,000 taels. This amount will hardly suffice for the brothers to sustain themselves. Li Hanjing, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression. How could this be? Luo Xing shook his head. My lord, I am equally perplexed. Li Hanjing flipped through the books in his hand and sighed. As I am newly appointed, I am unaware of how you previously distributed the funds, nor do I know how much Bai Ming had taken. I am at a loss. Here's what we shall do. I shall forego my share of this 100,000 taels, distributed entirely among the brothers. After all, silver can be earned gradually. But we must not let the spirits of the brothers dwindle. Luo Xing found himself momentarily speechless. The newly won Wei was entirely different from the former Bai Ming, who would have ensured he profited before his departure, indifferent to the well-being of the subordinates. That 1,000,000 taels had likely been squandered long ago by Bai Ming. After all, during the raid, the opulent decorations and the reports of Bai Ming marrying numerous concubines suggested that when he was captured, those concubines might have fled with valuables. The new Li Wanhui, whether motivated by a desire to win hearts swiftly or otherwise, had indeed set a commendable example. Given that those in higher positions had set a precedent, it was only natural for them to act with propriety. My esteemed superior, your profound understanding of principles inspires us. Your subordinates to strive for excellence. All officials have agreed not to take their share. Instead, the entire sum of 100,000 taels will be distributed among our diligent brethren who serve on the ground. Rising to his feet, Li Hanjing remarked appreciatively, Indeed, this is the spirit of the Jinyiwei that I wish to see. Unity is essential for accomplishing our goals. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to resolve the financial difficulties faced by our esteemed Jinyiwei as swiftly as possible. Before long, the news spread throughout the Jinyiwei that Li Hanjing had declined his share of the profits, opting instead to allocate all funds to the hard-working members beneath him. Initially, many harbored doubts regarding the youthful Wanhu's capabilities in leading, yet those voices gradually diminished. Whenever Li Hanjing appeared, the crowd would warmly greet him with shouts of greetings. My lord, he graciously accepted their salutations, displaying no sign of remorse, as though all of this was his rightful due. 3 days later, at noon, Yu Qingshu came into Li Hanjing's view. During these 3 days, Yu had been consumed by his thoughts, secluding himself within his chambers to refine his plans. It must be said, he had indeed put forth considerable effort in preparation for the assessment. Observing Yu's weary countenance, Li Hanjing poured him a cup of tea. You have worked hard. Should the Yu Academy refuse to send you forth in the future, I shall be the first to object. Yu Qingshu smiled lightly. My lord, the examination itself is of little consequence. I am far more intrigued to witness the true prowess of the sage of literature in the game of chess. This stratagem of undermining the foundation, let us see what means he employs to maintain stability in the martial realm. If this plan succeeds, I wonder how long the old man can continue to invoke the name of the sage of literature in his dealings with me. Chapter 78. I would like to request you to be our judicial leader, my lord. The most pivotal part of our plan lies with Master Feng. Once you bring Master Feng aboard, we shall have accomplished a significant portion of our objective. Li Hanjing glanced at the plan meticulously crafted by Yu Qingshu and momentarily questioned whether this individual truly hailed from the esteemed Yu Qing Academy. It is well known that Yu Qing Academy welcomes all scholars, regardless of their origins, as long as they possess a pure heart for learning. Upon attaining knowledge, one is expected to contribute to alleviating the suffering of the common folk, ensuring they are no longer afflicted by ignorance. This is the grand aspiration of Yu Qing Academy. However, Yu Qingshu's entire scheme is excessively ruthless, seemingly calculating the plight of the populace within the entire martial domain, even entangling the political arena. This stands in stark contradiction to the noble ideals espoused by Yu Qing Academy. You madman, sometimes I truly question whether you are indeed a disciple of Yu Qing Academy. Li Hanjing remarked with a chuckle. Yu Qingshu did not take offense at Li Hanjing's words, replying, in my view, literature can be divided into 2 categories, the texts that take life and those that save it. While Yu Qing Academy teaches only the healing arts, it neglects the art of destruction, thus rendering the scholarly path forever incomplete. I have discussed this with the old masters several times, yet each time I am met with a beating for being deemed unorthodox. Nevertheless, I am determined to prove my point. The established order is deeply entrenched. How can one save without first knowing how to take life? Solely pursuing the path of salvation will forever confine our aspirations to mere dreams. At that moment, Yu Qingshu emanated a mysterious and profound aura of scholarship, hinting at a potential breakthrough, yet he refrained from pursuing it, merely withdrawing his scholarly presence with a casual grace. Li Hanjing, puzzled, inquired, why the restraint? Yu Qingshu shook his head. The art of destruction is still incomplete. Now is not the time for a breakthrough. It requires the sacrifice of millions, even tens of millions. Truly, he is a mad-in of Yuqing. One cannot question the correctness of his understanding of literature. His talent likely surpasses that of the bookish disciples of Yuqing Academy, including the famed Old Master. This aligns perfectly with my own inclinations. Li Hanjing thought with a sly grin. Madman, must you not broaden your perspective? Yu Qingshu was momentarily taken aback, and as their eyes met, they burst into laughter. My lord, let us first secure Master Feng. This is the most crucial step in our endeavor. With a smile, Li Hanjing rose and declared, let us proceed. At the Jinyiwei Pavilion in Jinyiwei County, upon seeing Li Hanjing's arrival, Feng Zhe grinned widely. Ah, young Li, have you made your decision? Come, let us have some tea. As he spoke, he prepared a teacup for Li Hanjing. Suddenly, he noticed the young man accompanying Li Hanjing and asked, Young Li, who might this be? Oh, I forgot to introduce him to Master Feng. This is Yu Qingshu, my retainer, a trusted ally, Li Hanjing cheerfully introduced. Feng Zhe, uncertain, replied, a person from Yuqing Academy? Yu Qingshu performed a respectful bow, stating, Indeed, Master Feng, I am a direct disciple of the esteemed Old Master of Yuqing Academy, presently seeking sustenance alongside Lord Li. Yet, amidst the respectful demeanor, a glimmer of scheming flickered in the eyes. A sense of indelible surprise suddenly washed over Feng Zhe's face. A delightful surprise indeed. He had initially thought that enlisting a prodigious genius would suffice. Little did he anticipate that he could also draw the formidable Yuling Academy into the fray, which would surely please the esteemed commander. After all, a direct disciple, in a sense, embodies the very essence of the academy. Feng Lao hastily prepared another teacup. So, it is a scholar from Yuling Academy, he mused. The greatest regret of my life has been not having read more books. Feng Zhe donned a cordial facade. The three soon took their seats, with Feng Zhe speaking first. So, young Li, I trust you have given due consideration to your visit today. Li Hanjing nodded with a smile. Feng Lao, I have indeed contemplated this matter thoroughly over the past few days. Who wouldn't he want to be the commander? Moreover, with the guidance of esteemed seniors, why would I not seize this opportunity? Li Hanjing's response greatly satisfied Feng Zhe. Young Li, I must say, you have made a judicious decision. You shall not regret the choice you made today. He continued, as you are newly arrived in Jinyiwei County. Should you encounter any individuals uncooperative in your endeavors or face any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. In this realm, my words carry some weight. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing seized the opportunity to respond. Feng Lao, since you mention it, I have indeed encountered some troubles that require your assistance. Feng Zhe hesitated. Young Li, please share. I will do what I can. For matters beyond my capacity, I shall report to the elders and seek their aid. Although Feng Zhe was reluctant to engage in this discourse, having made the offer, he felt compelled to follow through, lest he appear to be merely offering lip service. Li Hanjing immediately adopted an expression of feigned surprise. This matter, if it can be resolved at your esteemed behest, how could I dare trouble the elders? Then please, enlighten me, Feng Zhe said slowly. Li Hanjing, well prepared, promptly produced an account book from Yuling Academy and handed it to Feng Zhe, beginning to voice his grievances. Esteemed sir, you may be unaware, but the financial situation of the Jinyiwei has been thrown into disarray by Bai Ming. The brothers are now forced to choose between meals. This was precisely why I insisted on dealing with him a few days ago. Just consider the state of affairs in the county. Thousands of people cannot afford to eat. Feng Zhe glanced at the account book, furrowing his brow in acknowledgement. That is indeed quite excessive. However, what can an old man like me do to assist you? Should I dismantle my Jinyiwei pavilion and sell it? Li Hanjing shook his head. I wouldn't dare. We merely wish to establish a commercial enterprise for self-sufficiency. Feng Zhe's demeanor shifted to seriousness. It is strictly forbidden for any governmental institution to engage in commerce. I cannot assist you with this matter. Suddenly, Li Hanjing smiled. You can indeed help, for while we cannot establish a commercial enterprise, Feng Lao, you can. You are retired after all, and the court has not stipulated that retired officials cannot engage in business. Therefore, I would like to invite you to assume the role of our legal advisor for the business. Chapter 79, The gears of destiny begin to turn the head of the commercial judicial department? What is that? The older generation of the Jinyiwei, to a greater or lesser extent, were more educated than the present-day counterparts. In their era, the Jinyiwei were in their prime, transcending the judicial system. If someone displeased them, they would simply arrest them, resolving matters through a straightforward process. After all, the issues that could be resolved through force were certainly not numerous. As long as one refrained from capturing the emperor and certain powerful figures, the world was theirs to command. Thus, Fengze was left perplexed by the significance of this head of the commercial judicial department. Observing Fengze's bewilderment, Li Hanjing felt a surge of delight. Initially, he had anticipated a challenging confrontation, requiring considerable persuasion. Since Fengze was unaware, the situation had become much simpler. Old Ding, perhaps in your next life, you should read more. In this life, you remain as you are, Li Hanjing began to explain patiently. Old Feng, this judicial head is essentially a means for you to register a commercial venture under your name with the Ministry of Revenue. Once completed, the business will belong to you, and we will send personnel to manage it, thus perfectly circumventing the court's prohibition against official involvement in commerce. Of course, to maintain the ruse with the ministry, we will allocate you 100,000 taels from the profits each month. We cannot allow you to assist us without compensation. He intended to ensure that the ministry would not discover any financial connection between the business and Old Feng, preventing any repercussions should the matter come to light. Li Hanjing had no intention of giving Old Feng a single tael, considering the man's cunning tactics, which had led him to threaten Li Hanjing into joining their illicit enterprise. Upon hearing this, Fengze nodded in sudden realization. However, he soon found something amiss. Little Li, if this business is registered under my name and you manage it while I receive 100,000 taels for no reason, wouldn't that be unfair to you? Since we are now allies, there is no need for such distinctions, Old Feng, Li Hanjing replied, shaking his head. Seeing Li Hanjing's shrewdness, Fengze began to question whether the man he encountered in the Jinyiwei dungeon was indeed the same as the one before him now. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further. After all, he was backed by the Royal Elders' Council, and such status commanded respect. Feigning deep contemplation, Fengze finally said with a reluctant expression, "Very well, little Li. Since you have put it this way, I shall reluctantly accept this benefit. However, if the Jinyiwei faces any financial difficulties, it would be acceptable for you to withhold the funds for a month or two. What could be better than receiving 100,000 taels each month for doing nothing?" Moreover, he had been retired for several years, having squandered much of the wealth he had amassed during his tenure, and was indeed in need of funds. Additionally, this arrangement had its advantages. It firmly bound Li Hanjing to him, providing leverage should Li Hanjing ever become disobedient. Jian Fengze acquiesced, and Yu Qishu, with a smile, retrieved a document from within his sleeve. Old Feng, if you could inscribe your name here, this matter will be settled. Upon seeing this, Old Feng pointed meaningfully at Li Hanjing and Yu Qishu, saying, "You two have clearly prepared for this, haven't you? You are quite certain that I would assist with this endeavor, are you not?" Li Hanjing chuckled apologetically. "Not at all. I simply believed you would not neglect the welfare of the Jinyiwei." Subsequently, Fengze examined the document and recognized that it merely pertained to the establishment of a commercial enterprise. After which he sought out a pen to affix his signature. Observing this, Yu Qishu eagerly offered his assistance. "Old Feng, allow me to grind the ink for you." "Ha. Splendid. The youth of today exhibit far more composure than we did in our time." Fengze praised Yu Qishu with a beaming smile. Yu Qishu refrained from responding, hastily grinding the ink. Before long, Fengze inscribed his name upon the document. At that moment, the wheels of fate began to turn. Some individuals are inherently suited to be pawns, utilized by the Elder Council, and now elevated to the esteemed position of judicial head. After signing, Li Hanjing added, "Old Feng, I would require another small favor from you." "You rascal, do you intend to make a beast of burden out of me?" "Speak up," Feng suggested. Since he had already extended his assistance, he thought it no trouble to offer a little more. It would be immensely helpful if, given your esteemed reputation in Jinyiwei County, you could convene a meeting with various merchants and governmental institutions to support our business endeavor. Upon hearing this, Fengze understood Li Hanjing's intentions. He merely wished to leverage his influence for a platform. Such arrangements were familiar to him from his previous tenure. In those days, whether it was a landlord or a merchant opening a business, many would approach him, offering a sum of silver or equity in exchange for his endorsement, signifying his protection over their enterprise. "Very well, this is a trivial matter," Fengze responded without much contemplation, readily acquiescing. After all, this was second nature to him. He could not simply lounge about while earning a monthly income of 100,000. Thank you, old Feng. We shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. We will take our leave, they said. In the capital of the Blaze Empire, at the Hanlin Academy, beneath a pavilion, a man was calmly engaged in a game of Go. He emanated an air of scholarly elegance, his demeanor imbued with the essence of ancient wisdom, as though a millennium of time resided within him. His eyes, clear as autumn waters and profound as the firmament, conveyed a sense of detachment and indifference toward worldly affairs. Clad in simple yet refined attire, a green robe adorned with a jade pendant, he embodied the quintessential scholar. This man was none other than Mo Yun, one of the contemporary literary saints. To the untrained eye, he appeared merely as a middle-aged man, but in reality, he was likely over a century old. The Go board before him was far from ordinary. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that each piece was inscribed with characters. In the imperial capital, within the realms of Xinyello, Xinshan, Wuyo, and Huangyu. Suddenly, with a thud, a chess piece belonging to the martial domain fell to the ground. Mo Yun furrowed her brow, fixated on the fallen piece for an extended period without making a move. After what felt like an eternity, she finally picked it up and placed it back on the board. An ethereal voice suddenly echoed, "Shurqin teacher, I am here." A petite figure materialized unexpectedly. The small frame, clad in loose scholarly robes, appeared somewhat comical. Mo Yun spoke with a measured tone. "The martial domain seems rather chaotic. You have been studying at the Hanlin Academy for quite some time. It is time for you to venture out and experience the world. Please go and observe the martial domain for me." The diminutive figure leaped with excitement, her hairpin swaying precariously on her head. "Really, teacher? You can rest assured that with me, the martial domain shall not descend into chaos." With a nod of affirmation, the petite figure eagerly departed from the Hanlin Academy. Mo Yun returned her gaze to the chessboard, murmuring to herself, "The celestial mechanism is in disarray, all shrouded in mist. The struggle for supremacy is fraught with uncertainty, and the heavens are capricious." Chapter 80. The financial conference commences in the Jinyiwei Pavilion of Jingshui County, Qingzhou. A jovial Feng Zhe addressed the gathered assembly. "Ha ha ha. I am profoundly grateful to all for gracing this old man with your presence amidst your busy schedules to indulge in my ramblings." The prominent figures of Jingshui County were nearly all in attendance, representing the government, the Six Doors, the supervisory court, and the Jingfu commercial firm, among others. However, the officials present were predominantly representatives dispatched from various governmental institutions. It would be quite unbecoming for a retired official to wield influence over the leading figures of a county. The court abhors the notion of retired officials retaining power. Nonetheless, Feng Zhe commanded respect, for he was an invitee of the third rank, and although retired, his connections remained intact. The highest official rank in Jingshui County was merely at the fifth rank. It is worth noting that this arrangement of representatives was confined to the court's influence. All the merchants had assembled in full force. In the realm of martial commerce, merchants were deemed of lowly status. It mattered not whether Feng Zhe summoned them. Even utterances from the governor would compel their attendance. The seating arrangement was quite deliberate, with court officials positioned at the forefront and merchants relegated to the rear. Unbeknownst to Feng Zhe, Li Hanjing had somehow infiltrated the crowd and taken a seat. Upon noticing this, Feng Zhe was taken aback. Today, he merely intended to orchestrate an event, yet the protagonist, Li Hanjing, was seated among the audience. What could this mean? Just as he was about to speak, Yu Qingshu suddenly appeared before him, cheerfully addressing the assembly. "Esteemed officials and honored merchants, I am Zhao Qing from Fenghua Commercial Firm." The attendees exchanged glances, mentally sifting through their recollections. Fenghua Commercial Firm? How had they not heard of it? Was there such an establishment in Jingshui County? Yu Qishu continued, "I presume many of you are unfamiliar with Fenghua Commercial Firm. This is quite understandable. Recently, Old Feng has unearthed some lucrative opportunities, thus giving birth to Fenghua Commercial Firm." At this juncture, Yu Qingshu paused to glance at Feng Zhe. It was then that Feng Zhe comprehended why Li Hanjing remained offstage. The initiative was inherently a subtle maneuver towards the court, thus it was only appropriate that the meeting be conducted under Yu Qingshu's auspices. Feng Zhe then took up the conversation. "Ladies and gentlemen, since there is profit to be made, why not seize the opportunity together? I am your senior, and throughout the years, you have all shown me a measure of respect. Therefore, it is only fitting that I consider your interests. To be candid." As he uttered these words, his mind was somewhat bewildered. Li Hanjing and Yu Qingshu had not previously conferred with him regarding the purpose of this commercial endeavor. Now, he found himself in a bind, compelled to follow Yu Qingshu's lead. After all, it was he who had summoned them. In truth, this was a deliberate strategy devised by Li Hanjing and Yu Qishu, aimed at keeping Feng Zhe in a state of confusion. Had they disclosed everything beforehand? What if he suddenly grasped the situation? Upon learning that this commercial firm was under Feng Zhe's direction, the officials had no choice but to regard Fenghua commercial firm with newfound respect. With a beaming smile, Yu Qing spoke eloquently. The Fenghua Merchant Bank primarily engages in capital management, akin to the profit model of traditional money houses. However, in a money house, if one desires an annual interest rate, one must deposit funds for no less than 3 years, during which withdrawals are prohibited, yielding merely a 2% profit on the principal. In contrast, at Fenghua Merchant Bank, should you choose to deposit your funds, the profit model requires only a 3-month commitment, with a remarkable 30% profit on the principal available each month. Profits may be withdrawn monthly. Upon hearing this, the city erupted in astonishment. The atmosphere quickly became lively again. Merchant A exclaimed, "Only 3 months of deposit, and a monthly profit of 30. This translates to nearly a 100 return after 3 months. Merchant B added, "Goodness, is Fenghua Merchant Bank giving away money? How could they possibly invest in something that yields such high returns in just a month? Surely this cannot be a scam aimed at deceiving us." Merchant C interjected, "It is unlikely to be a scam. Have you not noticed? The owner of Fenghua, Master Feng, holds a significant status. He was once a prominent official in the capital and possesses remarkable abilities. Surely he would not stoop to such petty schemes for our meager investments." The crowd, swayed by this reasoning, began to believe that achieving a 30% profit in a month might not be beyond Master Feng's capabilities. Meanwhile, the officials from the court remained somewhat subdued. Firstly, they were not heads of any department and lacked influence. Their presence was merely to honor Master Feng. Secondly, even if they were tempted, they could not openly withdraw funds from their departments for investment purposes. Wang Yong, the head of the largest merchant bank in the county, was the first to rise. "Master Feng, may I inquire about the specific industries in which Fenghua Merchant Bank is investing? Are these ventures located within our county? Or are they in neighboring regions? Or perhaps even in larger territories?" I pose this question not out of mere curiosity, but because your organization of this gathering surely aims to encourage us to invest together, and thus it is essential for us to understand the details. Wang Yong pondered deeply, unable to fathom any industry that could yield such substantial profits within a month. Were it not for Master Feng's reputation, he would have turned away, deeming this a clear deception. As the topic turned towards him, Feng Zhe found himself at a loss for words. He was utterly unaware of the details and felt a pang of regret for engaging in the discussion. Previously, his role was merely to preside over ceremonies and deliver platitudes. This time, however, it was entirely different. The prospect of a 30 monthly profit seemed implausible even to a non-commercial elder like him. Yet, having reached this juncture, it would be inappropriate to undermine Li Hanjing standing in front of everyone. He resolved to gather more information later. Noticing Feng Zhe's hesitation, Li Hanjing, seated among the merchants, exchanged a knowing glance. Suddenly, a robustly built merchant adorned in fine garments stood up. "Master Feng, your reputation for integrity is well established in our Jinyiwei County. Since you dare to make such claims, we shall place our trust in you. I will make an initial investment of 100,000 taels, and upon receiving next month's profits, I will consider increasing my investment." Then, another merchant stood up. "For your character, Old Feng, I shall invest 100,000 taels. I have faith in you. I shall invest 150,000. A series of voices echoed through the hall. This action served as a wake-up call to those merchants who were still hesitant. Indeed, they could start by making a modest investment. If the venture proved genuine, they could increase their stakes later. This approach not only preserved Old Feng's dignity, but also mitigated their own risks. Consequently, many merchants followed suit, investing amounts ranging from a few thousand to over 100,000. Li Hanjing smiled with satisfaction at this development. Indeed, the first wave of individuals who had stood up were precisely the pawns that Li Hanjing had strategically placed. In Mirror Water County, which was as vast as a state, many merchants were unfamiliar with one another, making it easy to arrange a few decoys. Chapter 81: Facing the Situation. Although Wang Yong was eager to uncover the intricacies involved, he could only acquiesce upon seeing the merchants voicing their opinions. After all, so many had invested. If he were to press further, it would be evident that he was opposing the esteemed Feng Lao. Reluctantly, he uttered, "Our Fueying Trading Company also has faith in your character, Feng Lao, and we shall invest 200,000 taels." Internally, he sighed. resigning to the notion that this sum served as a protection fee, one he had no intention of reclaiming. Such was life in the martial domain, where a single word from an official could extinguish a life, particularly when it pertained to a figure of Feng Lao's stature. At this moment, representatives from various government departments remained silent, aware of the weight of their words in Feng Lao's presence. After a hushed exchange among a few representatives, one was dispatched to convey, "Feng Lao, we are truly honored that you have considered us for this venture. However, the funds from our respective institutions belong to the court, and the decision regarding expenditure is not solely within our purview. Once we return, we will convene to discuss this matter further and provide you with a response." How does that sound? Feng Zhe, himself perplexed by the circumstances, could only nod in agreement. Very well, we shall await your deliberations. Following this, the merchants proceeded to submit their banknotes. To lend an air of authenticity to the proceedings, Yu Qingshu had arranged for several individuals to record the transactions and issue deposit certificates to the merchants. Once these matters were settled, the crowd began to disperse. Feng Zhe hastily detained Li Hanjing and Yu Qingshu, inquiring, "Young Li, what kind of business are you engaged in that yields such substantial profits each month? I dread the prospect of being unable to meet these financial obligations and losing face." In response to Feng Zhe's inquiry, the two remained composed. Yu Qingshu smiled reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, Feng Lao, we will certainly be able to provide the required sum next month." Li Hanjing added, "Feng Lao, would we dare to make claims without certainty? Consider my position as a captain of the Imperial Guard and Yu Qingshu's as a direct disciple of the Yu Qing Academy. If we fail to deliver, it would not only be a source of embarrassment for you, but we would face even more severe consequences. Should this venture prove fraudulent, I would lose my position and face imprisonment, while Yu Qingshu would tarnish his academy's reputation. Imagine how they would deal with him." After reflecting on their words, Feng Zhe reasoned that if the venture were indeed a sham, as a retired official, his worst consequence would be repaying the merchants. Moreover, given that the amounts were not exorbitant, he could manage to settle them with some effort. Besides, would these merchants dare to demand repayment from him? With this line of thought, Feng Zhe felt a measure of comfort. However, he could not have anticipated that the two before him were audacious enough to plan his demise. Intending to place the blame squarely upon his shoulders and implicate the Elder Council behind him, should an investigation arise, any connection between Feng Zhe and the Elder Council would be thoroughly scrutinized. The Council of Elders will soon reveal signs of supporting the royal family in ascending to the throne. This reckless accumulation of wealth by Feng Zhe is indicative of signals leading to an armed rebellion. Otherwise, why would such a substantial amount of money be necessary? From beginning to end, this matter has been conducted in Feng Zhe's name. Even if the document from Yu Qingshu is issued, it employs a pseudonym. Ultimately, it would suffice to temporarily evade any scrutiny. As Feng Zhe appeared to have settled down, Li Hanjing cheerfully remarked, "Old Feng, the 100,000 taels I promised you will soon be registered with the Ministry of Revenue. When the time comes, you can simply visit the bank to withdraw your funds." Feng Zhe, puzzled, questioned why such a cumbersome process was necessary. Wouldn't it be simpler to receive the money directly? Old Phone. Only the funds registered with the Ministry of Revenue are deemed legitimate. Once this 100,000 taels is recorded, you can feel assured about utilizing it, Li Hanjing explained. Feng Zhe nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Li's considerations were indeed thoughtful. He was aware that in the Qian Empire, every earning must be reported to the Ministry of Revenue, with taxes deducted accordingly. What remains is the merchant's profit, often referred to as clean money, funds that can be spent openly without concern. Unconsciously, he found himself increasingly satisfied with Li Hanjing and Yu Qingshu. It must be said that these two young individuals are quite capable, reliable, and thorough in their undertakings. Shali, Shashu, it's noon. Would you care to stay for lunch before departing? He offered, but both quickly shook their heads. No. The business is just getting underway, and we are rather busy. In the Jinyiwei County, within the Jinyiwei, Yu Qingshu merely glanced at the table filled with banknotes and lost interest. He was not at all curious about Li Hanjing's purpose for such a large sum. He was solely concerned with whether his assassination orders could be fulfilled. He swiftly seized a few banknotes, stating, "Take whatever you need for operations. That should suffice. By the way, do you have anyone you can trust absolutely?" Yu Qingshu inquired. I do have about 1,000 individuals, Li Hanjing replied. Yu Qingshu nodded with a smile. That makes things easier. I need to mobilize these individuals, and we must amplify the buzz surrounding the business. Li Hanjing drew forth his token, saying, "Take my token and head to the northern suburbs. The amount of silver received today was within Li Hanjing's expectations. Not too much, yet not too little. 1,700,000 taels. Minus the 100,000 Yu Qing just took and the 10,000 for old foam, leaves a total of 1,500,000 taels. This is a reasonable figure. After all, this is merely the first wave of profits, and no lofty expectations were held. The sweetness of success has yet to be tasted. And today's earnings were primarily due to Feng Zhe's prestige in Jinyiwei County. This harvest looks ahead to the second and third months, when the profits are anticipated to surge. As for why such high profits are reported, there are two primary reasons. The primary objective is to eliminate a certain segment of astute merchants, effectively barring them from entry. Cunning traders would never entertain the notion that such exorbitant profits could exist in the world. Thus, by presenting lower profit margins, we can attract these merchants. Should these discerning individuals discover any discrepancies within a mere 3 months and instigate unrest, it could potentially precipitate an early collapse. Although Li Hanjing and his associates would manage to extricate themselves unscathed, the efficacy of their wealth accumulation and its impact on the martial realm would be significantly diminished. Secondly, the merchants who remain after this filtering process are predominantly those lacking in acumen or those who are overly eager to amass wealth. Once these types of merchants are enticed with initial gains, they may entirely lose their rationality. Coupled with the allure of a 30 profit, they might wager their entire fortunes. When the inevitable collapse occurs, these individuals would be driven to fury, likely seeking to tear apart Fengzi, and there exists a substantial risk of inciting widespread chaos. At that juncture, the second princess faction would likely be too preoccupied to address their own issues, and he would no longer fear any repercussions from their side. Chapter 82. The Flourishing Commerce, a City in Turmoil. Li Hanjing had no intention of converting the 1,500,000 into demon points. This was merely the initial wave of leveraged capital, which could not be squandered. In the bustling streets of Jinyiwei County, 2 commoners clad in simple attire entered a tavern. "Waiter, bring us some dishes and wine," one of them exclaimed. "Certainly, gentlemen. What would you like to order?" The young waiter, beaming with joy, presented the menu. It must be noted that the service at this establishment was indeed commendable, as they did not treat the 2 patrons with disdain due to their humble clothing. One man perused the menu and then waved his hand grandly. Braised pork, sweet and sour carp, kung pao chicken, mapo tofu, beggar's chicken, oil-braised prawns, and spicy kidney. And bring me the finest wine you have. The other man, taken aback, exclaimed, "Ernyo, have you lost your mind? This meal will consume your entire month's wages." The first man waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry, this meal is on me, and you need not pay a dime." At that moment, even the diligent waiter could not hide his discomfort. After all, judging by their attire, these individuals hardly seemed capable of affording such a lavish feast. Noticing the waiter's silence, the man grew perplexed. "What is the matter, waiter? Did you not hear my order?" The waiter quickly smiled apologetically. "My lord, it's not that, it's just that if these 2 cannot settle the bill, it will fall upon me to bear the burden, given the proprietor's unscrupulous nature." The man seemed to grasp the waiter's unspoken concerns. In a fit of rage, he slammed 10 taels of silver onto the table, the sound drawing the attention of the onlookers. "Is 10 taels enough? I ask you, is it sufficient?" Seeing the money, the waiter promptly accepted it, bowing an apology. "My lord, I was wrong earlier. I shall inform the kitchen immediately to expedite your order." Before long, all the dishes were served. The waiter respectfully announced, "Enjoy your meal, esteemed guests." At this juncture, the other man gazed at the lavish spread and curiously inquired, "Ernyo, are you not saving money anymore? Did you not say you were saving to marry a wife?" The man known as Ernyo responded with pride, "Save for a wife? That's a thing of the past. Not only do I intend to marry, but I also seek to take a concubine." The other man's eyes lit up at this revelation. "Ernyo, have you struck it rich?" Ernyo replied mysteriously, "Guess." Impatient, the other man urged, "Come on. We've been brothers for years. Just tell me if you've struck it rich. If so, I hope to benefit from it too." Ernyo retorted, "I have indeed struck it rich, but I shall not share it with you." The other man was left speechless. "Are you still going to eat? If not, I shall enjoy this feast alone." With that, Ernyo began to devour his meal heartily. The other man, seeing no alternative, resigned himself to eating as well, for he could not leave the table empty-handed. After indulging in food and drink, Ernyo's face was flushed with intoxication. Meanwhile, a man beside him, merely tipsy, gazed at Ernyo with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Ernyo, you claim to have struck it rich. What exactly have you done? Ernyo, in a drunken stupor, replied, well, since you're so eager to know. Hick, I shall divulge my secret, but you mustn't share it with anyone. It was my business-savvy second brother-in-law who informed me of this lucrative opportunity. The man, brimming with excitement, urged, yes, please tell me. I promise I won't breathe a word to anyone. Actually, it's quite simple. Recently, our town as Feng Lao opened a shop called Fenghua Commercial House. Feng Lao, you know him, right? Ernyo spoke in a fragmented manner. The man nodded. Of course I know Feng Lao. He can accomplish anything in our county. But what does that have to do with your newfound wealth? Are you merely boasting about knowing him? Ernyo shook his head. No. My little brother-in-law informed me that if we deposit money at Fenghua Commercial House for 3 months, we can earn a 30% profit on our principal each month. Thus, last month, I deposited over 60 taels that I had saved for more than 20 years, and today, I received 18 taels in return. After all the years of our friendship and your assistance, I wanted to treat you to a meal. The man, incredulous, questioned, is that true? Ernyo laughed. Believe it or not, it's true. I've received the funds, and my brother-in-law has already invested for more than half a year, having recouped his principal and made a substantial profit. Besides, it's Feng Lao running the shop. What does he care about a trifling sum like yours? As Ernyo stood to leave, the man quickly followed. Really? I'll give it a try too. The two men staggered out of the tavern, unaware that their conversation had been overheard by those dining nearby. Outside the tavern, Ernyo and another man leaned on each other for support, walking for quite some time until they reached a secluded area where they paused. Instantly, the two drunken men straightened up. Ha, Ernyo, you have quite the talent for acting. Perhaps I should inform the Lord. You ought to abandon the role of a Jinyiwei and become an actor to earn money for him instead. Ha, you're not so bad yourself, I think you could play a rabbit for the Lord as prophet. In the ensuing days, the name Fenghua Commercial House spread like wildfire throughout the town, known even to the elderly and the children. Some individuals had already taken their silver to discover the truth for themselves. 10 days after the establishment of Fenghua Commercial House, Yu Qingshu began recounting from the ledger. My lord, since the 7th day, people have been investing one after another with a total income of 500,000 taels. Yet, the majority are still observing. In these 10 days, our expenditures across various places in the county amounted to 100,000 taels. After deducting the 60% we owe, which is 300,000 taels, we stand to gain 200,000 taels. This means we have earned 100,000 taels in these 10 days. Li Hanjing nodded in satisfaction, remarking, this is merely the beginning. Soon, we shall not need to promote at all. Furthermore, the profits will continue to grow, as will the number of investors and the amounts they contribute. Li Hanjing suddenly declared, in the name of the Jinyiwei, I shall invest 300,000 taels. Chapter 83, The Art of Hunger Marketing. Investing in the name of the Jinyiwei brings forth 2 distinct advantages. Firstly, should the higher authorities investigate later, they may find themselves at a loss, potentially allowing for the cunning to accuse the thief. Secondly, this strategy can ensnare other court factions as well. Thus, a month passed. At the appointed time, Yu Qingshu delivered the first wave of profits to the merchants. The citizens who had deposited their silver flocked to the Fenghua Trading Company. Upon confirming their account balances, the representatives of Fenghua Trading unhesitatingly returned 30% of their principal. In an instant, the 4 characters of Fenghua Trading soared to prominence in Jinyiwei County. Those who had previously been hesitant quickly rushed to invest, all indulging in dreams of effortless gains as if money were falling from the heavens. In Jinyiwei County, Jinyiwei, Lord Li, as allies, it has been over a month since your appointment, and we have yet to meet. Today, I have taken the liberty to visit and reminisce, said Li Hanjing, surveying the middle-aged man before him, who bore an unremarkable demeanor. This man was none other than Xiaolin, the head of the 6 doors. However, this was to be expected, as the martial forces in Jinyiwei County were scarcely noteworthy within the broader martial domain. It sufficed to have such a department present without the need for formidable guardians. However, the 6 doors in the upper state of Jinyiwei, known as Qishou, were indeed formidable, with its commanding officer holding the esteemed rank of a second-grade official. Such a rank naturally corresponded with the prowess of a weapon realm expert. The rationale behind this was the presence of one of the martial world's titans, the 10,000 Sword Sect, within Qingzhou. It was essential to have a powerhouse to maintain equilibrium. Otherwise, the 10,000 Sword Sect could wield authority surpassing that of the court itself. Consequently, all branches of the 6 doors in Qingzhou stood a head taller than their counterparts elsewhere. If Li Hanjing's assumptions were correct, The Jinyiwei played the role of a subordinate in this alliance. This explained why he had yet to meet the so-called allied force, the Six Doors, in over a month. Nevertheless, since the other party had taken the initiative to reach out, Li Hanjing rose with a smile to greet him. You must be the esteemed Zhao Qianhu. I apologize for my busyness since taking office, which has led to your visit today. Typically, the Six Doors were only equipped with 1,000 house office in county-level cities. Yet their rank was equivalent to that of the Jinyiwei's 10,000 house office. Xiaolin nodded in understanding. Indeed, Lord Li. It is only natural for a newcomer to familiarize himself with the operations. Please, have a seat. Is there a specific matter that brings you here today, Lord Xia? Li Hanjing inquired. Visitors do not come without purpose. Regardless of the alliance, a change in leadership signifies the conclusion of that relationship. Given that the Six Doors have consistently been in a dominant position in this alliance, it is evident that my visit is driven by a request, Xiaolin stated plainly. We are allies, so I shall not beat around the bush. I have heard that the Jinyiwei invested a substantial sum into Feng Lao's Fenghua trading last month. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing understood Xiaolin's intentions. It is merely the sight of those merchants reaping their profits that stirs a certain longing within. Yet a sense of uncertainty lingers in the heart, leading to hesitation. After all, in the martial domain, one is not permitted to associate with merchants. However, Master Feng does not fall under that category, for he is a retired executive. When those from the court witness genuine profits at hand, their interest is inevitably piqued. Since he is here to tend to his own business, it is only natural to extend a warm reception. If one does not deceive to the fullest extent, it would be deemed a lack of hospitality. As for the matter inquired by Lord Xiao, the Jinyiwei has indeed invested a substantial amount. Regarding the returns, they were received just yesterday. To be candid, had it not been for the financial chaos instigated by my predecessor, I might have refrained from taking such a risk. It is no wonder that the people of our county hold Master Feng in such high regard. His capabilities are truly remarkable. Li Hanjing stated nonchalantly while sipping his tea. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Is it truly possible for such fortune to exist in this world? At this moment, Xiaolin had already begun to believe, albeit he sought one final confirmation to ease his uncertainties. Li Hanjing, fully committed to the ruse, produced a banknote of 100,000 taels. Indeed, why would I deceive you? Suddenly, Li Hanjing leaned closer to Xiaolin's ear and whispered, Lord Xiao, to be frank, I intend to invest 1 million taels today under my own name, for such opportunities do not arise frequently. Xiaolin was taken aback, gazing at Li Hanjing in disbelief. He had accumulated perhaps a total of 1 million taels over the years, yet here was a young man already possessing such wealth. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, this young man had attained the rank of a Wanhu in the martial domain, suggesting an impressive background and innate talent. With Li Hanjing's words, Xiaolin felt a surge of reassurance. Lord Li, since you do not regard me as an outsider, I too shall not treat you as one. To be candid, I also plan to invest in Fenghua Trading Company today. Perhaps you would accompany me? I am unfamiliar with the process. Li Hanjing paused for a moment, contemplating whether this was a test of his integrity. However, it was a matter of personal business. My investment of 1 million taels remains unchanged. Yours could yield nothing. Li Hanjing readily agreed. Shall we go? Let us. Upon arriving at Fenghua Trading Company in Jinyiwei County, as Li Hanjing and Xiaolin entered, Yu Qingshu promptly approached. Lord Li, what brings you here? Li Hanjing quickly clarified. Xiao Qing, I am here to support Master Feng's business. Yu Qingshu glanced at the middle-aged man beside Li Hanjing, clad in the attire of the Six Doors, and instantly comprehended the situation. Oh dear, Lord Li. You have arrived rather late. Our Fenghua Trading Company has set a limit on investments starting this month. There is a cap each month. And this month's quota of 10 million taels has already been filled. As you know, business can reach saturation. The investment landscape is rather constrained. And Master Feng did not anticipate such enthusiasm from investors in our county. Should there be no limitations on the investment amount, we would inevitably find ourselves exceeding our business's financial capacity, ultimately forcing us to dip into our own pockets to compensate those investors. It appears that Yuqing Book has further refined its strategy this month. They have commenced employing a tactic of scarcity marketing, aimed at invigorating the enthusiasm of investors while enhancing the authenticity of the venture. This month, they have introduced a cap on investments, intentionally igniting a sense of urgency among those who have yet to invest. When the returns are announced in the following month and the investment limits are lifted, those investors will likely stake their entire fortunes, fearing they might miss out. However, starting in the third month, regardless of the number of investors or the size of their investments, there will be a set limit. Ultimately, this will be the last wave of eager participants, and we shall simply await the impending fallout in silence. Chapter 84. After 2.5 years away from the capital, I now tread upon the realm of weaponry. Shaolin was taken aback. He had brought along the silver notes before leaving home today. Just as he had begun to undress, the conversation had concluded. Li Hanjing's expression also turned troubled as he pulled Yu Qingshu closer and discreetly produced a banknote worth 100,000 taels. In a voice only audible to the three of them, he implored, "Little Qing, could you possibly accommodate us? Please speak to Elder Feng on our behalf. I believe with a little persuasion, we could arrange it." Yu Qingshu displayed a troubled expression. "Surly, you are placing me in a difficult position." After a sigh, she relented. "Very well, just this once, how much will you invest?" Without hesitation, Li Hanjing produced 10 banknotes, each worth 100,000 taels. "I shall invest 1,000,000 taels," he declared. Seeing this, Shaolin promptly extracted 500,000 taels, then after a moment's thought, he added another 500,000. "I, too, shall invest 1,000,000 taels." Yu Qingshu shook her head. "This is not permissible. The two of you together total 2,000,000 taels. How am I to explain this to Elder Feng? The utmost I can allow is 150,000 taels. Any more, and this matter is settled. You may negotiate amongst yourselves." Exchanging glances, Li Hanjing and Shaolin engaged in silent communication before Shaolin spoke diplomatically. "Sir Li, considering my age, I shall soon be retiring." Li Hanjing waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, Lord Xiao, I understand. Little Qing, I shall invest 50,000 taels instead." Yu Qingshu nodded in agreement. "Very well. How shall this receipt be written?" With a cheerful demeanor, Shaolin replied, "In my name, Shaolin." Moments later, Li Hanjing and Shaolin exited the establishment. As Shaolin placed a hand on Li Hanjing's shoulder, he remarked, "Sir Li, once that 100,000 taels yields returns next month, I will repay you. I cannot let you suffer a loss. Would you care to indulge in some leisure tonight?" "My treat." Li Hanjing shook his head. "No, Lord Xiao, you are unaware of the mess that Bai has left for me to handle." "Ha ha, very well. When you find some leisure, do seek me out. I shall introduce you to the local specialties of Jinyiwei County," Shaolin said with a nostalgic gleam in his eyes. "Certainly, I shall make time for that." As night fell, in the Jinyiwei, banknotes lay strewn across the floor. The total from the accumulation of the first month and the beginning of the second month amounted to 15 million taels. After deducting 30% for the upcoming month, 105 million taels remained. This was the limit for Jinyiwei County. The next step would be to venture into other counties. Recently, he had noticed numerous merchants from other counties inquiring about various matters. "Dog, exchange for 10 million points of value." As he uttered this phrase, Li Hanjing felt a surge of excitement within. For with this 10 million taels, he would ascend to the realm of weaponry, reaching the pinnacle of the Qian Empire. It had only been 2.5 short years since leaving the capital. Beep detecting. Conditions met. Exchange successful. Upgrade the cultivation technique. Beep deducting 5,000,000 points of malevolence. Cultivation technique upgraded to epic. Purchase special weaponry package. With a gentle chime, the purchase was confirmed, and a special weapon was randomly allocated. The God Suppression Tower, exceptional. Shall it be fused? Yes. Subsequently, Li Hanjing felt a small tower suddenly emerge within him. This tower appeared unremarkable and rather shabby. "System, have you bestowed upon me a counterfeit tower? I failed to perceive its function." Ding. The host has not yet transcended the weapon realm, thus it remains unawakened and cannot be summoned. Li Hanjing nodded, recognizing once more the invaluable nature of the Qing Yin gourd. 500,000 malevolent points were deducted for cultivation. Ding. Deduction of 500,000 malevolent points successful. The host's magical cultivation has ascended to the first tier of the weapon realm, and the system attribute template is now activated. Name: Li Hanjing. Gender: male. Identity: father and Grand Tutor Li Qian. Commander of the Jinyiwei County Imperial Guards. Cultivation method: Qi Cyclone technique. Epic. Cannot be transcended. Requires the condensation of 10 magical treasures. Cultivation level: first tier of the weapon realm, 08000. 000 magical treasure. God Suppression Tower, exceptional. Martial skills: Tiger Roar Wave, perfect. Flying Swallow Through Clouds, perfect. Comprehensive combat assessment, first tier of the weapon realm. Special weapon package: 0500000. As Li Hanjing emerged from the warm currents of his breakthrough, he gazed at the system panel in silence. The requirement for such an immense value to elevate his realm was understandable, yet the fact that the special weapon package also grew cumulatively was rather disheartening. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable. Each tier of the weapon realm represented a significant watershed. It was said that some great masters spent their entire lives only to advance from the weapon realm to the second tier. The further one progresses in cultivation, the more talent becomes a decisive factor. Some individuals possess just enough talent to breach the weapon realm, yet find themselves stymied thereafter. He then turned his gaze inward. The God Suppression Tower within him now radiated a faint golden light, slowly rotating. Simultaneously, its imprint was etched into the palm of his hand. Observing the tower's imprint, an absurd thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could there be the mark of a weapon realm master within? That was a digression. He then examined the God Suppression Tower's functions. God Suppression Tower, comprised of 9 tiers. Each breakthrough in magical cultivation unlocks a tier, each possessing unique skills. First tier, Suppression Lock Tower. Second tier, Unknown. Third tier, Unknown. Upon inspection, it became evident that at present, his tower served but one purpose: as a prison, which indeed corresponded to its name. Nevertheless, he could not deny his good fortune in acquiring an exceptional magical treasure. Each weapon nurtured by the masters of the weapon realm is graded. There are 4 grades in total: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and exceptional. Generally, the more profound and pure one's magical energy, the higher the grade of the magical treasure. A superior grade signifies a greater number of special skills. His treasure possessed 9 skills, categorizing it as the pinnacle of excellence. Li Hanjing then rose, feeling a sudden lightness in his body. He sensed a subtle connection with the heavens and earth, allowing him to tread upon the air at low altitudes, albeit at the cost of some magical energy. Suddenly, he recalled his cheap old father, who had been incessantly lamenting his back pain throughout the day. He often ambled along, muttering to himself that he could hardly manage such a short distance at his age. Was this not absurd? In the Crimson Flame Empire, at the Hanlin Academy, the sound of creaking echoed. The domain of martial arts, akin to a chessboard encompassing the world, seemed on the verge of shattering. Emoyun furrowed his brow tightly each day. The imperial throne was a matter for all to contend with, but if it led to chaos across the realm, that simply would not do. Soon, a breath of Confucian essence swept through the martial domain. A miracle occurred. The pieces that were about to break apart astonishingly restored themselves to their original forms. "One teacher, I am here. Go assist your junior sister." The situation in the martial domain appears rather grave. Given her temperament, I fear she might be sold and then unwittingly pay others for it. Understood. Shortly after the young man departed, an elder approached, bowing respectfully. Sage, I have been feeling a sense of unease lately. Is there some issue within the empire? Chapter 85. My dear young lady, have you perhaps lost your way? Emoyun slowly rose to her feet. Your Majesty, there is no grave matter at hand. The ZY remains bright and steady. The emperor felt a wave of calm wash over him upon hearing this. Last night, sleep had eluded him, his heart racing relentlessly. The truth of Emoyun's words mattered little. He sought only reassurance. After all, Emoyun, who regarded the world as a chessboard, was likely as concerned for the stability of the realm as he, the emperor, was. Then the emperor spoke again. Sheng, I wish to declare Ranner as the crown prince. What are your thoughts on this matter? Emoyun subtly shook her head. Your Majesty, when I first entered the Hanlin Academy, I stated that I would not interfere in court affairs. The decision regarding the crown prince rests with your own judgment. Right and wrong shall be determined by the will of heaven. Should the choice prove erroneous, I shall rectify it personally. If it is indeed the right decision, I shall assist the next sovereign in maintaining peace across the realm. Very well, Sheng. You may rest. I have matters to attend to. Your Majesty, take care. The emperor felt a twinge of disappointment at her ambiguous response. Emoyun, that old sage, remained steadfastly neutral, often invoking the will of heaven. With her support, abolishing the crown prince would have been a far simpler task, especially since many officials in the court hailed from the Hanlin Academy. Jinyiwei County, Fenghua Trading Company. Is this the much-discussed Fenghua Trading Company? A petite figure entered. Yuchishu observed a young girl step inside, her face a canvas of confusion. Whose child had wandered away? She appeared no older than 11 or 12. The girl had a delicate complexion, her large azure eyes scanning the surroundings with an adorably dazed expression. Yuqingshu kindly rose with a smile. Little sister, have you perhaps lost your family? Do you need your older brother to help you find them? As he spoke, he couldn't resist pinching her cheek gently. The girl flushed when her cheek was pinched and quickly stepped back, freeing herself from Yu Qingshu's grasp. He was taken aback. The little girl possessed surprising strength. In a huffy, childish voice, she retorted, "You are quite the rogue, touching a girl's face without permission, with behavior like yours. I doubt this Fenghua Trading Company is of any good." Yu Qingshu was bewildered. What was this? A mere pinch of a child's cheek branded him a rogue. He waved his hand in mild exasperation. "Little sister, I meant no harm. I merely found you adorable. If you do not wish to be touched, I shall refrain." Yu Qingshu maintained his gentle demeanor. He was not one to quarrel with a child. However, his words only fueled her indignation further. With her hands on her hips, she retorted, "You may look fair and clean, but your eyes are clearly blind. I am 18 years old." She loathed being referred to as little sister. Was she not simply a late bloomer? She was still young and had room to grow. Throughout her journey in the martial domain, she had frequently encountered scruffy men leering and calling her little sister, asking if she was lost. What else did the uncle take you to buy candy? Of course, those individuals did not meet a favorable end afterward. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshu circled around her with a look of disbelief. "I do not believe you, little sister. You must be deceiving your elder brother, am I right?" With a fierce expression, the girl retrieved a token from her waist and slammed it onto the counter. "Inspection by the Hamlin Academy. You are to cooperate obediently." Glancing at the token on the counter, Yu Qingshu finally accepted that this young girl was indeed an adult. However, a heavy weight settled in his heart. Had this matter already attracted the attention of the Hamlin Academy? Had they personally dispatched inspectors to investigate? The Hamlin Academy had two primary responsibilities. One was to cultivate talent for the court, and the other, more crucial duty, was to inspect the populace. However, they did not possess the authority to intervene in the local governmental institutions. Their role was merely to conduct sporadic inspections of the people's livelihood, economy, and overall happiness. Of course, if the local economy was in dire straits, although the Hamlin Academy could not directly intervene, they would report back to the capital. And those in charge would certainly face dire consequences. It was precisely because of such mechanisms that, despite the presence of corruption within the court, a certain degree of stability was maintained. As for local officials fearing repercussions from the Hamlin Academy inspectors, such occurrences had never transpired. The Hamlin Academy was no ordinary court institution. It comprised at least tens of thousands of individuals. The total number of those serving in the Hamlin Academy was only a few hundred. Those who remained in the academy were typically disciples of the enigmatic Master Mo, a figure before whom even the emperor would bow in deference. To murder his disciple would likely result in immediate retribution, with the perpetrator and their entire clan facing swift annihilation. Yu Qingshu attentively poured a cup of tea and pulled up a chair. "Oh, so it is the illustrious inspector. Please, have a seat. What brings you to my establishment?" After a series of gestures, the girl seemed momentarily taken aback. Was this still the same carefree individual from earlier? "Humph. Spare me the flattery. I now have reason to suspect that you are engaged in illicit fundraising. I shall report this matter to the Ministry of Revenue and the state shortly." Yu Qingshu understood that the girl's statement was merely a reaction to his earlier offense, and he responded with a smile. "My lord, look at the commotion this has caused. It was merely my oversight earlier. Please do not make things difficult for our legitimate business." The girl tilted her head, gazing at Yu Qingshu's chin. "Are you expecting me to keep looking up at you?" Upon realizing this, Yu Qingshu quickly bent down, resting his hands on his knees, and smiled. "My lord, would this be acceptable?" The girl, seated in the high-backed chair, glanced at her feet that could not reach the ground and then looked closely at Yu Qingshu. A flush of crimson appeared on her cheeks. "Do you truly think you can charm me like a child?" She retorted. "You sit on the floor." "Very well." Yu Qingshu replied without hesitation, promptly sitting down on the ground, thus finally lowering himself a head below the girl. As the girl observed Yu Qing's compliance, her earlier irritation had dissipated significantly. "I inquire of you, what is the purpose behind Fenghua Trading Company's recent accumulation of such substantial funds?" Yu Qing replied, "Honorable Inspector, naturally. We intend to invest the capital, much like the moneylenders do, and subsequently provide returns to our investors." The girl retorted, "Are you aware that your Fenghua Trading Company has nearly absorbed all the circulating silver in the entire county? Should any issues arise, the entirety of Jinyiwei County would be rendered utterly incapacitated." Upon hearing this, Yu Qing muttered softly, "But isn't that precisely what the moneylenders do?" The girl rebuked him. "The moneylenders have the support of the Ministry of Revenue and the backing of the court, and their investments are aligned with governmental enterprises. What do you possess? To which the girl responded, "We have old phone." Chapter 86. The Jade Madman. Difficult but not impossible. The girl shook her head, asserting, "I do not concern myself with whether you are influential or not. You must immediately cease accepting investments at Fenghua Trading Company. In a few days, I shall arrive with officials from the provincial treasury, and you will submit to their scrutiny. Once the matter is clarified, and if all is well, you may resume your operations." Yu Qingshu appeared troubled. "My lord, but if we do this, the losses for Fenghua Trading Company will be considerable." The girl spoke with an undeniable authority. "The company's losses? If something goes awry in Jinyiwei County, it will be your head on the line. Prepare for the treasury's arrival in 3 days. I will be watching you. If you dare to continue accepting funds from investors, it will be the officials from the governor's office who come knocking." She invoked the governor's office with disdain, too weary to invoke the authority of any government, for they are all in collusion, despite the Hanlin Academy lacking direct power to intervene. Who would dare to disregard the esteemed presence of the Sage of Ink in the local governance? Having spoken, she offered Yu Qishu no opportunity to respond and departed. Once she had left, Yu Qingshu's expression shifted dramatically. Shortly thereafter, Feng Zhe entered with a middle-aged man, both engaged in jovial conversation. Yu Qishu sighed. "Today has been quite eventful. Feng, what brings you here?" "Oh, I am here to introduce someone," Feng Zhe replied. "This is the leader of the Qingshan sect, Lu Kun." The middle-aged man greeted warmly. "Ah, Shao Qing, I have come expressly to support Elder Feng's business endeavors. Originally, I intended to consult Elder Feng directly, but he mentioned that all affairs of Fenghua Trading Company are entrusted to your management. Hence, I have come to trouble you." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshu began to understand the man's intent and waved dismissively. "Investment, is it? Elder Feng, you need not personally make the trip. A message would suffice." Lu Kun shook his head. "Shao Qing, I believe you may have misunderstood. Our Qingshan sect possesses no funds to invest. In fact, we find ourselves in dire need of financial assistance, and thus, I have come to borrow some from Elder Feng." The moment Yu Qingshu heard this, his smile vanished. Lu Kun regarded him with an amused expression. He had conducted his research prior to arriving. It seemed that Fenghua Trading Company was merely a FAA for Elder Feng, who likely sat back awaiting his share. The real power behind the scenes appeared to be the young man before him. It seemed reasonable that the brother-in-law of the provincial governor would also partake in this arrangement. Yu Qingshu looked at Feng Zhe with a troubled expression, but Feng Zhe turned his gaze away. He felt powerless. He was merely a retired official of a low rank, while the man before him was an active provincial governor. Despite the governor's rank being classified as a 4th-grade official, those who occupied such positions were effectively considered 3rd-grade. This indicated that the governor of Qingzhou possessed the strength of a 9th-tier martial artist, making him a formidable figure. Feng Zhe felt that his influence was inadequate in this scenario. He certainly could not wield the Elder Council's authority to intimidate, for that would surely lead to his own downfall. As the breeze rustled, Feng Zhe maintained his silence. Yu Qingshu slowly spoke. "Master Lu, how much do you intend to borrow?" Lu Kun replied, "It's not much, just 500,000 taels. As long as Fenghua Trading Company assists Qingshan sect in overcoming this crisis, I assure you that should anyone dare to trouble you in Jinyiwei County, I shall be the first to oppose it." Yu Qishu pondered for a moment. 500,000 taels. The atmosphere of literary energy instantaneously enveloped the entire Fenghua Trading Company. Suddenly, a figure darted swiftly outside. With a cough, Lu Kun spat out a mouthful of blood, rising to his feet just as he was about to speak. Yu Qingshu calmly stepped out. "Do you think Feng Lao can be easily intimidated?" Feng Zhe remained silent. Observing that Yu Qishu had followed him, Lu Kun promptly closed his mouth. He genuinely feared that this young man, who seemed mild-mannered, might retaliate with a few strikes. Despite being a 9th-tier martial practitioner, he felt utterly powerless before someone who appeared so scholarly and gentle yet was so ferocious. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. If he could not handle it, surely his brother-in-law could. With his head bowed, Lu Kun made his way to Qingshan's sect, glancing back to see if Yu Qingshu intended to take action. Yu Qingshu snorted lightly as he returned to Fenghua Trading Company, stating calmly, "Feng Lao, if you have nothing pressing, please return to your rest." Feng Zhe, understanding Yu Qingshu's shift in demeanor, refrained from comment. After all, he was a direct disciple of the Yu Qingshu Academy, backed by a literary sage, and he had just burdened him with trouble. It was only natural that he would not wear a friendly expression. He hoped that this issue wouldn't escalate to a point where Li Hanjing and Yu Qingshu would waver in their alliances. The Elder Council led by Li Hanjing might manage it easily, but dealing with Yu Qingshu would be far more challenging. Feng Zhe contemplated, "Little Shu, rest assured. In the future, I shall shield you from such troubles." Yu Qingshu nodded lightly. "Thank you, Feng Lao. Rest assured, things will remain as they were." Upon hearing this, Feng Zhe sighed in relief and departed from Fenghua Trading Company. Nightfall, Imperial Guards. "My lord, our affairs may become somewhat complicated. We must withdraw early. The Hanlin Academy has arrived." After recounting the events of the day, Li Hanjing furrowed his brow. Indeed, it posed some difficulties. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Li Hanjing's eyes. Difficult, yet not insurmountable. Yu Qishu, puzzled, asked, "My lord, what do you mean?" He could hardly conceive of any alternative to retreating early. "If we can pull the governor of Qingzhou into the fray, having him speak with the Ministry of Revenue would be a walk in the park," Li Hanjing suggested. Yu Qing responded, "My lord, I have contemplated this method as well. But under what pretext shall we approach him? It seems we could invoke the authority of the Elder Council. However, even if we manage to persuade Elder Feng, how can we possibly intimidate a governor at the 9th stage of the body technique realm?" Observing Yu Qing lost in thought, Li Hanjing smiled faintly. With a subtle motion, a golden light emanated from his palm, and a small tower levitated gracefully between his hands. The dimly lit room was instantly illuminated. "Yu Qing, what do you think of this?" Li Hanjing spoke with a calm demeanor. Yu Qing gazed at the small tower in Li Hanjing's grasp, rendered momentarily speechless. The world had indeed become rather absurd, with individuals in their 20s achieving mastery at the weapon realm. If he once considered himself a prodigious talent on par with Li Hanjing, it was now evident that Li Hanjing was several leagues ahead in terms of extraordinary talent. After all, while he could advance to the refinement realm at any moment, he humbly acknowledged that he was still far from the realm of the literary sage. Chapter 87. The times have changed. How can one progress without technology? In the realm of weaponry at the tender age of 20, one cannot afford to remain stagnant for another 10 or 8 years, lest they be overshadowed by the tides of time. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qingshu clasped his hands in salute. "My lord, if that is the case, this predicament can be resolved." Upon uttering these words, a subtle smirk graced his lips, affirming the adage, when words fail to convey the truth, let one's fist do the talking. For as long as one's strength is formidable enough, it can articulate every principle. Should there exist truths incomprehensible even through might, it simply indicates that one's power is insufficient. Li Hanjing chuckled as he retracted the divine tower. "If that is the case, let us commence our endeavors immediately and race against time." In the dead of night, Li Hanjing, Yu Qingshu, and Lu Yuan convened, preparing to set forth towards the genie pavilion. Creak, the door swung open. A youthful figure stepped inside, casually stating, "Li Hanjing, take me with you." This individual was none other than Zhang Daoxian, the disciple of the heavenly Tao. Li Hanjing was momentarily perplexed. Why? After all, to him, Zhang Daoxian was merely a favor owed. He had no desire for the young man to become embroiled in their affairs, fearing that it might draw him into a quagmire, especially considering his affiliation with the enigmatic Heavenly Tao sect. If he were to be dragged into their troubles, the complications would multiply. Even now, in the realm of weaponry, he did not feel capable of contending against those formidable factions. Among the 20 sects in the world, each possessed its own weaponry. The Heavenly Tao sect, however, stood at the pinnacle among these great sects, and their supremacy was acknowledged without a shred of exaggeration. This attests to their immense strength. A tale circulates within the martial world, recounting how the mysterious sage of ink from the Hanlin Academy once clashed with the old celestial master of the Heavenly Tao sect. The encounter culminated in defeat for the sage, who subsequently retreated to the Hanlin Academy to diligently pursue the path of literary cultivation. Even the defeated sage's prowess remains incalculable, let alone that of the venerable celestial master. It could be said that these superlative sects prefer to avoid conflict, aspiring instead for a transcendent state of existence. Were these ancient beings to covet power and worldly affairs, the current royal family would find itself in grave peril. Hence, in recent years, the royal family established the 6 doors to stabilize these martial factions. As long as they refrain from escalating matters, the 6 doors would handle the aftermath. To put it delicately, they are tasked with managing these martial factions. To be blunt, they are but hounds dispatched by the royal family to serve as subordinates. This arrangement, however, is limited to the larger sects, as weaker factions generally show deference to the court. The imperial authority tends to remain aloof regarding disputes among these sects, often encouraging fierce rivalries. The sects operate independently of the court's laws, resulting in a delicate balance between the martial realm and the imperial court within the blazing empire. Zhang Daoxian responded, Lingming instructed me to descend the mountain with you to cultivate my understanding of worldly desires. Therefore, you are indeed worthy of emulation. I have observed you for some time, and I believe it is time for me to put my observations into practice. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing's expression twitched slightly. Hope he has learned something beneficial. Zhang Daoxian had been observing himself, a situation he had never anticipated. Had he known, he would have established a more positive image. Well then, let us act together. Since the other party has spoken, Li Hanjing naturally saw no reason to decline. Having an additional ally at the realm of physical movement was an opportunity too good to pass up. Zhang Daoxian's breakthrough into the realm of physical movement occurred in Huaiyang County, following an excursion into the mortal realm with Murongji. Upon his return, he found himself in this new realm. When Li Hanjing inquired about his insights at that time, Zhang Daoxian simply uttered 4 words. Thoughts are clear, desires fulfilled. After all, in Taoism, one does not deprive oneself of humanity as the disciples of Buddhism might. One is free to pursue one's desires, perhaps in one moment. They aspire to establish a destiny for all living beings, yet in the next, that desire may evaporate. This is the essence of cultivating the mysterious way, achieving a state of utter freedom. Subsequently, in the tranquil Jinyiwei County, for shadows darted between the structures. Soon, Li Hanjing and his companions halted outside the Jinyi Pavilion. Gradually, figures clad in plain garments and wielding large sabers began to encircle the entire pavilion. These individuals were none other than Li Hanjing's personal guards, who, due to the matters concerning the Fenghua commercial house, had yet to be formally incorporated into the Jinyi Guard. Shadows also filled the taller buildings surrounding the Jinyi Pavilion. These were the members of the Flying Eagle sect. The reason for their presence became evident with the eagles that occasionally soared overhead. Within the Jinyi Pavilion dwelled not just Feng Laodang, but also his women and numerous servants. Children were absent, for in their era, the Jinyi Guard had made many enemies. Having children would likely have jeopardized their lives. Given the multitude of people present and the cover of night, it was prudent to employ some technology. One could not afford to overlook even 1 or 2 individuals, as that would pose a significant problem. The vision of an eagle far surpasses that of a human. These eagles flew in a continuous rotation, periodically reporting to the disciples of the Flying Eagle sect, ensuring comprehensive surveillance. Times have changed. One must embrace technology. Yu Qing surveyed the scene before him and sighed. My lord, it evokes memories of the Jinyi Guard's abduction of ministers from decades past. Li Hanjing chuckled softly, remaining silent. Such proficiency was honed over time. Tonight's discourse would likely be divided into literary and martial discussions. This division was not intended for mere verbal sparring with Feng Laodang, but was influenced by Yu Qing's involvement, who practiced the way of literature. When the conflict ensued, the way of literature would naturally intertwine. The origin of literary and martial discussions is as follows. Inside the Jinyi Pavilion, in a certain dark chamber, the sounds of an old ox plowing echoed persistently. After all, the ox was aging. If it did not work the fields more, opportunities would soon dwindle. Thud, thud, thud. Faint footsteps resonated from various corners of the Jinyi Pavilion. Immersed in the joys of plowing, Fengze remained oblivious to these anomalies. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open, and 4 figures entered the pitch-black room. The abrupt noise startled Fengze considerably. It was over. Then, slightly panicked, he cried out, "Who dares to intrude upon the Jinyi Pavilion?" A few did not heed his words, as Lu Yuan swiftly lit the candles within the room. Instantly, everything was illuminated with clarity. Ah, master, there are 4 men. Upon hearing this, Fengze quickly grasped the situation. In a flash, he donned a pair of underpants. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Li Hanjing and his companions. He immediately scolded them. Xiao Li, Xiao Shu, what is the meaning of this? Bursting into my residence at such a late hour, what are your intentions? The fierce expression on Fengze's face revealed his genuine anger. The magical energy within him began to stir, as if a confrontation were imminent. Li Hanjing took a seat and calmly stated, Old Feng, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Chapter 88. My influence is greater than you imagine. Fengze roared in indignation. Discuss matters? Is this the reason you have intruded upon my estate? Shouldn't such discussions take place in broad daylight, through the front door? Slap. A resounding smack echoed through the air. Following this, a voice emerged, devoid of any emotion. Lao Dang, have you yet to comprehend the situation? Feng Zhe stood in stunned silence, gazing at the young man who had swiftly stepped aside. Clearly taken aback by the unexpected strike, he found himself at a loss. Not only Feng Zhe was bewildered. Li Hanjing and Lu Yuan shared the same sentiment. Li Hanjing looked at Zhang Daoxian in astonishment. Zhang Daoxian tilted his head slightly and replied nonchalantly, "What's the matter? When you converse with those unruly individuals in Huaiyang County, isn't it conducted in this manner?" Cough, right. Li Hanjing cleared his throat. It was over. The Daozi had been rendered ineffective. What do you mean, Li Hanjing? Don't assume I cannot contend with you. Feng Zhe, now recovering from his shock, shouted in frustration. However, his bravado was merely that he did not move forward to retaliate, fully aware of his own limitations against Li Hanjing. Li Hanjing, with an impassive expression, stated, "Old Feng, to be honest, our visit tonight holds little significance. We merely seek to acquire some items from you. If you comply, there will be no further issues." "What items?" "As long as I possess them, we can negotiate anything." Having lived for so long, Feng Zhe understood well when to endure and when to assert himself. Given the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side, he opted for the former. Li Hanjing smiled. "Since you are so forthcoming, I shall reciprocate. Old Feng, I have been waiting for the Elder Council to provide me with an identity token for quite some time. It would greatly alleviate my sense of insecurity." Upon hearing this, Feng Zhe immediately shook his head. "Impossible. The Elder's token is reserved for those deemed trustworthy. You have only just joined. The Elders may have only just received word of your arrival. How could they grant you an Elder's token?" Li Hanjing waved his hand dismissively. "That is of little consequence. What matters is that I desire it. Perhaps you might lend me yours temporarily?" Feng Zhe was taken aback. "What do you intend to do with the Elder's token?" "That is not for you to know. Hand over the token," Li Hanjing said coldly, rising from his seat. Feng Zhe firmly refused. "No way. The Elder's token represents the Elder Council. If you were to misuse it, how would I explain it to the Elders?" In an instant, Li Hanjing seized Feng Zhe by the throat, stating, "Are you still oblivious to the gravity of the situation?" No matter how Feng Zhe struggled, Li Hanjing's grip was unyielding, as ineffective as a stone cast into the sea. At that moment, 2 personal guards entered, searching the room. After a brief while, one approached. "My lord, there is nothing." Li Hanjing, still gripping Feng Zhe, remarked indifferently, "Have the 2 women been searched?" The guards paused, then hastily lifted the quilt. The 2 women, unbeknownst to anyone, had already dressed. 2 guards hesitated for a moment before reaching in. "My lord, save me." "Indeed, my lord, they are truly hiding something." Li Hanjing seized the token and threw the nearly unconscious Feng Zhe to the ground like a lifeless dog. "Feng Lao, you must feel fortunate. These 2 women are quite loyal to you." Feng Zhe displayed no sign of panic. What storms had he not weathered? With a warning tone, he remarked, "You may endure many things, but should you utilize the Elder's token for any purpose, there shall be no turning back. The power of the Elder Council is far more formidable than you can fathom. A mere whisper from any elder could lead to your demise without a grave. Yu Qingshu might take refuge in the academy for a lifetime, but your situation is different. Do you wish for these subordinates to accompany you in your demise?" Li Hanjing toyed with the Elder's token, retrieving another from his waist and tapping it against Feng Zhe's face. "Feng Lao, my influence exceeds your imagination. You dare to flaunt a token?" Feng Zhe clearly recognized the token in Li Hanjing's hand. His pupils widened. It was the token of the smiling tiger, Li Qian. "You." Li Hanjing ignored Feng Zhe, swiftly rendering him unconscious while simultaneously dispelling his magical powers. "You Fengzi, provide him with the finest sustenance. When the time comes, we shall dispose of him. We must present a fresh corpse to those above." "Understood," Yu Qingshu replied. Li Hanjing said nothing more. The genie pavilion had become a veritable snare. Once one entered, escape was impossible. Subsequently, Li Hanjing activated the token and hastened on his way. By day, while Yu Qingshu was calculating accounts, she encountered the very person she wished to avoid. It was her presence that had halted the entire plan. Without progress, who would join the ranks of the slain? Yet now that she was here, he could only muster a reluctant greeting. "Inspector, what brings you here again?" The girl frowned. "What, is this esteemed person unwelcome?" "What do you mean by again?" Yu Qingshu shook his head in resignation. It was not a matter of preference. Truth be told, I did not wish to come. However, there has been no turmoil in the martial domain as my teacher suggested. The only oddity is this Fenghua commerce. I must await the ministry's personnel. I have grown exceedingly bored in the inn." Although she had spent much time reading in the Hanlin Academy, she had many senior brothers around her. After much deliberation, she found herself at Fenghua Commerce, intending to tease the seemingly refined proprietor. To be frank, had it not been for her teacher's warning of impending chaos in the martial domain, she would not have sought such trouble. After all, the proprietor appeared far from villainous, in stark contrast to those lecherous old men. A refreshing scholarly air surrounded him, making one feel at ease upon proximity. Reminiscent of senior brother Wanma. The girl plopped down in the grand chair, swaying slightly. "You scoundrel, how much silver does Fenghua Commerce earn in a month?" Yuqing took a seat, clutching a book in her hands. "Sir, prior to the arrival of the ministry, I am entitled to remain silent. Your Hanlin Academy possesses only the authority to inspect." The girl waved her hand dismissively. "Humph, how dull. When the ministry arrives, if you are found wanting, I shall have the governor's men sever your head." With an air of righteousness and unyielding integrity, she declared, "I stand firm and fear not the shadows that loom. In due time, I shall make my way to the capital to contest the Hanlin Academy." Yuqing spoke coldly. A silence enveloped them, yet ultimately, it was the girl who could not endure the stillness. "Shut up, you're so annoying," Yuqing snapped, her tone a stark contrast to the previous day's gentle address of little sister and sir. Meanwhile, let us return to Li Hanjing, who had already arrived at Qingzhou. The weaponry realm allowed for low-altitude flight, a speed exponentially swifter than that achieved through the use of internal energy. The journey, which would typically span 3 to 4 days, was completed in merely half a day, and this was not even at full speed, as doing so would incur considerable consumption. Chapter 89. The authority of the esteemed official in the twilight hours of an evening in Qingzhou, as the sky darkened. A man clad in a black official robe spoke with a cheerful demeanor. This individual was none other than Fan Shi, the governor of Qizhou. Beside him stood a middle-aged man dressed in the attire of the Ministry of Revenue, who nodded in acknowledgement of the governor's words. "Esteemed official, if you have any matters to discuss, please feel free to give direct orders." Although our Ministry of Revenue is theoretically accountable only to the higher echelons of the ministry, there is a saying, "Under the eaves, one must bow their head." The place where you conduct your affairs lies within another's jurisdiction if you disregard their words. They possess countless ways to hinder your work. After all, our ministry is not a military organization and is relatively weak in terms of overall strength. Moreover, the individual before me holds a rank considerably higher than mine. Though I oversee the Ministry of Revenue for a province, my rank is merely that of a 5th-grade official, while he is a 3rd-grade officer. A higher rank can easily overshadow one's authority, and here, we are dealing with someone who is not just a rank higher, but 1.5 ranks above. Seeing Tong Jun's understanding, Fan Shi could not help but smile. "In truth, there is nothing of great consequence. It is merely that my brother-in-law has caused some trouble in Jinyiwei County. Last night, he hastily sent me a letter." Tong Jun, puzzled, replied, "What trouble has your brother-in-law caused that necessitates my involvement? We are merely accountants. Who could we possibly overpower? What exactly has your brother-in-law gotten into?" Tong Jun inquired. "Nothing too serious," Fan Shi continued casually. "He simply sought to borrow some money from a merchant group, but not only did they refuse, they even dealt him a heavy blow. He has come to you hoping you could investigate that merchant group and urge them to ease up." To Fan Shi, this issue was trivial, a mere matter of words. He had heard of the Fenghua merchant group, which had garnered a considerable reputation recently, known for its rapid profitability. He had refrained from taking action as it was said that a retired 3rd-grade official was backing the group. However, considering the affront to his brother-in-law, he felt compelled to intervene, as the Fenghua merchant group had effectively slapped his face. Tong Jun immediately sensed the predicament. Fan Shi's brother-in-law was notorious for his overbearing conduct in Qingzhou, leveraging his connections to intimidate others. Now, it seemed that a bold individual had stepped forward, suggesting that the merchant group might soon face dire consequences. For Tong Jun, targeting a merchant group was a trivial matter. He promptly inquired, "Esteemed official, this is straightforward. Just tell me which merchant group in Jinyiwei County is involved, and I will take care of it, as I need to travel to Jinyiwei County soon anyway." Fan Shi, somewhat surprised, responded, "Oh, what a coincidence. It is that recently well-known Fenghua merchant group. You must have heard of them, right?" As Tong Jun burst into laughter, he exclaimed, "Haha, my lord, rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence. No one will have a say in it." Fan Shi, wearing a puzzled expression, responded, "You are so confident, yet the other party is backed by a retired 3rd-rank official. Although he is retired, his network is likely still quite substantial." Tong Jun waved his hand dismissively. "My lord, this time, even if a 2nd-rank official were to intervene, they would be reluctant to involve themselves. It would take someone of the caliber of a first-rank dignitary, like Li Taifu, to make an impact. Intrigued by Tong Zhen's assertion, Fan Shi inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Tong Zhen lowered his voice and explained, "My lord, I shall not conceal the truth from you. I have come to Jinyiwei County specifically to investigate Fenghua Trading Company. It is the members of the Hanlin Academy who wish to scrutinize them." Upon hearing this, Fan Shi was taken aback. The Hanlin Academy, despite its small size and modest rank, was indeed backed by formidable figures. Whenever someone from the Hanlin Academy arrived, it often heralded misfortune for someone. The fact that they're scrutinizing the Fenghua Trading Company in his Qisho suggested that the atmosphere in the city needed rectification. Simultaneously, he felt relieved that the people from Fenghua Trading Company had expelled his brother-in-law. Otherwise, if his brother-in-law had leveraged his influence through him to entangle with them, the repercussions could very well fall upon him. Fan Shi suddenly reconsidered. "Tong Zhen, if Fenghua Trading Company is indeed innocent, proceed with the normal procedures for now. Wait for the Hanlin Academy to depart before taking any action. We officials used to dread entanglements with the Jinyiwei, but now we fear associations with the Hanlin Academy even more." Tong Zhen assured him, "Rest easy, my lord. The individuals the Hanlin Academy seeks to investigate have never escaped without consequence. Moreover, who among those running trading companies is entirely blameless? Should the Hanlin Academy wish to act against them, even a minor tax infraction could lead to their closure." At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the hall, and a figure clad in a red robe and wearing a mask had silently taken a seat behind the two men, placing a hand upon their shoulders. A voice, slightly aged, resonated. "Ah, Lord Tong, your authority is indeed formidable, commanding a trading company to close its doors with such ease." Both men froze instinctively. It is a natural reaction to panic when an unexpected presence suddenly grips one's shoulder. Fan Shi was the quickest to react, attempting to summon his powers to strike back. However, the effort proved futile. Instead, the force of his attempt shattered the ground beneath his chair. The surge of power within him was violently disrupted, and had he not exerted great restraint, he would have undoubtedly coughed up blood. Cold sweat broke out on Fan Shi's brow. The ability to effortlessly suppress his power indicated that the individual was a formidable master at the weapon realm. Despite his own mastery at the 9th level of the body realm, he was still light years away from the weapon realm. He anticipated that it would take him another 30 to 40 years to reach the threshold of transforming his weapon into a magical artifact. Whether he could ultimately break through to the weapon realm would depend on his fortune. Should his luck falter, his lifespan would inevitably begin to wane. The magical power began to wane, and he realized that he would forever remain beyond the realm of weapon mastery. Zhang Zhen, having witnessed the earlier scene, was naturally too intimidated to resist, nor did he dare to glance back to discover the identity of the imposing figure. There is a saying in the martial world: if you have not seen or heard certain things, it signifies there is still hope. However, once you have seen and heard, it truly signifies the absence of salvation. Fan Shi trembled as he spoke. "Master, what brings you here? Have we offended you in some way? If we have wronged you, please tell us, and we shall certainly amend our ways, even prostrating ourselves in repentance, or you may set your terms." The man in the red robe and mask jested. "You wish for me to set terms? All I desire is your lives." Chapter 90. This item will serve you well. Upon hearing this, Fan Shi broke into a cold sweat. "My lord, please do not jest with us. With your strength, if you wish to eliminate us, there would be no need for such lengthy discourse. Just give us your orders, and we shall ensure they are executed." Next to him, Tong Zhen quickly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my lord. In this small corner of Qisho, what Fan Darren states is absolute." "Fan Shi, is this how we are to play?" Li Hanjing released their shoulders and took a seat. "Quite clever, I see. Let me speak plainly." Fan Shi's face brightened instantly. "Very well, my lord, please proceed." Li Hanjing spoke slowly, adopting a tone reminiscent of an elder. "The Fenghua Trading Company must not encounter any issues. Do you comprehend my words?" Both Fan Shi and Tong Zhen were taken aback, then donned expressions of great difficulty. Wasn't he there only a retired third-rank official backing the Fenghua Trading Company? When did such a formidable figure from the weapon realm emerge? In times past, if a master of the weapon realm had spoken, they would have unconditionally granted their favor without question. However, the situation had changed. The Fenghua Trading Company was under scrutiny from the Hanlin Academy. If they allowed leniency this time, and problems arose later, they would find themselves unable to escape the Academy's investigation. Moreover, The involvement of a master from the weapon realm indicated that the Fenghua trading company was entangled in serious matters. Ultimately, it would be they who bore the brunt of the fallout, and they remained unaware of the identity of the current master before them. Even if they wished to divulge information, they could not name whom to implicate. Li Hanjing, observing their prolonged silence, pressed them. What? Is my speech ineffectual? Fansher shook his head, hesitantly beginning. And my lord, it is not that we are unwilling to assist you, but this matter has been expressly mandated for investigation by the esteemed officials of the Hanlin Academy. Li Hanjing retrieved the Elder Council's token from his waist and tossed it to Fansher. So, it seems, Fan Darren fears the Hanlin Academy, but not our Elder Council? Upon hearing this, Fansher glanced at the token in his hand, trembling with fear. The Hanlin Academy, the bastion of stability in the realm, the Elder Council, the last line of defense for the Empire. What sin had he committed? He was merely a humble provincial governor. He truly wished to remain uninvolved in the strife between these two colossal entities. Simultaneously, he felt an intense loathing for his foolish brother-in-law. Had it not been for that letter penned by him, he would not have been ensnared in this predicament at all. Tongzhen felt a mix of anxiety and relief. The joy stemmed from having someone to shield him. He merely needed to follow the directives of the one above him. Li Hanjing continued to press. Oh, it appears the Elder Council lacks the efficacy of the Hanlin Academy. I shall not trouble you further, esteemed lords. Rising, he added coldly, it is chilly tonight. Do return home early. The two were taken aback by this statement. Fansher hurriedly replied, My lord, this matter can be arranged. Li Hanjing smiled and said, Exactly. You assist the Elder Council, and naturally, the Elder Council will support you. Take this token. It will prove useful should you encounter any difficulties. Fansher's eyes brightened. Was he now under the auspices of the Elder Council? It seemed this situation was not entirely unfavorable. Although he had been entrusted with significant responsibilities by the leaders within the domain, in these times, who would not appreciate a robust background? Moreover, the leaders of the domain pale in comparison to the Elder Council's influence. Fansher promptly rose and bowed. Rest assured, Elder. Fenghua Commercial Firm is the cornerstone enterprise of our Qizhou, meticulously supervised by the state, ensuring its integrity. Since Fenghua Commercial Firm was backed by such a formidable entity as the Elder Council, he felt no hesitation. After all, the Hanlin Academy's influence within the Empire was eclipsed by that of the Elder Council. To put it bluntly, the Empire is, after all, a family affair of theirs. Jinyiwei County, Fenghua Commercial Firm. Bang. Yuchishu impatiently slammed the book in her hands. My lord, do you have nothing better to do? Why do you linger in our Fenghua Commercial Firm day in and day out? The girl swung her short legs. Hey, how do you know I have nothing to do? Back at the Hanlin Academy, I spent every day reading. Now that I'm finally out, I still have to assist my teacher. Once I finish my investigation of your Fenghua Commercial Firm, I intend to enjoy myself properly. By the way, what interesting things does the martial domain offer? Can you recommend anything? Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshu was tempted to pry open the head of this little girl to see what was inside. You are here to investigate my firm, yet you're engaging me in idle chatter. Feeling exceedingly displeased, Yu Qingshu suddenly had a thought. It couldn't always be him who felt uncomfortable. Grinning, he said, My lord, you mentioned that you spend all day reading at the Hanlin Academy, which means there are many experiences you must not have had, right? Although the girl was puzzled by this rogue's sudden change in demeanor, she was intrigued by the mention of entertainment. Yes, what is wrong? Do you have any recommendations? Having spent her entire life at the Hanlin Academy, she was quite ignorant of amusement. Everyone there was solely focused on their studies, yet she was hardly cut out for academia. After decades of study, she found herself forgetting everything upon reading it once. However, her teacher insisted that she possessed extraordinary talent, destined for a path in literature. Yet after more than 10 years, she had barely reached the level of solid practice, falling far behind her senior brothers, especially the eldest brother. Yu Qingshu, observing the girl's naive demeanor, produced a few dice from seemingly nowhere and tossed them onto the table before pressing down on them. My lord, have you played this before? The girl shook her head and replied, No, but I have seen it before. Once, my senior brothers were also playing with it, and they were severely scolded by the eldest senior brother, who said that this item was not something good. Yuqing shook his head and said, Consider whether your senior brothers are bad people. The girl shook her head. No, they are not. Yuqing continued, Since they are not bad people, yet they engage with this item, doesn't that indirectly suggest that it is not inherently bad? The girl appeared somewhat perplexed, yet she nodded, Now that you mention it. It does seem that way. Chapter 91 Hehe. My lord, you wouldn't wish for this matter to spread, would you? Shall we play? Yu Qingshu decisively replied, very well. The more, the merrier. I shall summon a few more individuals to join us. He then whispered to a nearby assistant, find some skilled gamblers to come over. Understood. The person nodded in acknowledgement. After a night of relentless gambling. Smack. I'm done. This is utterly unenjoyable. I keep losing. The girl wearily collapsed onto a chair. Yu Qingshu waved his hand, signaling the others to depart, and then cheerfully remarked, My lord, since the game has concluded, might you first settle the 70,000 taels you've lost this evening? The girl, with a furrowed brow, rummaged through her pockets and lamented. I only have 30,000 taels on me, which I have already squandered. It was a special gift from my esteemed teacher before he left. Yu Qingshu's expression shifted dramatically as he questioned, My lord, one must honor their bets. As a dignitary of the Hanlin Academy, overseeing the realm, surely you cannot default on the debts owed to us common folk? The girl languidly reclined in her chair, responding, In any case, I am out of silver. Even if you sold me, I could not possibly produce 70,000 taels. Yu Qingshu suddenly grinned mischievously. My lord, it seems you are indifferent to the consequences. If word were to spread that the Hanlin Academy, which serves the nation and its people, is unable to settle a debt with a commoner, how do you suppose that would reflect upon you? Hehe, my lord, you surely do not wish for this affair to become public, do you? The girl's expression shifted uneasily. She truly had no intention of defaulting. She was simply out of funds. Indeed, her senior brother was correct. This endeavor was not a worthy pursuit. Yet, her upbringing forbade her from engaging in such despicable acts. With a sigh, she said, You rogue, I genuinely have no silver left. Just tell me what you would have me do, and I shall comply, as long as it remains within the bounds of the law. Let us consider this as settling the debt. What do you think? Yu Qingshu had been awaiting this very response. He promptly declared, Since you propose it thus, let us proceed accordingly. As it happens, my business is in need of a helper. For 1 month, under your esteemed status, you shall assist me, and that shall suffice to clear your debt of 70,000 taels. Though this dim-witted little one was easily swayed, the true mastermind behind was not so easily fooled. He needed to keep this girl occupied until his plan reached fruition. Even the esteemed Mo Sheng would be unable to salvage the situation then. The girl tilted her head in contemplation. Fine. After all, my teacher didn't specify a time for my return. Furthermore, if the Ministry of Revenue were to investigate and find issues with the Finghua Trading Company, she would not bear the burden of this debt. Upon receiving her agreement, Yu Qingshu altered his tone. My lord, since you will be working in my establishment, you must exhibit the demeanor of a worker. You shall do as I instruct. The girl nodded. Naturally, I of the Hanlin Academy never go back on my word. Yu Qingshu nodded in return. Very well then, my lord, what is your name? Shurqin. Poetry of Shurqin, melody of Shurqin. Yu Qing raised the corner of her mouth, remarking that listening to Jun's words was akin to experiencing a profound truth. Very well, Shurqin. Change into this simple attire and thoroughly clean every corner of my Finghua Trading Company. As she spoke, Yu Qing retrieved a piece of cloth from the corner and handed it to her. Observing the audacious attitude of Yu Qing, the girl pointed at him. Yu Qing questioned, What is it? Shurqin? Are you having second thoughts? The girl snatched the clothing, declaring, I will wear it. Fetch me a cup of water. Bring me a book. Wipe that corner. Oh. Forget it. With your short legs, you probably can't reach. You scoundrel, I shall not let this go. 3 days later, the State's Ministry of Revenue, under the auspices of Tongjin, arrived at the entrance of Finghua Trading Company, accompanied by dozens of individuals. Upon reaching the door, Tongjin cautiously advised, When we enter to inspect the accounts, keep your eyes sharp. This trading company has been personally overseen by the governor. It concerns his reputation. We must ensure a fair outcome for Finghua Trading Company. Upon hearing this, the group understood the gravity of the situation. One whispered, Fear not, my lord. We could examine the accounts with our eyes closed. This is not our first endeavor. We guarantee no discrepancies will arise. Tongjin patted the individual's head, warning, I caution you, do not speak carelessly. When have we ever inspected accounts with our eyes closed? We always conduct our reviews diligently and seriously. Have you forgotten our mission? To clarify every transaction for His Majesty and manage all tax revenues effectively. Yes, my lord, I was merely jesting. Soon, the Ministry of Revenue entered Finghua Trading Company. Upon seeing the visitor's attire, the girl immediately cast aside her rag. You have finally arrived. please scrutinize the accounts of Fenghua Trading Company thoroughly. She was truly at her limit. For 3 days, that scoundrel had relentlessly tormented her, never allowing her a moment's respite. Tongjin gazed at the diminutive figure before him, momentarily taken aback, then coldly stated, "Whose child are you? The Ministry of Revenue is here to audit. Non-essential personnel should withdraw." Ha ha. Yuqing could not suppress his laughter, then stood up. "Esteemed officials, please come, take a seat. Allow me to introduce you. This is the inspector dispatched from the Hanlin Academy." At that moment, the girl melancholically produced her token. Tongjin examined it closely and then smiled. "Ah, so you are the inspector." "Indeed, the Hanlin Academy is filled with remarkable individuals. Shall we begin the audit now?" At once, the girl replied without hesitation. "Very well, we shall proceed as you wish." An hour later, Tongjin and his entourage completed their review of all the accounts, subsequently feigning a reconciliation of the Ministry's records. "My lord, their accounts align perfectly with ours. And the tax records correspond as well. There are no discrepancies in the taxation. Regarding the ambiguity surrounding the allocation of funds mentioned in your letter, we have duly recorded everything in our department's ledger." Yuqing Shu chuckled and remarked, "You see, sir, I have always asserted that our Fenghua Trading Company is a legitimate establishment that has made considerable contributions to Jingshui County. Just last month, we single-handedly multiplied the average monthly income of each individual several times over, significantly enhancing the happiness of the populace." The girl, visibly skeptical, turned to Tongjin and insisted, "Bring forth your department's ledger. I shall verify it personally." Unfazed, Tongjin promptly handed over the ledger. The accounting methods employed by their department are governed by a proprietary encryption formula, rendering them incomprehensible to outsiders. This precaution is designed to prevent high-ranking officials from arbitrarily altering the records for personal gain. Even officials within the department would find it impossible to amend any entries unless they dismantled the entire ledger and reconstructed it anew or initially recorded the data using the desired figures within the encryption formula. Any alterations made would compromise the integrity of the overall calculations upon decryption. Given the implications for national finance, the royal family maintains stringent oversight in this domain. Chapter 92. The overwhelmed Yuqishu. The girl flipped through the ledger, left and right, but ultimately found herself unable to comprehend its contents. With a hint of menace, she declared, "Are you all certain there are no issues? Should any problems arise later, you will be held directly accountable." To be honest, her words left the group momentarily intimidated. Having just glanced at the ledger of the Fenghua Trading House, he realized it was a disjointed mess, with no entries aligning with their records. However, reflecting on the elder council behind him, he steadied his resolve. "My lady, the situation is indeed as you say. If you remain unconvinced, shall we conduct another review?" Seeing the assurance given, the girl chose to abandon her inquiries into the Fenghua Trading House's integrity. Her immediate concern was whether she could survive a month under Yuqingshu's command. Noticing her silence, he inquired again, "My lady, do you require another inspection?" The girl, disheartened, shook her head. "No need. You may leave." For days later, Yuqishu leisurely awaited the arrival of the next month, while the girl, feeling utterly bored, busied herself with polishing the counter she had already attended to countless times. At that moment, a man clad in white entered from outside. His eyes were profound and bright, as if capable of piercing through all worldly deceptions, and he walked in with measured grace. "Yuqishu, are you now engaged in these disreputable dealings? Do you realize the suffering your actions will bring to the citizens of the entire martial realm?" Upon hearing this voice, Yuqingshu, who had been peacefully reading, nearly dropped her book in shock. She contemplated fleeing through the back door. The man casually extended a hand, enveloping the space in an overwhelming aura of literary power. Still trying to escape? Boom. In an instant, the Fenghua Trading House was reduced to a gaping hole. Cough, cough, cough. Yuqishu, covered in dust, staggered to her feet from the rubble, her gaze finally betraying a flicker of fear upon seeing the man before her. The girl, noticing this expression, brightened and scampered to stand behind the man in white. "What a pleasant surprise, Master Brother. What brings you here?" The white-clad man cast her a brief glance, his face devoid of any emotion. "Step aside. I will report your foolishness to the master. You've been deceived to the point of losing your bearings." The girl pouted but dared not retort, retreating to the side. In the entire Hanlin Academy, she feared Master Brother the most. Other senior brothers treated her like a sister, and even the master had never scolded her, but Master Brother often reprimanded her. Nevertheless, she held no grudges against him, as he bore a cold demeanor towards everyone. The white-clad man raised his hand, seemingly poised to strike again. Yuchishu dusted herself off and quickly gestured, "Wenemo, let us discuss this matter calmly. Please. Do not harm the innocent citizens surrounding us." Looking at the man before her, Yuchishu found herself utterly devoid of combat spirit. She was simply no match for him. The man was none other than Wenemo, revered as the chief senior brother of the literary realm, not just the Hamlin Academy. This individual possesses a talent in the literary realm that rivals that of the two sages. And it is all but certain that if the Crimson Flame Empire were to witness the emergence of a third literary saint, it would undoubtedly be this person. At merely 35 years of age, he has already attained the 9th level of self-cultivation. The reason why Yuchishu harbors such fear stems from a previous exchange conference, during which he engaged in a debate of ideas with this individual, who articulated a rebuttal against the Killing Book. The ensuing exchange of words resulted in neither party yielding, ultimately leaving Yuchishu temporarily subdued by the counter-argument against the Killing Book. This is precisely why Yuchishu feels such trepidation. Do not be deceived by his seemingly humble demeanor, for when it comes to combat, his methods are anything but gentle. The man in white cast a cold glance at the onlookers and remarked, "Your reminder is timely. Let us take this elsewhere. If you can withstand 10 of my strikes today, I shall consider this matter concluded." With that, the man in white waved his sleeve, effortlessly casting Yuchishu aside. In the outskirts, before Yuchishu could fully comprehend the situation, the man in white inscribed a single character in the air, "Kill." Yuchishu, alarmed, quickly exclaimed, "Senior Brother One, please calm down. Do not resort to lethal moves right away. If I were to perish, old man, you would be furious. And I am certain you would not wish to witness his wrath." As he spoke, the literary energy within him fortified his body. "Go." The man in white disregarded Yuchishu's pleas. A fierce gust of wind stirred the sands and shattered the surrounding trees in an instant. Yuchishu was taken aback. This was even more monstrous than a few years prior. Bang! Crack! The two forces of literary energy collided violently. In but a breath, Yuchishu was sent flying several meters away. After a moment, he lay on the ground, finally regaining his composure, and urgently stabilized the chaotic energy within him. The man in white did not strike again, stating, 7 years have passed, and you remain this weak. Prepare for the second strike." Yuchishu shouted in desperation. "Senior Brother One, you are over a decade my senior. Is it not unfair for you to take advantage of your age? Let us fight on equal grounds." The man in white replied, "Why should I constrain myself? The laws of heaven and fortune dictate that I possess a natural advantage of over 10 years. Why would I forfeit that?" Yuchishu found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter such logic. Another character attack was launched. Enraged, he retaliated, summoning a gust beneath his feet as he sprinted towards the city. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Currently, the enemy is strong while I am weak. To engage recklessly is nothing short of foolishness. Bang! This attack missed its mark. Even when Wenemo did not anticipate Yuchishu's decisive retreat, the Yuchishu of yesteryear, who had been utterly beaten down, had transformed. However, Wenemo did not pursue. Instead, he casually gestured a binding technique. The speed was astonishing, and in an instant, it struck Yuchishu, pinning him down with a weight akin to that of Mount Tai, rendering him immobile. He could hardly fathom that the Sage of Ink had cultivated to a level where he could execute such techniques with mere gestures. A surge of lifeless energy emanated forth as countless crimson characters materialized around the Qing book. Witnessing this, Wenemo finally exhibited a flicker of emotion. "Is this the infamous murder tome you spoke of? Quite intriguing," he mused. The Qing book's eyes glowed red, and with a flourish of its hands, it unleashed a torrent of sanguine inscriptions towards Wenemo. Yet, he made no attempt at defense, calmly observing the blood-red characters encircling him. As if he were engaged in a profound study, the Qing book felt a pang of indignation. "This was my ultimate technique. And yet you seem to be learning it from a distance." Chapter 93. My son is in trouble. I shall no longer engage in this farce. Wenemo even attempted to grasp the blood-red characters with his bare hands. Rending. Drip. Drip. The crimson script effortlessly sliced a gash across his fingers. Wenemo was taken aback by this. The power is indeed formidable. It has truly opened a path for you. However, this method is excessively malevolent. You should reflect on your actions before our teacher. Clearly, Wenemo had no intention of truly ending Yuchishu's life. After all, he was a direct disciple of the Qing Academy. Killing him would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications. upon hearing that when Mo intended to present him before Mo1, a murderous intent fully manifested in Yu Qingshu's eyes. Would the Sage of Ink, who consistently advocates for stability across the realm, permit such a path to exist? While it may not mean his death, it would certainly cripple his abilities as a killer scribe. Immediately, Yu Qingshu commanded all the blood-red characters to assault Mo. Witnessing this, Mo ceased to maintain his earlier nonchalance and swiftly inscribed the character for scatter. Whoosh bang. His formerly neatly arranged long hair was blown askew. Yet, that was merely the beginning. Mo seemed to abandon any hesitation, opting for decisive action. After evading the onslaught of the blood-red characters, he quickly wrote the character for seal. Instantly, the area surrounding Yu Qingshu was enveloped in a dense aura of literary energy, slowly pressing down upon him. Yu Qingshu glanced around, realizing there was no escape, and his expression hardened. He murmured, "This is truly unfortunate. I had intended to establish a perfect foundation." As he spoke, countless blood-red characters shimmered around him, signifying an imminent breakthrough. "If I do not apply some pressure, do you truly believe I have idled away these past few years?" Suddenly, he halted all movement and cried out, "My lord, save me. You have finally arrived. Otherwise, I would have been beaten to death." Yu Qingshu sobbed, tears streaming down his face. It turned out that Li Hanjing had appeared out of nowhere and was now hovering in the air. Upon hearing this, Li Hanjing cast a sideways glance at Yu Qingshu, who had transformed from a defiant challenger to a pitiful figure in an instant. In truth, Li Hanjing had sensed something amiss the moment the Fenghua trading house was shattered. Coupled with the substantial fluctuations of literary energy in the outskirts, he immediately took to the skies. Meanwhile, at the Hanlin Academy, a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe entered with a smile. "Mo de Sheng, it has been several years since we last met." Without hesitation, he seated himself opposite Mo Yun. Upon recognizing the visitor, Mo Yun ceased his contemplation of the chessboard and replied nonchalantly, "Heh, when you, the smiling tiger Li Qian, arrives, it is surely not for anything pleasant." Li Qian shook his head. "How could that be? I have come today with no ulterior motives, merely out of boredom, to seek you for a game of chess. After all these years, you wouldn't refuse to play with me, would you?" Mo Yun, intrigued, inquired, "Is it truly just a game of chess?" Li Qian nodded. "Only chess. No discussions of state affairs. Simply two old friends reminiscing." With a graceful wave of her sleeve, Mo Yun made all the pieces on the chessboard vanish, replacing them with ordinary individual pieces. Li Qian, smiling, swiftly placed a black piece down at the Tian Yuan. Observing this, Mo Yun furrowed her brows, questioning whether he was truly making a move or merely feigning it. "I am indeed playing for real. My skills have significantly improved lately, so allow me this one piece," he replied. Mo Yun offered a faint smile and then placed her own piece down. In the outskirts of Jinyiwei County, when Mo lifted his gaze towards the airborne Li Hanjing, his expression shifting subtly. "Esteemed sir, this matter concerns the internal affairs of our Wendao. I kindly ask you not to interfere." At this moment, when Mo no longer stood with an air of unparalleled superiority, the aura of Wendao coiled around his hands, ready to confront the individual before him with utmost resolve. Yu Qingshu, witnessing the standoff, hastily added fuel to the fire. "My lord, this person is aware of our plans. He cannot be allowed to remain." Li Hanjing nodded slightly, acknowledging the urgency. When Mo's brow furrowed further, plagued by uncertainty regarding the true nature of this weapon master and why he concealed his true visage behind such a youthful facade. He also pondered the curious association with Yu Qingshu, a disgrace to the Wendao. As for his own safety, he felt little concern. Li Hanjing slowly opened his right hand, causing a small tower to begin rotating gently. Looking down with an imposing demeanor, he remarked, "Do you enjoy exerting pressure?" Then experienced the sensation of being overwhelmed. The Zhenshin tower soared above when Mo, magnifying 100-fold. An indescribable force firmly bound when Mo, and as the tower descended, the weight upon him intensified with each meter. The aura of Wendao within him was completely suppressed, rendering him unable to muster any strength. Gritting his teeth, when Mo declared, "Esteemed sir, do not misjudge. The Hanlin Academy has never suffered defeat." Li Hanjing smirked playfully. "Then today shall be the day of that defeat. You shall descend with the knowledge you should not possess." He extended his fingers, pressing downwards through the air. The Zhenshin tower, as if losing its support, plummeted rapidly. Boom! In the mere span of a breath, when Mo, at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the cultivation realm, was subdued beneath the tower. This exemplified the disparity between weapon masters in the realm of cultivation. Enclosed within the tower, the first of its 9 levels began to shimmer with golden light, effectively imprisoning when Mo beside them. Yu Qingshu applauded enthusiastically. "My lord, you are magnificent." His greatest annoyance was this young man's perpetual expression of invincibility. Currently, the Zhenshin Tower possessed only a single layer of skills without any lethal capabilities. Li Hanjing gathered a vast reservoir of magical power in both hands, preparing to channel it into the tower to escort Mo away. Meanwhile, in the Qian imperial capital at the Hanlin Academy, Mo Yun was poised to place her piece when it suddenly fell from her grasp. She reached out to remove the black piece she had placed at the Tianyuan. Li Qian quickly intervened, exclaiming, Hey, Mo Yun, what do you mean? Are you trying to cheat because you can't win?" Ignoring Li Qian's protests, Mo Yun insisted on removing the piece situated at the center of the chessboard. Li Qian attempted to stop her. 2 astonishing forces of vitality suddenly dispersed within the pavilion. The tone of Mo Yun became markedly more frigid. "Li Qian, you are well aware that the Tsangyu chessboard is my life's treasure. Yet you immediately obstructed the central Tianyuan, causing me to momentarily lose my grasp on the state of affairs. What are you concealing?" Li Qian chuckled nonchalantly. "Nothing of great significance, nothing at all." "Humph." Mo Yun scoffed, promptly channeling the energy of the literary path within. The chessboard swiftly diminished in size, landing in Mo Yun's hand. In response, Li Qian could only relent with a sense of discontent. After all, it was another's life treasure. There was little he could do once it was reclaimed. Upon retrieving the chessboard, Mo Yun's gaze sharpened. "Li Qian, your son possesses an audacious spirit, daring to stake the stability of the entire martial domain. Do you comprehend the extent of effort I dedicated to ensuring its security in the past?" Li Qian immediately countered. "Isn't my son acting out of desperation? Who could have anticipated our sovereign's advancing years and burgeoning confusion? Should I expect my son to passively await his demise? Let me assure you, if my son perishes, I shall overturn the table and cease all play. I am eager to see if your Mo family's heavenly fortune can continue to function." Chapter 94, The Li Family's Fortune. Upon hearing this, Mo Yun let out a helpless sigh, remarking that one cannot use the entire martial domain as a chessboard. Noticing Mo Yun's willingness to relent, Li Qian interjected. "Esteemed sage Mo, I cannot concern myself with such vast matters. This issue can be settled within the county, but my son must not come to harm. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the soldiers stationed at Jinyiwei Cliff will remain unscathed. Furthermore, should this escalate and you Daitzi also intervene, I wonder how you will resolve the situation." Mo Yun pondered for a moment before conceding. Such a monumental affair cannot be shouldered by a mere county. Li Qian replied nonchalantly, "That is not your concern." Realizing further discussion was futile, Mo Yun offered a muted warning. "You aided me in the past, but now you bear the weight of calamity. It would be wise for you to extricate yourself sooner rather than later." Li Qian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The moment I chose this position, my fate was sealed. Some matters cannot be concluded in a lifetime. Either I perish or they do." A palpable aura of menace enveloped the surroundings. Mo Yun observed Li Qian's demeanor with a sense of regret, then directed his focus inwardly to the chessboard. Li Qian quickly intervened. "What are you doing? Did you not promise me?" Mo Yun shot him an exasperated glance. "Your son is your son, but my student is not to be disregarded. Am I not allowed to save my own student?" Li Qian withdrew his hand, cautioning, "Do not engage. Otherwise, I shall strike your head." Outside Jingshui County, suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. The cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated towards Li Hanjing. Reacting swiftly, Li Hanjing retreated several paces. The tempest intensified, accompanied by flashes of lightning, creating an atmosphere akin to the apocalypse, shrouding the world in darkness. Li Hanjing and Yu Qingshu looked skyward, where arcs of white and black light swirled above them. After a time, a complete go-board materialized in the heavens. An ethereal figure clad in a green robe cast its shadow over the board, surveying the scene below. Even Li Hanjing, who had witnessed many spectacles in the capital, swallowed hard at the grandeur of this display. Yu Qishu, equally awestruck, was no longer boastful, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The celestial go-board. "Well, my lord, if all goes as anticipated today, it appears we may meet our demise here." Li Hanjing was perplexed. Yu Qingshu elaborated. "The venerable elder above, Mo Wensheng, possesses the go-board as his ultimate innate treasure. Why does the Hanlin Academy always engage in such underhanded tactics, preying upon the weak? When the lesser cannot contend, they summon the might of the greater." Hearing this, Li Hanjing felt a chill in his heart. Is the disparity in weaponry so vast? We all possess innate treasures. Yet how can yours command such a spectacle? A transcendent voice resonated. Young friends, you seek to disrupt the tranquility of the martial domain after all these years and aim to harm my student. How shall I address your transgressions? Observing the grand spectacle before him, Li Hanjing dared not hesitate any longer. In less than half a breath, the divine suppression tower returned to his grasp. The ethereal figure in the sky chuckled. You, my dear child, are quite clever. Suddenly, the figure's demeanor shifted to one of sternness. Yet, throughout all these years, none have been able to threaten me. With that, an object in his hand transformed into a chess piece, poised to be cast down. Li Hanjing immediately placed the divine suppression tower before his chest. Come on, let us all meet our demise together. The ethereal figure halted. I can overlook the board you have set, but you must cease immediately, halting this within the county. Li Hanjing paused, perplexed. What is this? Such a grand display for this. Yu Qingshu whispered, My lord, we have already profited immensely. Perhaps it is best to withdraw while we are ahead. Li Hanjing nodded in agreement. Plans seldom survive contact with reality. It is a pity your assassination compendium did not accumulate further. Now that the head of the Hanlin Academy was aware of this matter, the plan could not possibly continue. Yet, he had not lost. He had still reaped over 10 million. This also made him acutely aware of the disparity between the realms of weaponry. He pondered deeply, how could the formidable Mo Wanqing, the pinnacle of the blazing flame empire's martial prowess, easily concede? Someone must have intervened behind the scenes. Either his second trump card had finally borne fruit, or it was the scholarly fools from the academy. Since the upper echelons had already negotiated, execution was all that remained. Such is the nature of reality. Yu Qingshu murmured. There is no rush. After all, I have waited many years already. Besides, my lord, with your talent, it will not take 3 or 4 decades of cultivation before we can surpass this old head. Li Hanjing patted Yu Qingshu on the shoulder. This man was truly agreeable. After their exchange, Yu Qingshu began to lament dramatically. Mo Shang, we have committed such a grievous error. Can you still forgive us? We are filled with shame. And henceforth we shall strive to, sincerely repent. The ethereal figure replied nonchalantly, I heard your previous words, and should you truly intend to ascend to sainthood in such a manner, how many lives would be lost? If that day ever arrives, even you the fool cannot save you. Yu Qingshu paid no heed to this, accustomed as he was to similar admonitions from every scholar he had encountered. In the imperial capital at the Hanlin Academy, Mo Yun detached his spirit from the chessboard, sighing softly. Li Qian, the fortune of your family is indeed remarkable. Not only have you emerged, but your son as well, a weapon master at the tender age of 20, wielding an extraordinary artifact. Li Qian shook his head. I have never believed in fortune. If what you say is true, why then did she perish? Mo Yun rose, offering a calm explanation. The way of the heavens bestows upon individuals certain gifts, yet concurrently, they must relinquish something in return. This is the principle of balance. Li Qian chuckled lightly. According to your reasoning, is everything merely a gift from your so-called way of heaven? Mo Yun nodded affirmatively. Indeed. All things in the world are granted by the way of heaven, which also endows them with corresponding laws of operation. Li Qian's curiosity piqued. And what of you? Are you a servant of the way of heaven? Mo Yun shook her head gently, an inkling of understanding dawning upon her. I am not its servant. I sense that I possess the ability to master it. Li Qian, upon hearing Mo Yun's words, could not help but be taken aback. Rising to depart, he remarked that he was already entangled in misfortune, yet she seemed even more adept at playing with fire. He then took his leave. After Li Qian's departure, Mo Yun fell into deep contemplation. How perplexing it is. The Li family's fortune should have been utterly depleted, resulting in a mere smiling tiger. Logically, one would expect his descendants to meet an untimely demise, yet astonishingly, they now seem poised to surpass him. Chapter 95. After a lifetime of toil, should one not be allowed to indulge? Mo Yun gazed at the chessboard for an extended period, yet failed to grasp its complexities. Ultimately, she decided to abandon her efforts. In the imperial city of Qian, within the Grand Hall of Taixin, the Minister of Revenue, Shang Ping, reported, Your Majesty, the Hanlin Academy has transmitted alarming news regarding an egregious case of illegal fundraising in the martial domain. The scholars of the Hanlin Academy seldom attended court. Upon identifying issues, they would directly submit their findings to the relevant departments for further action, as they did not engage in political affairs. The emperor paused. Taken aback by the news from the Hanlin Academy, he hastily urged, Minister Shang, please elaborate. It is rare for the Hanlin Academy to relay information, and when they do, it invariably pertains to matters of national significance. With a respectful bow, Shang Ping commenced reading the memorial. In the martial domain, specifically in Qingzhou's Jinyiwei County, a case of illegal fundraising has emerged, wherein the common folk have been deceived into relinquishing their silver. Preliminary estimates suggest that the amount involved exceeds 10 million, representing 90% of Jinyiwei County's total revenue. Initial findings indicate the involvement of Feng Zhe, a former commander of the Jinyiwei, along with Qingzhou's Governor Fan Shi and a local official named Tong Jin. The emperor's expression darkened upon hearing this. He cast a sidelong glance at the two eunuchs beside him. How could the situation in such a significant region devolve to this extent? While his own intelligence agencies had failed to provide any forewarning, this left him in an exceedingly precarious position. The two eunuchs lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet the emperor's gaze. At this moment, the civil and military officials present turned their eyes toward the emperor, who felt an overwhelming sense of being trapped. With a resounding clap upon his dragon throne, he exclaimed, 90% of the implicated funds. What is the local court doing? What are they doing? Silence enveloped the room as everyone averted their eyes, unable to articulate a response. What more could be said? The Jinyiwei had waned, and the intelligence agencies were reputed to be the emperor's eyes. Now, in the face of crisis, they all stood ready to share the blame. Can any of you provide a reasonable explanation? The emperor demanded. Has the court's law become so ineffectual that it fails to deter certain individuals? Although this matter appears limited in scope, it has arisen within the martial domain, a region already fraught with instability. If a governor dares to act so brazenly, what does that imply for those above him? Fortunately, the Hanlin Academy had detected this issue. Otherwise, as the scope of the scandal expanded, it might necessitate the dispatch of troops to the martial domain to rectify the situation. Seeing that the officials remained silent, the emperor's voice grew firmer. Why does no one speak? Has the court decayed to such an extent? Are we so willing to disregard the plight of the common people for the sake of wealth? Still, silence reigned, as no one wished to be the first to break the tension. The emperor felt a surge of frustration. Someone, please speak. Otherwise, this predicament becomes exceedingly awkward for me. At that moment, Li Qian stepped forward with an expressionless demeanor. Your Majesty, I believe our immediate priority should be to resolve the issue first, followed by addressing accountability. Indeed, Your Majesty, it is imperative that we prioritize a resolution, another voice echoed. As the crowd witnessed Li Qian speaking, they began to echo his sentiments. The emperor, seizing the opportunity to ease the tension, inquired, What solutions do you esteemed ministers propose? At that moment, the second prince stepped forward. Father, I believe it is imperative to assign the officials from the Martial Region's Commission of Governance to conduct an on-site investigation. Only after verifying the fact should we take action. Li Qian exchanged a knowing glance with the crown prince, who promptly understood and retorted, Father, I contend that the investigation should not be entrusted to the Commission of Governance. The incident occurred in the Martial Region, and with a former third-rank Imperial Guard and a third-rank governor involved, I believe there must be powerful backing for them to dare commit such acts. Upon hearing this, the second prince became anxious. Father, the Commission of Governance is most familiar with the local circumstances. Their investigation would undoubtedly yield efficient results. The emperor, observing the machinations between his two sons, felt his temper flare. Everyone knew that the second prince's maternal grandfather held a significant position in the Commission of Governance. The emperor understood his son's intentions clearly. He feared the matter would implicate the commission and sought to retain investigative authority within the Martial Region. The crown prince continued, Father, I believe it would be prudent to send someone from the imperial capital to investigate. After all, the emperor interrupted him. Enough. I am addressing the civil and military officials. You two should refrain from interjecting for now. Li Qing, do you have any sound suggestions? The emperor shifted the topic, mindful of the presence of his ministers, unwilling to allow them to witness any royal embarrassment. Li Qian respectfully replied, I too believe we should dispatch individuals from the imperial capital for the investigation. The emperor nodded in agreement. Let us proceed as Li Qing suggests. He then turned his attention to the military officials. Zhan Qing, I intend to assign this matter to you. How do you perceive it? A robust middle-aged man stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, your command shall be executed without fail. Regardless of the rank of the opposing officials, I shall address each case. The emperor nodded with satisfaction. It appeared there were still capable individuals within the court. The civil and military officials seemed to be aligning their positions. The dispatch of these individuals would undoubtedly serve a purpose, and the emperor wished to avoid any extraneous influences in this matter. Given its significance to the stability of the martial region, he could not afford to be careless, necessitating the appointment of a neutral party for the investigation. Li Hanjing was one of the few neutral figures available, serving as the commander of the Central Command Office, under the jurisdiction of the Central Governor's Office. Capable of mobilizing local troops, he was a pragmatic second-rank official, perfectly suited for this investigation. Very well, this responsibility shall be entrusted to Li Hanjing for prompt action. Li Hanjing nodded. As you command, Your Majesty. Li Qian cast a sidelong glance at the emperor. Over recent years, his power had been significantly curtailed, and the emperor had just casually inquired of him, only to personally appoint someone thereafter. After attending to these matters, the emperor inquired, "What new developments have arisen in the Immortal Elixir Pavilion?" At that moment, a man adorned in a crane robe with a prominent mustache stepped forward, smiling as he responded, "Your Majesty, the Immortal Elixir Pavilion has recently discovered a unique substance on a celestial island. If we can gather and experiment with it in abundance, we shall undoubtedly concoct an elixir of longevity." Upon hearing this, the emperor instantly forgot his earlier troubles, his spirits lifted. "Oh? Then let us hasten to collect it." The mustached man hesitated, appearing as if he had something to say but lacked the courage to voice it. Noticing this, the emperor urged, "Do not hesitate to speak of any difficulties you may face." The man glanced at the assembled ministers and said, "Your Majesty, both the collection and experimentation require considerable manpower and resources. The initial gathering and experimentation will approximately demand around 60 million taels of silver." At this proclamation, the ministers were taken aback. To request 60 million outright was indeed audacious of the Immortal Elixir Pavilion. Indeed, 60 million is equivalent to the total tax revenue of an entire region for a year, they murmured. As everyone presumed the emperor would refuse, he pondered for a brief moment and then declared, "Very well, I shall grant your request." However, at that instant, the Minister of Revenue stepped forward, his expression filled with concern. "Your Majesty, the allocation of the treasury silver is meticulously designated: military supplies, emergency funds for unforeseen circumstances, and maintenance costs for officials across the nation." The emperor, growing impatient with the minister's lengthy discourse, interjected, "You, minister, have yet to answer for the recent illegal fundraising incident. A single county managed to raise 10 million taels, and now you lament over my request for 60 million? Surely the treasury has reserves from previous years. Simply procure them." "But that would deplete our—" the minister began, but the emperor, now with a hint of authority, interrupted, "Enough. This matter is settled." The minister, visibly anxious, suddenly turned to Li Qian, exclaiming, "Grand Tutor, please lend your voice to this matter." A profound silence enveloped the room as the minister realized his blunder. To start with a demand for 60 million, he had been cornered. Now, with the emperor having already made a decision, his appeal to the Grand Tutor could be misconstrued as implying that the Grand Tutor's words held more weight than those of the emperor. The emperor's eyes narrowed, lost in thought as the assembly awaited Li Qian's response. Yet, Li Qian, unfazed by the mounting pressure, calmly stated, "Since Minister Shang has invited me to speak, I shall do so. Your Majesty has dedicated his life to the empire. It is only fitting to draw some silver from the Ministry of Revenue for necessary endeavors." He continued, "Minister Shang, do not evade this matter any longer." Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression softened somewhat. After all, he had devoted his life to the empire. What harm was there in enjoying the fruits of his labor in his twilight years? The Minister of Revenue, left with no choice, reluctantly retreated. Li Qian observed the unfolding scene with indifference. This old fool, lacking in talent and now aged, was laboring hard just to extend his years. The Immortal Pill Pavilion was established by the emperor, who, aware of his own limitations in martial arts and the onset of decline in his lifespan, sought to create elixirs that could prolong life or even rejuvenate his body, enabling him to ascend further in his martial pursuits. Little did he realize that when one's time has come, it has come. Even if one forcibly extends their life by a few years, it is merely a futile struggle for existence. Regrettably, this old man has become increasingly muddled, perhaps entirely aware of the truth, yet unwilling to embrace death. Clinging to the power of this realm. Forge ahead, forge ahead. When you have depleted the remnants of the Shao family's strength, it will all be over. Nightfall, outskirts of the Crimson Flame imperial capital. Two figures appeared in the wilderness. A deep voice broke the silence. My lord, how shall we proceed with the investigation? Should we drag anyone down with us? The other shadow shook his head. No need. Once we reach Jinyiwei County, just follow Jiang's lead. Understood, my lord. Crimson Flame Imperial Capital, somewhere. 36 elders gathered around a round table, yet silence enveloped them, the atmosphere heavy. Suddenly, a venerable elder spoke. Whose troops are under Fengzhe in Jinyiwei County? Another elder slowly raised his hand. Great Elder, they are mine. The Great Elder gently tapped the envelope in his hand. You might want to take a look. Your recommendation letter has landed in the hands of the cunning Li Qian's son. Do your soldiers not possess the sense to investigate the background of their endorsers? The elder, uncomfortable under the scrutiny, stammered, Great Elder, this. Before he could finish, the Great Elder interjected. Fengzhe cannot be spared. The elder's face contorted with difficulty. Great Elder, he has been with me for quite some time. Let us give him another chance. Give him a chance. And you may find yourself without one. Your foolish subordinate has committed a grave offense, recklessly amassing wealth without regard for the consequences. The court has already dispatched a second-rank official to investigate. Do you understand? The elder fell silent, then replied, Very well, Great Elder. I will send someone to deal with him. The Great Elder slowly nodded. If he falls into the hands of the court, you shall bear the consequences alongside him. The elder dared not hesitate and hurriedly left to arrange for the silencing of the matter, sighing inwardly, even as a member of the Elder Council. He remained merely a pawn. 10 days later, Jinyiwei County, Brocade Pavilion. Li Hanjing and his companions stood in the courtyard's pavilion. Li Hanjing personally hung a strip of white silk. Looking at Fengzhe with a smile, he said, Old Feng, it is time for your journey to commence. Li Hanjing calculated the time, estimating that the investigators would likely arrive in the coming days. As he spoke, 2 plainclothed men approached to lift Fengzhe for hanging. Li Hanjing, if I die, consider how the Elder Council will deal with you. Fengzhe threatened, staring at the white silk before him. He had no other recourse. Threats were all that remained. Ka, the great eagle soaring in the sky, suddenly cried out. Bang! Soon, several dark figures descended. The shadows appeared momentarily stunned by the scene before them. Were there still arrangements for more individuals above? The leading figure clad in black cautiously inquired, Elder Council, are you allies? Upon hearing this, Fengzhe quickly interjected, They are not allies. They have come to kill me. At this moment, a smile finally graced Fengzhe's face. How fortuitous that, in his final hour, the members of the Elder Council had arrived. However, Li Hanjing held a different opinion, observing the murderous intent emanating from these figures. It seemed that the Elder Council had dispatched individuals to silence him. Li Hanjing scrutinized the black-clad figures. The leader exuded an aura suggestive of being on the brink of the weapon realm, as he sensed a faint essence of a magical artifact emanating from him. The other 3 appeared to be at the body realm. Clearly, the Elder Council was aware of Fengzhe's reckless actions and had taken measures to eliminate him. Li Hanjing, uninterested in further dialogue, promptly unleashed the Jinshin Tower, hurling it forward. As a supreme magical artifact, the Jinshin Tower was exceptionally robust. Engaging in battle with it did not necessitate mere suppression. Its magnitude would create quite a commotion, especially within the confines of the city. The leader of the dark figures quickly drew an axe to defend against the impending strike. The clash resonated with a loud clang. The black-clad individual glanced at his trembling hand that gripped the axe, astonished to find it uncontrollably shaking. Even the axe he was nurturing had sustained a chip from the collision, instilling fear within him. This was merely a casual strike from the opponent. The Jinshin Tower reappeared in Li Hanjing's grasp, and he exerted even greater force. Wait, we are all allies here. Please do not strike. We have also come to eliminate Fengzhe, the black-clad man hastily exclaimed, realizing that his adversary intended to continue the assault. Simultaneously, he began to grumble internally about those above him. If they did not trust their capabilities, they ought not to summon them. How inconsiderate to request their assistance while simultaneously enlisting others. Fengzhe interjected, yes, you all lack propriety. While I am the only one concerned about how to meet my demise without clarity, there was a sudden matter yesterday, so I requested a day off. I will make up for the missed chapters when I find time in the future. This chapter was hastily written overnight and contains numerous typos. Please assist in correcting them. Lastly, I humbly request a free advertisement and a gentle nudge for updates. Good night. Chapter 96, The Xuanjia Cavalry. Li Hanjing remained silent, clutching the Jinshin Tower in his right hand, gazing calmly at the group of black-clad figures before him. Arcane energy surged wildly within his palm. If the leader of the black-clad men, known as Heizi, still failed to grasp the situation, he would truly be a fool. This was undoubtedly not a friendly encounter. The black-clad men observed the small tower in Li Hanjing's grasp, realizing that the quality of his artifact likely surpassed their own. However, strength was not necessarily on their side. Thus far, the small tower had not exhibited any extraordinary abilities, indicating that its wielder had merely taken the initial steps into the semi-weapon realm. In contrast, Heisey had long since entered this semi-weapon stage, his artifact fully nourished and merely awaiting a sensation to reach the true weapon realm. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed as Heisey enlarged his axe to more than 3 times its original size. This was the special skill of his axe as it expanded. Its internal density was enhanced and purified, allowing the weight of the axe to rival that of a small hill. Die, Heisey commanded, manipulating the colossal axe through the air toward Li Hanjing. The giant axe whistled through the air, leaving behind a blur that testified to its incredible speed. A wave of force surged in its wake. Yet, in the face of such an assault, Li Hanjing remained motionless, silently bracing against the enormous axe. Although the axe moved with astonishing speed, it appeared sluggish under Li Hanjing's perception, honed by his mastery of the weapon realm. Clang! Buzz! Just as the axe was about to strike Li Hanjing, he flicked his finger, and the Jinshin Tower materialized before him, effortlessly intercepting the black-clad man's full-force attack. Heisey's expression shifted dramatically. He had anticipated that his opponent's artifact was formidable, but he had not foreseen its exceptional resilience. During their initial confrontation, his axe had sustained a minor nick due to his failure to activate its special skill. Now, with that skill engaged, the axe's hardness had increased exponentially, its quality nearing that of a superior-grade weapon. Yet, it could not breach the defenses of the seemingly unremarkable tower before him. There was no time for further contemplation. Heisey swiftly swung his energy-laden axe again toward Li Hanjing's flank. Bang! Clang! However, as expected, nothing extraordinary occurred. Heisey gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly exhausted. He had swung his axe countless times, but no matter how swift his strikes or how tremendous his strength, they were effortlessly deflected by the young man before him. Observing the fatigued black-clad man, Li Hanjing decided to no longer hold back. His earlier restraint had merely been a means to assess the quality of their artifacts. The recent revelations from old Imo had left a profound impression on him. The ability to manifest one's true form from a distance and alter the forces of nature was remarkable. Thus, he desired to further comprehend the intricacies of the weapon realm. Having gathered the knowledge he sought, it was time to bring this farce to an end. Not everyone possessed the prowess of old Imo. The first layer of the tower began to shimmer, and it instinctively levitated into the air. The man in black felt his pupils dilate. This is bad. The weapon realm. The wind howled fiercely. Run quickly. Upon shouting, the black-clad figure did not wait for his subordinates to react, and took off running. Bang! Li Hanjing did not grant him such an opportunity. The divine tower crushed the black-clad men into a bloody mess in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring slaughter points. 800,000. Introduction to the acquisition of slaughter points. Movement realm. 100,000. Half-step weapon realm. 500,000. Weapon realm. 500,000. Li Hanjing coldly approached the heaps of corpses, glancing up at the disciples of the Flying Eagle sect. He helplessly slapped his forehead. Damn! I should have left intact corpses. Half-step weapon realm, they would have been excellent for feeding the eagles. Sigh, I'll be more careful next time. Suddenly, Li Hanjing noticed several tokens on the ground. He crouched down to pick them up. There were a total of 4 elder tokens. He placed one on Feng Zhe's body and tucked the remaining 3 into his pocket. They might come in handy later. The following day at noon, the once peaceful Jinyiwei County shook abruptly. Charge! Charge! 500 heavily armored cavalrymen raced towards the gates of Jinyiwei County. Each rider possessed the prowess of the 9th stage of inner strength. Their aura was filled with murderous intent, especially the leading general. Tall and robust, clad in iron armor. He seemed forged from indestructible steel. His facial features were chiseled, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an imposing aura. This army was the elite of the central governor's office, known as the Xuanjia Cavalry. Comprising 5,000 men, they were equipped with armor crafted from the finest pure iron. And each horse beneath them was a spirited, blood-sweating steed. Though they could not cultivate, they had been raised not on water, but on the blood of warriors since childhood. These steeds possessed strength nearing that of a warrior at the first stage of Qi refinement. and their speed rivaled that of a martial artist at the mastery stage. The key advantage was that they did not consume inner strength, allowing the cavalry to maintain their prime combat state at all times. Accelerating to 100 kilometers in mere moments, 500 Xuanjia iron cavalrymen approached the city. The leading general, riding a blood-sweating steed, slowly advanced forward. Speaking with a calm yet menacing tone, opened the city gates wide. The citizens who were about to enter the city saw this display and hurriedly stepped aside, clearing a path. Meanwhile, the city guards trembled involuntarily. Observing the murderous aura emanating from these soldiers, they wondered how many lives had been taken to accumulate such an intensity. However, according to regulations, they were not permitted to allow these cavalrymen entry. In the structure of the Qihua Empire's court, the military was not authorized to manage cities. They could not even reside within city limits, only encamping in the outskirts. This was to prevent military decay. If the military and politics were intertwined, management would become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the military was the core safeguard of the empire, possessing the capability to restore order to chaos. You rebel? You stage a coup? As long as the emperor holds the military, he can reduce everything to ruins. Even in the face of immense losses, the emperor, when pushed to such extremes, would not concern himself with trivial matters. What truly mattered was that power remained firmly in his grasp. After all, significant losses could be recovered over time. But the loss of control was irrevocable. The city guard, trembling under the oppressive presence of the general, stammered, "General, according to the laws of the empire, you cannot bring your army into the city." The general, with an impassive demeanor, produced a token. The commander's title from the central governor's office was battle punishment. The guard, upon hearing this, realized that he was dealing with a high-ranking official of the second degree. Hailing from the capital, he had never encountered even a third-degree official in his lifetime, let alone someone of such high rank. Yet, despite this, he dared not permit entry. The consequences of defying such authority would undoubtedly cost him his head. "General, do you have someone to vouch for you, or shall I report to the prefect?" The general unsheathed his sword, etching the characters for hand signed into the ground. "Now it is settled. Stand aside. There is one more chapter. It will be released this afternoon." Chapter 97. Uncle Jean the constable wore a troubled expression as General Jean spoke slowly. Clop, clop, clop. The armored cavalry, having received their orders, surged swiftly through the city gates. The constable, seeing this, quickly stepped aside. Being trampled by such a force would likely go unnoticed. Once the armored cavalry entered the Jinyiwei County, they proceeded at a deliberate pace. The sound of heavy armor clinking resonated through the air, and a palpable aura of menace instilled fear among the surrounding populace. Every few hundred meters, a cavalryman stood guard. General Jean walked at a measured pace, embodying the grandeur befitting a high-ranking official of the court on a mission. The once bustling streets of Jinyiwei County fell eerily silent, and the thoroughfare emptied. Who wouldn't he be alarmed by such a scene? The arrival of troops foretold either a restoration of justice or the occurrence of a significant political event. Was this not the Empire's elite cavalry, the armored heavy cavalry? Given the circumstances, it seemed likely. Yet, the exact cause of such a formidable presence in our county remained a mystery. Indeed, I heard from the son of my uncle's brother's wife's brother in the army that this armored heavy cavalry is stationed in the capital, meaning these are indeed the esteemed forces of the capital. Quickly, the governor of Jinyiwei County received the news and hurried toward the city gates. Naturally, other factions had also received word, but they deemed it unnecessary to intervene. After all, the local government was the authoritative body managing the area, and any significant occurrences would naturally lead with the governor. Governor Zhang Qi felt a surge of anxiety as he approached the sudden arrival of the military. Without a whisper of warning from the military governor's office, was unsettling. Soon, he encountered the ranks of the armored heavy cavalry. Zhang Qi was taken aback. These were individuals from the capital. General Zhang regarded Zhang Qi with indifference, offering no words. Seeing the imposing figure atop the horse, Zhang Qi knelt on one knee and clasped his fists. "I am Zhang Qi, the governor of Jinyiwei County, honored to meet the general. Might I inquire what has transpired in the city that necessitates your presence?" General Zhang, looking down imperiously, commanded, "Summon all merchants and representatives from the court's institutions throughout the city for a grand assembly." He then produced a token from his waist. Zhang Qi received the token, recognizing it as a royal decree. Without hesitation, he replied, "Yes, I shall attend to this matter immediately." In Jinyiwei County, at the government office, merchants and heads of various institutions hurriedly entered one after another. There was no choice. The sight of the royal decree left no room for neglect. However, all bore a look of confusion as they stepped inside. Li Hanjing, aware that this signified an impending investigation into the Fenghua Trading Company, entered the chamber. Upon seeing the individual seated at the head of the table, he paused momentarily, then smiled faintly, mouthing the words Uncle Jean. The person in the main seat acknowledged him with a subtle glance. Once all were seated, Zhang Qi began to report to General Zhang. The general declared, "Everyone has arrived." Zhang Xing fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Qi's eyes. "Are you certain?" Zhang Qi, taken aback by Zhang Xing's intensity, nodded apprehensively. "Yes, General." Suddenly, Zhang Xing's voice rose sharply. "Have the representatives from Fenghua commercial firm arrived? I ask you, do not deceive me." It was at this moment that the assembly realized that the prominent representative, Elder Feng, had indeed not made an appearance. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Qi's brow. He had not even dared to enter Elder Feng's premises when he went and notify him. Confronted by such influential figures, he thought it prudent to say that everyone was present. Little did he anticipate that the other party had conducted a thorough investigation, not just into the official institutions, but also into each commercial firm. With a disdainful snort, Zhang Xing commanded, "Bring him forth." Following his order, 2 soldiers entered, carrying the lifeless body of Feng Zhe. The onlookers gasped in shock. Feng Zhe was a formidable presence, a master of movement. Zhang Xing slowly rose and spoke. "Do you understand why he met his demise? He took his own life out of fear of culpability. I wish to inquire why none of the local government institutions reported his rampant profiteering within Jinyiwei County." The crowd, particularly the representatives from various governmental institutions, was left bewildered. At this moment, Li Hanjing interjected, "General, could there be a misunderstanding regarding Fenghua commercial firm?" Elder Feng, as a senior member of our Imperial Guards, not only refrained from unscrupulous accumulation of wealth but has also significantly contributed to the economic development of Jinyiwei County. Not only have the common folk invested, but all our commercial firms have also contributed substantial sums, and even our governmental institutions have invested considerable amounts. His words left the heads of all governmental institutions in Jinyiwei County staring at him in disbelief. The man was deceased, and the circumstances were still unclear. Moreover, he had openly revealed the irregular practice of governmental institutions investing in commercial firms, which was highly inappropriate. While it was true that many institutions operated similarly, to state it openly, especially during such a precarious time, could spell disaster for them all. "If you wish to court death, do not drag us down with you." Zhang Xing retorted coldly. "Do you truly have the audacity to speak? Using state